In 2035, technology advanced enough to build a virtual realm known as Connect. The world looked and felt identical to reality, filled with lifelike AI characters, refined swordplay, and magic that existed only inside the game. With all these features combined, more than 100 million players poured into Connect. Before long, a large group of bodies lay scattered near the gate. A man shouted in agony as several daggers struck him, and he collapsed where everyone could see his game name Crash glowing above him. The others glared at Do-Hyun, calling him a bastard, and one of them yelled for the group to rush him while he was alone. They declared him an enemy of the Empire and charged forward. Do-Hyun watched them without reacting. The system revealed his ranking, 13th among psychokinetic users. One of the men drew his bow and screamed for Do-Hyun to fall, but Do-Hyun only lifted 2 fingers, redirecting the arrow midair and severing the archer's head. Their leader ordered his knights to release their shots. Arrows launched toward Do-Hyun, but he lifted his hand, stopping every single one in mid-flight. The knights stared, stunned, just before he sent the arrows flying back at them. The leader urged them to dodge, but most were struck before they could move. Do-Hyun rolled a dagger in his palm, tightened his hold, and dashed toward the leader, cutting his neck in a single motion. Moving on to the remaining knights, he listened as they cursed him for his psychokinesis and demanded to know how he possessed such power. One knight suddenly froze when he noticed the countless weapons floating above them. Do-Hyun directed the suspended blades toward the group. The knights swore, fully aware of what was coming next. Do-Hyun lowered his hand, and the weapons shot forward, piercing the knights. When it was over, he continued onward, leaving a trail of blood behind as he stepped into the castle. The guards inside fell just as easily. After clearing the hall, he paused to examine his surroundings, wondering about the place. A cough sounded nearby, and the Pope appeared, telling him this was the final moment. Do-Hyun's attention went straight to the pendant the Pope wore, the object he had been searching for. As he reached for it, the Pope grabbed his hand and demanded answers. Why only warriors had come, why Do-Hyun had plunged the world into chaos, why he had burned cities, slaughtered innocents, and enslaved the people there. Do-Hyun seized the Pope's pendant and told the old man not to pin the blame on him, but on the guild that had worked with the Empire. Footsteps echoed from outside, and he muttered under his breath, realizing the guild's reinforcements had finally shown up. He moved up the stairs while the Pope warned him that everything would follow the path God had set, and that everyone involved would face the consequences. At the top, a massive box stood with a single opening in its center. Do-Hyun slowly placed the pendant into the slot. Light flared, and once the box accepted the pendant, a hidden passage opened beneath it. He descended, recalling the intel he had gathered, but his thoughts stopped when he noticed a book and several items floating in a purple glow. He assumed these had to be the very first mythical items in Connect. He remembered how, 5 years earlier, the leading guilds had joined forces with the Empire and ruined the entire world. Everything he had done over the last 6 months had been leading to this moment, and the words of an NPC meant nothing to him. The major guilds now ruled Connect, and he was the only solo player still ranked within the top 100. He collected the floating items into his inventory, deciding it was better to take them before the guild members arrived. They would be furious once they learned he had reached the treasure first. As he turned to leave, something on the table caught his eye. It looked like a game cartridge. He picked it up, trying to figure out why it was here. Suddenly, a force surged out of the cartridge, pushing down on him with intense pressure that made him lower his posture slightly. He wondered if the system was malfunctioning or if it was something else entirely. He logged out right away. He woke in his room, bolting upright when he noticed a stab wound near his chest. Someone by his side told him not to move. He cursed in his mind, realizing things had taken a bad turn. A man in a suit, along with several others, questioned why he kept trying to get up and told him to die quietly. For Do-Hyun, this confirmed that they had crossed a line in the real world, and he called them trash. One of the suited men contacted their president, reporting that they had captured Dune and asking if he should be brought in alive. The president responded, and the man acknowledged the order. Another asked what the president had said. The reply was simple. They were to kill Do-Hyun because the president wanted only his head. The group seized him, telling him he should have stayed in his place, and asking if he really thought a game made him special, or if nothing could shake him after gaining a bit of fame. He pleaded with them not to kill him. One of the men covered his face and lifted a sharp blade, preparing to finish the job. The man drove the blade into him again and again, and Do-hyun realized these people were willing to murder over a game. He wondered if this was really how his life would end. Then, a frantic voice called out to him, repeatedly addressing him as Sir, urging him to wake up. He reacted instantly, rising in shock, staring at his own hand in confusion and scanning the room, unsure of what had just taken place. He remembered the moment he died, and that thought was broken when he heard someone struggling beside him. A maid knelt there, asking if he was all right and referring to him as Raoul. He had no idea who Raoul was, and his confusion only deepened when he saw a floating level indicator above her. Anna, level 3. Anna asked if she should get a doctor because he had suddenly broken into a cold sweat. He couldn't understand what was going on and felt as though he was witnessing something that shouldn't have been possible. A notification window appeared before him. It stated that the soul had settled, Connect's closed beta system had activated, and the user interface was now available. The current number of users was listed as 1. He demanded to know if this was some kind of joke, immediately concluding that he had ended up inside the world of Connect. He stepped out onto the balcony and recognized the sensation of the wind and the environment around him, something completely different from the experience he'd had alongside Crash. He remembered that synchronization determined a player's power in Connect. Regular players only reached around 30%, while he had achieved nearly 90%. That advantage had allowed him to stay ranked first for 10 years until the major guilds arrived. But now he no longer had the body he had trained for so long, and he considered it a major setback. Still, this was a closed beta, and with the user count showing only 1, he wondered if he was the sole person using the system in this world. He raised his hand and found that he could still open his inventory despite the beta restrictions. He used his scanned user data, and the system announced that it had detected locked information and was updating his records. It quickly supplied him with everything it had gathered. He intended to use both his previous life's knowledge and his abilities to rise to the top once more. He endured the discomfort and reviewed his updated profile, discovering that his new name was Raoul Ashton, the youngest son of the Ashton family, ruled by the 5th Count of the Reuben Kingdom. Ashton County had been the first region to fall in Connect. He recalled that the Ashton family was one of the kingdom's orthodox lineages, and that the Count and his eldest son had died suddenly, while the second son had vanished. A coup had taken place after the youngest son inherited the county. During that turmoil, the barrier around the Forbidden Zone collapsed, and their attempt to hold back the monster invasion had completely failed. Now Do-hyun understood that he was living as that very youngest son, R. Ashton. He looked ahead, knowing the beautiful city before him would be destroyed within 3 years. He returned to his room, deciding he couldn't let history repeat itself. He didn't have Bein or Crash in this lifetime, and that meant this was his final chance. He tightened his hand, remembering the struggles he endured when he lived as Do-hyun. Missing the opportunity to live here again would be unbearable. His attention shifted to the sword resting on the table. He knew there was only one way to stop the county's downfall. He had to grow stronger. He also knew that in 1 month, Ashton County's traditional coming-of-age ceremony would begin. If he could reach the semi-final round, he would earn entry into the Kingdom Academy, where he could build the strength needed to survive. But as he practiced, he suddenly collapsed, unable to understand why he felt drained after only a few swings. Then he noticed his level, just 5. He was 2 levels below the maid, and the tournament was approaching. He needed to start training immediately. A month passed, and the day of the ceremony arrived. He was surprised by the sheer number of participants. Looking around, he understood that every one of them was a potential opponent. He remembered his coach telling him that only 10 minutes had passed, yet he'd already felt worn out. He figured the strain was due to the pain he had endured throughout the month just to clear the qualifiers. He checked the system in his mind. The last time he had looked, his level was 13, and he knew his stamina was finally prepared. He had already formed a strategy for the matches, and he believed he could reach the semifinals. Then, without warning, he sensed an attack coming from behind. He moved instantly, dodging it as the strike smashed into the ground instead. A fist hovered behind him, and the man responsible apologized, claiming his hand had slipped. The man referred to him as a refined noble and asked whether he was there for the tournament. Do-hyun recognized him, Dion. The people standing behind him were Dion's cousins. Dion commented that he expected Raoul to be crying in his room. Raoul said nothing. He remembered that Dion was his cousin, and in the past, Dion had tormented him during swordsmanship practice. The instructor and the count had allowed the rough treatment because of the family motto, train as if it were real, treat everyone equally on the practice grounds, and avoid placing blame when someone was hurt. Under those rules, Dion took advantage and picked on anyone weaker than himself. He warned Raul to withdraw while he still had the chance, promising that this time it wouldn't stop at a single broken bone. He would break every bone in his body. He ordered his cousins to step aside and let Raul through, mocking that Raul would end up crying again. Dion walked off laughing, while Raul quietly resolved to defeat him once they met in the finals. Later, inside Ashton Castle, the butler entered with the day's tournament report. The man he served asked for it and wanted to know whether anyone noteworthy had appeared. Before the butler could answer, the man noticed something on the list and immediately asked where Raul was. The butler explained that Raul had returned to his room after eating, assuming Raul had exhausted himself during the qualifiers. Count Melvin Ashton dismissed the butler and waited until he stepped out of the room. Then Melvin let out a loud, satisfied laugh, declaring that Raul truly was his son. Raul had advanced to the group stage. Melvin had never forced Raul to learn swordsmanship because Raul had always been weaker than his brothers. But a month earlier, Raul had begun training on his own. At first, he could barely last 10 minutes before collapsing, but he refused to stop. Melvin knew Raul had been bullied in training because of his frail body. Yet stepping in would have humiliated Raul even more, making it look like he couldn't stand on his own. So Melvin waited for Raul to rise by himself. Raul's progress had gone far beyond what he expected, and Melvin decided he would visit him once the finals ended. When the day of the finals arrived, the audience urged the fighters to stop stalling and to make the match exciting. The opponent cursed under his breath, unable to understand why the weakling before him refused to fall. Raul struggled for breath, yet he continued blocking each strike. He focused on avoiding every blow, while the man attacking him grew more irritated with every miss. Driven by frustration, the man unleashed a heavy strike and shouted for Raul to drop. Raul pushed himself backward, sliding away to create distance. The spectators gasped at the sudden movement, stunned by what they were seeing. Edmund dropped to the ground in fear, and Raul walked toward him, stating that they would settle the matter of his disrespect toward the county once the tournament was over. Later, when Raul returned to the castle, Anna politely told him to rest. The moment she closed the door, he let out a shout of excitement. He had actually won. He opened his status window with satisfaction, and the system displayed his updates. His Ashton swordsmanship mastery had risen to beginner level 9. He felt proud that his strategy had succeeded. Using the game mechanic that granted extra experience and mastery when facing stronger opponents, he understood that the longer he survived against a tougher enemy, the more experience he earned. He tightened his hand, pleased that his plan worked so well, because his mode applied an experience bonus for disabling the revive option. Hardcore mode, high risk with high reward. He reviewed his status. He had complained earlier, but now he could see the results clearly. Level 19, hardcore mode, with classes in both swordsmanship and psychokinesis. His affiliation was Ashton County, and his title was the youngest son of Ashton. His stats read: Strength 22, Agility 25, Stamina 19, Intelligence 15, Willpower 34, Mana 29, Spiritual Power 35, and Senses 30. He had several unique traits, including Psychokinetic Meister at S+, Royal Lineage, and others still locked. He knew there was no way he could have reached such a level in a single month if he had been playing in normal mode. Most importantly, he now held 5 unique traits. Psychokinetic Meister belonged to Dohayan, and Royal Lineage originated from Raul. He assumed the rest would unlock as he continued to grow. He planned to test them during the remaining rounds of the tournament. When the tournament days resumed, he won every match with clean victories. Spectators were stunned that Ashton's youngest son had advanced all the way to the grand finale. They questioned whether it was luck or some hidden trick, unaware that early-stage civilians had no concept of player abilities. After returning to the castle, he considered keeping his psychokinesis hidden until players eventually appeared. He felt confident he could disguise it through acting. Then a knock sounded at his door, and someone introduced himself as Ivan. Raul let him in, and Ivan asked whether he was all right and if he had suffered any injuries. He told Ivan that he was completely fine, pointing out that a priest and a healer were available if anything happened. Ivan placed a hand on his shoulder and advised him not to lower his guard, adding that some wounds couldn't be fixed. Raul recognized that Ivan was genuinely concerned, though he wasn't used to that kind of concern in his previous life. Changing the subject, He asked Ivan about the matter he had requested earlier. Ivan handed him a document, confirming that the task was completed. He then hesitated and asked if Raul was certain about this decision, beginning to mention Dion, but Raul cut him off and told him not to worry. He was confident he would win. Ivan bowed and said he trusted him before leaving. As he walked away, he noted that Raul's confidence reminded him of Melvin in his younger days. But he also knew that Raul's final opponent was Dion, who was known for severely injuring anyone who faced him. Raul reviewed the document in his hands. It was related to Ashton County's betting system, which supported their tournament participants. He placed it on the table, believing it was enough to secure his position within the family. All he needed to do now was defeat Dion. The host's announcement filled the arena, signaling the start of the final round. Raul stepped onto the stage opposite Dion. Half of the crowd cheered for him, urging him to win with skill. The other half told him to prepare for a beating. Dion called him weak and said he didn't understand how Raul had gotten this far, promising that Raul would regret standing on that stage. Dion added that the crowd would soon see how useless he was and that it would be a nice sight once Raul started crawling with his limbs gone. Raul simply yawned and asked if Dion was done stretching his tongue. Dion tightened his fist and released a strong violet aura, which the audience recognized as dense mana. Many doubted Raul could stand against it, but Raul quickly checked Dion's stats and understood the truth. Dion was level 42 with the class of Expert Knight, specializing in swordsmanship. His affiliation was Ashton County, and his titles included Ashton County Star and Sword Genius. His stats read Strength 52, Agility 41, Stamina 43, Intelligence 18, Willpower 14, Mana 32, and Senses 21. To Raul, Dion's potential talent was only grade B. Dion looked impressive, but Raul knew this was where Dion's growth would eventually stop. The host signaled the start of the match. Dion shouted that he would kill Raul and called him coward. Raul leapt toward him and appeared above him in an instant, catching Dion off guard. He brought his sword down for an attack, but Dion managed to block it. Both fighters pushed against each other, neither willing to be the first to lower their blade. Then Raul forced his sword downward with strength, and Dion slid back to dodge the impact. Dion shouted that Raul was showing off, but Raul stayed silent, noting that Dion's flexibility was far below what he had expected. They traded blows over and over, their blades clashing nonstop, and Raul realized that Dion's power was nothing impressive. Dion swung his sword at him in anger, but Raul avoided it easily. Dion demanded to know why Raul hadn't struck back. Raul blocked another attack, while noticing how clearly he could read Dion's movements. He swept his foot under Dion, causing him to fall face first, thinking that sword techniques without real combat experience were nothing more than a typical noble shallow skills. He also remembered how Raul had once been bullied by Dion. Dion looked up and asked if Raul had tripped him, then released his aura again and threatened to kill him. Raul shifted his body to the left, wondering if the only thing Dion could do was pour mana into his sword. The crowd gasped when Raul effortlessly knocked Dion's weapon from his hand. He pointed his sword at Dion and released a mix of blue and black aura, telling Dion that the fight was boring. He added that Dion amounted to nothing, which sent Dion charging forward in rage. Raul simply stepped aside and tripped him again, remarking that Dion had anger problems and kept falling for the same move. Dion rolled on the ground, while Raul calmly told him to look at himself and that he was an embarrassment to Ashton County. Dion rushed him again, but Raul answered with a solid punch to his face. Dion fell slowly and collapsed, leaving the audience stunned that he had been taken down so easily by Raul. Raul informed the referee that his opponent was down and asked whether the match would continue. The referee announced to the entire arena that the victor of Ashton's coming-of-age tournament was Raul Ashton. The crowd erupted, shouting his name and saying they had believed in him. Raul staggered slightly, thinking he was glad he won, but clearly suffering from terrible stamina. People around him panicked and immediately called a healer. A system window appeared in front of him. It stated that the coming-of-age tournament quest was complete. His rewards included experience points, 300 coins, and a random skill book of grade D or lower. His bonus rewards were additional experience, 5 grade D stat points, and a random skill book of grade D or lower. As the healers worked on him, he focused on the fact that he could now enter the Kingdom Academy. Ivan told Melvin how proud he was of the young master and how unbelievable it was that Raul had improved so much in just a month. Melvin didn't answer. He had noticed how Raul had toyed with Dion during the match, And if Raul had reached that level in only a month, then Raul was nothing short of prodigy. His thought stopped when Raul spotted him. Raul called out to his father and waved, assuming Melvin had been watching the entire time. Melvin probably understood now that Raul was capable of entering the academy, yet he simply looked at Raul without saying anything. Later in the castle, Melvin told Raul that he couldn't allow it. Raul stared at him, stunned, and asked why. He explained that he thought qualifying for the semifinals meant he could attend the academy. Melvin replied that it depended on the situation, and from what he had seen, Raul needed to remain by his side a bit longer. Melvin added that Raul had collapsed after the fight, so he should stay put for now. Raul responded by saying that swordsmanship was a lifelong pursuit and asked if Melvin hadn't always said that himself. He told his father that going to the academy was part of learning more, just as Melvin had taught him. So Melvin couldn't stop him now. Melvin froze, then slowly smiled, realizing how much Raul had grown. He stood and said that if Raul truly wanted to go, he would have to get past him. Melvin released a powerful aura and pointed his sword at him, saying he wouldn't hold back and asking Raul what he planned to do next. A month passed. Knights traveled behind a carriage, and inside it, Raul was relieved to finally be on the road. He recalled the moment his father tried to stop him and how he told Melvin that the choice was his. He had charged at Melvin, only for Melvin to ask if that was all he had. Melvin easily deflected his attack and released an even stronger aura, telling Raul he would show him a real sword technique. Raul blacked out after that strike. Melvin had claimed it was only a preview of his ability, but Raul knew that it had been Melvin's full strength. He remembered that in the original timeline, Count Melvin, the powerful fifth lord of the county, had died when Connect began and the county collapsed soon after. To prevent that downfall, Melvin needed to survive, and Raul had to rise to meet his father's expectations. Since Melvin had allowed him to leave, Raul swore to become stronger and protect his family, determined not to lose anything. Back at the castle, Melvin watched the carriage depart and quietly said Raul's name. He recalled the training ground, asking Raul how many attempts he had made and telling him to give up, only for Raul to answer that he never would. Melvin smiled and said that Raul's persistence deserved praise, worthy of the Ashton family's honor. Raul lifted his sword and charged forward while Melvin encouraged him to strike. As Melvin prepared to block, he realized Raul had changed the angle of his swing halfway through and the blade grazed his face. Raul felt annoyed that even with psychokinesis, he had only managed to leave a small wound. Melvin, however, told him that it was time to admit that Raul was no longer a child and that he was now a proper swordsman. He told Raul to go and see the world for himself. Later, they stopped in a forest to rest. Raul asked Philip how far they were from their destination. Philip, 42 years old, level 92, a high knight, affiliated with Ashton County and the Golden Bear Order, carrying the title Sword Breaker, with potential grade S and stats of Strength 82, Agility 76, Stamina 81, Intelligence 68, Willpower 77, Mana 76, and Senses 73, along with unique traits like Overskilled Commander's Strength and Sword Obsession, replied that at their current pace, they would arrive in 5 days. He asked if Raul wanted to increase their speed. Raul said they needed to train the soldiers as well, so they should maintain the same pace. Philip accepted the decision. Raul reviewed the group traveling with him. Including himself and the servants, his family had selected a total of 50 people. 3 regular knights, including Philip, 6 trained knights, 15 trainees, and 20 cavalry. All possessed potential talent grade B or higher. The numbers and ability levels were respectable, and if they wanted to prevent the county's fall, they all needed to grow stronger. A man named Jake approached and reported that the carriage maintenance was complete, so they could continue. Raul praised him for the good work. Jake then asked whether they truly needed to bring that many people for a month-long stay. Philip told him to stop questioning the young master's orders. He added that Jake would understand once they arrived, which only confused Jake further. But Raul knew exactly why. He was leading them to the free city of Mirror, the first major city players visited after completing the tutorial. That location overflowed with quests, hidden items, and mana restrictions that prevented new players from being wiped out unfairly. Most importantly, its resources were limitless, which was why players obsessed over the place. God's Domain, an area filled with monsters meant for grinding, was nearby, and that was the real reason Raul was bringing everyone there. He brought the knights straight into the grinding zone, aiming to boost their levels as fast as possible. The plan felt flawless, right up until the system window flashed, announcing an update. A new feature called Connect Community had unlocked. A new guild category had appeared. A fresh quest line, starting line adventure, and skill collector had been added. It caught him off guard, especially since the quest activated the moment he stepped into Mira. He'd assumed no other functions would open before the official launch, but now it seemed more features might appear as long as he met whatever conditions the system required. A knock hit the carriage door. Jake informed him that the mayor was ready to meet him. When asked what he wanted to do, he answered immediately. Of course he'd go see the mayor. Meanwhile, inside the main castle, the mayor of the free city of Mira, Reinaldo, asked who had arrived. His butler explained that the youngest son of County Ashton, Raoul Ashton, had come with 50 people. Reinaldo asked if he meant the third son, the one rumored to be weak, and wondered aloud why Raoul would show up here, joking that maybe he needed some fresh air. Still, he ordered the butler to let them in. Raoul's family made plenty of money from monster materials, and Reinaldo fully intended to squeeze a bit of that wealth out of him. The butler nodded in understanding. Moments later, Raoul entered and greeted Reinaldo with practiced grace. Reinaldo welcomed him warmly, saying he genuinely greeted him in the free city of Mira. Raoul shook his hand and thanked him, then took the offered seat. But in his mind, he noted how forced Reinaldo's smile looked. Reinaldo asked what brought him to Mira, and Raoul answered that he'd heard it was an excellent place to train. Reinaldo agreed immediately and said Raoul had chosen well. Mira was the safest training zone around. But Raoul explained that he didn't mean any ordinary training area. He wanted permission to enter the cursed forest. That request stunned Reinaldo. Reinaldo insisted it was far too dangerous, especially for someone so weak, then quickly corrected himself, saying he meant it was dangerous for the younger generation. Raoul replied that he expected exactly that kind of answer, and said he guessed he'd have to toss the 500,000 gold he had planned to give Reinaldo as a gratuity into the river instead. The sight of the enormous amount of gold left Reinaldo completely shocked. Reinaldo instantly snatched the bag of gold and told him he'd only been joking, insisting that the cursed forest would be simple enough for him and his knights. He granted permission without hesitation. Raoul smiled, saying he knew a generous mayor like Reinaldo would allow it. With that out of the way, all he needed to do now was grind nonstop and claim every reward he could, aiming to dominate Connect as fast as possible. Night settled over the free city of Mira as he walked the streets with Jake and Philip. He kept thinking about how Mira had been designed as a hub for Connect players, yet not a single player was here besides him, since it was still a closed beta. Because of that, the entire city was struggling. There were too many inns, oversized shops, massive guild halls, and countless facilities that didn't match the actual population. Land prices had dropped because everything was sitting unused, but his real reason for coming was the real estate. If he bought up land while it was cheap, it would eventually be turned into luxury homes for nobles, guild bases for player groups, and apartments for regular players once the game opened. In time, each piece of land would be worth 100 times its current price. He also remembered how, once players arrived and war broke out, just like in the past, Mira, the city blessed by the gods, became the safest refuge. Back then, people made fortunes simply by renting out land. But for him, that alone wasn't enough. With the coming conflict and all the risks involved, he needed to prepare far more thoroughly. He reminded himself that in his previous life, he had been powerless against the overwhelming financial strength of others. This time, things would not turn out the same. Later, Jake, sweating nervously, asked if he really needed to write his name there, calling to him while fidgeting in panic. Raoul snapped at him, saying everyone else had already signed and ordering him to just get it done. But Jake complained that his mother always warned him to be careful about signing papers. Eventually, the lady handling the registration gathered the documents and announced that including him, a total of 51 people had officially joined the guild. For a moment, he realized he had established the first guild in a world with no players, the earliest and most advanced guild in existence. He looked at his people, knowing the system would now support them as guild members, and he felt eager watching their confused reactions. Meanwhile, Jake stood off to the side, convinced his mother was going to kill him. Later, inside the Battle Association's Mirror branch, he called out that it was his turn. The receptionist greeted him and asked how she could assist. He told her he wanted to check their skill books and asked what the highest rank available was. Skill books contained various abilities, and anyone who studied one carefully could learn the skill written inside. Their ranks went from F up to S. The lady explained that their branch carried books up to rank C, but anything higher was reserved for VIP customers only. He asked what it took to become a VIP, and she said it could be earned through contribution points from quests or by making large purchases. But if he wanted to qualify through purchases, he'd need to spend quite a bit. He asked how much, and she told him the requirement was 10,000 gold. He set the bag of gold on the counter, saying it wasn't much, and asked if he could see the C-rank books first. The lady brightened and asked which category he wanted: sword, bow, magic, or shield. He smiled and answered that he wanted to look at all of them. Soon after, Jay complained that the load was too heavy, asking if they truly needed that many books as he struggled under the pile. He told Jake that it might feel troublesome now, but those books would push them far ahead later. Jake admitted they were impressive skill books, but asked if beginners could rely on books alone. Philip agreed, saying they could have bought power armor with the gold instead. But he told them not to worry, asking them to be patient. They would understand tomorrow. Later that night, he returned to his apartment and stared at the mountain of books stacked in front of him, wondering if he had gone overboard. He knew players had limits on how many skills they could use, so normally they couldn't learn too many. Then he opened his quest window, remembering that when he first woke up in Raoul's body, 2 unknown items were sitting in his inventory. He had tried to open them back then, but he couldn't click on or use either one. However, after receiving the quest yesterday, he was finally able to activate them. Opening his inventory again, he saw that one of the items was something called a sealed skill deck, and he guessed that the quest reward had actually been the activation condition for unlocking the deck. Checking the system, he saw that the skill collector quest had an unknown grade. Its description instructed him to gather at least 10 skill books and register them inside the skill decks, with extra rewards depending on the types he collected. The main reward was activating the decks, while the bonus included unlocking traits and gaining skills. He quickly grabbed a handful of books, realizing he needed to open the decks and hold a skill book at the same time. As soon as he did, he saw the register prompt appear. The dex book moved on its own, startling him. A deep purple light burst from it and shot into the skill book. Words poured out from the decks, and he instinctively released the book in his hand, shocked that it actually worked. But he noticed the tiny amount of mana inside the book had vanished afterward. At this rate, doing them one by one would take forever, and he wondered if there was any way to register everything at once. Suddenly, the books all lifted into the air, leaving him stunned. Purple light surged again from the decks and streaked toward every book hovering above him. One by one, the books dropped to the ground when the process finished. He opened the decks and flipped through its pages, wondering if it had really understood what he wanted, unable to believe the result. The system confirmed that the quest was complete. His skill decks, classified as rare, were now active. His bonus rewards appeared. The trait skill collector, ranked X, was unlocked, and the skill copycat, ranked S, had been acquired. He tapped on skill collector first. Its effect simply activated the skill decks. Then he checked copycat, which slightly boosted the chance of learning skills for books. Opening it fully, he saw its mastery was at beginner level 3. Its effect was to steal a skill from an examined opponent and automatically add it to the decks. As mastery increased, he could obtain higher ranked skills, and the ability itself would grow stronger. He thought it was broken beyond belief, being able to take another person's skill for himself. Then the system displayed the details of the skill decks. It was a rare grade item with the properties upgradable and bounded. The description explained that it was a replica of the mythic skill decks that once stored ancient techniques. Each time it crossed dimensions, its records reset, and the decks would only regain its true power after meeting special conditions. Right now, the decks were holding records of 525 skills. He recognized it instantly. It was the same mythical item he had received just before his death. Some pieces of his past life, like his psychokinesis trait and certain items, had followed him here, but all of his skills had been reset, and even this was only a replica of the original. He also noticed that the remaining unknowns in his inventory were the 3 Great X traits and 1 sealed item, making him wonder what kind of power they carried. The next morning, the knights were in a panic after seeing the system windows. They shouted over each other, asking what the status screen was and what a guild chat meant, insisting they needed to find a priest immediately. Meanwhile, the butler greeted him, and he stared back with tired eyes. He hadn't slept at all. He had spent the entire night reading through every page of the skill decks. He greeted Bernard and asked if he'd explained everything to the knights, and Bernard confirmed he had followed the instructions exactly. Then he eagerly asked if Bernard had tried using a skill book and Bernard nodded. He knew Bernard had been a servant of the Ashton family and Ivan's stepson. Bernard had worked for the county since he was young and had been trained personally by Ivan. He had sharp memory, worked fast, and handled tasks precisely. One of the reasons Raoul had chosen him. But there was another reason as well. Bernard extended his hand, and a gust of wind burst out. Raoul exclaimed in surprise, praising him and saying he knew Bernard could do it. Bernard, now aware that he possessed wind manipulation, responded politely. The system displayed Bernard's information. 27 years old, level 21, with classes in Servant, Beginner, and Windwalker. His affiliations were Ashton County and the First Guild. His talents were administration, management, and wind power. His potential was grade A. His stats were 17 strength, 18 agility, 24 stamina, 53 intelligence, 46 willpower, 23 spiritual power, and 41 senses. His unique traits were sharp manager, cold head, and like the wind. Raoul knew that although Bernard lacked in certain areas, he had outstanding potential for both service and combat support. Having finished his preparations, he told Bernard to get ready. Bernard asked what he meant, and Raoul replied that once the knights adjusted to the system, they would depart immediately, heading straight toward God's domain, the Cursed Forest. Deeper inside the Cursed Forest, an ogre hurled its axe at him with enough force to crack the ground. He slipped out of the way and told the creature it was far too slow. He moved in to strike, but before his fist even connected, the ogre's head burst apart. He dropped back to the ground just as the ogre's body toppled and told the hidden ones to come out already. A swarm of ogres emerged, shouting that the human was strong and needed to be killed. Their leader called out to his group and ordered the charge. All of them rushed toward him at once. He simply adjusted his stance and told them to bring it on. The Cursed Forest, God's domain, was more than a simple grinding zone. Technically, God's domain referred to the entire city of Mira. Players who were injured were healed, and anyone who died revived in that blessed city, which made it the safest refuge. Inside the forest, however, the blessing only worked on monsters. That meant monsters always respawned, no matter how many were slain. Humans couldn't revive there, and they couldn't carry monster loot out of the forest. If a civilian walked out with it, the item crumbled to ash. It was considered property of the gods. Only players, with the system's assistance, could bring monster drops outside. Philip asked Jake why he was giving explanations when their young master was the one doing all the fighting. Meanwhile, Raoul was still battling the ogres. When only the leader was left, the ogre stared at him and demanded to know what that power was. He lifted several weapons scattered across the ground with his ability and asked if the leader meant this power. The ogre froze when the weapons floated straight toward him, and then they sliced him apart. He told the fallen leader that the ability was called psychokinesis, with Jake chiming in beside him. Jake remarked that it was a convenient power, but Philip snapped at Jake to stop talking and keep skinning the ogres. Jake sighed, saying he didn't travel all the way to Mira just to do that, though he admitted the training had paid off. Jake called out to him while he was gathering ogre blood. Raoul laughed and thanked them, saying their progress was possible because of everyone's efforts. All of them could grow stronger by studying the skill books. Philip realized Raoul had been right. He remembered swinging his dagger forward earlier, using the hit-slash skill he had learned, and watching an ogre split cleanly in half. Raoul asked him how it felt, and explained that this was exactly why he had bought skill books instead of power armor. Philip admitted it was incredible. He knew he had picked up the skill unusually fast, and wondered how Raoul even discovered such a strange method. Then the system displayed the guild chat window, and Philip's eyes widened when he saw a message. He immediately told Raoul to check the chat. But when he looked toward Raoul, Raoul was already furious, saying he had seen it too and that they were returning to Mira immediately. Meanwhile, in one of Myra's alleys, a man pointed a sword at one of Raoul's people and said he should have done it earlier. He then stabbed the man, explaining that it had been difficult to hold back after seeing Ashton's men walking around. Another man, holding a bloodstained sword, called out to his brother and said they should have listened to him sooner. They could have done this earlier, before stabbing another member of Raoul's group. One of Raoul's men asked why they were doing this, but another attacker cut him down and asked his brother if their great-grandfather hadn't warned them to be careful, reminding them they were all here because they had caused trouble. The first attacker was Ramon, the eldest son of Viscount Randall. The second was Jerry, the Viscount's second son. And the third, Cale, was the Viscount's youngest. A wounded man on the ground told Ramon they would regret this. Before he could finish, Ramon stabbed him again and pulled the blade out, making him scream. Ramon continued stabbing while laughing, telling him to inform Raul to hurry back since they had unfinished business with the young master. Ramon commented that it was strange how they kept reviving, looking down at the man who was healing and calling them bastards. Jerry laughed and said they should deal with that Raul kid the same way. But Cale reminded Jerry that noble families weren't supposed to be pointing swords at each other inside the free city. Ramon asked Cale what the problem was, saying they could just claim they never did anything and no one would be able to prove otherwise. He told his brothers that if they thought about it, this was perfect, they could crush the Ashton family completely. Ramon even turned to them with excitement, saying their great-grandfather might praise them for it. But before he could finish, Ramon's head burst apart. Cale shouted for his brothers in shock. When they turned around, they saw Raul standing there, demanding how they dared do this and declaring that attacking Ashton County was a crime that required more than worthless deaths in return. The brothers stared at him, stunned. Jerry asked if he was insane and how he could dare raise his hand against the son of the Randall family. Cale demanded to know where the knights were and how Raul had even arrived here. One of the knights, a sword pressed to his neck, said in fear that they were the main force of the Ashton family. Philip and Jake had their weapons drawn, holding the Randall knights at bay. Philip reported that they had surrounded the Randall forces as ordered and ensured no civilians were nearby. Bernard and Jake stood by, quietly watching the enemy. Raul praised them for their good work. Then, using psychokinesis, he lifted his wounded men from the ground and let them rise gently into the air. He told Bernard to take them to the shrine, and Bernard acknowledged the order with respect. Raul then opened his inventory and drew his sword, saying he would clean up the garbage himself. He knew Randall Viscounty was similar to Ashton County. They were one of the 5 warrior families of the Reuben kingdom. But unlike the Ashtons, the Randall family lacked a long history. The 4 warrior families had only become 5 when their current lord, Vice Hudson D. Randall, reached the swordmaster level. Because their lineage was short, they constantly searched for ways to secure their place. They produced strong knights, earned recognition through contributions, and crushed any rivals they could. And the rival they had chosen was Ashton County, a household that had weakened over time because it had not produced a swordmaster in years. There was no political risk in provoking them, since the Ashton family was the least involved in politics. Conflicts between the 2 families had happened all across the kingdom, and most of them were started by the Randall side. Everyone expected the Randall Viscounty to win every time because they had several sword masters. Their people believed this case would be no different. Jerry stared at Raul, confused by the strange power he had seen and noticing Raul had pulled a sword straight out of thin air. Behind Jerry, one of the knights being held at sword point by Philip slowly reached for his weapon. Raul sensed it instantly. He spun around and slashed, striking the knight and making him cry out in pain. The Randall knights froze in shock. Jake slid his sword back into its sheath, saying their young master had already declared he would handle everything alone, and he ordered the others to lower their blades. One of the Randall knights noticed the gesture and wondered if they were insane for putting their weapons away, thinking it would work out in their favor. Cale charged at Raul in anger, demanding to know if he intended to face them alone. He swung his massive mace backward to gather momentum. Raul told him this wasn't training, but before Cale could attack, a sharp sword slash cut across him. Cale was sliced in half mid-charge, screaming in agony. Jerry shouted his name. Jerry cursed at his knights, demanding why they were just standing there. The leader let out a frustrated sigh and slowly drew his sword. He said he'd hesitated because he didn't want to bully a 15-year-old kid, but seeing his comrades fall one after another was unacceptable. The system identified him, Jeremy, age 37, level 65, classed as leader of guard knights and beginner sword expert. His affiliations were Randall Viscounty and the Randall Knights. His potential was grade B. His stats were 66 strength, 72 agility, 68 stamina, 48 intelligence, 63 willpower, 70 mana, and 55 senses. His unique trait was brutality, rank C. Other knights raised their swords beside him. Raul knew Jeremy was the Randall family's main weapon, nicknamed the Rapier, and the men beside him were elites. With Jeremy at level 65 and the others around level 60, while Raul himself was only level 45, he knew he wouldn't win through normal means. One knight asked why he didn't stop now, saying he had done enough already. Another said they had tolerated him so far, but that was over. Raul didn't respond. Instead, he suddenly appeared right in front of the knight, leaving him stunned. He slashed the knight's body and gripped his sword tight, pulling it back to gather strength. He released his aura and struck with his bear strike skill. One of the knights demanded to know what he was doing, but Raoul simply drove his blade into the man's stomach, making him bleed and scream. Jeremy suddenly leapt toward him, appearing right in front of him with an attack that caught him off guard. Raoul managed to block at the last moment, though the force pushed him backward. Jeremy asked his injured man if he was still alive, and the knight replied shakily that he was fine. Jeremy couldn't believe two of his elites had gone down so quickly. He had heard Raoul was weak and barely knew how to handle a sword. Jeremy drew his second weapon and told Raoul that he wasn't anything like the rumors, so he would get serious now. Raoul raised his sword toward him and told him to bring it on. He noticed Jeremy was holding both a rapier and a parrying dagger, making him wonder if Jeremy was using the Randall family's sword technique known as shooting star. Jeremy smiled, saying he liked Raoul's courage, and pointed out that every wound healed Mira. He told Raoul he couldn't possibly fight them all alone, but Raoul replied that Jeremy was the one who seemed confused. He bet that Jeremy and his knights hadn't trained even once since arriving in Mira. Jeremy was startled and asked how he knew. Raoul told him the truth. Those men shaking in fear, even after their wounds had healed, were proof enough. They weren't used to dying. Jeremy leveled his weapons, realizing Raoul didn't just understand combat. He could see straight through people. That made him dangerous. Jeremy ordered one of his men to cover him from behind, and the knight agreed. Jeremy darted forward, thrusting his rapier. Raoul braced himself with his sword while Jeremy and his partner attacked nonstop, slicing his face, arms, and everywhere they could reach. The knight beside Jeremy spotted an opening and rushed in. Jeremy yelled at him to stop, but Raoul swung forward, cutting the man clean in half. Jeremy called his man a fool, but there was no time to waste. He activated the Randall sword vision and unleashed the shooting star. Raoul was surprised for a moment, then raised his sword defensively and told Jeremy to bring it. Jeremy launched continuous strikes with shooting star, a technique famed for dominating one-on-one battles. Raoul realized he was being pushed back even with psychokinesis. He didn't understand how. He had been dominating earlier, yet now he was barely keeping up. He moved in, ready to push Jeremy all the way back. His stare locked onto Jeremy, which only made Jeremy snap, shouting and demanding to know why he was looking at him like that. He answered with just one phrase, 100%. Jeremy blinked, confused, asking what that was supposed to mean. Before Jeremy could react, he swung his sword straight ahead. Jeremy's weapons shot into the air, and Jeremy instantly looked up, trying to track them. At that moment, the sword pierced the ground, and the system window appeared. His opponent's skill analysis had reached 100%, and Copycat was ready. A new prompt appeared, telling him to reproduce the exact movement using Copycat to engrave the skill into the deck. Jeremy's weapons were still falling, but he lifted them with psychokinesis, catching Jeremy off guard. The weapons drifted straight into his hands as the system instructed him to activate Copycat. Randall's sword skill, Shooting Star, Grade B. He triggered it, pointing the weapons at Jeremy. The Shooting Star skill fired back at its original user, and Jeremy shouted in disbelief, demanding to know how he was using Shooting Star so perfectly. Covering himself with his arms, he yelled through the pain, asking who had betrayed them and taught Raoul that sword technique as the strikes kept landing. Suddenly, he appeared under Jeremy and said he'd learned it from himself. Jeremy, still confused, tried to question him, but he drove the blade into Jeremy's side and pulled it free. Jeremy dropped to his knees. The system displayed a new reward. Randall sword skill, Shooting Star, Grade B Mastery, upgraded to Intermediate Level 1. The skill was now fully engraved into his deck. Another message told him to equip it in the skill deck slot if he wanted to use Shooting Star freely. He looked at Jeremy, knowing the fight was finished. Copycat was powerful, but it was difficult to use. It could only copy a single skill at a time, and he couldn't lose sight of his opponent once the ability started. Even blinking risked resetting the entire analysis, which was why he never looked away from Jeremy's attacks. And stealing a skill was only possible in a one-on-one battle. He opened his skill display. The system listed his default skill slots. 1. Ashton Vision Sword Skill, Bear Crush, Grade A+, Intermediate Level 2. 2. Psychokinesis, Grade S, Intermediate Level 2. 3. Mind Skill, Grade A, Intermediate Level 1. 4. Copycat, Grade S, beginner level 6. 5. Basic meditation, grade E, beginner level 8. He picked up the ticket, noting how the B-grade skillbook draw ticket felt especially satisfying. He wondered again if the tournament reward had really given him nothing but flunks, because even thinking about it now felt absurd. Setting the ticket down on the table, he said he didn't need anything incredible, but at least this time it should be something mid-tier. Then he snapped the ticket in half, hoping it wouldn't end up being another flunk. A bright light burst out of it, and he froze for a moment when the system confirmed the reward. Rivera's spearmanship, grade B. He shouted in excitement. Spearmanship was something he needed for his next destination, the capital, and he told himself his luck was still sticking with him. Then he remembered there was one more important task he had to finish in Mira, something that would require a full month of work. He promised himself he would see it through. A week later, he was deep in the forest, driving his sword forward and striking the ogre in front of him. The system window appeared as he wiped off his sweat, showing that he had leveled up to level 51. It also showed that he had reached the required level for a promotion and needed to choose a possible advancement. The system confirmed his current jobs: sword user and beginner psychokinetic. His proficiency in job-related skills: Ashton family hereditary swordsmanship, Randall swordsmanship, and psychokinetics had all risen to mid-level as well. He had met every requirement. His job changed from sword user to sword expert, and his beginner psychokinetic job advanced to intermediate psychokinetic. Philip said it was amazing, and Jake added that it was incredible for someone to become a sword expert at just 15 years old. He lifted his hand, and the stones scattered on the ground rose into the air. Then he thrust his hand forward and yelled, "Go!" The stones shot ahead and slammed into the massive tree in front of them, blowing it apart instantly. Next, he drew his sword, dashed forward, and unleashed Bear Strike, smashing into the ground. The earth shattered, breaking apart in every direction. Looking at the ruined ground, he asked his men if the result was supposed to look like that. Philip told him it was exactly what he expected from their young master. Jake jokingly asked if he could handle things on his own now. Jake then suggested they take a break and relax, but Philip grabbed him by the ear and demanded to know what he meant by relaxing. Philip told him to think about how much sleep he needed if he planned on catching up to Raoul. Jake shouted that it was only a joke and let out a laugh, saying that since their young master had been working so hard, he was simply suggesting they could slow down a bit. Philip said Jake was all talk, making Jake laugh awkwardly. He then told Jake that, joke or not, he didn't plan on taking a break yet. Philip asked what he wanted to do next, and Jake suggested they contact the family because Count Melvin would be thrilled. He said he would inform his family himself later and told them to keep everything secret for now. They both agreed. He knew he had hunted enough monsters and gained plenty of levels. Meanwhile, Philip scolded Jake to watch his words, and Jake pouted, asking what that was supposed to mean. At the same time, he realized he had set all the bait, and now all he needed was for the prey to take it. He told them it was time to head back, and they both agreed. They walked off while he urged the dogs of the Empire to move faster in his thoughts. Meanwhile, in the busy streets of Mira, an alchemist named Nakia stretched her body and said that marked the end of her work for the day. She noticed how popular potions had become lately and wondered if it was because Ashton County had brought them in. She knew potion making required monster byproducts, and because monsters rarely appeared in the Cursed Forest, she hadn't been able to gather them easily before. Thanks to the people from Ashton County bringing her those materials, she could now make potions every day. They also stopped by the shop each morning, checking if anything had happened and asking if she needed anything. Stepping outside, she thought Raoul was a little unusual, though she appreciated him. She noted that Raoul was good-looking as well. She quickly tapped both her cheeks, telling herself to focus, reminding herself that Raoul was just 15 and 8 years younger than her, and on top of that, a noble. Her reaction drew a few strange looks from the people around her. A moment later, she reached her home, opened the door with a cheerful greeting, and called out to someone named Nikki, saying her sister had returned. No reply came. She looked around and called Nikki again, but something else caught her attention. A letter lay on the bed, pinned down by a knife. She picked it up and read it. The message told her that her younger sister had been taken and that if she wanted to save her, she must keep quiet and wait for further instructions. She cried out in worry, repeating, "No," and rushed outside immediately, knowing Nikki's life would be in danger if she wasted even a moment. She had heard the reports of kidnappings the city government claimed to be looking into, but she never imagined the rumors were real. She didn't know where to go now that she couldn't rely on the authorities. She realized the kidnappers could be watching her, and the guards wouldn't bother leaving the city even if she reported it. Asking the mercenaries at the Adventurer Guild would take too long, leaving her unsure of what to do next. Then she remembered Raoul telling her that if she was ever in trouble, she should come find him. It was the only path she had left, so she ran as fast as she could, determined to reach him. Meanwhile, in an apartment, the system notified him that Nakia was heading his way. He figured the moment had arrived. He ordered everyone to take their positions, keep their eyes on their targets, and report any changes. His men answered immediately. He opened his access to the Connect community and clicked into the cafe link. It was the premium, members-only information cafe he had run in his previous life. As a star player, he had gathered information from fans and informants until the cafe became a vast library of hidden knowledge in Connect. Seeing that it still existed felt like a major win. He knew he could rely on it instead of depending solely on memories that might fail him. He searched for information on the Free City Mirror, and the system showed him the result, a quest starting point at South Mirror NPC. He was sure he had reviewed every quest available to him. All he could do now was hope the plan moved smoothly. One of his men reported Nakia's arrival, making him wonder if he could change her fate. He quietly instructed his men to treat her politely. He knew who she would become, Nakia, the infamous alchemist, the blood-hungry witch, the taboo destroyer, feared everywhere. She would eventually conduct human experiments in her quest for revenge against the Empire, with the Empire as her primary target, though many innocent people would be caught in the aftermath. But right now, she wasn't that figure. She was simply a desperate girl coming to him for help. He placed his hand on her shoulder, told her to stay calm, and assured her that Nikki would be fine. He promised to help, so she needed to explain what had happened. Nakia told him that her sister had been kidnapped, explaining that Nikki should have been home 2 hours earlier since the neighbor had been watching her. She begged him to find Nikki, saying the child was just a poor girl and it was all her fault. He told her not to worry and swore they would find Nikki, adding that he believed he already knew where she was. His words left her shocked, and she begged him again to save Nikki. He assured her he would contact her the moment Nikki was found, telling her to stay there and that Bernard would assist her. Bernard politely told her to call on him if she needed anything, adding that she had made the right choice because their young master always kept his word. They headed out, and Philip reported that he was tracking the situation and had received permission to act from Mayor Ronaldo. He responded that it was good. The system displayed the raid quest, Free City Mirror, Grade D. The main objective was to defeat unknown rogues, with additional objectives to rescue hostages and raid the hideouts in the forest. The quest description explained that an unidentified rogue group had been active in the forest around Mayor City, and Mayor Ronaldo had requested a raid to stop the kidnappings and the interference with trade. The rewards included a large amount of experience points, coins, recognition from the mayor, and unknown items. He asked Philip if he had given Ronaldo the list of rogues, and Philip said Ronaldo had mentioned he would reward them later and seemed surprised by how much information they had provided. He had used his informants and the cafe's data to compile the list of rogues hidden within the city. He knew he had already spent many resources, but he made sure there were no gaps in their plan. Then he instructed his men to proceed, and Jake eagerly agreed. They moved ahead, unaware that 2 people were hidden in the bushes, watching them. Meanwhile, in the forest, someone was walking, drawing the attention of Pierce, the Ashton County Golden Bear Knights, Raoul's Guard Knights, and the rest of the Bear Knights. Pierce believed he had found the trail based on the marks on the ground and decided it was time to begin the operation. He jumped high, landed on a tree branch, and prepared to use the new skill he had learned. Activating his detection ability, he began scanning the forest. He was startled to see several men hiding nearby, armed with bows and arrows. He also noticed phantom magic circles and barriers, remembering Raoul's warning and realizing he needed to report it immediately. Raoul's message appeared, saying they would arrive in 5 minutes, which made him think back to what had happened 5 months earlier. He remembered that Raoul was the youngest son, known among many for being weak and lacking talent compared to his brothers. At first, many servants and knights had been hesitant to travel with him, and when Raoul looked for volunteers, no one stepped forward. But Raoul had gone to the knights' training grounds and spoken to them directly. During their conversation, Raoul had told Pierce that he could help him break past his limits, something spies had quietly wished for. He recalled Raoul holding his sword and immediately pointing out the problems in his technique. Back then, he wondered how someone like Raoul could possibly teach him anything. Even so, he decided to give it a chance. When he tried the corrected movements, he was surprised at how much smoother everything felt. He remembered Raoul advising him to learn Bear Crush, but explaining that Pierce's strength came from agility, not brute force. Raoul also recommended sharpening his bow skills, saying he had heard Pierce was a skilled marksman. Very few people knew about his bow ability, yet Raoul had seen right through him. That made him wonder if Raoul really was someone who could help him grow. In the end, that was why he chose to follow Raoul, convinced it was the best choice he had ever made. He figured that those who had rejected Raoul's request were probably regretting it now. He didn't know why Raoul had been hiding his power, but with the skill books Raoul provided, he reached the high expert stage and could train his other abilities. None of it would have been possible without Raoul's guidance. Today, he thought, might finally be the day Raoul revealed his true strength. He noticed someone approaching. He quickly dropped from a tree branch and bowed along with the other knights, announcing that he had arrived. Looking forward, the system displayed information, an unknown rogue hideout of unknown size. The status window showed a 3-circle or higher magic circle that distorted vision and another 3-circle magic that disrupted anyone attempting to approach. He had to choose between destroying the magic circle or finding a way inside to gather more information. He noted that rogue hideouts always looked the same, no matter which city they were in, and that spies from the Cronin Empire were hiding in Mira. Most Connect players receive quests from beginner cities like Mira, usually involving hunting monsters or defeating rogues. But among those rogues were unusual ones. A slave trader kidnapping people inside the city, mercenaries try to rise in status, and the most dangerous of all, the Cronin Empire spies, the Imperial Hounds. They hunted players and blackmailed them to stop them from joining forces. They were important in the late game, and he couldn't afford to leave them alone. He called Pierce, who immediately drew his bow and fired, shooting down the men concealed behind the magic circle. They stepped into the barrier, and he saw that no one was stationed near the entrance. He considered using a dispel scroll from his shop purchase, but paused when he saw the mana flow. He wondered whether he could handle it himself. Putting the scroll back into his jacket, he chose to infuse mana into his weapon instead. He grabbed a dagger from his inventory and hurled it at the mana flow. Cracks spread slowly from the impact, and then he stabbed the magic circle on the ground, breaking it completely. He thought it was great. He could save money instead of relying on scrolls. Pierce wasn't surprised and said this was exactly what he expected from their young master. He then called a man named Jackson, instructing him to follow the plan and lure the enemies just as they discussed. Jackson said he would wait for the signal, and Pierce agreed. Pierce dropped from the tree branch and joined them, feeling confident with elite knights at his side. He told himself that they should hunt every last one of them. Soon, they reached a massive door. He told everyone they did not need captives and that they would eliminate all the enemies. He reminded them to use the rapier for the final strike. Jake said he didn't understand why they needed to use a stick, but he would follow orders, even if it didn't seem like a situation requiring that kind of weapon. He ordered Pierce to stay back and watch for them, locate where the kidnapped people were being held, and prioritize rescuing Nakia's younger sister, Nikki. Pierce said he understood. He then called Philip, who nodded. He activated his psychokinesis and told the group they were going inside as he pushed open the massive door ahead of them. They continued walking inside while Pierce watched their backs. They moved through the tunnel until the hideout came into view. He glanced at Pierce, and Pierce understood immediately, fading away into the shadows. The system notified him that Pierce had successfully infiltrated the enemy base, making him think that it was time to begin the hunt. He looked upward and saw the high cave ceiling and the wooden fences scattered throughout the area. The rogues inside were around levels 30 to 31, not much different from regular thieves. Since he had already checked the base layout, it was time to give out orders. He raised his hand to Jake and Philip, signaling instructions. He ordered Jake to take the left side, Philip to go straight ahead, and he would handle the right. When he closed his fist, they all rushed toward their assigned directions. He sprinted up the stairs, then leaped forward. The men at the top turned, confused about who he was. Before they could react, he appeared above them and threw his knives directly at their heads. Landing on the stair railing, he quickly reached behind him, grabbed his bow, aimed at another man, and fired, finishing him off. Philip was busy slashing the enemies in the center, while Jake was doing the same on the left side. Someone from above spotted them and shouted that intruders had arrived. That man ordered the guards to protect the fences and ordered them to kill the attackers. More enemies rushed in as he fired arrows at them. Their numbers increased, and they started blocking his shots. One rogue yelled to his companion to aim at him, and shoot him down. Arrows flew toward him, but he used psychokinesis to stop them midair. One rogue panicked, asking if he had somehow bounced the arrows away, and told his companion to call for backup downstairs. Raoul started running up the stairs to swarm him. One shouted that arrows wouldn't work, so they should jump on him and attack directly. He put his bow back on his back, deciding it was time to use something else. He grabbed the daggers strapped to his chest and held them together in his hands. A rogue charged at him, ready to strike, but he pushed the man away with ease, sending him crashing into another rogue and surprising everyone nearby. Then he used psychokinesis to lift the fallen arrows off the ground. They rose slowly at his sides as he lifted himself into the air, holding the daggers while the arrows floated around him. One of the rogues shouted that it looked like magic and insisted it shouldn't be possible. He set the arrows around himself, aligning every one of them toward the rogues below. With a single motion, he released them together, the shots landing across the group. He watched their movements slow as he reached into his inventory, noting that the force still wasn't strong enough. He needed more power behind each shot to break through their armor. He pushed off the stair railing and dropped down, appearing above the man attempting to escape. He drove his rapier into him, all while wondering where the remaining rogues had gone. Turning back, he spotted Philip and Jake cutting through the rest, their attacks echoing as the rogues yelled for their companions to flee, shouting that monsters were there. One man called for help when he saw Jake holding the rapier, but Jake swung it anyway, striking him down. The sight made him pause, realizing Jake was acting out again, showing clearly that he didn't want to use that weapon. Jake didn't need to waste mana on unnecessary movements. Ashton had reminded him several times not to do that, warning him not to leave signs of swordsmanship, but he didn't consider it a major concern right now. Then he sensed someone preparing to strike from behind Jake, unaware that Pierce was concealed nearby. Pierce released an arrow at the exact moment the attacker lunged, dropping the man before he reached Jake. With that, he figured they were nearly finished dealing with the small fry. A few minutes passed before Pierce spoke up, apologizing as he reported that they had searched the entire prison, but still couldn't find Nikki. He placed a hand on Pierce's shoulder, telling him it was fine, then asked if he had already spoken to the captured villagers. Pierce replied that he had, and that they had handed out clothes and food while instructing the villagers to stay in one spot until everything was over. Jake then asked if he thought more enemies were around, and if these people were really just thieves. He answered that they were thieves, but asked Jake in return if the whole situation didn't seem strange. Jake questioned what he meant. He explained, first, Nikki, the one kidnapped, wasn't there. Second, there were plenty of rogues, but not a single one stood out. Third, a magic circle was placed at the entrance, and yet none of them had seen a wizard. They all shook their heads when he asked. So he concluded that the important individuals and the real captives weren't here. Jake agreed, but pointed out that without finding the actual location, their effort meant nothing, then asked Pierce if he thought the same. Pierce answered that he had checked spots that looked suspicious, but couldn't detect anything with his current abilities, and that there might be a high-level magic circle or system at work. He then told Pierce proudly that he had only joined their guild less than a month ago, yet his progress was impressive, and soon no one would be able to deceive his eyes. Pierce thanked him in return. He gave a quick smile and told them to follow him, saying he had a good idea where the enemies were hiding. He headed out, and they moved behind him as he instructed them to check the hut and report immediately if they spotted anything unusual. They answered with a simple agreement. A short while later, he pushed open the room door. Philip informed him they hadn't found anything strange, but he only asked if this was the fourth hut. He drew the rapier from his inventory and told the group to prepare, saying the real task was starting now. He kicked the table aside, raised the rapier with both hands, and drove it hard into the floor. The wooden boards burst apart, revealing a hidden door beneath. Using psychokinesis, he pulled the door open and saw a staircase descending into a basement. Before they could proceed, he heard movement under the ground. He warned them that something was coming. A massive monster's hand suddenly burst from below, reaching for Jake. Jake quickly backed away and demanded to know what it was, dodging just before the creature could grab him. Huge monsters climbed out of the hole, their growls echoing through the room. More of them moved up the steps as Philip warned everyone not to spread out, explaining that fighting would become more difficult if they separated. One monster lunged forward, but he rushed to meet it, driving the rapier into it with full force. The creature staggered back, reacting to the strike. Philip called out that these were Imperial demon cavalry and that their weak points differed from humans, so they should target the head. Jake attacked one of the demon cavalry from behind, asking why they were even there. Meanwhile, he jumped toward another demon cavalry, deciding he needed to observe its traits first. He thrust his rapier into the creature's neck, sending it crashing to the ground and forcing out a harsh cry. The system displayed information, revealing it to be an incomplete Imperial Demon Cavalry, level 41, Type 1 Crane, classified under Imperial Demon Cavalry. It matched exactly what he had suspected, and he remembered the trouble these enemies had caused him before. His thoughts drifted briefly to his past life, recalling how he raided the Empire's hideout in the starting city 6 months into his gameplay. That mission had come from the mayor right when the top players were nearing graduation from the starting zone. Dozens of top players who had already completed their second job advancement formed a strike force, joining hundreds from alliance guilds to seize the fortress together. When the real Imperial Demon Cavalry finally revealed themselves, the players didn't even stand a chance. Almost everyone was flattened on the spot, and even the rankers, him included, barely managed to escape with their lives. After that disaster, no one dared approach the Empire's hideout for half a year. Back then, the cavalry had shown up in full force. Their average level hovered around 50, and for players who had just clawed their way to level 50, going up against them was practically suicide. But now things were different. The cavalry was incomplete, their stats were lower, and he had a squad of elite knights behind him, fighters well above level 80. Even better, he could clearly see every one of the cavalry's vital points scattered across their bodies. With that advantage, he sprinted toward the charging demon rider, leapt upward, and drove his weapon through each weak spot in one clean rush. That alone was enough. Moments later, the Imperial Demon Cavalry lay defeated. Jake kicked the fallen demon in frustration, while Philip questioned why Imperial forces were wandering somewhere practically in the kingdom's front yard, and more importantly, what they were supposed to do next. He answered without hesitation. They were going in. They were past the point of turning back. Pierce suggested calling for reinforcements, but he refused. Every minute wasted put the captives at greater risk. They had to move before the enemy contacted anyone outside. Suddenly, Philip and Jake stepped ahead of him with their shields raised. They told him to stay behind them and focus on searching with Pierce while they handled the fighting. He thought it was a bit unfortunate, but he knew this wasn't the moment to get greedy. He would still get his share of the experience, even if someone else landed the killing blows. After everything he'd done so far, letting others carry him for once didn't sound bad at all. Philip and Jake descended first, and he couldn't help feeling relieved to have subordinates this dependable. He followed right behind, and as Jake pushed open the door, he commented that they should have drowned the enemies in boiling stool water for what they'd done. Inside, the floor was littered with bodies. Rows of large and small tubes held murky green liquid with monster parts and pieces of demon cavalry floating inside. Pierce remarked that the Empire had no fear at all, doing chimera experiments on foreign soil, as if it were nothing. The cavalry they had just fought must have been crafted from the kidnapped citizens, though he hadn't expected the Empire to go this far. He took in the scene, remembering how many times he'd seen similar sights in his previous life. Even so, it still sent a chill through him. When he first reincarnated, he had briefly considered joining the Empire since they would dominate the entire continent within 10 years. But their emperor was a lunatic, and serving him would have been like tossing yourself into a furnace with an explosive strapped to your chest. Rumors about the emperor were wild and countless, but there was one thing he knew for certain. The emperor never treated humans as people. Anyone without royal blood was sorted into ranks based on usefulness and forced into labor until they broke. Once they were no longer of value, they became test material or food for the Imperial Demon Cavalry. Even citizens of higher status weren't safe. One offense, one misstep, and they were executed. He remembered a general who had once spoken against the emperor's rule. While the man was talking with the king, a mark on his shoulder lit up, spread across his body, and he blew apart on the spot. The memory stuck with him as clearly as if he'd witnessed it firsthand. There was no way he would cling to someone like that to survive, nor could he accept watching innocent people turned into experiments. Philip suddenly called out to him, telling him to look below. When he did, he saw magicians forming a spell while a knight pushed them to activate it, so they could secure an escape route. Pierce checked the area with his skills. For knights, 3 wizards, and 10 Imperial Demon Cavalry. The wizards were focusing on a magic circle near the cave entrance. Philip quickly assigned roles. He'd handle the knights himself, Piers would take the wizards, Jake would intercept the cavalry, and he was to support all of them. Jake complained, wanting to clean up from behind instead. But the moment Philip shot him a sharp look, Jake turned away. Pierce didn't waste time. His arrow flew toward a wizard, and someone shouted that intruders had arrived. As the enemies reacted, they all leaped down into the fight. He aimed at another wizard. Fifth circle casters. They had to be taken out first. Ordinary arrows couldn't break a barrier spell, so he pushed some psychokinesis into the arrow's path. Once the energy was gathered, he released it, followed with another shot, and shattered the barrier completely. A wizard dropped instantly. At least the teleport escape plan had been stopped. The knights saw the magic circle break. Their leader announced that their exit was gone and told his men to release the seal and wipe them out. The others answered immediately, then unleashed the seal while shouting their loyalty to the Emperor. The sight caught him off guard. Before he could process it, Philip charged ahead. What shocked him even more was that Philip, an expert high-class knight above level 90, struggled to hold him back. He triggered his detection skill, and the leader's information appeared. The knight was McDowell, level 71, a Cain sword expert of the middle class, part of the Cronin Empire, serving as an Imperial Hound and the branch manager of the Mirror Division. His potential was Class B, Strength, 75 plus 5, Agility, 71 plus 5, Stamina, 73 plus 5, Intelligence, 55 plus 10, Mentality, 68 plus 5, Magic, 68 plus 7, Sensory, 73 plus 5. His special traits were blind loyalty at grade B and fear resistance at grade C. He noticed McDowell's stats were higher than expected and wondered if the red tattoos were the cause. Meanwhile, Jake was tangled with the demon cavalry and shouting, asking what was wrong with these guys and if they were all hopped up on something. Jake messaged him through the system chat, asking if he was supposed to fight with just a small stick and whether using swords would be easier. He responded that Philip and Pierce were handling themselves, but it did look like Jake was struggling. They had built the plan around confidence in everyone's roles, but it seemed things weren't going as smoothly as expected. Jake sliced lightly at the cavalry in front of him, then complained loudly, asking whether he had really said Jake was having a hard time. He clarified that he only said it because Pierce looked like he was struggling, making Pierce stare at Jake without a word. Jake, irritated, rushed the knights and yelled at them for causing all this trouble, declaring that they all deserved to fall. He took out his rapier, and he also drew his own weapon from his inventory, deciding it was time to step in. He struck one of the knights and hit a vital point instantly, cutting its arm clean off. Jake saw that and paused. Something about the way he identified weak spots so quickly felt strange. McDowell shouted that he hadn't expected his forces to be pushed back and demanded to know who they were. He noted that they were using rapiers, which suggested Randall Viscounty, but something about their swordsmanship didn't match. His instincts told him these weren't Randall fighters. Jake fired back, asking why a man with one foot in the grave needed that information, and told McDowell to stop talking if he was ready to continue. He called them the Empire's dogs. McDowell snapped, furious that Jake dared insult the Imperial Hounds. Then his attention shifted to the one standing at the center. McDowell's expression changed as he wondered if that person was the leader. A moment later, McDowell smiled, believing he had found a way out of their situation. He ordered his men to offer their lives for the Emperor's honor. In response, the knights twisted and transformed into demons. One of the transformed knights charged straight at them, and he recognized the technique instantly. It was the Black Sacrifice. Jake intercepted the blow with his shield, but the shield bent under the pressure, and Jake shouted that the thing was unbelievably strong. Black Sacrifice consumed the user's life force and mana to produce short bursts of overwhelming power. So if they were resorting to that, something was definitely underway. Jake called out to Raoul, urging him to stay alert. Raoul spotted McDowell sprinting toward them and realized the man was equipped with the Empire's K-type power armor. Its specs came to mind: 0.8 CP output, 2 hours of operation, powered by mana stones, and fitted with 3-circle defensive shielding. Philip darted forward to intercept McDowell, shouting that their target was heading straight for Raoul. Philip swung his blade, but the strike fizzled against a force field. McDowell ignored him completely and charged directly at Raoul. He drove a massive punch downward, announcing that this would end it. The impact shattered the ground, but then McDowell hesitated. Raoul had blocked the attack. McDowell demanded to know what he was using and questioned if Raoul had power armor as well. He examined it quickly, Shifting parts, maybe F-class, but his instincts warned that things would get dangerous if the shifting finished. McDowell threw his other fist forward, shouting for him to die. Raoul stared at the incoming blow, wondering what had just happened. He knew he should be able to dodge by activating the C-rank skill flash. But before he could move, the system stopped him. A notification showed that he had encountered hostile power armor, which triggered Reigniter's awakening. Light wrapped around his hand, forming armor along his arm. The system displayed its details, a unique trait of an unknown grade 10, mastery in sword expertise, and mid-class psychokinesis. He had met the minimum requirement, and Ragnator activated. But his mana wasn't enough for full deployment. So the system searched his remaining energy, found intermediate-grade psychokinesis, and reshaped the armor with it. Ragnator partially activated, leaving him stunned for a moment. The power armor around his arm held abilities he instantly recognized. A barrier capable of blocking all physical attacks weaker than a mana blade. Defensive functions strong enough to cancel out 3-circle magic, and a core that boosted both mana reserves and physical performance. Even with higher levels and plenty of combat experience, no one could overpower a fighter wearing power armor. That was the kind of advantage power armor provided. But it was equipment meant only for NPCs. Unless someone was a bonded villager, they couldn't use it. For players, power armor was nothing more than a dream they would never touch. For NPCs, it was their one way to stand against players, and now he was the one wearing it. McDowell kept hammering attacks at him, demanding to know why none of them worked. He slipped out of range, backed away, and slowly dispelled the armor. McDowell was exhausted. Using psychokinesis, he pulled his rapier from the ground, drew his sword with his other hand, and activated Shooting Star. McDowell cursed as he recognized the skill. He leapt forward and unleashed Shooting Star directly at the knight. McDowell swore again when the blow shattered his defensive field. Blood spilled from McDowell's mouth as the crystal embedded in his chest began to fracture. He muttered that even if this was his end, he wouldn't die alone. Then he forced out the last of his power, shouting his devotion to the Empire. The crystal burrowed into him, twisting his body as it fused with the armor. The transformation overtook him rapidly. The system then alerted Raoul that Ragnator had detected a forbidden fragment of power. He didn't know what that meant. Another message appeared. The seal was partially released because of an oath. Light burst from within him. The light wrapped around him, and the armor formed across his body piece by piece until it enclosed him completely. The system announced that Ragnator would reveal its true form for a short time. A shining armored foot stepped out of the glow, and he emerged fully clad in complete power armor. McDowell had also finished his transformation. The knight growled and lunged, but he only voiced his contempt, which sent McDowell into an even more frantic charge. McDowell threw a massive punch. He lifted one arm and blocked it. The impact made every fighter around them stop and stare. The collision erupted into a huge explosion, launching McDowell's men through the air. Jake and Philip struggled to brace themselves, but he held his position without budging, his attention fixed on McDowell. Cracks formed across McDowell's armor. The sight caught him off guard. He lifted his hand and used psychokinesis to raise McDowell into the air. His psychokinesis tightened around McDowell, drawing out a strained cry. He squeezed harder, telling McDowell to disappear, and the power armor shattered bit by bit until McDowell collapsed, motionless, as the regular effect faded away. He stood there, stunned that he had actually managed it and aware that he had barely made it in time. A sudden cough of blood escaped him, prompting Philip and Jake to rush over, asking if he was all right. He lifted his hand to signal that he was fine, thinking about the strange sensation he had just felt. It was nothing like the experiences he'd had as a player. It felt as if he had reached for something limitless. He knew the strength came from borrowed power this time, but he vowed that one day he would achieve that level on his own. Moments later, the damaged magic circle broke apart, revealing a pocket teleport device and a mana stone. He decided he would examine them later. Pierce reported that they had found Nikki and the other hostages, though some had already died. He told Pierce there was nothing left to be done for them, and to gather their belongings so they could be returned to their families. Pierce agreed and added that Nikki's condition was bad, so he urged him to hurry and leave. A few minutes later, as they headed toward the cave exit, Jake asked if they were really abandoning valuable items. He asked Jake if he intended to take them, and Jake answered immediately, saying the items were too useful and too valuable to just leave behind. He admitted that Jake had a point, McDowell's power armor could serve as evidence against Imperial spies. But he also knew how difficult it was to deal with the Imperial Hounds. They were a major threat to minor nobles, and many players had simply given up after running into them. For now, it was smarter to focus on strengthening his faction instead of provoking the Hounds. He assured Jake that everything was within the plan and told him not to worry about it, adding that Jake was the one who finished things anyway. Jake protested, saying that was only because he was told to stand back. He promised Jake a bonus for his work that day and told him to return and rest. Jake brightened immediately, confirming whether the bonus and vacation were real and reminding him he couldn't take them back. He walked off cheerfully, leaving him uncertain if Jake was foolish or sharp. He turned to Pierce and ordered a report. Pierce stated that they had successfully guided their opponents exactly as planned and had no issues to report. He glanced at Pierce with a small smile, deciding to watch their reactions later. He already knew it would be obvious, but he still wanted to see what kind of faces they'd make after falling for the setup. Elsewhere in the forest, someone asked how much farther they needed to go. Ramon snapped at their guide, demanding to know if they were even heading in the right direction. He was sure they had tracked Raul into this forest, yet they hadn't found a single trace of him. They were still recovering from the shrine incident and had lost money and swords because of Raul. Jeremy pointed out that they only lost because they couldn't use mana skills inside the city, even though they had brought 12 knights and Jeremy himself had power armor. Ramon looked up, saying this was their chance now that Raul was outside the city. The robe guide pointed ahead, saying the location was right there. They moved forward and stopped in front of cave. Kale hesitated, saying it looked dangerous, but figured they wouldn't know until they went inside. Ramon insisted they go in. After all, they came out of the city specifically to find Raul. Moments later, their mood flipped completely. A pile of gold lay before them. Ramon laughed and told his brothers that even if they hadn't found Raul, this was a great discovery. Jerry added that there were magic items, artifacts, and even bodies of wanted individuals, with the power armor being the biggest prize. Back in the city, the knights stationed at the gates spotted riders approaching and were surprised to see their young master returning. One knight thanked him for his efforts and reported that they had raided a hideout in the eastern forest and rescued the hostages. He commended their work and asked where the rest of the team was. The knight explained that they had arrived only after completing their own mission. These were his training knights and the first members of his guild. 6 of them had advanced to expert rank through training, while the rest were close to reaching that level. All of them could use mana and had learned Ashton County's sword techniques. He ordered them to gather supplies from the north and west hideouts. With more than 100 members now, he felt confident that ordinary criminals wouldn't stand a chance against them. Then he gave the command to move out, and the group answered in unison. They arrived at their destination, and the knight guarding the area stared in disbelief, asking if they were from Ashton County and why so many of them had come. Seeing the hostages being supported and carried, he turned to the knight on the ground and asked if he was the captain. The knight confirmed it. The captain explained that they had guided the civilians there as instructed, earning his approval. The civilians hurried forward, anxious and hopeful, asking if Raul had truly rescued the hostages and if they would finally reunite with their children. At the front, Nakia spotted Nikki and rushed toward them. Raul pointed out Nikki beside him, and Nakia thanked him again and again. He told her that Nikki's condition wasn't good and that she needed treatment at the mansion. He called out to Bernard, who reported that a priest was already waiting there. Raul looked at Nakia, thinking about how many lives he had saved, people who were originally meant to die, and how he had changed the future of an alchemist who had once been consumed by vengeance. He wondered if Nakia's path toward becoming a grand alchemist would shift now, and if the items and potions she would have created might no longer exist. Still, he needed her for the county's future, and everything had begun to change since the moment he returned to the past. While his thoughts lingered on Nakia, he straightened himself. He had no problem with history diverging. He had already decided not to hesitate in shaping someone's future. He was no longer someone who acted with soft intentions. Even today, he believed he could have saved more lives had he moved faster rather than focusing on quests and winning Nakia's attention. He had completed the quest overnight and protected the city, yet something still felt off. Then he noticed an elderly woman clutching a pair of gloves and crying out for a son who had never returned. These were people of the lowest rank, individuals who couldn't afford commissions. Some had never even been given a chance. He realized that everything he had done had been centered around leveling up and clearing quests. When he first reincarnated, he had planned to simply live in the present, but he had kept treating life like a game. Living by the system wasn't necessarily wrong, but he started to doubt whether following only the system's assigned quests was truly the right way forward. He realized he had been planning everything through the mindset of his former player's self, Do-Hyun. But he began to wonder if that perspective had been limiting him. If he couldn't find something unique that only Raoul, Ashton County's noble, could accomplish, something beyond what any player could do, he might end up repeating the same failures as before. Raoul turned to Philip and asked if he could see the discouraged people gathered nearby, then told him to gather their personal information and circumstances. Philip asked if he meant every single one of them, and Raoul confirmed it. Raoul instructed him to provide consolation money to anyone who had lost family or had family kidnapped, and to help them secure work. He regretted assigning more tasks to Philip, who had originally come to fight. Philip commented that this was unusual, saying Raoul normally only involved himself when it benefited him directly. Still, he assured Raoul that no one would refuse the request. Then Philip looked toward Jake, hinting that there might be one exception. Jake took offense and demanded to know why Philip was staring at him, insisting that he didn't mind doing something good. Jake then asked if Raoul was planning to give him some vacation time after handing out financial assistance. The civilians thanked Raoul as they left, wishing him a long life. Raoul patted his horse, noting that gaining the support of Myra citizens would be useful when dealing with other guilds. It was all part of strategy, but it also happened to please the public, a convenient 2-for-1. He thought it would be worthwhile to remain in the region a while longer to level up and gain real combat experience. They spoke with the civilians, unaware that a man stood behind them, quietly observing Raoul with a pleased expression. The next day, in Myra's main castle, Reinaldo thanked Raoul, admitting that Raoul had lifted many burdens from his shoulders. Raoul replied that Reinaldo would have resolved everything even without him. But Reinaldo disagreed, saying he hadn't been able to sleep after learning that Mira had been targeted by forces from the Empire. Without Raoul's report, they would have faced serious trouble. Raoul acknowledged the situation had caught him off guard as well, adding that it was surprising to find the Empire's agents operating inside Mira, which was firmly under the kingdom of Reuben's territory. It didn't take long to realize that from the look of their hideout, these people had been operating in secret for quite a while, raising demonic soldiers right under everyone's nose. Reinaldo admitted that disappearances had happened before, but because of the treaty, they couldn't move against them. The agreement stated that Mira wasn't allowed to keep an actual army, only city guards, and even those guards were restricted from using their full strength outside the city borders. Reinaldo continued, explaining that someone from Randall Viscounty had shown up just as he mentioned, claiming they had destroyed the spy's nest and loudly demanding compensation. If it weren't for his personal request, they would have been thrown out on the spot. He replied that he expected something like this, but, as he'd said earlier, the situation still mattered. Before he could continue, Reinaldo cut in, suggesting they could make it appear as though Randall Viscounty had handled the entire operation. Wouldn't that be convenient? Not only would the credit boost his reputation, but the royal court might reward him as well. He thanked Reinaldo for the idea, but told him to proceed exactly as he'd already instructed. Reinaldo sighed that he was being too cautious and far too serious for his age, yet promised he'd handle things properly. Raoul already knew that dealing with the Empire's hidden base would become Randall Brat's achievement on record, and it would be their burden to draw the Empire's attention afterward. Reinaldo then admitted he didn't know what to offer him as a reward, saying money didn't seem fitting. He asked what Raoul wanted, insisting he was ready to grant anything, which finally made Raoul feel like he was hearing something worthwhile. Raoul said he had a small request. He mentioned hearing about the study in Reinaldo's mansion, the one filled with rare books, and asked if he could take a look at them. Reinaldo agreed without hesitation, telling him to browse freely and even offering to let him take a book home. Still, Raoul felt that wouldn't quite satisfy him. So Reinaldo added that he'd open the secret treasury as well and let him pick one item as a gift. Raoul expressed his gratitude, noting that Reinaldo was, as expected, impressive. Reinaldo proudly said he knew how to give generously when the time called for it, though some still called him stingy. Raoul quietly wondered why Reinaldo was boasting when he was supposed to reward him anyway. A short while later, Raoul reached Reinaldo's library, and the butler informed him he'd step aside, urging Raoul to take his time exploring the collection. He wondered if this really was the place and reached for one of the books, thinking that even if they looked like ordinary texts, they might actually be a hidden collection of skill books. When he opened one, the system asked if he wanted to acquire the B-rank skill book Thunder Pierce. As he looked around the room, he couldn't believe it. Every single book in the library was a skill book, and just seeing them all in one place felt satisfying. He reminded himself that there was no promise he'd ever get another chance to come back, so he began carefully searching for the one he needed. Then he spotted a soft glow coming from a book on the top shelf. He knew he had to check it out. The system revealed that it was a study of ancient rituals, spells, and methods for mental cultivation. He pulled it out from the center, noticing how long its title was, and opened it. The system immediately identified it as the Corcus Meditation Art, Grade S. It was a meditation art made only for users with psychic abilities, offering a full 24-hour automatic meditation effect and allowing constant mental training. Its description said that ancient psychics used it to build spiritual power and cleanse the soul through nature communion and mental imagery space. There was also a popular belief that meditating near an oak tree boosted its efficiency. Finding a meditation method exclusive to S-level psychics thrilled him, and he was glad he could finally obtain it. He remembered that in his previous life, he had reached top rank early on using only AB rank meditation art. But eventually, he lost that position because his spiritual power capacity couldn't keep up. When he tried to search for a higher rank method later, the large guilds and high rankers had already sealed off all paths to skill books. Superpower-related skill books always had terrible drop rates, and even basic information about them was scarce. Eventually, though, details about the Corcus meditation art came out. According to a flame magician ranker from Japan, Sakata Shigehisa, each mayor in the starting cities had secretly kept one S-rank skill. The superpower skill he had just found had been hidden in Myra's library. He also remembered obtaining an S-rank skill book back in the starting city, Ignet, in his past life, though it had been for magicians and useless to him then. But this time things were different, and because the effects of meditation art stacked, he wouldn't run out of spiritual power now. Psychic abilities might not seem impressive in the early stages, but once the level rose, their power and versatility expanded rapidly, with enough spiritual power supporting them. Raising proficiency would become far easier. If he could reach the level he had achieved in his previous life before the Empire's full-scale war began, he would stand in a strong position. He looked forward to that moment. Later, in the underground area of Reynaldo's castle, he examined the moderate mana ring he had selected from the treasury and thought about how the items back in his hometown were far superior. He wondered if he should finally begin the personal reorganization he had been delaying. He knew he had cleared all 70 quests he collected in a single night and acquired several skill books below C rank along with rare grade items. He had also accumulated 50,000 player-only coins. Opening his status window, he saw that he was now level 55, with strength at 66, agility at 67, stamina at 65, intelligence at 58, willpower at 71, mana at 70, spiritual power at 72, and senses at 71. His unique traits were Skill Collector Grade 10, Developers Analyzing I Grade 10, Psychokinetic Master Grade S+, Royal Lineage Grade, and an Unknown Trait Grade 10. He noticed his physical stats had risen past 65 within 1 month, and both mana and spiritual power had crossed 70, showing that he had grown significantly. Superhumans, known as Sword Masters or high-tier psychokinetics, usually held stats at around 90. In his past life, he had reached 90 in willpower and senses. So he made a decision that in this life, he would push every stat to 90. And if a chance appeared, he would aim to become the first player to ever touch 100. It sounded ambitious, but he believed he had far more opportunities now. For example, his Ragnator power armor was currently Grade B. Its bound stats were partially opened, sealed with an output of 1.5 core power, a 5-minute operating time, and a self-charging mode. Its defensive techniques included 6 circles, a mid-tier mana blade, an attribute force field, and a 50% reduction in attribute effects. Its description stated that it was a replica of mythical power armor that had crossed time and space. Most of its functions were sealed, and several special features had changed form. The seal would only lift once certain conditions were met. It possessed 2 special abilities: Condemnation, which increased effects by 200% against the target of the oath, and Covert Satiation, which allowed it to absorb lower-grade power armor and imitate their functions. One of the 2 items that had followed him into his reincarnated life was his skill dex, unlocked through quests. He realized that he could also awaken his regular power armor this time. As for the skill dex, he had received a quest to unlock the next seal, which required him to finish 50 quests related to the proficiency of random slot skills. But when it came to the Ragnator, he had no idea how to advance. It was probably because its current output was still too difficult to manage. Then he noticed that a new unique trait had been unlocked, Developers Analyzing EX. Its effect allowed him to use the developer's vision and gather information linked to the system, while also helping him analyze the flow of special energies. This explained why he had been able to see NPC information and mana flow earlier. It had just been a guess, but he assumed he must have gained this trait when he subdued the Imperial Hounds' demonic energy. He knew he would understand it better once the quest tied to the trait appeared. Normally, it should have shown up around the time he left the starting city, but attacking the Imperial Hounds' hideout too early must have caused an error. He also understood that if he followed the same route as in his previous life, he would constantly clash with the Empire to obtain the black magic stone fragments. The scenario would force him into repeated interference. But right now, he was a player and a citizen of Connect, and whatever scenario he chose or whichever quest he completed would be his decision. He vowed that he would no longer move according to the developer's plan. If their ending didn't match what he wanted, he would take his own path, even if it meant breaking the scenario or the quest itself. The next day, he was in the study when someone knocked and asked if he was inside. Bernard came in and reported that Nikki had regained consciousness and that Nakia wanted to meet him. He told Bernard they should go see Nakia. Moments later, he asked Nakia about her sister's condition, and the maid announced his arrival. Nakia knelt before him, thanking him and expressing her gratitude for what he had done. He told her there was no need to dwell on it, and said she needed to stay steady for her sister. He then looked toward Nikki, considering whether he should check her state as well. Nikki thanked him for saving her, then turned her gaze aside, and Nakia explained that Nikki tended to be shy. He assured her that it was all right since Nikki was still young. When he studied Nikki more carefully, he noticed a strong, unusual movement deep within her eyes, which caught him off guard. He wondered what he had just seen and questioned whether the others truly hadn't noticed anything. Nikki and Nakia looked at him in confusion while he considered the possibility that his eyes were mistaken, but he decided he needed to check again using developer analysis. When he did, he was stunned by the unusual phenomenon revealed in Nikki's eyes. He had assumed Nikki was simply a child, yet the system displayed her status. Level 5, Class Unknown, Affiliation Free City Mira. Her talent was Unknown, and her potential talent was marked as SS. Her stats were Strength 5, Agility 3, Stamina 3, Intelligence 60 to 30, Willpower 65 to 25, Mana 62 to 61, and Senses 52 to 45. She possessed 3 unique traits, all listed as unknown. He couldn't believe that Nikki's potential was SS. He also noticed that her illness was suppressing her stats, and he wondered what would happen if he cured it and unlocked her actual abilities. He admitted to himself that he couldn't imagine how powerful she would become. Nakia, worried, asked him what was wrong, bringing his attention back. He told her it was nothing, though he knew he needed to investigate Nikki's condition further. A few days later, he was in the library reviewing documents, thinking that he had gathered everything necessary and that his matters in Mira were nearly complete. Things had gone smoothly. They had uncovered more rogues and slave traders and rescued 50 additional people. Mira had become the safest place, and the new guild house was finished, with some members already settled in. Many of the rescued civilians were eager to work with them, and several of them were skilled, giving him confidence in every direction. The only unresolved matter was Nakia. Bernard announced his entrance, and Nakia stepped in shyly. After they sat down, he asked her about Nikki's condition. Nakia said Nikki was doing much better thanks to the priest's efforts and expressed gratitude again. He acknowledged her words, but understood she wasn't being fully accurate. Nikki's state hadn't improved, and divine power couldn't cure what she suffered from. He explained that he had called her because there was something he wanted to discuss. She responded that she understood, and then asked if it was true that he planned to leave that day, saying she hadn't thanked him properly yet. He confirmed it, adding that he had stayed longer than intended and was now on a tight schedule. She told him to ask whatever he wished, saying she would help however she could, believing that there had to be a reason he had supported her and Nikki so much. Nakia truly wanted to be helpful, but every noble she had met before had been greedy and polite only on the surface. She feared Raoul might be the same and worried about disappointing him. He told her it wasn't what she imagined and handed her the documents, asking her to read them first. She accepted them with uncertainty, then froze once she saw what they contained. She accidentally let the papers slip from her hands when she reached the pardon letter stating that every sin from her past was forgiven and all charges against her were lifted. In disbelief, she asked if it was real and wanted to know how he had managed it. He answered that, fortunately, it was an issue that could be resolved with money. He knew the documents fully erased her past offenses, and though he had spent a significant amount to gain approval from the Alliance, he considered it nothing compared to her value. She thought about how she had endured 5 years of hardship caused by her mana restriction, something she believed she could never escape, and now Raoul had cleared it with ease. She felt foolish for ever comparing him to other nobles and for being narrow-minded. He asked if she could tell him how her mana had been restricted, but only if she was comfortable sharing. She explained that when she was young, she left her hometown. Her alchemy teacher recognized her skill and helped her enter the Alchemist Association. She quickly built a reputation as a talented young alchemist and even mastered 3-circle magic at age 13. But misfortune struck without warning. An outbreak spread through her hometown and her family died. Only Nikki was left when she returned. She tried bringing Nikki to the association to live with her, but the misfortune continued. When Nikki turned 6, she developed an incurable illness, which Nikia believed might have been caused by exposure to hazardous materials around her. She spent 2 years searching for a cure and reached the 5th circle at 18 during that time, but it meant nothing to her. With Nikki's life fading, she ran out of options and broke a taboo by using alchemy on a person, keeping Nikki alive with materials stolen from the association. Nikki couldn't remain awake without medicine. Eventually, Nikia was caught violating the taboo, expelled from the association, and placed under mana restraints. After wandering for a while, they settled in the city where they currently stayed. The area was safe, and the divine blessing there helped with Nikki's condition, but having restricted mana and a sick sister shaped how people viewed them. He told her she had endured more than enough and handed her a potion, telling her to drink it, explaining that it would free her. She was stunned. She slowly accepted the potion and drank it immediately. A strong force surged from her body. She closed her eyes, recognizing the sensation she had lost for 5 years, feeling the release she had been without for so long. He watched her and checked her updated status. Nikia was now level 68 with a class of Intermediate Alchemist, 5th Circle. Her affiliation was Free City Mira. Her potential talent grade was S. Her strength was 43, agility 48, stamina 55, intelligence 80, willpower 77, mana 78, and senses 81. Her unique traits were Master of Alchemy grade S, Precise Tuner grade A, Genius Absurdity grade A, and 1 unknown trait. She opened her eyes and finally understood what Raoul wanted from her. She knelt before him and declared that she, Nikia, would give him her loyalty. She wanted to see him save others the same way he saved her and Nikki. He reached out and patted her head, telling her he accepted her loyalty and would remember her words. Then he handed her another document. She asked what it was. He told her it was related to Nikki's illness, maniphilia, leaving her speechless. He explained that a great alchemist, no longer alive, had left those notes behind and that one missing part still required research. But she would be the one to complete it and create the final cure. It was his first command as her lord. She promised she would create the perfect cure even at the cost of her life, deciding at that moment that she would dedicate herself to Raoul from then on. After Nikia left, he stretched, thinking that speaking and acting like this still felt unfamiliar. But he knew he needed to get used to it, since this was the world he lived in and the people he met were citizens of Connect. Today has been a major achievement. The first member he gained through his own efforts was an alchemist destined to leave her name in history. He also knew she would complete the cure because the great alchemist who had once fought maniphilia was Nikia herself. He remembered that in the past, she had created the cure, but in the process, she had sacrificed many people. He thought it didn't matter anymore, since he was fortunate that the data on Nikia's cures still existed in Cafe Link. He had intentionally given her the incomplete version so she could develop through it, hoping that once she created the cure herself, she would no longer feel weighed down by Nikki's condition. And even if she couldn't finish it in time, he still had the remaining data he could hand over. He smiled, thinking that everything he planned to accomplish in Mira was complete. Now he needed to prepare for his next destination. His next stop was the capital of the Reuben Kingdom, known as the Tomb of Sword Metropolis Triumph, and he felt anticipation for what awaited him in the vast city. It was time to move. Days later, they stood at the gate, and Jake excitedly pointed out all the people gathered there. The capital definitely looked different. They had arrived in Triumph, the capital of the Reuben kingdom. He told his group that they didn't need to wait in line since they were from the county, so they could enter directly. They answered with enthusiasm and followed him inside. He had left most of their guild members in Mira and brought only the minimum number, thinking it would make things simpler. But he was surprised to find nothing waiting for them. There were no carriages or escorts, which made him wonder what had happened. He asked Bernard if he had sent word of their arrival, and Bernard said he was certain he had. Bernard added that there must have been a mistake and offered to go ahead to the mansion to bring people. He asked Bernard if he even knew the direction of the mansion and told him they should move together. Bernard then asked a passing woman if she knew where the Ashton County mansion was, but she said she had never heard of it. Bernard asked more people, and one man responded by asking if Ashton County was the warrior family and whether there was even an Ashton mansion in Triumph. He suggested they try the Noble District. At the gate of the Noble District, the patrol apologized, explaining that they had never heard of an Ashton County mansion there, so they could not grant entry. He hadn't expected his family to be well known, but he hadn't expected complete unfamiliarity either. Suddenly, Jake raised his voice at the patrol, shouting that soldiers were risking their lives fighting monsters in Ashton County, while these people didn't even know where Ashton was. He asked them how they could not know who was maintaining their peace. He understood that civilians not knowing his family was reasonable since Ashton County was distant and his father rarely visited the capital, but he questioned how no one seemed aware of the mansion's existence. He remembered hearing that there was a large mansion used for exchanges with nobles and royalty. Finding the situation troublesome, he asked Bernard if he could visit the office and locate the address. Bernard told him to leave it to him. Moments later, one of the patrolmen asked if he was sure the paper was correct because the address written on it belonged to Baron Gendar, surprising all of them. He asked the patrol if they were certain it was Baron Gendar and not Count Ashton. The patrol confirmed it and explained that Baron Gendar had lived there for more than 10 years, though they could still head there for now. He called Bernard, and Bernard reported that Baron Gendar was a 50-year-old man and a distant cousin. He also mentioned that the Baron handled foreign affairs. Raoul said he understood and told everyone they would visit the mansion themselves. A few minutes later, they arrived. The guard asked again who they were. Philip answered that they were with Raoul, the youngest son of Ashton County, and asked where the foreign affairs officer was. But the guard simply asked what Ashton County was and whether they had an invitation. Philip questioned what he meant by invitation, and the guard asked if they had come to a party without one. He pointed to the side, telling them to wait there until he returned. Raoul felt annoyed hearing that there was a party, and Jake trembled with anger. Jake jumped off his horse, grabbed a guard, and demanded to know what was happening. He asked whether they were seriously making the owner wait outside, and said he did not care who Baron Gendar was, ordering them to call the Baron out. The other guards shouted that there were intruders and blew whistles. But then, instead of fighting, they dropped their spears and ran away in fear, leaving Jake stunned. He asked what had just happened and whether they had really fled. Then he told the others they should head inside. But as they prepared to move, someone shouted for them to stop and asked who they were. Philip introduced himself as Philip of the Golden Bear Knights of Ashton County and asked where Baron Gendar was. The man questioned why intruders were searching for the Baron, but then paused, realizing something. He immediately apologized, explaining he had been informed they were coming but had not heard it earlier. He said he would notify the Baron right away and ordered the guards to escort them to the reception room, leaving them unsure of what was going on. After stepping into the mansion, he immediately realized the rumors were true. The place was massive. Even with a carriage, going around the entire estate would feel endless. What caught him off guard was the large building meant only for the Ashton County bloodline. From that direction, he heard music drifting through the air, and strangers wandered around the front yard as if it were normal. Jake stopped the guard and asked if something was going on today, since someone had mentioned a party. The guard explained that it was the birthday celebration of Baron Gendar's third son, Aaron. Parties happened so frequently there that the guard admitted even they sometimes lost track. Jake stared at him, stunned, then demanded again whose party it was, his voice rising. Before he got an answer, someone called out to Raoul, announcing his arrival. A man descended the stairs, asking if he was Raoul and commenting on how much he had grown. Raoul took one look at him and could tell the man had some strength, though Baron Gendar was only level 50 and nowhere near an expert. Moments like this made it clear why the other families dismissed Ashton and why his father had placed this Baron in charge of foreign affairs. Still, Raoul refused to accept it, especially when Baron Gendar acted superior. Raoul asked if the Baron even knew who he was. The Baron said Raul must have forgotten because it had been so long, claiming he was basically Raul's uncle and had been like a brother to Raul's father. Raul answered that he had never once heard that name mentioned as family. Baron Jinder laughed and called him sharp, saying the Ashen family tree was complicated, but Raul could simply call him uncle. Raul could tell the man thought he was easy to fool, but he silently vowed not to give him the chance. He turned to Bernard and asked him to clarify what connection this man supposedly had with him. Bernard, staring straight at the Baron, explained that Baron Jindar was Count Ashton's second cousin, which made the Baron Raoul's third cousin, currently in charge of foreign affairs in the capital. Baron Jinder suddenly yelled, demanding to know why Raoul was talking that way to an elder and questioning whether his father had taught him manners. Raoul replied by asking if he was really that relaxed around his father and wondered if he wasn't afraid of Ashton County at all. Then he asked Philip how many people were allowed to speak casually with him besides direct descendants. Philip answered that only the Count's younger brother, the Viscount, could. Raoul asked why that rule existed. Philip explained it was to show respect to Count Ashton and to keep the hierarchy clear. Raoul then said that once a Count's child came of age, they inherited the title of Viscount along with territory, just as he had received land with 10,000 residents. So he asked the Baron why he should be treated as inferior by a cousin he had never even met. The Baron admitted the mistake was his and said he had forgotten that Raoul was now an adult. He promised to show proper respect and asked if Raoul was satisfied. Raoul brushed it off with a casual whatever, already thinking that the Baron had plenty left to explain. He asked why the Baron hadn't bothered telling them what was happening here in the first place. The Baron insisted he had no idea what Raoul meant. Philip stepped in and questioned why no one had been sent to escort them after they had sent several messages announcing their arrival. The Baron claimed he had told someone to arrange a carriage, saying there must have been a mistake and that the number of guests today made things hectic. He apologized to Raoul, but Philip had one more question. Philip asked why the Baron was hosting his son's birthday party inside the main building. The Baron answered that such a large celebration was necessary to display their status and that it was part of foreign affairs, so they shouldn't concern themselves with it. With a mocking tone, he asked what the guard could possibly know about noble customs. Philip let out a quiet breath and decided to drop the argument since Raoul was present. At that moment, Piers handed Raoul a piece of paper, explaining that he had found the invitation lying in the yard. Raoul held it up to the Baron, pointing out that nothing on it connected the event to Ashton County. Only the Jindar family's names and symbols appeared. The Baron, suddenly uneasy, insisted it was simply an invitation and that it was officially tied to Ashen County. Then, more firmly, he repeated that it was just an invitation and that Raoul should stop pressing the issue because the matter was beyond his authority, even as the young master. He suggested that if Raoul wanted to argue, he should do it back home. Raoul asked if the Baron truly believed the party was appropriate. The Baron confidently said yes, explaining that it had always been tradition to use the party hall when the mansion wasn't occupied. Raoul reached into his coat, reminding himself that the Baron wasn't entirely wrong. Nobles often lent out mansions, but only with Count Ashton's direct approval. He then pulled out the documents and informed the Baron that, as the temporary acting count, he was ordering him to shut down the party within an hour and provide a full report of all expenses. The Baron erupted, shouting that the order was absurd and that Raoul had lost his mind. He argued that he couldn't send guests away and demanded to know who had given Raoul such authority. Raoul stated that the Baron had no intention of obeying and asked why he wasn't worried about his own family, since Raoul didn't see any guests worth protecting. He reminded the Baron that giving him an hour was an act of generosity and asked if he needed to go to the hall himself and address the guests directly. The Baron finally backed down and said he would end the party, but warned Raoul that he would regret it. Raoul slipped the documents back into his coat, thinking the worst that could come from this was his father scolding him a little. What bothered him more was figuring out where the Baron had gotten the confidence to act this boldly. And since there was still no solid proof behind the rumors of Ashton County's downfall, he wondered if he might find something useful here. Maybe he would even stumble on something valuable. Soon after, irritation hit him. The place they had brought him to wasn't the main building at all. It was one of the mansion's annexes. The man guiding them explained that the Baron had arranged it because the main building was too crowded and wanted Raoul to have a quiet area. Raoul knew it was nonsense. He yanked his horse around and shouted that he didn't want to hear another word and was heading to the main building. His group agreed immediately and followed. When he reached the main building, he shoved the door open with force and demanded to know if they had lost their minds. His anger rose when he saw the Baron and the entire Baron's family comfortably inside. The three-story main building and the Count's office were meant only for the Count's direct family, and seeing them living there enraged him. He demanded to know how the Baron planned to justify this, and asked if it was now some kind of tradition for ministers to claim the Count's office for themselves. The Baron replied nervously, saying they were only borrowing it for a short time and that the Count barely visited once a year anyway, so leaving it unused would be a waste. Raoul drew his rapier and ordered the Baron to get out immediately. He gave a warning that if they didn't clear the mansion by the end of the day, he would personally deal with all of them, family or not. Then he announced that he was stripping the Baron of his position as Foreign Affairs Minister, leaving the Baron stunned. Raoul added that if the Baron had complaints, he could return tomorrow with documents proving he had fulfilled his duties correctly. The Baron stormed with anger, but ultimately left the building with his family in silence. Raoul watched them through the window, figuring they were finishing the cleanup. He reminded himself he still had to gather the materials he came for and worried that some of them might have been thrown away because of the mansion's condition. Luckily, everything was still intact. Looking around the office, he noticed that all documents related to the mansion's management and finances had been left untouched. He thought they must have been overly confident to assume nothing would change overnight. In his previous life, he had studied business administration and worked for a trading company, and Bernard was practically the top expert when it came to matters related to running a mansion. Philip came in to report that the Baron had left the mansion with his family. Raoul asked him again, wanting to be sure, and wondered if they really left without causing trouble. Philip said it was unexpected, but they had quietly gone with only the clothes they needed. Raoul told him to let it go and asked if it wasn't obvious what they were planning. He said they would come back eventually, so there was no reason for them to remove every last belonging. Philip asked if that was truly fine and suggested giving them time to sort things out properly. Raoul answered that it was better to cut out the rotten parts quickly, and the Baron was easier to deal with when he was acting arrogant. He also knew that once he secured a proper location in the capital, he would have to use this place as a base for the first guild unit. And since it was still his home, he couldn't allow random people stirring up trouble inside it. Pierce added that it seemed the Baron had some support behind him and wondered if anything unusual might happen. Raoul told them not to worry because whatever tricks the Baron tried to pull wouldn't matter, and that they needed more confidence in their own county. Jake suddenly grabbed Philip and Pierce, asking why they were acting so tense and telling them to stop speaking like everything was doomed. He suggested exploring the mansion and following the young master's orders. Raoul laughed and said Jake was right, adding that they might need to use force the next day, so they should all rest except Bernard. He dismissed the group. As Jake led Philip and Pierce away, he shot Raoul a playful wink from behind. Once they were alone, Raoul told Bernard that they both knew what needed to be found. Bernard answered that it was well within his area of expertise. Raoul reminded him that time was short and said they should begin immediately. The next morning, 2 daggers clashed sharply against each other. Raoul lifted 2 more daggers with psychokinesis and shouted for another round. He hurled it straight toward the pair floating in the air. But before the blades met, the daggers trembled and dropped to the ground near Bernard, who had been controlling them. Raoul told Bernard he had improved a lot and admitted he hadn't expected him to already handle 2 daggers at once. Bernard replied that he still had far to go. It had only been a month and a half since Bernard awakened his power with the skill book, and the progress was hard for Raoul to believe. Bernard was clearly not an ordinary talent. It wasn't easy for a wind-type mage to control a weapon with that level of precision. At the rate Bernard was improving, he would reach the intermediate stage in about 6 months and become a rare, multi-talented psychic. Raoul asked if they should move on to martial arts training next and reminded Bernard of what he had told him before. Relying on a single ability made it difficult to show real strength. It was far easier and more effective to build proficiency by combining different skills. He asked Bernard if he was ready to begin, and Bernard answered that he was. But before they started, Bernard sensed something and said it seemed they had a visitor. Raoul still couldn't match Bernard's long-distance sensing ability, so he told him they should go meet the guest properly. Bernard agreed and asked if he should bring what they had prepared the night before. Raoul told him to bring everything, saying Bernard deserved a reward for his work. Bernard grabbed his jacket, already expecting something unusual since their young master tended to make that expression whenever trouble was coming. He hoped the Baron wouldn't try anything reckless. Downstairs, Jake was stunned by the number of people gathered and asked Raoul if he had buried some kind of treasure, because he couldn't understand the crowd. Then he noticed that several of the escort knights carried impressive force, and soldiers were positioned outside the mansion as well. No matter how he looked at it, this was more than their group could deal with alone. He wondered if Raoul had a different plan in mind. Meanwhile, the Baron stood there wearing a proud smile, convinced everything was unfolding exactly as he wanted. He thought the young master had walked straight into his setup. With Melvin gone, he was sure his plan would be completed smoothly, securing a place for himself. Then he spotted the blood relatives of Ashton County who lived in the capital and assumed they had gathered because of the events from the previous night. In his mind, losing his minister position and being forced out of the mansion wasn't just his burden. Those relatives had also been enjoying banquets in the mansion's hall using county funds, and even the maintenance fees had been routed to them through him. There was no chance that people who lost such benefits overnight would stay quiet. Baron admitted to himself that hosting the party under his own name and using the office had been a mistake, but he was sure no one here knew that. In his mind, Raoul was nothing more than a noble pretending to understand politics, an ignorant child who didn't grasp the situation. He even spoke to Melvin in his thoughts, saying he didn't know why the Count had entrusted the seal to his young son, but since it had happened, he planned to make use of it. Raoul stepped forward with his knights, drawing the attention of the crowd. People whispered, wondering if that handsome young man was one of Ashton's direct relatives, if he was the one causing trouble for Baron Jenner, and whether the rumors were true about him winning the swordsmanship tournament. Raoul scanned the faces around him and said he hadn't expected to be standing before such a large group. Then he asked if they had all gathered because of the problems involving Baron Gendar. The Baron quickly shouted that they had, claiming the blood relatives were furious about Raoul's unreasonable behavior and had come here because of it. He told Raoul he could apologize to the elders and resolve things now. Raoul calmly replied that he would assume the Baron spoke on behalf of everyone present, as the Baron himself had already promised to sort out what was right and wrong. But the Baron cut him off, mockingly saying it was laughable to talk about right and wrong. He declared that the mansion had been managed in turns by the capital's blood relatives for decades, and that it wasn't some playground for a young brat from the main family who didn't know anything. Voices from the crowd rose in agreement, insisting that the Baron was correct and asking if the main family was treating them as lesser. They complained that Count Melvin had gone too far by giving authority to a child and even reducing subsidies when building additional mansions, making improvements insufficient. Raoul realized he had no time now to explain what Baron Jaden had done or why he had been dismissed. Those details weren't important at this exact moment. Just as he expected, the situation was already starting to get more tangled. Activating his enhanced sight, he scanned the area and identified 5 distinct groups forming within the crowd. First were the blood relatives of Ashton County, who had joined without thinking too deeply. Second were agents of the Imperial Hounds, the intelligence division of the Cronin Empire. Their presence didn't surprise him, since the Empire had been stirring conflict across the continent for years. But the third group made him pause. Knights from the Delmian family, one of the 5 great households of the Cretan Republic. Leading them was a man named Graham, 45 years old, level 88, and an advanced sword expert. Graham belonged to the Reuben kingdom, serving Baron Han of the Cretan Republic under the Delamian family. He was known as the Red Executive. His potential ability was A, with strength at 82, agility at 72, stamina at 84, intelligence at 62, willpower at 68, mana at 71, and senses at 76. His unique traits were less body grade A and melee specialist grade B. Raoul also noticed several mid-tier expert knights standing behind Graham. He still couldn't figure out why families far stronger than Ashton had gathered here, and the whole situation felt troublesome. Then there were members of Randall County as well. One of them was Raphael, 26 years old, level 61, a knight with beginner sword expert rank. He was from Randall County and carried the nickname of the 4th Young Master. His potential ability was B, with strength at 61, agility at 65, stamina at 58, intelligence at 61, willpower at 53, mana at 60, and senses at 55. His unique traits were Royal Lineage Grade B and Agile Grade C. Raoul wasn't sure about Raphael's skills, but he wondered why someone like him, a man whose very status acted as a weapon, would show up here. He suspected it might have to do with the incident in Mira, though Raphael wouldn't be able to act openly. And the last group was led by the traitor of the family, the one responsible for stirring up all this mess and the one who would rush forward the moment things went wrong. His name was Titus, 27 years old, level 65, a knight with intermediate sword expert rank. He was affiliated with the Reuben kingdom and the Jaden family of the Brennan Republic. Titus's potential ability was A, with strength at 70, agility at 64, stamina at 68, intelligence at 62, willpower at 65, mana at 63, and senses at 58. His unique traits were royal lineage grade A, straight-headed instinct grade A, and twisted fighting spirit grade B. Raoul knew Titus was his older cousin and the eldest son of Viscount Jaden, his uncle. His father, Count Melvin D. Ashton, had two brothers, the eldest, Jaden, and the youngest, Austin. Among the three, Melvin had been the most talented, but because of primogeniture, Jaden had originally been expected to become the next count. Jaden had always been arrogant and aggressive, hurting or killing anyone who irritated him. When Melvin achieved intermediate expert status and gained more support than Jaden, the balance changed. Feeling threatened and jealous, Jaden attempted to assassinate him. The attempt failed, and Jaden lost all his privileges. Time passed, and Melvin eventually became the count. Jaden still held the title of Viscount and controlled a large amount of land, but he could never accept losing the count's position to his younger brother. In the end, he sold his assets to a rival house, Marquis McNeil, and left the kingdom with his followers. All of that had happened 15 years ago, the year Raoul Ashton was born. So when Raoul saw Viscount Jaden's son among the crowd, he immediately understood where Baron Gendar stood. He also knew that the people gathered here hadn't lost anything during the incident 15 years ago. They didn't harbor any resentment toward Viscount Jaden. In fact, they likely believed they had a chance to push Ashton aside and seize the position for themselves. In his previous life, Ashton County had fractured into several factions and collapsed, so he guessed they thought they were making the right move. But that only applied if he wasn't there, and he intended to show them they had made a serious mistake. He signaled to Philip, who nodded, already understanding what Raoul had in mind. It was time to act. Philip struck his shield, creating a sharp echo that cut through the noise and forced everyone into silence. Raoul announced that he had heard enough, and that it was his turn to speak. He called Bernard and Pierce forward and instructed them to hand out the books they had prepared. The two moved down the room, distributing them to everyone. Confused, people stared at the covers, reading the title. A report on the management and financial operations of Count Ashton's estate, complete with evidence and investigation records detailing Baron Gendar's embezzlement and misappropriation. As they flipped through the pages, shock spread across the room. Even Baron froze, trembling with anger before slamming the book to the floor and shouting that it was fake. But the crowd murmured that the report looked far too detailed to dismiss, even if it was hard to accept. Baron furiously pointed out that Raoul had arrived only the day before, accusing him of claiming to have done all this in such a short time. Raoul simply smiled and asked if they should move on to something more direct. He pointed to a section stating that 200 trainees were receiving free lessons and asked Baron where those trainees were now. Baron claimed they had quit and disappeared with the equipment. Raoul asked if all 200 had run away and whether Baron was insisting they were all from outside the capital. He found it strange that Baron had selected every trainee from elsewhere when the purpose of the free lessons was to gain favor within the capital. Baron shouted back that they had all run and that choosing them had been his own decision. He responded calmly, telling Baron that the book included addresses, so the truth would come out once the investigation began. It was time to move to the next point. He said the report claimed the Baron had gifted 100 gold swords to various barons, but according to the investigation, every one of them received 10 cheap replicas instead. It also stated that the Baron had hired 100 C-rank mercenaries as mansion guards, yet all Raoul could see were 20 F-rank mercenaries. He pointed out the frequent parties hosted in the main building, the celebration for the Baron's son, the birthday feast for the Baron's wife, the Baron's hunting ceremony, and others, and questioned what any of that had to do with state expenses. He closed the book, still impressed that they had managed to list everything. He had stayed up late the previous night, sorting through the evidence. He remembered discovering that several documents were forged, which forced him to sneak into the Baron's residence. Using his analysis skills and Pierce's sharp eye, they located the real account book. Bernard leaned everything and compiled it into a proper report. Raoul used his document copying skill to produce multiple copies, ensuring that everyone here could now see exactly how much the Baron had stolen. He asked the crowd if they could clearly see that more than half of the estate funds had been embezzled, and if anyone disagreed with removing Baron Gendar from his position. No one replied. Then Baron suddenly clapped, shouting that it was impressive. He yelled that Raoul's tricks amazed him and demanded to know whether he had prepared this report over 1 or 2 years. Baron said Raoul was a sly person. Raoul sighed, wondering what the Baron was trying to pull next. Baron grabbed one of the books and asked the crowd if they didn't feel something was off. He shouted that he had never seen such a neatly assembled temporary report in his life. He explained that a formal investigation usually produced 2 or 3 pages, yet Raoul had compiled a 30-page book. Baron pointed at the crowd and told them that his nephew expected them to believe he had created all of that in 1 day. He insisted Raoul had prepared it ahead of time to remove him and suppress the families living in the capital. People began shouting that the Baron was right and that it was political maneuvering. They claimed Ashton was trying to cut his budget and would now refuse support for the other families if Baron Jendar were dismissed. Baron yelled that they would not allow it and called for Jackson. Jackson stepped forward holding a sheet of paper. He announced that it contained a list of their demands. If Raoul signed it and left, they would overlook today's disrespect. Raoul told Jake to check it, and Jake snatched the paper out of Jackson's hand. Jake started reading the document. The first point stated that the estate's ownership would be shifted to a shared title under Baron Jendar and the rest of the family. The second point explained that the estate's entire management, including stewardship, would be handled by the relatives living in the capital. The third point allowed the sword technique, once exclusive to the main bloodline, to be used freely by the branch family. Jake snapped at them, stunned, calling everyone out for losing their sense. While they wasted their earnings from hunting monsters on celebrations, he told them to deal with this mess on their own. Baron warned Jake that he had no authority to speak like that and demanded to know if those terms truly came from the main family. Jake crumpled the letter in his hand and told Baron that if that's how it was, he could simply walk away. He added that surrendering the house was out of the question and called the entire proposal absurd. Baron reached inside his coat, pulled out a dagger, and aimed it at Jake, demanding to know how he dared to speak to them that way. Pierce and Philip instantly drew their weapons, and the knights behind Baron unsheathed theirs as well. Both sides raised their blades across the room. He ordered Jake to stop, and Jake tossed the paper aside without hesitation. Baron couldn't believe Jake reacted so casually even after seeing the knife. But he understood Jake had pulled his weapon earlier only to pressure him. With those 3 standing there, Golden Bear's finest knights, Baron knew the odds weren't in his favor. Still, he declared that Jake had dishonored them, and unless Jake was punished and an apology was given, he would treat all of them the same. He added that an apology would prevent needless fighting. Instead of backing down, he smiled at Baron and said Jake hadn't said anything that needed retracting. He pressed his boot onto the paper and asked Baron why he kept pretending. He said he never expected those terms to be accepted, but he thought Baron would at least hesitate. Then he drew his sword, lifted it, and drove it into the stage, telling Baron that maybe he had overestimated him. He asked if Baron really believed he would sign the document while he opposed it, and urged Baron to say what he truly wanted. Baron recalled hearing that the youngest was the frail one with little talent, yet Raoul's strength caught him off guard. Even so, he vowed not to back down. Baron shouted that bluffing was useless and declared that no one would be allowed to leave unless that paper was signed. The knight shut the door, and Baron repeated with full confidence that the only way out was by signing. He told him to think it through. After a brief pause, he told Baron that what he was doing was no different from declaring war on the county. The nobles immediately shouted at Baron, saying this wasn't part of the plan and asking if he had lost his mind by pushing things toward a conflict with the country itself. Another noble stepped in, declaring that they wanted nothing to do with this and demanded to be allowed to leave. Baron called them fools and said it was already too late, insisting they were stuck in this together. Then he asked if they really believed Count Melvin would let them walk away without consequences. He cut them off and asked Baron if they were finished talking, then pressed him again for his next move because he wasn't signing anything. Baron barked back, saying he must not grasp the situation, and warned that with a single command he could send hundreds of knights and guards charging at them. He asked if Golden Bear honestly thought they could hold out. Baron allowed himself a small grin, convinced that the hidden trump card he prepared would overwhelm even Golden Bear. Raoul noticed several people standing by, simply watching, confirming that nothing stood in his way. He pointed his sword at Baron and asked, "So what?" Forcing Baron to question why Raoul was still so sure of himself when he believed an entire force of armed men could corner him. Baron glanced behind him, thinking about the secret weapon he hoped not to use, knowing that bringing it out meant there was no going back. He pulled out the badge, accepting that he had no choice, silently wishing Raul had been as weak as the rumors claimed. Holding it up for all to see, he shouted that Raul dared bring falsified papers and treat him with open disrespect in front of everyone, and he declared he was seeking justice. Baron hurled the badge toward him while calling out his full name, formally demanding proof of lineage. Whispers rippled through the room, noting that he had just issued a duel request that could only be invoked once in a lifetime. It was the sole method of challenging someone above you, and using it on his own nephew was an extreme move. He asked Baron if he was actually serious and why he should even accept it. Baron told him to view it as one last mercy, saying it was better than having his seal seized by force. Then he said that after this, he would have the privilege of stripping his nephew's seal in a legitimate duel. Baron demanded an answer, warning that refusal meant he would resort to force. Raul paused, and Baron assumed he already knew the outcome despite the confident act. Raul then asked for the conditions and added that he doubted Baron would be the one fighting. Baron explained the rules. 3 fighters from each side, each pair facing off one-on-one, and whichever team had the last person standing would win. Since this was proof of lineage, Raul would need to select 3 fighters from his own bloodline. Philip protested, shouting that Raul was the only one from Ashton's line, making it unfair. Baron replied that there were several others with shared lineage in the room, and if they believed Raul was in the right, they could join him. He said it wasn't his responsibility if no one stood beside Raul. Philip nearly charged at Baron, but Raul stopped him and asked Baron what the wager was. Raul said that if he lost, he would sign the paper. Then he asked what Baron was putting on the line. Baron claimed it didn't matter and asked whether Raul wanted anything from him. Raul replied that since the duel was supposed to be fair, the wager should be as well. He declared that if he won, he would claim all the family estates represented by the nobles who had signed the document. The nobles were stunned. Raul added that if Baron didn't accept, then there would be no duel, and asked for his answer. Baron tried to figure out what Raul was planning, knowing this would only push the other families to stand against him, though that outcome wasn't necessarily bad for Baron. And if Raul refused to sign, the estates were worthless anyway. Baron agreed and asked if Raul was officially accepting the duel. Philip insisted there were other ways to handle things. Raul knew Philip was right, but he had already chosen his path, especially after the system issued a quest. He wasn't backing out while the prompt hovered before him. A new quest called Proof of Lineage, ranked Grade C. The goal was to win the duel. The bonus goal required winning alone. The description said the capital families were acting unreasonably, and he should silence them through skill. The rewards were experience, coins, and an unknown bonus. Raul asked Philip if he thought he would lose. Philip said that wasn't the case, only that unexpected factors could appear. Raul messaged Philip through the system, telling him not to worry because if anything went wrong, Philip could break in. Philip replied that he guessed they were thinking the same thing. Raul understood that the duel was mostly for show and that the others likely wouldn't honor the result if they lost. Even so, he told Baron he accepted and asked who the judge would be. He also warned Baron not to become unreasonable after losing. Baron told him not to worry and said he had a special guest prepared. He called someone forward to act as the judge, and the man replied that he would do it. The nobles stared at him, unsure who he was, noticing he wasn't a guard. Baron introduced him as a man well known in the capital for both his swordsmanship and his reputation, Raphael D. Randall, 4th son of Randall Viscounty and a rising talent of the Reuben kingdom. The knights raised their swords at Raphael, while the nobles questioned why Randall's son was present, and Jake called Randall trash. Raphael laughed lightly, telling everyone to relax, explaining that he was only there because he had been invited and wanted to greet Raul. He added that he hadn't expected this kind of scene, or rather, this sort of disaster. Raul told Raphael he trusted him to judge fairly, and Raphael answered that he would. Raphael then called for the representatives to step into the center. Raul looked around and saw, just as he expected, that no one had joined his side. He figured it worked in his favor since he didn't have to choose between what he considered 2 piles of uselessness. Raphael announced the start of the first match and called forward Jin family's 3rd son, Aaron. Aaron believed Raul had ruined his group before, and he thought Raul was supposedly the weakest Ashton. Raul, however, looked like someone confident just because he won a small rural competition. Aaron swore he would make Raul kneel. Raphael signaled the start of the duel, and Aaron charged in instantly, swinging at Raul and declaring it over. Raul simply used his detection sight and countered. Raphael raised his hand and declared Raul the winner of the first round. Everyone was stunned that Aaron went down from a single move, asking what had even happened since none of them saw it. Baron trembled in frustration, calling Aaron an idiot for wasting their only chance to restore the family's pride. Raphael asked if they should proceed, and Raul nodded. Raphael repeated the question to confirm, and Raul again gave a nod. A man stepped forward and told Raphael he would take the next match. Raphael saw the man with long earrings and recognized him as Baron Kespi, a respectable swordsman in the capital, which made him look forward to the round. Kespi told Raul they should begin right away and attack the moment he finished speaking. Raul met the strike with his sword. Kespi lifted his blade with a slight tremble and said Raul's fundamentals were solid. They traded blows back and forth as Kespi noted Raul's sharp reactions and steady form, realizing how Aaron had been taken out instantly. Kespi lifted his sword with force, thinking that the move wasn't something he should use against someone 20 years younger, but the stakes didn't leave him a choice. He triggered his bear strike technique and told Raul to take it head-on. The impact created a loud blast, but Kespi froze when he saw Raul holding the attack back. Raul wondered why Kespi tried to use such an unrefined version of his family's sword techniques against him. Kespi had no idea that when two people use the same sword art, the one who trained in it properly always held the advantage, and he never imagined stopping a mana-coated strike would be that simple. Kespi said he couldn't believe the bear strike failed, wondering if it was because that technique came from Raul's own family line. Then Kespi lifted his sword again, asking what Raul would do about it, and began swinging repeatedly. Raul blocked every blow with ease. Noticing that Kespi had mixed in another sword style he must have picked up in the capital. At least it made his form slightly better. Then Raul heard nobles yelling that Raul wouldn't last, claiming he was just a kid with no real battlefield experience and that he was foolish to think family sword arts meant anything in the capital. Raul glanced at them, recognizing them as people who abandoned their duties out of insecurity and jealousy, leaving their hometowns behind so they could cling to life in the capital. Yet he knew there were relatives with other talents who also went to the capital for bigger goals. Those ones weren't present because, unlike these complainers, they had distanced themselves from the family line and built their own lives. Raul gripped his sword and struck Kespi. He told Kespi it was a shame. If Kespi had focused on mastering the family sword art instead of forcing together different styles, he might have broken his limits. Kespi snapped back, demanding what a kid like Raul could possibly understand, shouting that Raul had no right to give advice to someone who'd trained Bear Crush for 15 years, calling him arrogant. Kespi then unleashed the Tempest Wolf technique, and a massive wolf-shaped force formed and lunged at Raul. The nobles cheered, saying Kespi must have learned a master-level sword art during his time with the guard unit and that he would win this round. But right before the attack hit him, Raul stared down the wolf and cut it clean through, shocking Kespi. Raul sprinted forward and told him that what mattered wasn't the type of sword art someone learned, but how well they learned it. Kespi raised his sword to defend, calling Raul an idiot and asking if he really thought he could fight him with such a basic stance. Raul's blade neared Kespi's chest, but the last moment Raul dropped low with sudden speed and struck Kespi's leg. Kespi wondered what kind of stance that was, realizing Raul had changed direction in an instant. Kespi wondered what Raul was doing now and guessed it might be the fifth form of Bear Crush, the comb and pierce, as Raul moved in for another strike. Kespi swung back, but Raul blocked it, revealing the eighth form, the horizontal slash. Kespi stared, trying to predict what was coming next. Would it be the third form, twist and pierce, or the sixth form, vertical slash? Raul attacked again, and Kespi managed to block, but he was already falling behind. Raul shifted forms so quickly that Kespi couldn't read his next move. Even though Kespi caught the blade in time, he still felt the impact smash into his hand. He held on, wondering if linking sword forms at that speed was even possible. He knew sword arts were built from core sword forms. Horizontal cuts, vertical cuts, thrusts. Those forms created the foundation. Normally, fighters combined several techniques to keep opponents guessing. But Raul was chaining forms repeatedly in just moments, and each transition was so precise that Kespi couldn't predict anything. He wondered if this was simply the difference in talent. Raul struck again, hitting Kespi's hand cleanly. Kespi yelled as his grip gave out, and his sword clattered onto the floor. Raul aimed his blade at Kespi's neck and told him that even the basic chain of sword forms was more than enough here. Then he asked Kespi if he still thought the family sword arts were lacking. Kespi called him a monster and dropped to one knee, realizing quietly that with Raul's visual sharpness, reaction time, and judgment, the sword art itself hardly mattered. Then he fell forward, unable to continue. Raphael announced Raul as the winner. The nobles were stunned that Kespi lost and whispered to Baron that things were turning strange. They had all heard that Adrian hadn't trained properly in swordsmanship. Baron told them not to panic, insisting Raul was still just a young sword user, and reminded them to think about who the final contestant was. The nobles cheered at the reminder, saying that no matter how impressive Raul's family techniques were, that was their limit. Raphael called out the final fighter, thinking the whole event was entertaining since he got to watch the Ashton line tear itself apart. He didn't care who won, although he wouldn't mind seeing the kid lose. A voice announced that it was finally his turn, and Raphael looked over, wondering if it was Dave. Dave wasn't someone people remembered easily. He was Baron Gender's eldest son and a little older than Raphael. Raphael gave a small smile, thinking it didn't matter either way, and told Raul to keep struggling until the end. Then he announced the start of the third match. The ground cracked as the man stepped into the center, and Baron Dave, the Gendar family's third representative, entered the arena. Raul was surprised to see Dave, wondering who expected them to bring out someone like him. Dave called Raul a little kid and warned him he wouldn't say it twice. He should surrender while Dave was being generous. If he refused, Dave said he'd cut off his limbs with his sword. He added that if Raul intended to rely on those ridiculous sword arts, he should quit now. The nobles excitedly pointed out Dave's clear mana blade, saying this was exactly what they expected from an expert. Raul told him to stop with the pointless talk and get started. Dave leaped at him, saying he'd give Raul what he wanted, but not to blame him afterward. Dave swung first, but Raul sliced his blade clean in half. Raul jumped and sent an attack toward Dave, but Dave blocked and knocked him back, telling Raul he was good at making noise while attacking and asking why he didn't keep it up. Raul glanced at Dave's mana blade and wondered how much of Dave's strength came from the physical boost and how long the boost would last. He kept blocking Dave's strikes, waiting. Soon he noticed something he expected. The mana blade was slowly fading. Dave pulled his sword back to build force and asked if Raul planned to just block forever, catching Raul off guard. Raul stopped the next attack, but the impact still hurt, and he felt his own blade crack. He knew that when an intermediate mana sword met a true expert's blade, normal swords would break. But he also knew Dave's blade wasn't real. Now that he had confirmed it, Raul decided it was time to end things. He jumped, startling Dave, and moved to his side, calling him a fake expert and an Empire dog. Dave raised the sword and called Raul arrogant, swinging to counter. Raul struck forward, and Dave's sword shattered under the impact, pushing Dave back. Raul followed by driving his fist straight into Dave's face. Dave steadied himself to avoid falling, but Raul rushed him again, telling him to rest peacefully, and punched him a second time. Dave flew across the arena and crashed into the stairs, blood trailing from his nose as he attempted to call for the judge. Raphael stepped forward and declared Raul the winner, officially naming him the victor of the duel. He returned to the stage with his group and picked up his broken sword, saying it was a shame since he actually liked that one. Philip told him he did well, but Raul said it wasn't that difficult. He instructed Philip that once everything ended, he should arrest the man he just fought, because Dave seemed to carry the Empire's stigma on his body. Philip was startled but agreed. Raul added that Dave's movements looked strange to him as well. Pierce approached and said he had brought an extra sword. Raul took it and asked everyone what should happen next. Baron couldn't understand how things turned out like this. Dave might have bent the rules, but he was still a sword expert, so why was Dave the one lying unconscious instead of Raul? Baron shouted that Raul must have cheated, claiming the duel was canceled and didn't count. Baron looked around, realizing nothing was working and every plan was falling apart. Then he remembered the papers and thought he had to keep them because they were his only way to stay connected to Gendar or the Randall line. He ordered his men to seize the papers from Raul, shouting at them to move. He declared there was no turning back and commanded them to attack Raul. Raul smiled, having expected this, and told his knights to play along for now. Jake shouted excitedly that he had been waiting for this moment. Suddenly, someone yelled at the attackers not to approach Raul. Raul saw the people stepping forward and found it unexpected that the servants were standing on his side. A fight broke out. The nobles backing Baron clashed with the mansion servants supporting Raul. Raul knew he needed to figure out what was happening. Then the system window appeared, making him realize he had run into an unexpected opportunity. Baron called the servants worthless traitors and asked how they dared to turn on him, demanding to know if this was how they repaid his so-called kindness. One of the servants fired back, asking what kindness he was talking about when he was the one who had stolen the donations meant for them. They said they hated the county only because they didn't realize he had been the thief. If Raoul hadn't stepped in, they would have stayed trapped under Baron forever. Raoul recognized them as the ones Ascension County had recommended for the Royal Academy. They had done well in the coming-of-age tournament and received county scholarships. And because the academy dorms were closed during break, they were staying at the mansion. They were supposed to stay in a mansion during break, and their living costs were meant to be covered. But Baron Jindar took everything and even forced them to work as servants to avoid hiring staff. Jake said it was insane, shocked that Baron went that far just to steal. No wonder Baron had authority there. Raoul told Jake that in the end, the wrong person had been given power, and he doubted Baron started out this way. Jake asked what they should do, since someone would get hurt if the fight continued. Raoul told him not to worry because he would arrive soon, making Jake ask who he meant. Suddenly, the doors burst open, stunning everyone, and a massive man ordered the guard aside, demanding they recognize who he was. Baron asked his guards what was happening and who the intruder was. One guard reported that they had a problem, but before he could finish, he cried out as someone stepped on him. The huge man demanded to know who dared swing a sword inside Ascension County's mansion. People stared at the enormous figure, noticing his arm was as thick as an ordinary man's waist. They realized it had to be Dylan and asked why the next count had shown up. Dylan walked in with several top knights behind him. One of Baron's guards froze, and Dylan glared at him, then hurled the guard's heart against a window. Dylan ordered everyone to stay down and asked where the kid was, while people whispered in shock, saying Dylan was the strongest in the kingdom. Dylan spotted Raoul on the stage, stabbed his sword into the floor, and lifted Raoul up, calling him his youngest brother. Dylan held him high, asking how he was doing, whether anyone had bullied him, if he was eating and sleeping properly, and if he was hurt. Raoul told him he was getting dizzy and asked to be put down, so Dylan laughed and set him back on the ground. Dylan told him he had grown a lot these past 2 months, but said it still wasn't enough. If he were a man, he needed muscles like his. Raoul asked if Dylan actually traveled all the way from home like that. Dylan laughed and said of course he did. Clothes felt uncomfortable now, and he enjoyed showing off his body in the capital. Raoul was frustrated, thinking the heir to the county was wandering the capital shirtless. Dylan patted him on the head and told him that whatever happened, a man had to stay strong. If Raoul had a body like his, Dylan added, none of those clowns would have even tried drawing their swords at him. Dylan drew his sword and asked if it was time to finish things, demanding to know who dared to raise a blade inside Ascension Mansion. The knights at his side lifted their swords toward the nobles, forming a tight wall. Raoul understood that everything should be settled by now, yet he still wondered why Dylan had arrived with the vice captain and so many top-ranked knights. He counted roughly 25 intermediate sword users, more than enough to overwhelm the Baron's household. The Baron cursed inwardly, realizing that his attempt to shift the situation had collapsed. He also noticed Randall's fourth son, Raphael, trying to hide among the Brennan Republic knights he had secretly brought, only to find they had already turned their backs on him. Dylan began to walk slowly, saying they should check who else was here. His gaze shifted to the side, landing on Raphael. He ordered Raphael to greet his brother. Raphael stepped forward and greeted Dylan, saying it had been a long time. Dylan placed a hand on Raphael's shoulder, noting that he hadn't changed. Then he asked which son Raphael was, and Raphael answered, fourth. Dylan followed up by asking if he still teamed up with the third and sixth sons to bother younger kids. Raphael shouted back that he didn't and said it was all in the past. Dylan asked if Raphael was raising his voice at him, and Raphael quickly denied it. Dylan brushed off Raphael's shoulder and remarked that Raphael seemed to have enjoyed himself today, but staying any longer wouldn't end well for him. He reminded Raphael that this was now a family matter and said it was better for him to step aside. Then Dylan asked if Raphael truly wanted to remain or if he preferred to head home. Raphael replied that he had things to take care of, and Dylan allowed him to leave. Raphael walked off, clutching his sore shoulder, and Dylan called out, telling him to inform Randall's first son to visit him if he ever wanted a duel. After that, Dylan ordered everyone else to clear the area since it was a family issue. However, anyone who had drawn a weapon was told to stay behind because there were still things to discuss. Dylan then asked what they planned to do next and demanded that the Baron bring out the document he wanted signed. Hearing that, the Baron began shaking. Later that night, the Baron thanked Dylan for coming and asked if he thought his actions were a bit excessive. Dylan laughed and asked whether he truly believed that. The Baron pointed out that Dylan had brought the vice captain and many elite knights, so the turnout was quite large. He also asked how Dylan's wife and son were doing. Dylan laughed again and said that since the Baron had asked for help, he naturally had to bring the best people he had. He also told Dylan that he still felt everything was overboard, reminding him that he had reached out only late last night, so Dylan must have rushed to gather everyone and hurry to the capital. Dylan replied that he understood exactly why all of this happened and asked why he thought their father had handed him the stamp in the first place. Dylan said it became easier to handle the situation precisely because he arrived. He knew Dylan was right. If the heir hadn't shown up, things would have been far more complicated. Dylan had traveled through a portal to get there, and he guessed it must have cost around 3,000 gold to bring everyone through it. He forced himself to stop thinking about that amount. Then he asked Dylan what he planned to do with a group of nearly 30 people, and Dylan answered sharply that they would pay for what they had done, and he wasn't going to let any of them walk away from it. He reminded Dylan that they were still their father's brothers, and asked if Dylan thought their father would approve. Dylan answered with a smile, saying their father hadn't said anything against it, so this was the perfect moment to finish things. They had let those people off for years, and their funds had drained because of them. He could tell it was Dylan's plan from the beginning rather than their father's. The cafe link had mentioned that Dylan Ashton was skilled in politics and calculations, and seeing it now made him think that Dylan was unstoppable with both strategy and strength. Dylan lightly tapped his head and asked if he looked worried about the possibility of him killing them. Then Dylan told him not to worry because he was only planning to cut off their funds and added that he had done well today. He insisted he didn't do anything and only charged toward them because they were being troublesome. Suddenly, Dylan pulled him into a tight hug while loudly calling him adorable and asking how he could say he did nothing when he was the one who prepared the report and beat them in the duel. He told Dylan to save that for Libby instead since he was a grown adult now. Dylan shook him and said he wanted to, but his sister-in-law never let him near Libby. He wondered why, considering he was Libby's father, but he doubted Dylan would ever get the chance to handle Libby with those large hands anyway. Then he told Dylan he had something important to say and handed him a sheet of paper. He explained that it was the record of his and Baron Jinder's proof of lineage and asked what he should do with it. Dylan looked over the records and said that the houses of all 27 people who had requested his stamp now belonged to him, and he could manage them however he wanted. Then Dylan asked if he needed any help. Raoul reacted with surprise after hearing that, since he knew the item was easily worth around 100,000 gold, and he assumed the family would handle everything because it involved a family issue. Dylan explained that the reward was something Raoul earned through a proper duel, so it belonged to him alone. He added that Raoul didn't need to worry about him or anyone else in the family. After that, he reminded Raoul of what he always told him: a man should carry confidence. And, as Ashton's son, he had even more reason to walk with confidence because it suited him. Raoul took the paper and told Dylan he understood, promising he would work on being someone confident. Then Raoul mentioned he wanted to ask a favor and wondered if Dylan could manage the matter for him, but asked him to leave Baron Jinder's house untouched since he planned to make use of it. He also pointed out that the value of the paper shifted depending on who handled it, and selling everything would take a lot of effort. Dylan replied that he understood and that he would handle the entire task. He told Raoul nothing would be lost under his care and added that he would also teach him something as a bonus. He told Raoul to meet him at the field the next morning. When Raoul asked what the reward was supposed to be, Dylan stood up and flexed his muscles, saying he would teach him how to build muscles like his. He then asked Raoul if he was excited to learn, and Raoul said he absolutely was. Dylan said that of course he was excited, and that even their father and Lawrence were curious, but he would only teach Raoul. That made Raoul wonder if Dylan truly had some hidden method for muscle building, because he was curious as well. After that, he went through a brutal month of training with his brother and decided he would never train with Dylan again. When the academy admission day finally arrived, Bernard told him to travel safely and wished him good results on his placement test. Raoul waved goodbye to Bernard and said he would take it lightly because there was no reason to push too hard on a children's exam, and he'd return afterward. Dylan asked him if he truly planned to take it easy, and Raoul answered yes, asking Dylan if there was any need to try hard. Dylan told him he would head home once the admission process ended, and Raoul didn't need to think about him. Raoul felt puzzled because he expected Dylan to tell him to put in effort. He kept thinking there was no point in going all out on the exam when he only needed to finish the academy, since the academy was mainly an excuse to leave home, not his actual goal. Trying to blend in with the students would only tire him out. So he reminded himself to simply take it slow. Later, they reached the academy and saw crowds heading toward the entrance. Raoul told Dylan that the place was more packed than he expected, and he didn't think admission day would attract that many people. Dylan explained that this particular year was unusual, and all the people who had postponed their admission had shown up at once. Raoul wondered if something had happened since the cafe link didn't provide any updates about the academy. He had even checked the list of nobles expected to enroll that year, so something had to be going on. Still, he wasn't expecting anything significant from academy life, so he assumed it wouldn't matter much. But then he was taken aback when he noticed banners congratulating Gerald D., Reuben, the Templeton family's young Master Dalton, Caleb D., Randall, and even his own name for their admissions. He turned to Philip and questioned him, reminding him that he had said there would be no warrior family lineages this year, and yet there were so many names from notable lines, including the prince. Philip answered that nothing about this had been reported when they left Mira. Raoul let out a sigh, realizing he had missed all the news because he spent an entire month training with Dylan, and Bernard had been tied up with the housing situation. Then he spotted Dylan trying to hold back laughter, which made him ask his brother what exactly was happening and if he knew anything. Dylan simply winked at him and said he'd find out soon, telling him again to take his exams lightly before offering a cheerful congratulations for his admission. Raoul eyed him suspiciously, convinced something was off, but he chose to head inside anyway as they continued walking. He called out to Jake and Pierce, asking them to move around the area, gather information, and update him about the testing center. Both agreed. While Dylan walked out of the academy, Raoul muttered to himself that the whole thing was annoying and that there were supposed to be only simple matters to deal with. He also sensed the presence of several high-ranking nobles. He added that he didn't want to deal with kids his age, which made Philip ask what he meant, but Raoul told him not to worry because he was only speaking to himself. He pushed the thought aside since he could still follow through with his plans. Suddenly, someone called for everyone's attention, announcing that the admission ceremony would begin shortly. A man stepped forward and greeted the crowd, welcoming them to the Reuben Kingdom Academy. He said the staff would be introduced next. Raoul felt he could ignore this part since he had already researched the academy staff, so there's no need to focus. But then he froze when a figure appeared on stage, and the host announced that this man would serve as the academy's temporary vice president, as well as the head of the magic and administration department. The man then introduced himself as Alfredo Gray. He knew Gray was one of the 3 sages on the entire continent, an 8th circle arch wizard, which made him question why Alfredo Gray had shown up there at all. Gray greeted the crowd and introduced himself as Gray, the Academy's temporary vice president and a member of the respected and long-standing Reuben Kingdom Academy. Raoul knew that the 8th Circle Arch Wizard Gray, famous for unmatched illusion and vision magic, was also recognized for his alchemy work. That only made him wonder even more why Gray had come to the Academy. Gray was known for drifting from place to place and was often called the nomadic sage. Even the Grey Tower had to ask the Information Guild where their own master was traveling. This made Raoul question whether the person standing on stage was really the Academy's vice president. It didn't match anything he expected, since Gray was supposed to appear only after the alliances were formed. Gray then announced that the Academy would add vision magic training to the curriculum and that a demonstration would take place during the placement exam. After that, Spence D. Templeton, the Academy president, stepped forward and explained that, as Vice President Gray mentioned, the curriculum for the year had been changed and the placement exam materials had been updated to match. He instructed the students to pay attention to everything that had been shared. Raoul assumed the level was probably still similar to what he already expected, and he had planned to take it lightly anyway. Spence continued by telling everyone that one remarkable student would receive a special reward based on their placement exam performance, and he wished them good luck. While Raoul was thinking about that, the system suddenly appeared in front of him. He always assumed the test was only meant to divide students into classes and had never heard anything about a reward. What surprised him even more was the system presenting a scenario quest titled Placement Exam, marked with an unknown grade. The objective required him to enter S-Class through the placement exam, and the extra objective pushed him to take the top rank. The penalty stated that failing to reach S-Class would result in a 5% deduction in skill mastery during his time at the Academy. The description mentioned that many talented students were entering that year, which made it a chance to raise his family's prestige. The quest rewards included experience points, coins, and an additional reward depending on his final performance, making him feel that the quest didn't seem particularly difficult. He knew the sword department at the academy had 5 classes: S, A, B, C, and D. The top 60 out of the 600 students would enter S class, so he figured qualifying wouldn't be hard. The real question was whether he should aim for first place. He thought about the fact that he didn't even know what the top reward was supposed to be, so pushing that far might not be necessary. Jake then reported back, saying they mentioned a special reward, though it didn't seem particularly impressive at first. When Jake handed him the paper, he took it and wrote down the perks for the top student. The list included access to every floor of the academy library, a private training center equipped with vision magic facilities, and personal items crafted in the academy workshop. He thought the offer was amazing and realized he needed to aim for first place since they were giving access to the training center, the full library, and special items from the workshop. He understood that academy lectures increase skill mastery, but they didn't offer experience points or any additional rewards. His main reason for attending the academy was to meet an important figure outside his homeland. He also admitted that hunting monsters and exploring dungeons were far more useful to him than sitting in lectures. But if the training center truly included vision magic, that changed everything. Even if the monsters were illusions, he could still earn experience points. The only issue was the cost of maintaining the magic, but if everything was covered, he wouldn't have to worry. The library was another major reward. It contained countless hidden pieces, and with the right information, he could unlock hidden quests and find skill books. He also knew the library floors were separated by year levels, but the top student could access all of them. Originally, he expected to wait at least 3 years before fully taking advantage of the academy facilities, but reaching the top would save him a large amount of time. Then Spence announced that the test would begin soon and instructed all freshmen to gather at the plaza. Raoul tightened his hand with confidence, thinking the exam would be simple. As he walked toward the plaza with the other freshmen, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. The boy asked if he was Ashton's kid. Raoul immediately recognized another Randall and asked the boy who he was. Then he told the boy he looked more like a child than he did. The boy snapped back, saying Raoul was just as arrogant as the rumors claimed, and that this was why people called Ashton's children rude and creepy. Raoul simply turned away, telling him he didn't know who he was and that he didn't have time for him, so he would leave. The boy reached out as if to grab him, but a hand intercepted him, and Jake stepped forward, telling the boy that he didn't know which family he belonged to, but he needed to stop. The boy angrily demanded to know who Jake was and ordered him to move, but Jake calmly told him he didn't want to create a scene there. The man standing beside the boy whispered that too many people were watching, which made the boy curse and shout that Ashton's kids always creeped him out. The boy then called Raoul an arrogant person and said he would put him in his place. Raoul didn't respond and simply walked away, while Philip and Jake shot angry looks at the boy. Later, all the freshmen gathered in the plaza center, lined up in formation, and Raoul noticed students who came to cheer for their families. He also spotted major figures such as the kingdom's strongest knight, Duke Marquis Templeton, the Marquis McNeil family with an intermediate master, Marquis Clifford, and the rising Randall Viscounty. He knew these 3 families already had several students enrolled and held strong influence in the academy, giving him a clearer idea of how things worked there. Jake excitedly commented that it felt like a festival because he could see so many ladies, and Raoul finally understood why Philip wanted to be there. Philip glared at Jake, prompting Jake to quickly add that he already knew their young master would take the top spot, and he wanted to witness everyone's reactions when Raoul ranked first. Then Jake noticed Raoul's fan group struggling to keep up and asked if they weren't from their own family. Jake said he couldn't believe they were falling behind in a moment like that, and wished Raoul luck before heading off to help them. Philip bowed with respect, and Raoul told them he would meet them later as he checked the paper again to review the exam instructions and the list of freshmen. He saw several familiar names, which made him wonder why they were all gathered that year. Many of them were well known in his past life, especially Dalton from the Templeton family and James from McNeil, both expected to reach the master level within 10 years. He realized the situation wouldn't be as easy as he originally thought. Then someone announced that the first test would begin shortly and instructed them to move to the small auditorium. He smiled to himself, thinking they were still just kids, and mentally apologized since the top position was already his. The placement exam began, starting with the written portion. He knew he didn't need to study because Cafe Link in the system community contained all the information required. The written test ended quickly. The second part was the physical strength test, and the invigilator told them to enter the gym in groups and follow the instructions. When he stepped inside the gym, he was stunned to realize it was a mana restriction field. The instructor announced that the test measured pure physical strength and mana was completely forbidden. He ordered them to step forward when their names were called and follow the directions. Raoul looked at the machine in the center, thinking it resembled a punching machine, but the data showed it was actually a strength meter. Still, it undeniably looked like a punching machine. The instructor called a student forward and ordered him to strike the machine. The student set his feet, drove his fist forward, and slammed the device with full force. The instructor announced that student number 202 scored 1,418 points, then moved on to the next participant. Raoul noticed they recorded the better score out of 2 attempts, and most results seemed to fall between 1,000 and 1,500 points. He thought the numbers weren't particularly impressive, but then he noticed the person standing in front of him. The man had a stamina stat of 43 and a strength stat of 50 and was ranked in the top 5 of his group. So Raoul decided to pay attention. When a man launched his punch and struck the machine, the score shot up to 2,250 points. The instructor shouted that it was an exceptional number for someone from the McNeil family, and incredibly high overall. Raoul realized this was the first student to break past 2,000 points, giving him a clearer picture of the competition. Meanwhile, in a private room, the Academy's higher-ups watched the test through the image transmission system. One of them commented that since they were the Kingdom of Knights, the scores were naturally strong, and the freshmen were noticeably higher in quality compared to previous years. They added that many students applied after hearing Gray would be involved. Gray remarked that students under 20 scoring over 1,000 would terrify the ones at Leslie Kingdom Academy. A man laughed and reminded Gray that they were flattered, but Leslie's academy focused mainly on magic. Another bald man said he was still curious why Gray chose to come to their academy when the tower had said just a month earlier they shouldn't expect him. Gray replied that he wanted to personally see how his newly developed magic circle functioned, which made it sound like he planned to use the students as test subjects. The higher-ups awkwardly insisted that wasn't the case and said they were grateful he allowed them to install his new magic circle. They also mentioned that he was even funding the training circle for the top student. Gray commented that seeing so many young students made him glad he came, and he heard that many from warrior families were present. Spence confirmed this and told him that was the reason everyone had gathered, adding that he had already introduced him earlier. Then Randall's son stepped up for his turn, prompting Spence to tell Gray that this was the one he had mentioned. Gray asked the man if that kid was the 13th son of Randall. The Viscount answered that his 13th son was named Caleb, and the Lord had trained him personally because his talent was exceptional. McKinney also told Gray that Caleb had personally asked him to let him into the academy, and Gray replied that he understood and was looking forward to seeing him perform. Caleb then stepped forward, drove his fist into the machine with force, and the device displayed a score of 3,005 points. The higher-ups reacted with shock, shouting that Caleb was truly on another level, and now they understood why McKinney favored him so much. The man beside Gray commented that the Randall family really was different and that it would take a long time before anyone could catch up to them. McKinney laughed proudly, while Spence told everyone that the next student would be interesting. Spence then introduced James from a Marquis McNeil family, the direct grandson of the current Lord Clifford. Gray asked Spence if James was the one the Order of Chivalry had their eyes on, and Spence said yes, adding that James' talent was rumored to surpass the Academy standards. James stepped up, swung his fist rapidly, and struck the machine. He didn't stop and kept punching, making his score climb from 3,500 to 3,612. The higher-ups cursed under their breath in shock, amazed that James exceeded 3,500 on both attempts, knowing this was the highest score ever recorded by a freshman. Gray applauded, saying it was incredible since even seasoned knights barely managed to break past 3,000 when that machine was first introduced. Then Spence announced that the next test taker was going up. Someone asked if the kid was Dalton, and Spence confirmed it, saying Dalton was the grandson of a swordmaster, and this was his first public appearance. Dalton struck the machine and scored 2,900 points, and the group reacted in surprise. One person questioned why they were shocked since the score was lower than the last student. The pink-haired man explained that Dalton had hit the machine with one arm tucked behind his back. Dalton then glared at them through the image transmission system, immediately silencing the room. On his second attempt, Dalton scored 3,008 points. Spence laughed and told everyone he had forced Dalton to enroll and that Dalton clearly wasn't pleased about it. The men asked if Dalton truly reached that score with one arm behind his back, and wondered what would happen if he struck seriously. But they agreed it was expected from someone carrying the Templeton name, known for the strongest fists. McKinney irritably asked why they didn't just go eat since the rankings were obvious, and there was no point continuing to watch. But Gray told McKinney that he was certain one more student from the prominent families had yet to appear. McKinney replied that there was no need to bother, because rumors said Raoul wouldn't have made it that far without his family's recommendation, and he was only 15. Everyone reacted with surprise. Knowing most freshmen, there were around 19, and they wondered how Raoul was supposed to compete with them. McKinney explained that he meant some students gave up on graduating and only attended for the experience, calling it an unfortunate situation for a warrior family's son. Suddenly, someone let out a loud, sleeping sound, making everyone turn toward the door where they saw Dylan laughing. Dylan said he had been trying to stay quiet, and McKinney was startled to see him. Though Gray simply mentioned that Dylan was the man from Ashton he had spoken with earlier, noting that he was well-mannered and persuasive despite his appearance. Dylan walked closer and told Gray it was an honor. Gray asked how he could forget that impressive body and intimidating face, then asked Dylan why he laughed and if he could share the reason. Dylan looked straight at McKinney and said it was amusing hearing old men talk because believing only what one already knows is nothing but egotism. Before he could finish, McKinney angrily asked what he was implying. Dylan then asked if McKinney had really said Raoul was only there for the experience since he came to the academy at 15, and if McKinney had ever considered the opposite. Maybe Raoul came early because he had nothing to learn from the academy. McKinney shouted at Dylan to stop spouting nonsense, saying no one had ever graduated before age 20, and there was no way a 15-year-old could manage it. Dylan calmly replied that just because it had never happened didn't mean it couldn't. McKinney told him he was unbelievably arrogant and asked if Dylan was claiming that his brother could leave a mark on the academy's history. Dylan said he didn't know, as he wasn't a prophet, but he was also curious about what Raoul was thinking. McKinney snapped that Dylan talked big with nothing to back it up, calling it typical of Ashton. Spence stepped in and told them that was enough, reminding them not to embarrass themselves in front of their guests. Spence then asked which freshman was the one from Ashton, and a man pointed to the screen, asking if that was him. They all stared in surprise when they saw Raoul's glowing face and questioned whether the two were really brothers. Dylan proudly said that the kid on the screen was indeed his youngest brother, Raoul, and that Raoul was the gem of their family. The men noticed Raoul's build and commented that with a physique like his, lacking sword skills could be forgiven, even asking if anyone in his family was single. McKinney grew irritated and yelled at them to quiet down, saying there was no reason to talk so much about a man's face. Dylan understood why McKinney reacted so strongly. McKinney already knew about Raoul's abilities because of the Baron Jendar incident, so he was desperately trying to shift attention toward his own 13th son, which Dylan found amusing. Dylan then watched his youngest brother step toward the machine, wondering if Raoul really planned to take it easy and hoping Raoul would give his best considering the situation. He also felt uneasy since he had spoken too boldly earlier. Raoul positioned himself, breathed out, and sent his fist crashing into the machine. Spence shouted that the form was perfect and thought that if he could grade Raoul personally, he would give him a flawless score. Raoul's first number appeared, 2,999 points, causing everyone to shout about how close it was. Spence still found it impressive for a 15-year-old and thought it would have been even better if Raoul enrolled a year later. Raoul prepared for his second strike, thinking everything was unfolding just as he planned. Several higher-ups cheered for him, encouraging him to reach 3,000 and telling him not to worry about his age and to strike with confidence. He planted his feet again, threw his fist forward, and hit the machine with force, earning cheers from few of them. Dylan clenched his fist proudly when the score appeared, 3,615 points, 3 points higher than the highest previous score. Dylan immediately recognized that Raoul had calculated everything. The students around Raoul stared at him in shock. The instructor told him the result was good and instructed him to return to his seat. Raoul walked back and quietly exhaled, pleased that everything had gone according to his plan. He sat down as the other students continued to stare silently. He opened the system and saw that he held the highest score in test site number 1 with 2,820 points and in test site number 2 with 3,612 points, matching the results from test sites 4 and 5. The system then instructed him to stay attentive, record all scores, and report the students with scores above 2,500 in order once the test ended. He closed the system and looked around, checking whether anyone had noticed anything unusual. He knew that once someone reached the expert level, Physical strength increased sharply. The brutal month of training with Dylan had raised his strength stat to 68, meaning he could have easily reached 4,000 points, but he had to appear consistent with the freshman level. That was why he needed to gather information beforehand and pretend he was giving everything he had. He used psychokinesis to lessen the impact of his punch, and he relied on a calculator from the game system to make sure he struck the exact spot he needed. He wasn't sure if all of that was necessary, but the real threat was still unclear, so he felt it was safer to hide as much as possible. He planned to conceal everything until the other players appeared. His abilities, especially psychokinesis, were the kind that drew unwanted attention. In his previous life, when he revealed his power, the guilds analyzed his skills, hunted him, and forced him into a constant escape until he eventually died. He swore never to repeat that mistake. This time, he would hide and eliminate the ones who liked to show off, because now he was the hunter. Suddenly, the instructor announced that the first test was almost finished and that they should prepare for the next one. Raoul snapped out of his thoughts, realizing he had been overthinking. He decided to check his status before the exam ended. The system displayed that he was currently level 55 to 56 in hardcore mode. His class was Knight, with beginner sword expert and intermediate psychokinetic. His other stats had increased slightly as well. He flipped through the test booklet and saw that the next exam was the obstacle course, which focused on strength and agility, meaning he would have to stay under control. He hoped Dalton and James would go all out this time because he wanted to gauge his exact standing. Being a descendant of the Swordmaster Duke Mark family was a blessing, but it brought heavy expectations. Duke Mark never forced his children to follow the sword path, but they tried their hardest to maintain the #1 title. Dalton disliked being told to perform perfectly just to protect his grandfather's reputation, and as the Swordmaster's grandson, he was expected to win every tournament. Because of Dalton's talent, he was pushed into becoming the best. He eventually surpassed most people his age, but the pressure weighed on him since he had a carefree personality. That was why he chose to enroll in the academy, to escape the repetitive training. Dalton looked at the scoreboard, confused as to why there was even a test on the first day of admission and why everyone was being so loud. He thought he should have stayed home to sleep, but his eyes widened when he saw the final results. It wasn't what he expected at all. Dalton couldn't believe James was in second place, knowing he had beaten James every time. James was the strongest opponent he had ever faced, so Dalton couldn't accept the idea that someone outperformed even James. Dalton found it interesting when the instructor announced that they were moving to the next testing area and told everyone to line up. The students stood, and Dalton scanned the group, trying to figure out if the student who ranked first was someone named Raoul. He felt like he had seen the guy before. Dalton walked up to him and asked if he was Raoul. Raoul looked at him and asked who he was, leaving Dalton unsure for a moment before he introduced himself. Dalton caught a brief golden glint in Raoul's eyes and noted that Raoul looked impressive, though still not on his level. Raoul turned away and said that if nothing else was needed, he would leave. The response caught Dalton off guard. It had been a long time since someone brushed him off that directly. Usually people recognized him and acted differently, so Raoul's reaction stood out and only made Dalton more curious. Dalton wondered what Raoul would look like once he lost to him in the exam. A few minutes later, at the second testing area, Raoul understood that the test was straightforward. They only needed to see how fast each student could move through the obstacle path. The catch was that everyone had to run while wearing a full steel armor set, and several traps were scattered along the route. Then the instructor announced that students number 20 and 30 were eliminated, surprising the remaining group, who asked how many had already been removed. Raoul noticed they were lower-ranked students, yet 100 people had already failed, meaning something had definitely changed. Someone nearby mentioned that the test had been altered when Vice President Gray showed up, and others asked what had been modified since barely anyone was passing now. Raoul checked the display and saw times of 13 minutes 33 seconds and 12 minutes 52 seconds. Not long after, someone completed the course in 9 minutes and 12 seconds, which became the top time so far. Raoul stood up to watch how fast the next rounds would be. Meanwhile, Dalton woke up, realizing his turn was coming soon, so he needed to prepare. Still half awake, he asked if it was already his turn. He checked the group chat and asked if anything unusual had happened, and someone responded that nothing special had occurred yet. The best time so far was a little over 7 minutes. Dalton told them to check every participant and report back to him, and to keep him informed about his own group. They agreed, and Dalton noted that several tests were happening at once, making it difficult to track everything. He planned to do his best to keep up with all of them as the instructor called Raul's name. He told the instructor that he already knew the rules, and the instructor confirmed it before explaining that every trap and obstacle was created through illusion spells, but the impact would register as real. All damage would be tracked, and if the reading went beyond what his armor could withstand, he would be disqualified. He replied that he understood. With that, the instructor gave a signal to start, and he took off immediately. The armor felt old and heavy, slowing his movements, which helped him understand why so many students had failed early on. Still, it wasn't enough to hinder him. His strength had grown ever since he reached the expert stage. Before long, he arrived at the first obstacle, Torrent. He dashed forward, realizing it was created by illusion magic, though it appeared almost lifelike. He wondered how many mana stones were needed to produce something that realistic, and whether the Academy truly set all of this up just for entrance exams. He leapt through the obstacle, calling it a waste in his mind, and moved into the second challenge, Force Traps. The moment he stepped inside, he triggered one of the mechanisms, and arrows shot toward him. He slipped past them with ease and kept running, weaving around the sharp contraptions scattered through the area. A blade came at him next, and he blocked it with his sword while noting that another sequence should activate soon. As he deflected it, the system window appeared. He returned his sword to his back, jumped aside, and avoided the ground collapsing beneath him. Moving from tree to tree, he avoided the falling terrain while quickly reading his team's report. James and Dalton were progressing quickly and would likely finish in about 5 minutes. He asked if anyone else stood out. One of his men reported that Caleb from Randall was performing well, though still not on the same level as James or Dalton. Another message said that a few others seemed promising, and their behavior suggested confidence, dodging traps without caring about their times. He ordered his team to record those individuals separately and to continue updating him on James and Dalton's runs. He stopped when he reached a swinging bridge ahead. Above it were fireball launchers, and although they looked troublesome, he knew they wouldn't slow him down. Unsheathing his sword, he resumed running. He raised his feet and leapt onto the bridge, pushing forward at high speed. As long as he kept that pace, he could cross before the traps overwhelmed him. But strong wind hit from the sides, and the bridge's shaking made him lose his balance. Fireballs shot toward him, catching him off guard. He knew he was about to fall, but he steadied himself and cut through the projectiles with his sword. Using a mana blade would have made it easier, but he couldn't reveal it yet. He pushed forward, cutting down each fireball coming his way, judging that it would be enough for now. Moments later, he reached the end of the bridge and kept running, knowing only the cave section remained. He stepped into the cave aware that the traps inside were harder to avoid and carried greater risk. Even so, he didn't slow down because there was always a path through. Meanwhile, on James's side, arrows flew toward him. He raised a shield, snapped the arrows, and found the whole thing irritating. He wondered why he had to be there at all. James felt bothered by the idea of joining an academy at his age, especially being surrounded by people he considered beneath him. He had already won a tournament filled mostly with adults in their 20s and had served as a capital guard. To him, attending the academy was pointless since he was already close to becoming a knight. James knew he wouldn't have come if his lord hadn't ordered it directly. On top of that, there was a kid from Dalton and another from Ashton involved, making the situation even more annoying. Still, he also understood that if he lost the top position to either of them, it would be humiliating. As he continued onward, he wondered how long the cave would drag on. Eventually, he spotted the exit, sprinted toward it, broke the arrows launched at him, and leapt out. He landed in front of the display, showing a time of 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Convinced this secured his victory, James turned around certain that his record would place him at the top. But one of the students called out for everyone to check the screen. When he looked, he was shocked to see Dalton holding first place with a time of 4 minutes and 58 seconds. The students started yelling, questioning how such a thing was even possible and claiming they couldn't achieve that time even if the course were a straight path. Dalton walked over, thinking he was finally warmed up. James silently cursed him, furious that his entire plan had fallen apart. Students whispered among themselves, saying Dalton didn't even look tired. Dalton mentioned he hadn't seen Raul yet and asked where Raul had gone. James wondered why Dalton was asking about the Ashton kid when Dalton showed zero interest during their duel. He questioned Dalton's sudden focus on the Ashton kid and what he might be planning. Even so, James pushed the thought aside, deciding not to let it bother him since he had done his best and his score wasn't far for Dalton's. There was no chance a 15-year-old who hadn't even reached expert rank could beat their results, so the top spot had to belong to him or Dalton. Then James saw something unexpected, and his reaction made Dalton turn around in confusion as well. Everyone stared at the screen, showing Raul at the top with a time of 4 minutes and 55 seconds. The students shouted that Raul had just passed Dalton again by a small margin and questioned how he kept doing it. Raul walked toward the group, taking in the scene and satisfied that his timing lined up well. James trembled with frustration, unable to understand how Raul achieved that result without even being an expert. Dalton found the situation amusing, realizing academy life might not be as dull as he first assumed. Inside the monitoring room, one of the officials pointed out that Raul had placed first in the previous test too, meaning Raul would claim the overall top spot. They congratulated Dylan, saying the result was impressive, and Dylan thanked them while McKinney walked away, clearly irritated. Spence commented that Raul's performance was intriguing, especially the way he moved, and asked whether Ashton County taught ranger techniques to kids. Another official told Dylan he expected Raul to be more direct in his style compared to James. Laughing lightly, Dylan explained that Raul was different from the rest of their family and had trained in various skills. He needed to answer them somehow, though even he hadn't expected Raul to clear the stages in that manner. He had watched James, son of McNeil, force his way through the obstacles by breaking them down. Dalton's precise sword movements reminded him of Sword Mastermark, and both used techniques their families were known for. Raul also used a two-handed greatsword like any Ashton would, but his precision exceeded all expectations. What surprised Dylan the most was that Raul didn't activate a single trap inside the cave. That level of navigation was impossible unless someone had ranger or robe level experience. Raul hadn't used a mana blade either, unlike James and Dalton, which made Dylan suspect Raul was hiding the fact that he had already reached the expert stage and knew how to use ranger tracking methods. Dylan clenched his fist, deciding they were going to have a serious talk about keeping secrets. Even so, he couldn't help but feel proud of him. With that, the second test ended, and the academy placement exam wrapped up after the long sequence of trials. Raul's allies congratulated him for taking first place, and he stepped into the carriage to avoid drawing more attention. He felt drained and knew he had held back, hoping they would believe it. For now, everything seemed to be moving smoothly, so he planned to stay quiet and rest. His thoughts drifted to his past, and he remembered himself angrily demanding answers from someone while holding a woman in his arms. Han Gilju, guild master of the Desung Guild, responded that he was acting as though he had lost a family, but he shouldn't be bothered because he didn't have one. He had grown up without a family. Gilju told him that he had invited him to join their group peacefully, and if he had accepted, none of this would have happened. Gilju also said he knew he was ranked first and questioned whether he really believed he could take on all of them alone. He fixed a stare on Gilju, but Gilju casually commented that he looked intimidating and wondered why he was acting that way over an NPC. He had assumed Gilju didn't know anything, but the girl had been everything to him. They had met during the main quest, and she had guided him from then on. He had spent over a year protecting her from every threat, and she had become like family to him. Yet he still lost her to a guild that had nothing to do with the quest at all. Gilju mockingly told him to go ahead and try attacking since he had already decided to kill him. Gilju then ordered his men to take him out, and they rushed toward him. Without even standing, he unleashed his power and wiped them out instantly. Using psychokinesis, he lifted the knives scattered around him and gathered them in a circle above. Gilju demanded to know how he was doing that, saying that even for a rank 1 player, his ability seemed excessive. He gently placed the girl's body on the ground. Gilju cursed the gacha company, complaining that he only ever got terrible skills despite spending so much. The expression on Gilju's face shifted the moment he saw the blade aimed straight at him. He demanded to know why Gilju's guild was targeting guide NPCs and ordered him to explain immediately. He asked Gilju if he wasn't afraid of the penalty. Killing a quest NPC carried extreme consequences. The player's account would be permanently removed, and any linked accounts banned as well. He shouted that the quest simply continued with a new guide no matter how many were killed. So why risk the penalty at all? Gilju taunted him, asking what penalty he was talking about and whether he truly believed they feared it. Gilju said only people like him cared about consequences and claimed that plenty of players were willing to kill NPCs for as little as 10,001. He grabbed Gilju by the collar, calling him a bastard and demanding he cut the nonsense and answer properly. Gilju replied by asking why he should bother when he was going to be killed anyway. adding that even if he died, he'd just spend some pocket money on a revival. He cursed under his breath, recalling that Gilju was rumored to be the grandson of the family behind one of Korea's top 5 companies, Des Corporation. Gilju told him to attack all he wanted and declared that whoever had the most money was the real winner in the game and outside it. But he simply gripped Gilju's head, deciding none of that mattered, and snapped his neck, ending him in an instant. That day, he made a vow before the girl he failed to protect. He demanded to know why it had happened and urged her to go through with their plan. Then he shouted at Gilju, declaring that he would kill him over and over until the game itself grew tired of letting him respawn, swearing that he would erase the Dent Guild from the world entirely. He woke up afterward, realizing it was the first time he had ever dreamed about his previous life. Something felt wrong, and while he was thinking about how he couldn't keep the promise he had made to that girl, an envelope notification appeared. He tapped the icon, wondering if it was connected to the alert he had just heard. When he opened it, a message thanked all players for using their Connect system and introduced their upcoming update schedule. The announcement revealed the Presenario version 1.0 update, the opening of a hidden ancient dungeon, a new dimension gate system, certain NPCs turning into quest NPCs, and changes to the guild system. The update was scheduled for a month later, which translated to 521 May 28th in Connect time. It also mentioned that, depending on how Presenario progressed, an even larger update with open beta service would follow. He stared at the information in shock. He knew it would happen eventually, but he hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. It meant he would meet Gilju again, and this time, he intended to protect her. The real issue was that he couldn't predict the precise update time, so he wasn't ready. He calculated that he had a month left and that nothing major would occur immediately after the update, but missing the upcoming window would delay his entire plan. He had to move quickly. He decided that he needed to dominate as many scenarios as possible before other players appeared, because his future choices hinged on how well he used the time remaining. Scratching his head, he realized he needed to level up and grow his guild first. He had to get to the academy library soon, and still had to think about how he would visit other free cities. He questioned whether he even had enough time for all of it, but resolved to plan everything thoroughly. That night, Raoul stayed awake, drafting a detailed plan, working out the most efficient strategy he could manage. Meanwhile, in a certain residence, Silver Zero, the Imperial Hound leader, announced that it was time to begin. In the same house, Silver Zero repeated the command, signaling the start of their operation. A report about the royal family came first. The messenger stated that the king had not appeared in public except during regular meetings, and the Sword Emperor had skipped his grandson's admission ceremony, attending President Mark McNeil's freshman event instead. Silver Zero acknowledged their work and informed them that the home base had sent the official order earlier that morning. In exactly 1 month, their grand plan would commence. The group in the meeting erupted in cheers, shouting that their efforts would finally pay off. Silver Zero struck the table with his hand, ordering them to quiet down. He reminded them that this was only the first stage, and they needed to understand that their responsibilities were even more critical moving forward. He then called for Number 7 and asked whether the investigation regarding Mira was finished. Number 7 reported that the initial work was complete, but he still couldn't confirm whether the kingdom itself was involved. Because of that uncertainty, getting closer to the site had become difficult. Silver Zero asked him what he was trying to imply. Number 7 stated that he was certain Randall had a hand in it. One of the men stood up, calling it nonsense, pointing out that Randall had made no noticeable moves. He questioned whether Number 7 was suggesting that the exiles in Mira had attacked their camp. Number 7 replied that the signs pointed in that direction, especially since the Randalls declared their advance in Mira on the exact same day. More importantly, the power armor and equipment they recovered all carried tracking spells linked to Randall. The man angrily demanded to know how Randall could manage such a feat with their current strength. Silver Zero stopped them and asked Number 7 if there were any suspects besides Randall. Number 7 said that the youngest son of Ascension County had also appeared, not near their base, but within the city. Silver Zero asked if he believed they might have collaborated, and Number 7 responded that he did not think so. Silver Zero instructed him to remove Ashton from the list and asked if anything else remained. Number 7 said the next lead wasn't confirmed, but one of their members claimed to have seen someone who might be gray. Silver Zero told them to halt the investigation for now, as there was no reason to focus on smaller matters when their major operation was about to begin. For the moment, they would simply send Randall a warning. The group agreed. Silver Zero then asked number 3 about the situation at the academy, reminding him that James was supposed to secure the top position according to their plan. Number 3 explained that an unexpected factor had appeared. They had controlled Dalton's progress, but Ashton County's youngest son, Raoul, had unexpectedly taken the lead. Silver Zero called for number 6, demanding to know what was happening since he was responsible for monitoring Ashton. Number 6 admitted that he had no clear explanation. Raoul had shown no notable ability the previous year, but suddenly began displaying remarkable skill this year. He was still within their monitoring range, but number 6 couldn't determine whether Raoul was hiding anything. Silver Zero asked number 6 whether Raoul could interfere with their plan. Number 6 answered that he didn't believe it was possible, since Raoul was only a 15-year-old kid. He added that he intended to use Raoul later on, and even if that failed, he already had a backup plan prepared. Silver Zero noted that Raoul seemed to be appearing in multiple places, but with the grand plan drawing near, they had no room to focus on a child. He told them that Gray mattered far more than Raoul, and that they needed to figure out why Gray had surfaced at this moment. Their attempt to approach Gray through the top entrance had failed, so it was time to begin the next phase. Silver Zero then asked number 8 about the underworld situation, and number 8 reported that one guild was causing problems, but the issue was nearly resolved. He promised everything would be finished before the grand plan began. Silver Zero acknowledged him and told everyone that he would repeat this one last time. They had a month left. They needed to ensure nothing went wrong and keep their guard up until the very end. Even a single small variable could destroy the entire operation. The next day at the academy, Raoul waved goodbye to his men, thinking that pulling an all-nighter was exhausting, but at least it would prevent future trouble. He remembered choosing to commute instead of living in the dorms to handle his work more easily, and he had arranged a schedule so that classes were only 3 days a week, focusing only on encore subjects. As he walked inside, students asked if he was the top entrant of the year. They whispered that he was only 15, and despite the many gifted applicants that year, he still took first place. They mentioned that he ranked first in the written test as well, saying he had intelligence, skill, and looks, and joked that life was unfair. As Raoul continued down the hallway, he overheard someone asking whether Raoul came from a major family and why someone like him would even need the academy's diploma. Another student shouted that if they had learned advanced sword techniques like Raoul, they would already be a knight. Raoul let out a breath, knowing there was no reason to worry about any of them. The academy was only a small part of his path, and he was there solely for a few things he needed. Up ahead, he noticed a board, and the system indicated that it displayed the placement exam results and class assignments for S-Class ranks 1 through 30. His name was at the top, followed by James in second, Dalton in third, and the list continued. He wondered if anything else would appear, and another system window opened. It showed a scenario quest titled Placement Exam, graded D. The objective was to enter S-Class and secure the top position. The rewards were small experience points, 500 coins, and one unknown bonus reward. He figured the task couldn't have been too hard, especially since the rewards looked basic, and he wondered what the extra reward would turn out to be. Thinking it wouldn't amount to much for a grade quest, he planned to head to class later. Inside the classroom, he took his seat, letting out a long breath as he considered how the academy lessons weren't as useful as he hoped. The core subjects felt too simple, and everyone around him seemed to avoid having anything to do with him. He expected Caleb, Dalton, or James to cause trouble, yet they also kept their distance. He decided to leave things as they were and silently urged them to continue ignoring him. Overall, he felt the first day wasn't going too badly. While he was lost in thought, someone called his name, and he stood to confirm that he was Rahul. The person informed him about the privileges granted to the highest-ranked entrant and said that presenting the information at the library or during training would get him registered. He was also told that Vice President Gray wanted to see him immediately. When the system displayed his extra reward, he froze. The reward was a meeting with Grand Sage Gray. The name alone stunned him. Alfredo Gray was the legendary figure known for standing against the Empire, and the idea of meeting him left him both eager and uncertain. He knocked on Gray's door and waited for permission to enter. Gray called him in and asked for a moment to finish some paperwork. Rahul stepped aside respectfully, noting how closely Gray matched the widely shared images and clips among players. Even with his refined bearing, Gray carried a presence that drew Rahul's attention, leading him to take a discreet glance. That single look startled him. Gray's level was in the triple digits, shown as unknown. His class listed him as a Grand Sage, an Eighth Circle Magician, and a Master Alchemist. His affiliations included Reuben Academy, Vice President, Grey Tower Master, along with 2 more unknown groups. His titles included Nomadic Sage, Tower Master, plus 2 unidentified ones, and most of his stats were hidden. His unique talent, marked as Great SS, was Master of Mana, and 4 additional unique talents were also concealed. Rahul couldn't understand why the system refused to reveal more, especially since the details he saw were already common knowledge. Out of nowhere, Gray asked if he was able to see certain things, causing Rahul to freeze for a moment. He realized Gray was looking at a sheet of paper, yet it felt like Gray understood everything he was doing. Feeling slightly tense, Rahul said he had heard that meeting Gray wasn't easy and that he would take his leave. Gray, however, told him it was fine and explained that he would be staying at the academy for a while. Gray asked if he could stay a bit longer, mentioning that he wanted to learn more about Rahul, including those unusual eyes of his. Caught off guard, Rahul wondered who exactly this man was. A sudden jolt ran through him as he became sharply aware of Gray's presence. He suspected Gray might already know about his all-piercing eye, or maybe Gray was simply making a guess. Gray apologized and said his work was finished, then casually added that Rahul looked better up close. Rahul kept reminding himself to choose his words carefully, especially since Gray's presence kept him on edge. Gray told him to wait for a moment while he brought tea. In the next instant, Gray handed him a cup of tea and Rahul thanked him. Considering Gray's reputation as a renowned magician, he expected the tea to be made through magic, yet Gray prepared it just like anyone else would. A servant behind them adjusted the sofa so the two could sit facing each other. Gray took his seat and the servant quietly exited the room. Gray congratulated Rahul for taking the top position and complimented him on his impressive showing. He then explained that the purpose of this meeting was simply to ask a few questions and told Rahul not to worry. Rahul reminded himself that this was the first time they had met outside the test grounds, and he was certain he hadn't done anything special enough to draw Gray's attention. With no other choice, he stayed cautious with each response. He asked why someone like Gray, a Grand Sage, would be interested in him. Gray then asked if Rahul had heard of a group called the Imperial Hound. The name struck Rahul immediately. 50 years earlier, the continent of Connect had fallen into crisis when the Cronin Empire launched its invasion. Several kingdoms were pushed to the brink of collapse. Yet in moments like those, heroes always rose to stand against the threat. They risked everything to stop the Empire and force them back beyond the Monster Mountain. 50 years of peace followed. The kingdoms had even settled their conflicts through the battles with the Empire, but they still prepared for the possibility of another attack. During those years, Alfredo Gray established a tower to train gifted individuals and traveled throughout the continent. In the midst of that, one of the people under his guidance was the alchemist Rahul had previously saved Nakia. Gray could have stepped in to help her during her expulsion from the association, but he was away handling important matters. When he learned that Nakia had been pardoned, he traveled to Mira. He stayed there to look after her and saw Rahul and his group's willingness to help others. Through that, he uncovered the truth behind the Imperial Hound operation. Gray had already learned that Randall benefited from Rahul's efforts, and he found it remarkable that Rahul handed over the achievement to another family just to avoid drawing attention from the Empire. From that, Gray concluded that Rahul was young, yet already planning for what lay ahead instead of clinging to recognition placed before him. Rahul also refused any rewards for helping civilians. With all that in mind, Gray saw him as the ideal person who could one day rise as a hero of the world. Gray wanted to observe him closely. This was the hidden story behind why Gray chose to come to the academy, though Rahul would only discover it much later. Returning to the moment in front of Gray, Rahul still had no idea why he had been called, but knew he needed to stay alert. He tried to decide how to respond to the question about the Imperial Hound. In the past, Gray was known for repeatedly triggering quests related to the Cronin Empire, yet Rahul couldn't mention the Empire at this point. There was no reason to get involved with it. While Rahul kept thinking, Gray stepped in, noting that Rahul seemed like the cautious type. He advised Rahul that if anyone else asked about this topic, staying quiet, just as he was now, would be the safest option, since anything tied to the Imperial Hound was far too dangerous for him to deal with. Gray went on to say that he had been keeping an eye on Rahul since Mira, and that he admired how Rahul handled the conflict there with impressive ability. Because of that, Randall would face significant problems. Hearing this, Rahul was too stunned to speak, wondering how Gray knew all of it. And if Randall found out, dealing with the fallout would be no easy task. Gray laughed and told him not to worry, saying he hadn't told anyone and wouldn't tell anyone in the future. Raoul had made the right decision by keeping his identity hidden. People his age usually felt the urge to show off, but Raoul had made a strong choice. Raoul asked how much Gray knew and why he was choosing to remain silent. Gray took a calm sip of tea and asked Raoul if he understood why the Cronin Empire was dangerous. Raoul guessed it was because of their military power. Gray agreed, but told him to consider the matter more deeply. He asked whether Raoul believed the Empire's land and population far surpassed those of the kingdoms. Raoul thought about it and concluded that while the Empire did have vast territory, most of it was barren. Their population was similar to a single kingdom's due to the severe environment. Gray explained that the real danger was information. The Empire held extensive knowledge about the kingdoms, yet the kingdoms knew almost nothing about the Empire. The Empire lay beyond the Monster Mountain and the Forbidden Barrier. The only path between them was the rift. The kingdom had built a wall near the entrance and stationed an army there to stop invasions. Even so, the Empire still managed to send spies through. That meant the Empire had a complete informational advantage over the kingdom. If the Empire launched an attack right now, they would do so with full confidence in their chances of winning. The same pattern had played out in his previous life, which made the situation even more alarming. The Empire had manipulated the players into triggering the war and was close to claiming victory around the time he died. Gray explained that the fight against the Empire required more individuals like Raoul. Young people like him would serve as the kingdom's hidden advantage when the time came to shift the outcome. Raoul considered the possibility that Gray had contributed to Nakia's advancement in his past life. If that was true, then gaining Gray's interest could work in his favor. Instead of struggling after turning down Gary's offer, he could use this chance to grow faster and eventually take down the Empire. Gray interrupted the silence, saying he had one thing left to mention. Something was developing outside, and he needed Raoul to stay under the radar while making careful choices. Raoul agreed. Pleased, Gray reached into his coat and took out a gift, leaving Raoul puzzled. Gray said he would need it in the future and that the box also contained instructions he should read later. When Raoul opened it, he saw a ring that appeared costly, and he sensed mana coming from it. He asked Gray if he was certain about giving him something so valuable. Gray said it was his reward. Raoul wondered what he had done to receive such an item. He stood, thanked Gray, and left the room. The meeting had made him tense, but it went far better than he expected, and he even received a present. He took out the ring, and what he saw surprised him. The system identified it as Gray's polymorph ring, rated unique. Its effect allowed the wearer to completely transform into a designated form. The limitation was that all stats dropped by 30% while transformed. Running out of mana would force the wearer back into their original appearance. Another effect allowed the user to summon its creator, Gray, once. Raoul was relieved to obtain an item with such strong capabilities, something he needed badly. Because of his position, he faced many restrictions. He needed guards for every outing and had to be careful with every move. He had been searching for an item that could hide his identity. This ring didn't just conceal his identity, it altered his entire appearance. Very few magicians could even use a polymorph spell since it required a 6th circle level. On top of that, he had the option to summon Grand Sage Gray. He felt the weight of Gray's expectations, but he also knew Gray would support him in every way. He planned to use the ring thoughtfully. 2 weeks passed, and his academy life continued smoothly. No one seemed inclined to cause trouble for him, since he kept to himself. The only issue was the one person who refused to leave him alone. Dalton approached him again, asking if he was free today because he had found a good armory. Raoul replied in a sharp tone, telling him not to bother him since he was busy. Dalton looked disappointed and said that if he returned alone, his instructors would make him train. Raoul had expected a peaceful academy life, but an unexpected variable appeared in the form of Dalton. Ever since they met, Dalton sat beside him constantly. He clung to Raoul and bothered him every chance he got. He didn't even consider making friends with anyone else. Although Dalton was irritating, he hadn't caused any real problems. In fact, his presence kept others from bothering Raoul. Raoul used that as a chance to excuse himself. He told Dalton that he had plenty of work to finish and needed to head to the library. Dalton should look for someone else to tag along with. Dalton muttered that he should have worked harder and taken the top rank, so Raoul wouldn't be able to run off to the library. Raoul advised him to calm down and try reading a few books. Dalton grumbled that he would rather swing a sword than read anything, then finally turned away and left. Raoul was relieved to see him go. He walked into the library. One of the perks of holding the first rank was access to all the floors, though realistically, he could only reach the 4th floor. The 5th floor was restricted to royals and a handful of professors. Even so, the 4th floor was impressive. Only about 50 students were allowed on the 3rd floor. Raoul looked forward to finding something useful. Inside the library, a fairy floated through the aisles, convinced she had already seen everyone present. She hadn't spotted any new students, and there were no new books today either. She wondered if anyone was trying to sneak in books of their own. Then she noticed a girl reading, looking worn out. The fairy gently encouraged her, saying she was always giving her best. She liked seeing hard-working students. But when she spotted a boy sleeping on his book, she immediately tapped him on the head, waking him up. He bolted away as if he had encountered something frightening. The fairy warned that if he slept on a book again, she would not overlook it in this sacred library. The library had 5 floors, which was more than enough for Raoul. The 2nd floor had far more useful skill books than the 1st. As he looked through the shelves, he heard a boy speaking behind him, asking the girl next to him if she had seen what just happened. The girl laughed and asked if he meant the boy who ran off after getting smacked by the ghost. The boy laughed as well and said they should be careful if they didn't want to get hit next time. Raoul heard their conversation and wondered how a ghost could exist when a library was protected by a spell. He brushed the idea aside, assuming it was just another ghost tale that had nothing to do with him, then continued searching through the skill books. Meanwhile, the fairy flew around, thinking that far too many students were bothering her today, leaving her drained. Suddenly, she reacted as if she were in discomfort. It had only been 6 months since she had moved. She tried leaning on a book, only to decide it wasn't enough to ease her fatigue anymore. She wondered if she needed to relocate to another book yet again. In the past, the powerful spell had sustained her for nearly 1,000 years. Back then she remained comfortable, but now she needed a book of similar strength to stay stable. She drifted around the library searching for a suitable replacement. Most of the books filling the shelves were low quality, and she doubted she could last even a year inside any of them. Realizing this might be the end for her, she gathered her resolve. She still had one long, unfulfilled wish, and she imagined something significant drawing near. A burst of blue light appeared behind her, sending out a wave of aura that caught her attention. She turned, wondering what had formed there, and saw Raoul at the source. She leaned against the shelf, then sprang forward to follow him, hoping this would lead her to what she needed. Meanwhile, Raoul continued to search for a unique skill book. It was proving difficult since he couldn't use the unique book he had already discovered. He wanted at least one psychokinetic skill book. He relied on the information he had once gathered from another psychokinetic user in his previous life. Back then, he hadn't asked for more details because he never needed them. Now, he regretted it, but thinking about it wouldn't change anything. He resumed his search. He eventually came across a C-rank skill book, Acrobatic Horse Equitation. It was a combat skill book. Before that, he had found Artistic Brush Touch, which turned out to be an art skill book. He figured the 2 books made a fitting pair, so he decided to register the new one into his skill decks. Since there were only a limited number of active skill slots, he would eventually have to erase an old skill to learn a new one. But with the decks, he could store skills he wasn't currently using. This system made him extremely strong, since it allowed him to access an unlimited number of skills through the feature. He placed his hand on the skill decks and activated them. Then he set the skill book onto the device. The decks began absorbing the mana contained within the Acrobatic Horse Equitation book, which pleased him. Once registered, a skill book turned into an ordinary book. This was the same for everyone who obtained them. That's why he needed to find every mana-filled skill book before anyone else could. He moved on to search for another book while the decks processed the registration. All the while, a fairy closely observed him from behind a shelf. Watching his actions, she grew increasingly puzzled. To her, Raoul's behavior seemed unusual. He kept pulling out several books with similar titles and rereading the same section repeatedly. The books he chose also appeared odd to her. Author's Will, The Power of Time, and unique handwriting. Each one was unlike normal books. She sensed something distinct about him because he could tell the differences between these books. She admitted he looked somewhat impressive to her, but that wasn't what she needed. Humans couldn't help her unless they were at least Grand Sage or Arch-Wizard level, so they could communicate with her properly. In the past, she had spoken with such people, but none of them had been able to assist her. Her current form was the outcome of numerous sacrifices, unfortunate circumstances, and chance. Maintaining her existence was becoming more difficult, and she wished a human could help her. The books Raoul picked were special, but none of them were strong enough for her to inhabit. For a moment, she felt a spark of hope, but when nothing changed, she wondered if her senses were starting to fail. Raoul placed his hand on that book, and the sight stunned the fairy. She wondered why Raoul was handling the book in such a strange way. Then she noticed the skill decks giving off an intense surge of aura. To her eyes, it looked like an ordinary book on the outside, yet the symbol carved into it was anything but simple. She felt as if something hidden beneath the cover of that book was calling out to her again and again. What happened next surprised her even more. A massive flow of magical mana wrapped around Raoul and his skill decks. She watched the power move from one book to another, or rather, watched it get absorbed completely. What left her speechless was not the absorption itself, but what came after. She could not see any difference at all in the item that had taken in all that power. She had never witnessed anything similar in her entire life, and that alone pushed her curiosity further, making her want to get closer and examine it. Raoul then walked away to search for more skill books. Seeing this as a perfect opportunity, she quietly approached the skill decks. This was the very first time she had ever encountered a book like this one. She extended her hand and tried touching it. Nothing happened, even after her fingers touched the surface. Confused, she remembered how the Great Spell Book and even the religious book had once shared their stories with her, spoken to her, and allowed her to stay within them. She could not accept that the skill decks were refusing her completely and rejecting every trace of her influence. Determined, she tried to pry it open by force. After several attempts, she grew exhausted and sat down on top of the book itself. She kept wondering why her charm and her presence were not working on the skill decks at all. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her. She froze on the spot. Raoul's voice broke the silence as he asked what she was doing on top of his book. Looking at her, he wondered who that child was. He guessed she might be a fairy or possibly a ghost, but he had no idea why her figure looked translucent. To him, she seemed to be fading away little by little. Hearing him, she panicked and asked if he could really see her. She had no idea how that was even possible. Then she turned around and ran as if everything depended on it. Raoul watched her leave, puzzled but calm. In his view, there was no reason to run after her, since she clearly seemed drawn to the skill decks itself. Sooner or later, she would come back on her own. Tracking down more skill books mattered more to him than chasing her around the library. The system then notified him that rank V skill, acrobatic equitation, had been successfully registered to the skill decks. Skill-enhancing efficiency had increased by 10.5%. Once the absorption was complete, he became eager to test the new skill right away. He opened his inventory and saw that he had around 700 skills registered already, making the entire list look chaotic to him. Even in his previous life, no one had managed to collect as many skills as he had. The one thing that still bothered him was that his skill decks remained only at a rare grade, and he had no idea how many more skill books he would need to gather before he discovered Hat's full power. While he was thinking over all of this, the fairy called out to him, addressing him as human. She asked him about the book he had in his possession and wanted to know exactly where it was. He noticed her return and found it quicker than he expected, so he decided to take the lead right away. He asked whether she planned to apologize first for touching his belongings, adding that he wasn't required to respond to any of her questions in the first place. His blunt tone caught her off guard, and she quickly apologized for handling the book without permission. Before she could recover, she realized he could hear her voice clearly, which was unusual enough to shock her. She lifted herself into the air and bowed as she introduced herself. Her full name was Ravelina Ariel Meridian, though she told him he could simply call her Ravel. She identified herself as a forest fairy, one who valued harmony and order above everything else. Raoul introduced himself in return, letting her know his name was Raoul and that he had enrolled in the academy earlier that year. He then commented that she didn't resemble the typical image of a fairy he had always heard about. After hesitating, she explained she wasn't a standard fairy at all. She was closer to a ghost, and most humans refer to her as the library ghost. Raoul asked whether that meant she actually was a ghost or more like a wandering presence observing from the side. His question seemed to bother her, and she demanded to know if he thought she was some kind of monster. She said she existed in a state between living and dying, a rare being that didn't fit normal definitions. Raoul didn't dwell on her explanation and instead shifted the topic immediately, asking what made her so focused on his skill dex. Ravel brightened instantly as she said his skill dex wasn't just unusual. It was rare, even among rare items. Her excitement made Raoul ask whether she already had knowledge about the book. She admitted she didn't because the book never responded to her, but she was confident it was special. She folded her hands together and asked if he would let her inspect it directly. Raoul considered the idea. He didn't know much about the skill dex, and even his previous life information about it was extremely limited. There was a chance she might be able to enhance it somehow. Since the skill dex was bound to him, he didn't have to worry about her taking it away. She continued pleading until he finally agreed, but only if she shared every detail she discovered. Ravel thanked him enthusiastically and moved closer. Raoul opened the skill dex, and as she placed her hand over his, a wave of energy surged through her. Something within that energy shocked her. She jerked back immediately, flying away from the book, unable to accept what she had just sensed. She said the book's very appearance violated established rules. Raoul asked if she was all right, but she flew back toward him, filled with relentless curiosity. She wanted to know where he had found the skill dex. Her insistence irritated him, and he told her to calm down, saying she should be the one explaining things instead of interrogating him. She pointed at the skill dex and said it carried the power of a creator god, an ancient creator god who was believed to have vanished long ago. The revelation left him stunned for a moment, and he turned to the book, repeating the phrase, ancient creator god. Raoul then asked whether the power of such a being truly existed inside the skill dex. The idea didn't appeal to him at all since he knew nothing about the subject. Ravel noticed his lack of interest and grew irritated, asking if he wasn't even impressed. She insisted that anything related to the creator god was a major issue, yet he was treating it casually. Raoul simply replied that the creator god meant nothing to him and told her to continue explaining whatever she knew about the book. Ravel admitted she didn't know many details. She had only caught a glimpse of its nature, but she was certain the skill dex was a forbidden item. For some unknown reason, however, it seemed to have lost a large part of its original strength. Raoul then asked how he was supposed to restore that original power. She answered that she had no idea because, according to her, the stubborn book never communicated with her. Raoul called her useless without changing his expression. This instantly angered her, and she asked if he truly expected her to figure out everything in such a short amount of time. Ravel insisted he should let her enter the book directly. Raoul ignored her and focused instead on the system window in front of him. A new urgent quest appeared, Skill Dex Administrator. The description stated that Forest Fairy Ravel was requesting to transfer her spirit into the skill dex. A spirit residing inside the skill dex would automatically become its librarian. Appointing a librarian could raise the grade, functions, and efficiency of the skill dex. Once appointed, the librarian could not be removed unless both parties agreed. The question then appeared. Would you like to appoint Ravel as the skill dex librarian? Yes or no? Seeing this, Raoul smirked. It wasn't harmful to him, but he wasn't willing to allow a stranger into his skill dex without compensation. He took the skill dex from her, and Ravel immediately covered her chest with both hands, assuming he intended something inappropriate. He dismissed the idea and said he didn't need anything from her. He already knew the skill dex had certain problems and believed he could handle them without her help. He started preparing to leave, and the movement caught her off guard. Ravel quickly blocked his path and urged him to hear her out. Raoul said he didn't have time for conversation and added a bluff, claiming he might not return to this place. Ravel begged him to stay and apologized for disturbing him, saying she hadn't spoken to a human in a long while. Raoul continued pressing her, saying he was busy and didn't want to talk anymore. Even so, Ravel refused to let him walk away. She insisted she could be useful and told Raoul to take her with him. The skill dex he carried meant a great deal to her, so she pleaded again for him to listen. Watching her persistence, Raoul thought he had reached a point where he could negotiate. But instead of bargaining, Ravel suddenly burst into tears like a child, saying she was desperate and asking why Raoul refused to believe her. She continued crying even harder, claiming Raoul was incredibly mean. Seeing her breakdown pushed him into concern, and he immediately tried to calm her, doing whatever he could to stop her cries. After some time passed, Ravel sat on top of a thick book, pouting in frustration. Raoul apologized and told her he had never intended to make her cry. She simply answered fine, He then explained he couldn't just let her enter his books so easily because it was extremely important to him. After that, he asked her to tell him everything, how she ended up in her current state, why she was so desperate, and what led her to this point. Only then would he decide what to do. Revell said she trusted him, so she would tell the entire story. She warned it was a long one. Far in the past, a massive war had spread through Connect. The conflict involved many races, including gods, demons, and beings from beyond the world. The war that engulfed the Empire nearly destroyed the continent, and the forest fairies reached the edge of extinction. As a final attempt to save their last heir, the fairies placed her inside a book. But chaotic mana and unstable dimensional forces twisted the process. Her spirit became trapped inside the book, while the rest of her kin vanished into a dimensional rift. She slept for ages after that. When she eventually woke up, she discovered she had to move between books in order to survive. Each time she awakened, part of her memory faded. Still, she remembered she had a purpose. When Raoul asked about this purpose, she said she needed to search for the scattered members of her race. She was convinced that others like her still existed somewhere. Her responsibility was to deliver their wisdom and essence, which meant she couldn't disappear before accomplishing that mission. She explained that she remained confined to the book and couldn't leave the library at all. Worse, she was running out of books capable of holding her. Then she told him the skill dex carried the same scent as the first book that originally housed her. In her opinion, the skill dex might even be stronger than that original one. She begged again for permission to enter the skill dex. Raoul noted her persistence, and his way of negotiating kicked in. He told her she could enter the skill dex, which instantly lifted her mood, but he added a condition. She had to become the skill dex librarian. He also warned her that taking this role might bind her to him permanently, and he wanted to confirm she was fine with that. She accepted without hesitation. Then Revell asked what Raoul planned to do with such a powerful book. He told her plainly that he wanted to protect his homeland and his family. It might seem small to others, but for him, it held great importance. Hearing that made Revell satisfied. They then shook hands and sealed their agreement. Revell informed him that she wouldn't be able to assist him right away. She needed time to stabilize herself inside the skill dex. She would be asleep for a month, though the deck itself would function normally during that time. Raoul told her not to worry about something so minor and simply asked her to wake up safely. Revell thanked him and promised that once she awakened, she would help him as much as she could. She said goodbye, saying she hoped to meet him again in a month. With that, she lay down inside the book and fell asleep. That was how Raoul ended up gaining a fairy companion. Time moved quickly after his encounter with Revell. Only a week remained before the update, and he still had a long list of preparations. He didn't have much time left. Dylan noticed his constant work and complimented him for pushing himself. Then Dylan added that Raoul had been right. There really was an oracle from the shrine. He asked how Raoul already knew, but Raoul didn't respond. Instead, he asked Dylan about the prophet. Dylan found it strange because the prophet's message said, "A week from now, things that had disappeared will return, and connections that were cut off will be restored. To halt the rise of evil, one must open the door and harvest the void fruit inside." Dylan was sweating as he repeated it. The oracle was too vague, yet he couldn't dismiss it. Raoul then asked how the shrine reacted. Dylan explained that they increased their forces to prepare for a major threat. Raoul asked about the nobles, which made Dylan burst out laughing. Dylan said most nobles brushed it off or treated it like a joke. He himself would have ignored it too if Raoul hadn't said something. There were a few precedents, according to him. Raoul thought privately that it wasn't a few, there were plenty. The Holy Empire was ruled by the Pope, formed by Garnelia and several mid-sized cities, small in size, but holding imperial status because of its religious influence. It was considered an impenetrable dominion. They had issued many oracles in the past. Raoul worried that if this one turned out to be real, it might already be too late. Dylan told him not to stress over it. They would handle whatever was within their power. He had already passed instructions on how to respond, both to their own people and to allied families. Then Dylan raised his fist and told Raoul to stop overthinking and train with him. He urged Raoul to show what he could do. Raoul found it irritating that the Count's family never forgot anything once they became interested, especially Dylan's father and brother. That was exactly why Dylan took Raoul's words so seriously. When Raoul mentioned the update, Dylan treated it as an oracle. And ever since Dylan discovered Raoul's psychokinesis, he had been constantly pushing Raoul to demonstrate it. Later on, Dylan shouted, "Next!" forcing Raul to exert everything he had to block Dylan's strike. Dylan yelled again, telling Raul to stop relying on his skill and focus on building his physical strength instead. He, on the other hand, was barely holding himself together. Even though he had sworn never to train with Dylan again, he still ended up in the worst possible situation. No matter how many times he tried, he simply couldn't get used to the kind of training Dylan forced on him. Sweat poured from him as if he had stepped out of a bath. He had only agreed to train with Dylan because Dylan kept insisting, but the result was that his muscles developed well. Along with that, his psychokinesis-enhanced body reached the same level it had in his previous life. Dylan's focus, however, rested entirely on the physical aspect. That was why, despite his overwhelming physique, there were plenty of gaps in his actual combat technique. The enemies awaiting them when the war broke out wouldn't be forgiving. Dylan needed to become stronger. Raul believed that if Dylan combined proper combat skills with that monstrous physique of his, he would become more dangerous than any demonic beast. In Raul's eyes, Dylan was already noticing that the gap between them was decreasing each time they sparred. Eventually, Dylan would realize he could no longer overpower Raul using brute strength alone. When that happened, Raul intended to help him find a combat skill suited for him. He would gain access to more skill books once the dungeons opened. To handle the disaster waiting in the future, he had to strengthen the people around him as much as possible. Thinking about all this, he smirked to himself, calling himself a genius in his own head. His plan felt clever enough to amuse him. Sometime afterward, he sat inside a carriage. He had nearly finished the tasks that needed to be handled before the update. What bothered him most was how indifferent everyone acted despite the shrine's oracle being made public. When he questioned local lords about their response, they only laughed, saying that it wasn't the first time the shrine had announced something strange. Raul thought of himself as unlucky. He needed the kingdom's cooperation to advance through the scenario. Monsters would invade through the gates, and a war with the Empire would follow. There would be moments when massive numbers of troops were necessary. The kingdom's forces had to be strengthened and preserved for that. There were limits to what he alone could manage. Even though he was a count's son and had knowledge of the future, he was still just a 15-year-old kid. Because of that, he focused only on what he could realistically accomplish. He attended academy lectures and searched for skill books in the library. Whenever he had no classes, he traveled to 3 additional beginner cities. These were the cities of the Reuben kingdom: Mira to the south, Kessin to the east, Bryant to the west, and Zusek to the north, totaling 4 in all. Using the letter of recommendation Mira had given him, he met with the mayors of the other 3 cities. When he offered to invest in their cities, they accepted easily since their situations were similar to it. He then launched large-scale civil engineering work in the Central District and set up branches of the First Guild there, spending roughly 3.5 million gold. The cost was huge, but worthwhile considering the city's future growth. All construction needed to be completed before players began arriving. He also issued a recruitment notice for mercenaries across the 4 free cities and the capital's mercenary guild. He was looking for individual C rank or higher mercenaries and small groups of up to 10 members. He hung posters stating that he would pay double salary for the first month, and those who proved themselves could join the guild permanently or even become trainee knights. Because the offer was too good, applicants poured in. In the end, he secured 50 B rank mercenaries and 950 C rank mercenaries. C rank mercenaries were trained soldiers from other lands or fighters with at least 3 years of experience, while B rank mercenaries could be skilled swordsmen or leaders of small groups. Hiring all of them cost around 30,000 gold, and maintaining them would cost even more, but to him the expense was worth it. With this force, he wouldn't need to worry even if a major battle broke out. Other nobles thought he had lost his mind, unaware that he could afford such massive spending. Some even suspected he had hidden motives for gathering so many capable fighters. After that, he ordered Philip to assemble every guild member. Philip reported that all 45 members were present except for the executives. They had been split into 10 groups and completed their training. Philip also summoned the regular knights stationed there. Raul praised him and reminded him not to lower his guard. He told Philip they had a mission later that night, and Philip acknowledged it. A lot had changed. 6 trainee knights had reached the expert level and were promoted to regular knights. Including Philip, Jake, and Pierce, there were now 9 official members of the First Knight. The remaining trainees and soldiers were attached to the First Knight division as well. Now his first guild would make its first public appearance as the First Knight. First guild rank, beginner level 10 influence. Local, Rising Guild Master. Raoul D. Ashton Vice Guild Master. Philip Administrative Officer. Bernard Total Members. 50 regular knights. 9 trainee knights. 35 administrators. 5 buffs. EXP plus 10%. Proficiency plus 10%. He checked the guild member stats and was shocked. He had selected individuals with talent rank B or above, but their potential was far greater than he expected. He wondered how strong they would become in the future. He had done everything within his power to prepare for the update. All he could do now was hope everything unfolded according to his plan. The system displayed the remaining time before the update. 0 days, 6 hours, 17 minutes, 32 seconds. The scene shifted to a hidden location. Inside the meeting chamber of the Imperial Hound, Silver Zero asked for updates. Number 8 reported that the royal family hadn't taken any significant action, only increasing patrols around the capital. Number 9 followed with news that the Templeton family made the same move, and the McNeil family had responded in an identical manner. Silver Zero gave no reaction and turned to Number 6, asking whether Ashton County was religious. Number 6 immediately denied it, explaining that although Ashton maintained a decent relationship with the shrine, they weren't a religious house. He then added that Ashton County had begun preparing before the oracle was even announced, which suggested they had access to another source of information. Silver Zero then asked about Alfredo Gray. Number 6 answered that there was nothing unusual. Alfredo was focused entirely on academy matters at the moment. Silver Zero then addressed Number 8, asking if he had successfully infiltrated the mercenary group. Number 8 lowered his head and apologized, admitting that they attempted it, but all attempts failed. Hearing that, Number 5 was astonished and couldn't stay composed. He argued that they were recruiting nearly 1,000 people, yet none of them managed to slip inside. Number 8 explained they passed the initial test, but were filtered out during the main test. According to him, Raoul possessed some sort of special ability. Silver Zero went silent at that comment. Number 8 then asked whether Raoul should be considered a threat since, from what he saw, Raoul gained nothing from the whole situation. Number 5 agreed, saying he thought the same and that such insignificant nobles could never interfere with their larger plan. After listening to their arguments, Silver Zero finally instructed them to keep Raoul under surveillance for the time being. Then he asked for the status of their agents. Number 8 reported that all agents were already positioned. Silver Zero concluded that their great plan was finally reaching its starting point. The day they intended to eliminate the pig nobles was drawing near. Folding his arms, he told everyone to stay sharp. Before dismissing the meeting, he ended with a declaration that all of it was for the Emperor. Once the room emptied, Silver Zero quietly muttered, "Raoul Ashton." Later that night, the streets were crowded. Among the people, a child tugged on his mother and pointed to the sky, asking what those things were. The mother looked upward and saw countless pink meteors streaking across the territory. She stared in confusion, unable to understand their appearance, and then realized something was wrong. She grabbed her child tightly, and the child clung to her. People around them began yelling that an earthquake had struck. The mother urged her child to hold on and stay close. The child trembled in fear and cried. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a massive red door in front of them, looking nothing short of an entrance to hell itself. Everyone froze in fear at the sight. One person asked what it was, while another pulled his partner close to shield her. A hand wrapped in cloth-like bandages pushed its way out from the gate. In the next instant, a swarm of goblins armed with vicious weapons rushed out. With a single swing of his sword, Jake cut down half of them, saving the mother and her child. His resolve didn't waver for even a moment. He then shouted that the area had become a danger zone and ordered everyone to evacuate immediately. The mother thanked him, shaken but relieved. 3 mercenaries supported Jake as they held the gate back. Jake then contacted the control room. Outer Wall 4, Area B, Section 32. Gate confirmed. Initiating defensive protocol. After reporting, he instructed his men to escort the civilians out and remain alert. The scene shifted as Pierce made his report. Outer Wall 3, Area F, Section 21. Gate detected. A few monsters emerged, but civilians remain unharmed. Then Philip reported from Outer Wall 1 that a gate had appeared in the Noble District, Section 3. He assured the control room that they would clear the area and pass it to the guards afterward. Inside a mansion, Raoul acknowledged each report and told them to continue their work. The gate in Outer Wall 4 Area B, Section 32 was outside their current capacity, so the team requested backup. Raoul ordered everyone stationed at Section 14 to move to Section 32 and support them immediately. In front of him, a large map of the county was spread open, with red markings showing where the gates had appeared. More goblins continued pouring out of the gate in Outer Wall 3, Area F, Section 21. As the situation escalated, it became clear that the difficulty was rapidly rising. The update had officially begun. Raoul called for Bernard, who arrived almost instantly. Raoul instructed him to determine which squads to deploy and send reinforcements to each affected section. Bernard acknowledged the order without hesitation. Raoul had anticipated chaos, but not on this scale. They had prepared as much as possible, yet it was still a close call. From the start, there had been barely any information about the quest. All he knew was that the kingdom suffered massive damage in 521 due to the appearance of these gates. He had no idea how many would appear, where they would open, or what ranks they would be. Under normal circumstances, he would have preferred to clear the gates himself. But now he wasn't acting alone. He had to reduce civilian casualties while coordinating the full strength of his guild. If he had known the gate ranks in advance, he could have placed his troops with much more efficiency. Just then, the system window appeared. Limited quest, gate rush rank, X objective, clear as many gates as possible. The notice announced a strict deadline, 30 days. Dimensional gates of unknown origin were spreading across Connect, appearing in cities, fields, and defensive zones without any clear pattern. No one understood how they worked or why they appeared, but the message was direct. Everyone had to clear as many gates as possible to calm the civilians who were already losing confidence in the system's safety. Rankings would determine the rewards, and whichever individual or guild reached first place might receive a special prize that the system did not describe. The gates refreshed every midnight. That single line in the system window made him stop. He cursed under his breath, though he had already expected something like this to appear eventually. Connect was built with a rigid scenario structure, and the system protected it with absolute authority. If anything threatened the outline of the scenario, the system adjusted things immediately. It could attach unique requirements to quests, throw sudden missions at players, or force follow-up quests that had to be completed whether the player wanted them or not. He understood that even if he cleared a large number of gates, the final outcome might not shift in his favor. But he couldn't afford to abandon the responsibility placed on him. He needed to reduce the damage as much as he could before the situation grew worse. A report arrived from Outer Wall 2, Area 3, Section 17. The scout team had located the Golden Gate he had warned them about earlier. Hearing that made him tense. The gate wasn't acting up yet, but the pressure surrounding it was steadily growing. He immediately shouted for the team to keep their distance. A gate like that had a strong chance of pulling in anything that moved too close. He told them again to stay alert and avoid direct contact. To secure the area, he sent 3 Birang mercenaries to maintain a special watch. Philip, who was handling communications, confirmed the orders without hesitation. Right after that, a new Durang gate appeared. He realized he could not remain in place, giving commands anymore. He needed to take action himself. His name was Josh. At 21 years old, he held the rank of C-level mercenary. He had grown up on a small farm and started at F rank before working his way upward. A noble searching for reliable mercenaries once offered him a chance to become a knight. Josh had been promised a comfortable house and meals far better than anything he had known. He believed he could live a quiet life by serving that noble. But now he faced a different reality. A gate opened before him, releasing a swarm of rat men. His crew had already fallen, leaving him alone. The rat men charged, and Josh readied himself. He cut down 3 with quick, controlled swings, but more kept coming. Then a boss-type rat man stepped out carrying a bone club, followed by an even larger swarm. Josh spun his sword once, tightened his grip, and prepared to take a desperate chance. His approach was straightforward. Eliminate the large target first and force the smaller ones to hesitate. Josh rushed forward with that plan in mind, but before he reached the boss creature, Raoul appeared beside him in a swift, near-weightless motion. Using telekinesis, Raoul lifted every weapon scattered across the ground. With one sweeping motion of his hand, he launched the captured weapons forward, sending them flying through the remaining rat men and clearing the field in an instant. Raoul's focus locked onto the boss rat man. A blue glow formed in his eye as he moved in a clean arc, slicing the boss in 2 without slowing down. He landed lightly, then offered a casual apology, asking if he had stepped in at the wrong moment. After that, he mentioned that Josh looked familiar and asked if he belonged to the first guild. Josh confirmed it and introduced himself as a C-rank mercenary. Raoul said he respected Josh's determination, but cautioned him not to take unnecessary risks. Ratmen didn't always scatter when their leader fell, and even with C-rank ability, a D-rank gate could overwhelm anyone working alone. Raoul said it would be better for Josh to move with them for now. Josh hesitated when he heard the word join and asked who Raoul really was. Jake stepped forward, saying that even if Josh was new, he should at least recognize the guild master. Jake's sudden appearance made Josh straighten. He then explained that Raoul was the master of the first guild, Ro Ashton. Josh asked if that was true, and Jake answered with a smirk, saying he shouldn't expect the guild to be easy just because it was founded by a noble's son. If Josh had joined hoping for a simple path, then he had chosen the wrong guild. Jake added that the first guild accepted only those who met its standards. Raoul ended the conversation and told everyone to move out. The others followed at once. Josh repeated Jake's words quietly, a guild only for the qualified, then followed behind them. They advanced into a Ratman den. 9 Ratmen patrolled the area ahead. One of them noticed movement, but before it could react, Raoul leaped forward and skewered 3 in a single strike. The remaining Ratmen shouted, confirming what Raoul had already expected. Their numbers were high, and clearing this location was the right decision. There were too many gates and not enough time, so this one needed to be finished quickly. After Raoul cut down 3, 6 remained. Jake pointed out that even more Ratmen were gathered near the entrance. Their numbers and movements suggested a nearby base. Raoul agreed and instructed Jake to send a scout to locate it. Then he told the team to focus on rescuing civilians. Before the order could settle, Josh charged into the remaining monsters. The Ratmen lifted their clubs to strike, but Josh cut through every one of them with efficient, decisive swings. Jake looked at Josh with confusion and said Josh was a special case. He remembered the name and recalled that Josh's sword work was rough, but his instincts were sharp. Josh lifted a finger as if to say he could handle things just fine. Raoul watched him and thought Josh would improve greatly once he learned to use mana. A nearby member called out, reporting that they had located the Ratman base behind the forest. Raoul complimented them for the good work. The scout added that they hadn't seen any civilians while searching the area. The base was large, yet no other monsters were present. Jake mentioned that they had already made sure no civilians were close to the gate, so there shouldn't be many inside anyway. Raoul ordered them to double-check the entire area. Losing civilians wasn't acceptable. They agreed immediately. Clearing the gate mattered, but rescuing civilians came first. Raoul then looked toward Josh and told him to head to the base with them. He raised his fist toward the group and declared that the night would be long, urging everyone to be prepared. The scene shifted to a mansion in the city. Dylan commented that Raoul already looked worn out after only one night. He asked if Raoul had pushed himself too hard. He added that the strain would help Raoul grow stronger anyway. Raoul dismissed the joke and asked about the county situation. Dylan assured him there was nothing to worry about. Thanks to Raoul's earlier efforts, they had all the information they needed. When Raoul asked about the total number of gates that appeared, Dylan estimated around 100, with 10 of them ranked D. He said handling that amount was easy for them. Raoul didn't relax. Instead, he stood up slightly in shock and asked if he heard the number correctly. The situation was far worse than he expected. Dylan looked confused, not understanding why Raoul reacted like that. To Dylan, the number seemed low. Raoul clenched his fist and said he would come assist them soon. Dylan told him there was no need and asked to come in, explaining they had already cleared everything. Seeing Raoul's confused look, Dylan said the entire cleanup took only half a day. The Lord Count had finally gotten some exercise. Golden Bear, High Master Trevor, and Commander Ernest had treated the whole situation like an event. They were restless from ordinary daily routines and welcomed the action. Raoul let out a small, forced laugh, still puzzled. Dylan added that watching all those older men running around with excitement felt energizing, and for him, it was a great sight. Raoul reminded himself that his family wasn't normal. Then he told Dylan that even if everything turned out fine, the approach had been too reckless. Rank D gates were too dangerous to clear so carelessly, and they should be left alone next time. When Dylan heard Raoul's warning, his expression tightened. He asked if Raoul expected them to sit around waiting for him to clear everything. Dylan raised his voice and told Raoul to listen carefully. Ashton County was strong. Count Ashton and Dylan were not weak, and Raoul had no reason to worry about them. For Ascension County, the number of gates didn't matter at all. Raoul shifted slightly, feeling uneasy. Dylan pointed at him and said they didn't need help from Raoul's knights. A few hundred gates were easy for Ascension County to handle. Raoul grew timid, and suddenly Dylan called his name loudly, startling him. Dylan told him to stop worrying about home and focus on what he wanted to do. If anything went wrong, their father and Dylan would support him. Raoul let out a long breath and said Dylan was right. He admitted he had been too arrogant. Dylan laughed and told him to remember that he wasn't anywhere near strong enough to act tough in front of them. Then Dylan's expression turned serious, as he said there was something he forgot to mention. Some of the gates hadn't vanished, even after clearing them. He asked Raoul if he understood what that meant. Raoul was stunned and asked again if the gates truly hadn't disappeared. Later, Raoul gathered his retainers for a meeting. He explained the situation in the county. Clearing the gates hadn't removed them. Dylan had said the Rank D gates back home were still standing. The damage was minimal, but the outcome they feared had arrived. Jake asked if this wasn't a huge problem. Watching the gates was possible for now, but there was a limit. Philip added that if they assigned more men to surveillance, their defensive forces would be spread too thin. They needed a solution immediately. Raoul said he wanted to find out why the gates remained and whether another method existed to eliminate them. Bernard asked if he should prepare soldiers for an expedition. Raoul declined and said they would move with only a small elite group. The team would consist of Raoul, Jake, Philip, and Pierce. Philip asked if that number was too low to call a proper squad. Raoul replied that the retired fighters back in the county were already going wild handling the situation there, so the younger ones couldn't just sit around doing nothing. He told them to get ready and added that they might find civilians inside the gates. If that happened, they would need 10 scouts prepared to assist. Bernard understood and stepped back to prepare. Jake smirked and said the situation reminded him of the old days, asking if he should pack a lunchbox. Pierce reacted instantly, annoyed, and demanded to know what Jake meant by old days. It had only been 2 months earlier. Pierce warned Jake not to relax, reminding him they weren't out on a picnic. Jake cursed back, saying he was only joking. Inside the Golden Gate, rat men and goblins rushed at them from all sides. Raoul asked the group if they were getting tired, and Jake answered that he wasn't even warmed up yet. They were surrounded by goblins as they moved in. Raoul reminded everyone they didn't have time to waste and needed to move fast, asking if they understood. Before he could finish, the monsters charged. Raoul cut through the front line in one swing. Beside him, Philip drove his weapon into a rat man. Jake, on the other side, tore through monsters without slowing down, almost as if he was playing a game. As their numbers dropped, Jake began to lose interest. A goblin jumped at him from behind, catching him off guard. Before it struck, 2 arrows shot through it. Jake quickly turned, demanding to know who fired them. Pierce stood behind him and told him not to bother thanking him. Jake shouted back that he didn't need Pierce's help and could handle things alone. Pierce answered calmly that he heard him. Jake became even more irritated and asked if Pierce wanted to bet on who could score more kills. Philip smacked Jake on the head and said this wasn't the time for games. Raoul scanned the situation. Nothing unusual stood out except the uneven terrain. Josh approached to give a report, and Raoul told him to continue forward. Josh explained that the rough ground slowed them down, but nothing else seemed strange. He also confirmed there were no civilians nearby. Raoul considered the structure of gates. They were designed so only players could reach the core areas. He had already expected that. Gates and dungeons could theoretically be cleared by Kinect's NPCs, because NPCs were far stronger than players, but players would never accept that. Because of this, strict rules existed. NPCs were forbidden from entering gate guardian rooms or dungeon boss zones. No matter their strength, NPCs could not close a gate. Raoul needed to figure out another method. At that moment, the system window appeared. A notification stated that the gate clear conditions had been met. Another alert followed, announcing that a hidden space had been discovered, triggering a hidden quest, Guardian Elimination. A warning beneath it stated that the quest would expire after 30 minutes if he didn't accept it. Raoul accepted the quest. The system displayed the details. Hidden quest, Guardian Elimination grade. D objective, eliminate the gate guardian. Description, a powerful guardian is protecting the gate. Remove the guardian and neutralize the gate. The reward listed EXP, gold, and a low-tier random item box. At any other time, Raoul would have welcomed it, but he didn't have the spare time to handle a hidden quest now. He asked the others if they could see the notification. Philip answered yes, then asked if they were supposed to locate the gate guardian themselves. He doubted any of the monsters they had fought so far matched that role. Josh called out to Raul, asking if the creature ahead was the guardian. Raul turned, stunned by what he saw. A massive monster stomped across the ground, releasing a heavy, violent aura. It held a round, oversized club. The system identified it as Rank D Gate Guardian, Dark Corrupted Goblin. Philip was taken aback, wondering if that giant goblin was truly the guardian. Jake commented that it had come straight to them, making things easier. Philip agreed, relieved they wouldn't have to search for it. Josh stepped forward confidently, saying he could handle it, but Raul cut him off and ordered him to stay back. Josh swallowed and obeyed. Curious, he asked why the young master was taking the fight himself. Philip explained that Raul always led the charge. Raul overheard and sighed inwardly. NPCs like them couldn't gain rewards from defeating Guardian. Even so, he wanted to see whether destroying it would make the gate collapse. The Guardian attacked first. Raul blocked the strike easily, pushed it aside, and used the opening to finish it in one decisive move. Jake said the young master made it look simple. Philip added that the Guardian never stood a chance. Josh watched in surprise. Raul had blocked a strike from something that large and created a clean opening. He wondered if this was what a guild master's strength looked like. After the quick victory, Raul assessed the Guardian's strength. An inexperienced mercenary would have been overwhelmed. He waited for the gate to collapse. A system window appeared, exactly as he expected. But then more windows materialized with unexpected messages. The first one read, Guardian of the Gate defeated. Gate collapse sequence starting. A second message followed, error detected. Compulsion activated. Gate collapse sequence halted. A third appeared with additional information. This gate is registered as a scenario gate. The entrance will close and reset every midnight. Raul stared at the overlapping system messages, feeling a bit uneasy as he processed what they meant. Raul let out a short exclamation and examined the item closely. Moments later, he told the others to pay attention and revealed a black sphere. He identified it as a core. He explained that it served as the heart of power armor and could be used to craft high-quality equipment. It was a grade D core, a rare mineral found only inside gates and dungeons. When processed correctly, it could be turned into power armor. Philip asked if the core had come from inside the giant goblin. Raul confirmed it and told them to gather the remaining pieces. After finishing the dungeon monster, Jake asked if core was really that rare and valuable. Pierce responded with irritation, asking if Jake had been asleep while Raul explained everything earlier. Raul turned his attention back to the gate. Even though he had personally defeated the Guardian, the gate still hadn't collapsed. That didn't bother him. He had no intention of interfering with the scenario anyway. Instead, they could use a gate that regenerated endlessly to grow stronger without limit. Raul announced that reconnaissance was complete. From this point on, they would begin clearing every Durant gate in the capital of Tum. Jake responded with excitement, saying they had been waiting for that command. Raul added that they needed one more mercenary for the next gate. He looked at Josh and asked if he wanted to join. Josh was startled and asked if Raul meant him. Raul explained that since he had taken Josh's chance to stand out earlier, he would give him this opportunity instead. Josh accepted immediately. Raul complimented their spirit and ordered the team to move out. As they stepped through the next gate, Raul wondered if the area was a dungeon or simply an underground cave. Without the light from the gate behind them, the entire place would have been completely dark. Raul was relieved he had brought a lamp. Jake muttered about the darkness and asked what kind of place it was. Raul told everyone to stay close and not wander too far from the entrance, warning that reckless movement could put the whole party in danger. He pulled out a magical lamp from his inventory, lighting their surroundings. Jake stared at the lamp and called it a rare item. He couldn't believe Raul had one, since a magic lamp was expensive even for high nobles. Philip admitted he had never seen one before, but agreed that it worked well. Raul told them to remain near the lamp as they explored. It would be dangerous to drift too far from the light, so they needed to stick together when fighting. Everyone agreed. Raul turned to Josh and said this would be his first mission, assigning him the responsibility of carrying the lamp. Josh questioned why something like that was being handed to him. Raul explained that Josh was capable and should prove what he could do as the guild's promising new member. Josh asked if Raul truly called him a promising member, and Raul confirmed it. Josh vowed to protect the lamp even if it cost his life, and Raul told him to give it his all. Raul thought that they might not understand it yet, but Josh was the fortunate one. Soon Josh would rise to S rank and be mentioned as a possible mercenary king. Josh's status window opened, showing his details. Name Josh, age 21, level 38, freelance mercenary, temporary member of the First Guild. Stats listed. Potential talent grade A, strength 53, agility 56, stamina 59, intelligence 32, willpower 48, senses 62. He also carried unique traits. Beast-like sensation grade A+, burning competitive spirit grade B, ambition to succeed grade C+. Raoul turned to Pierce, asking about the situation ahead and whether he noticed anything. Pierce answered that something was shifting in the darkness. All he could confirm was the cold, murderous presence drifting around. In an instant, Pierce caught sight of a shape and released an arrow, drawing a sharp scream. Jake, curious, asked, "What happened? Did you see something? Did you land that shot?" Pierce replied, "At this point, I could hit them without even trying. They're already surrounding us." Out of nowhere, groups of giant bats rushed toward them. Raoul called out, "Giant bats." They chase the light and attack anyone. Stay alert. Josh eyed the lamp, thinking about the light. Jake shouted, "Damn it, the whole swarm is heading straight for the lamp." Raoul told Josh to lower the lamp for now, since it was too much to handle alone. Before they could continue, Josh yelled, "These annoying bats daring to charge at someone like me." He moved quickly, cutting down the incoming bats with his sword. With a confident tone, he declared, "Not a single mark will touch this lamp from their attacks." Jake quietly told Raoul that he had praised the rookie too much, and now the rookie had gone overboard. Raoul replied that enthusiasm was fine, but he wanted to treat this as a kind of entry test. Josh called out to Jake and Philip, addressing them as seniors, asking if they planned to just stand around. Jake teased him, saying he was too slow. Far too slow. Philip added that a promising member like him should be able to deal with this level alone. Nearby, a scorpion shifted in the shadows as they continued forward. After some time, the group made their way deeper into the dungeon. Jake noted that they had gone pretty far, yet he still didn't spot anything. He then asked if the cave was nothing but bats. Seeing his careless attitude, Philip reminded him that it was still a D-rank gate. Philip told Jake not to lower his guard. The young master was staying alert, so they should follow his lead. Josh, glancing at Raoul, turned to Philip and addressed him as Mr. Knight, asking if their boss meant the young master's strength. Philip, slightly thrown off, steadied himself and said that depended on what Josh meant by strength. The young master improved every day and lacked nothing as part of the Ashen family. But in pure sword skill, he was likely below Jake. Jake acted like a fool again, shouting that the oversized bugs were disgusting. Philip went on, saying Jake might seem ridiculous, but his sword skill was impressive. Sensing a monster ahead, Raoul stopped. Philip called out to him, but Raoul said he already knew and that the enemies had finally shown up. A pack of scorpions advanced, and a window appeared with their details. Rumored scorpion, level 45, rank D. Their traits were acid poison and steel armor. Jake remarked that they looked extremely ugly. Philip warned him that there were many and they needed to stay cautious. Raoul said that giant bats could not possibly be the main foes in a D-rank gate. These scorpions only showed up in gates and dungeons, so this was likely their first encounter with this type. Clearing his thoughts, he said, "Whatever it is, if it's a quest, we have to push through. Their armor is hard as steel, so stay alert. Avoid the poisonous stinger." Then he gave a brief smirk and ordered everyone to get ready for the fight. A quest window appeared with details about a D-rank dimension gate. Quest rank D. The task was to eliminate 50 remarried scorpions of rank D. There was no time limit. The rewards were experience points, gold, and a low-tier random material box. Raoul noted that it wasn't a conquest, but an elimination quest. It wanted them to clear the mission, not destroy the gate. He told them to think it through. After dealing with the first monsters, Raoul signaled everyone to attack. Philip and Jake charged straight into a scorpion slaughter, leaving Josh to guard the lamp. A swarm rushed Josh, striking from his blind side, but he managed to block at the last moment. When another hit came, Josh believed he couldn't avoid it. Suddenly, several swords pierced the scorpion, taking it out. Confused, Josh asked why the swords were floating. Raoul asked him if guarding the lamp and fighting at the same time was too much. He said he felt like he was taking away Josh's chance to stand out. Then he sent the swords toward the other monsters, wiping out almost all of them. Jake watched and felt let down, thinking he could have at least taken a bit more time. Josh, stunned by Raoul's abilities, wondered if this was Raoul's real power. He was only 15, yet nothing about him looked like a noble pretending to be a knight. Josh kept staring, thinking that this was the master he would follow. Raoul finished off the last scorpion, saying that made 50. They had reached the minimum condition to clear the gate. Then he moved deeper inside. Jake laughed, assuming the quest was already finished. Raoul said they had to confirm it since they were there. A ranked E gate was dangerous if left unchecked. Jake complained about fighting weak creatures again. Philip told him to quit grumbling. As they continued, Raoul thought they had completed the task, only to realize the hidden quest to destroy the gate hadn't appeared. This meant they had to handle it themselves and locate the Guardian, since leaving it behind could cause serious problems. Even with the risk, Raoul decided to find the Guardian, no matter how long it took. At a key moment, Pierce used telepathy to reach Raoul, asking if he could hear him. Raoul responded by asking Pierce if he found anything. Pierce reported finding the end of the cave, suggesting it would be best for everyone to see it themselves. He described a circular arena inside, pointing out how unusual it looked. After a while, Jake guessed that the figure in the center was the Guardian. Raoul answered with a simple probably. Jake asked why the Guardian was staying still. Raoul said it looked like it was waiting for them. A window then opened, showing details of the Deer Gate Guardian, Scorpion Champion, level 64, grade C++. The Scorpion Champion stared at them, as though ready to devour them. Raoul found it almost amusing, saying the Guardian had given them an invitation, so they had no choice but to accept. Jake warned him to be careful, but Raoul stepped into the arena, saying he felt a bit sorry for the Guardian while admitting it was strong. He couldn't back away, driven not only by the reward but other reasons as well. He apologized for taking time and told the Guardian to show everything it had. Raoul and the Scorpion Champion clashed. The Guardian swung a sword, which Raoul blocked, and he shifted away from a venomous stinger. Raoul countered, but the Scorpion Champion blocked with just as much force. Their fight continued with both sides pushing back and forth. Philip watched, noting how well the Scorpion Champion held up against the young master. Jake agreed, saying a ranked Gate Guardian Champion was never easy. Josh asked why they weren't helping Raoul if things became difficult, but Jake said the young master had the clear upper hand. According to Jake, the Guardian's varied attacks were matched by Raoul's sharp swordplay, and Raoul seemed to be enjoying the clash. At the same time, Raoul considered how rare this type of moment was, a break from training, real estate matters, and guild duties. But he knew he couldn't drag it out, so he decided to finish quickly. He appreciated focusing only on the current fight, yet understood it wouldn't last. Channeling mana into his sword, Raoul admitted the fight had been enjoyable, but said time was limited and he had to end it. The Scorpion was laughing too. The Scorpion Champion answered by forming a mana blade, adding a sharp tension to the scene. Without warning, it released poison toward Raoul, who slipped out of its path just in time. The droplets melted the ground instantly. Seeing that, he was caught off guard, never expecting the Scorpion Champion to throw poison. His brief lapse came with consequences. When he turned, the monster was already at his blind spot, striking with the mana blade. Raoul barely avoided the hit, blocking with his mana sword. Their collisions sent out large waves of energy that reached the others watching from a distance. The clash revealed the Scorpion Champion's skill with the mana blade, stirring up strong winds that made it hard to see. Pierce shouted about the sudden appearance of the mana blade, making Josh think they should help. Jake told them not to panic over something so simple. Philip agreed, saying they would only get in Raoul's way if they tried to assist. They needed to trust him. In the middle of the fierce fight, Raoul thought about how he had forgotten the rush of life and death battles. Even with an opponent using a mana blade and ranged attacks, Raoul enjoyed the complexity of the fight. He studied the Scorpion Champion's patterns, noting how straightforward yet strong its approach was. Then the monster clicked its claw, almost like urging Raoul to attack first. Raoul charged, thinking this was his first time facing an enemy using a sword, a claw, and a tail together. When the Scorpion Champion swung its claw, Raoul moved aside and used the chance to cut off the tail. A follow-up strike finished the Scorpion Champion for good. Raoul gave a short remark about the memory the fight brought back. Jake, stunned, asked if the young master had grown stronger. Philip confirmed it, saying Raoul had reached the intermediate level not long after hitting the expert stage. Philip then teased Jake, adding that in swordsmanship it was only a matter of time before Raoul surpassed him. Jake grew fired up and shouted, "Young master, let's head to the next gate. The next Guardian is mine. I claimed it first. As Raoul looked at Jake's sudden declaration, he wondered what was going on with him. A notification window appeared, showing Ashton's sword skill, Bear Crush, Grade A+, now at Intermediate Level 4. His class shifted to Knight of Intermediate Sword Expert, marking the defeat of the Gate Guardian and the completion of a hidden quest. He noted how far he had come. Then he mentioned that it took a while and apologized, saying it must have been dull to watch. Josh quickly responded, saying it was incredible. Josh felt satisfied, saying the fight had refreshed his eyes. Raoul accepted the words and thanked Josh. Philip asked what they planned for the next gate, and Raoul answered confidently that they were behind schedule and needed to move on quickly. He reminded them that today would be long. Jake felt energized, eager to clear more gates with no break. After 7 long hours, they managed to clear 4 rank D gates. After resting fully, mercenary units under Bernard's command were sent into the rank E gates. They completed all their tasks and handled every gate that appeared in the capital, Turium. Around 500 were lost, and about 700 were saved on the first day. While many believed the danger had passed, Raoul understood this was only the start of a coming street war. People around the city discussed the events, with one asking if he had seen the gate. The other replied that he had, even spotting orcs coming out. Rumors spread about people being dragged into the gates, and the bartender explained why mercenaries and knights had gathered. Another man said it was surprising that they predicted the situation and prepared for it. A girl mentioned they came from Aston County, and another added that Raoul, the youngest son, was leading. The news stirred excitement, and one girl shouted that it was amazing. Meanwhile, Raoul rested on the sofa, and Bernard placed a blanket over him. At the Randall County mansion, a man read a newspaper covering the neutralization of gates in Turium. He kept reading. The report said the renowned warrior family from Ashton County had returned. Turium citizens had chosen Raoul Ashton as the figure of the moment. In front of him, a man with a ponytail stood in fear. The next article discussed Ashton County's major rise, hinting at possible political involvement. The man reading could not continue and tore the paper. He said he could not believe everything they had built was undone in a single week. Turning to Brian, he asked what sense any of it made. Brian assured his father not to worry about such a small setback. But the man used his mana and pressed down on Brian, forcing him to kneel. Disappointed in his son, he compared him poorly to the heirs of Ashton County. When he withdrew his mana, Brian tried several times to stand but couldn't. The man shouted that he had fathered over 30 sons by the age of 60, yet all of them were useless, while the sons of Ashton had already surpassed them. Then he released Brian. Still breathing heavily, Brian tried to rise on one knee. The man scolded him for failing to endure the pressure, questioning how he could call himself an expert knight. Brian could only apologize and ask for forgiveness. The man then ordered Brian to report everything since his seclusion training. This man was the Count of Randall, Hudson D. Randall. Brian revealed an official document sent from the shrine 2 weeks earlier. Hudson took it and began reading. It was a current status report confirming 73 gates, with 40 cleared in a week, and the number still rising. Casualties listed over 3,200 civilians, 15 knights, and around 1,300 troops missing or dead. The report stated that knights were hesitant to enter gates, increasing troop losses. As an immediate step, gates were blocked and placed under watch. Brian's update only fueled Hudson's anger. Brian stood there shaking and called to his father. The next moment, he was sent flying, crashing through the door. Hudson ordered him to leave. He shouted that Brian and Randall had no place for each other anymore. Hudson warned him not to return to Randall territory unless summoned. If Hudson saw him again, he would kill him, even if he was his son. Then he ordered Brian to call the third eldest on his way out. As Brian was taken out, Hudson D. Randall's voice rang through the halls, cursing Ashton. The scene shifted to the Kingdom Academy. Students were filled with chatter, all centered on Raoul of Ashton County. One of the maids whispered to another, "Hey, isn't that him? The young master. I heard he leads his knights and made a major contribution. And from what I've heard, he's good-looking too." Another maid joined in, saying, "Oh yeah, he's the youngest to ever reach the top rank." A man added that he heard Raoul's knights were paid very well. But not everyone agreed with the praise. Caleb D. Randall scoffed, calling everyone foolish for admiring someone who, in his view, did nothing. Another student backed him up, saying Raoul's family probably handled everything for him. Saving a few civilians from a gate wasn't much to show off. Caleb declared he would prove he was better than anyone once support from his family arrived. Their discussion kept going. In the middle of all the noise, Raoul felt worn out from the attention. He wondered why they were staring at him like he was part of an exhibit. They could just talk to him normally. Dalton, watching, remarked casually that Raoul had become a celebrity in only a week. This surprised Raoul. Dalton went on, saying the entire capital was talking about him. Dalton guessed Raoul must have done something major for everyone to be discussing it. Raoul brushed it off, saying he wasn't interested. Dalton asked if the rumors were true and if Raoul was the real heir of Ascension County. Confused, Raoul asked what he meant. Dalton explained that was what people were saying. After all, which family would send so many troops to someone who wasn't the heir? Raoul, slightly annoyed, told him to stop spouting nonsense. His older brother was the heir, and he wasn't interested in the position. He clarified that he recruited his own knight order without any family support. Trying to understand, Dalton asked if that was even possible. Raoul answered casually that he had some money. Dalton nodded, saying, I see. That's great. Maybe I should check out that gate thing with you. Raoul didn't expect that and stared at him. Dalton noticed and asked what happened, asking why Raoul was looking at him like he had caught a chicken to work for free. The curiosity around Raoul kept building, filling the academy with chatter. To others, Raoul's entrance into the academy might have looked like a chance to leave the house, but he had another purpose: to find valuable skill books in the library and potential recruits in the academy. Even though the new student list changed due to Gray's sudden arrival, he had already chosen candidates based on information he found on the Link Cafe. Dalton was one of the candidates. Realistically, the strongest person in the kingdom was Swordmaster Marquis D. In Connect, where meeting high-ranking noble NPCs was nearly impossible, this was a rare chance to get close to his grandson, Dalton. At the moment, entry into a gate wasn't open to just anyone. You needed official permission or at least 50 troops and 3 official knights. Dalton would never be able to enter alone. Even if he was at expert level, he had never tested his abilities in real combat. He must have been eager for a chance at true battle experience like a gate subjugation. Thinking it through, Raoul allowed a small smile. He asked Dalton if he wanted to go together. It was an F-rank gate, so there wouldn't be any danger. Dalton laughed, surprised that Raoul agreed so easily. But Raoul followed by saying he had conditions. Dalton asked what they were. Raoul explained, "First, Dalton is the only one I'll bring. No servants or guards." Dalton replied that it didn't matter to him. Fewer annoying people was better. Raoul continued, "Second, keep it quiet. I don't want people talking behind my back about entering the gate with you." Dalton said that was fine too, since he didn't like being caught in family issues. Raoul was slightly annoyed that this kid didn't seem worried at all. What would Dalton have done if Raoul had bad intentions? Then again, no one in the kingdom would risk making an enemy out of a great noble family like the Templeton Duchy. Raoul presented the final condition. Dalton needed the Duke's permission. Surprised, Dalton asked why. Raoul replied, "Isn't it obvious? What if something happens to you? Someone must handle the situation if things go wrong. I'm not taking you for fun. I'm taking you on an official visit. And on top of that, I have an entire knight troop to manage. I don't have time to babysit a noble boy." Dalton admitted that was true. But before he could continue, Raoul walked off, saying, "Talk to me again after you get the Duke's permission." Dalton, flustered, called for Raoul to wait. Raoul ignored him and kept going. Dalton was left wondering how he was supposed to convince the old man. The scene shifted to his mansion, where Bernard, Philip, and Raoul were discussing matters. Noticing Raoul's pale face, Bernard asked if something had happened at the academy. Raoul replied that all the attention was tiring but manageable. He had expected this to happen eventually. Bernard then asked if they should keep public opinion at its current level. Instead, Raoul told him to report how many people had been deployed so far. Bernard answered that in the past 2 days, 100 soldiers had been deployed as decoys, and 10 wandering mercenaries had been hired. Around 20 active spies in the main branch had completed basic training. Raoul considered the importance of public opinion during the political struggle among the nobles. It was essential work needed to secure their position. Choosing the voice of Reuben had been a smart decision, since they provided information about the gates without asking for anything in return. Their reputation was spreading across the kingdom. Those who wondered how one media outlet could hold such influence failed to understand the power of the press and Connect. The media and Connect consisted mostly of magicians, with Jenna's White, one of the 3 great sages, serving as the president of the Press Association. Their status was high even among the upper ranks of society, and the most influential outlet among them was the voice of Reuben. They didn't need to rely only on swords. They had to use every resource available. Raoul ordered them to double the number of wandering mercenaries with a good sense of humor and keep them ready, expecting people from different regions to come and interfere. Philip asked what he meant by that. Bernard explained that greedy nobles would try to take advantage now that the gate situation had suddenly settled down. Raoul said he was fine with them joining for simple gate work, but it wasn't possible right now. Bernard added that they might search for faults in attempt to damage Raoul's reputation, so they could claim a bigger portion of the rewards. Raoul responded that they could only fight for rewards because only chosen individuals could close a gate. He said this information needed to remain hidden for now to stop other lords from pretending they didn't know about the gates. Philip said he understood. Raoul continued thinking. Even if he had to use the greed of the lords, he needed the soldiers to gather in the kingdom. That was the only option they had left to face the disaster closing in on the kingdom. Late at night, a man with brownish hair sprinted through a dim alley, convinced he had made a serious mistake. Who would have imagined they would still be hunted even after slipping through a gate? What was wrong with these people? For now, all he could do was drag as many pursuers as possible and buy his comrades enough time to flee. His thoughts cut short when several robed figures suddenly blocked the path ahead. One masked figure spoke up, introducing him as the guild leader of the information network Wings of Freedom, Alias, also called Faceless. Alias replied that meeting like this was unexpected, and so these were the ones hunting down underworld guilds for the past half-year. The masked figure confirmed it, adding that the kingdom's top information master truly lived up to his reputation. Alias asked what brought them here. Had they come to take him down as well? The masked figure explained that was the original plan, but he now intended to propose something different. Alias asked what kind of offer he meant. The man said surrender. Ending someone like you would be a waste if you agreed to work with us. In other words, they would spare his life. How would he answer? Alias drew his sword and charged at him, telling him to stop spouting nonsense. His strike was stopped instantly by the masked man's power armor. Alias examined it and recognized it at once. He said they were exactly what he suspected, and although he doubted it at first, they truly were scum from the Empire. The masked man replied that it was an impressively sharp guess, or perhaps a dangerous one, and since it had reached this stage, he had no choice but to proceed. He ordered the blue robe members around him to wipe Alias out. They rushed toward their target at once, and Alias watched their attacks close and before disappearing from their sight. The group halted, confused, with one asking if he had used stealth magic. Another corrected him, saying it was an artifact, and he couldn't have gone far. Their commander ordered them to search the entire area. Meanwhile, Alias had reappeared on the roof of a nearby building. He considered what he had just learned. The group that had been hunting guilds all this time truly belonged to the Empire. What was happening inside this kingdom? Elsewhere in Ashton County, the guard captain Bill informed Raoul that the first night's rank F gate permit had been revoked. Jake exploded at the news, demanding an explanation, but Philip quickly shut him up. Raoul accepted the report and asked for updates regarding the rank E and rank D gates. The guard captain assured him that entry for those gates was still approved. Raoul acknowledged it with relief and asked who would handle the rank F gates from now on. The guard captain admitted he didn't know yet, only that several families were expected to join. Raoul understood, noting that the rank was low risk and could still bring him profit. He added that his group would stay prepared in case anything happened. The guard captain, taken aback by Raoul's dedication, commented on his sense of responsibility and wished more nobles acted the same way. Raoul repeated that protecting the city and its people required everyone working together. Leaning closer, the guard captain quietly mentioned a rumor that Randall might be tied to the permit cancellation. He suggested the Ministry of Finance could be involved, considering its close connection to the Randall household. Raoul considered it for a moment before thanking him for the warning. After the guard captain left, Raoul addressed his group, asking if they had all heard. Since they had expected this outcome, he said it shouldn't surprise anyone. Jake responded that it wouldn't have bothered them if things hadn't gone overboard. Raoul explained that the order came directly from the royal palace, meaning they had no choice but to follow it. There was no point feeling disappointed, since they hadn't actually suffered any loss. Jake asked what he meant. Raoul clarified that rank F gates could be cleared with ordinary soldiers. Using hired mercenaries paid with their own money was wasteful, especially since the work they offered wasn't impressive. It was far better to put their efforts into rank E gates and above. Jake agreed. Philip then asked what should be done with their men once they withdrew them from rank F duty. Raoul instructed that they be sent to the outer gates for training. They would use this chance to clear the remaining gates beyond the walls. Those who lacked interest in the rewards wouldn't last long in the first place, so this shift could benefit them down the line. He added that gate management was demanding, and what they needed most right now was merit, recognition, and personal progress. External matters could be ignored for the time being. They had to focus on themselves. Raoul emphasized the importance of directing the mercenaries properly and strengthening their own skills. The group answered in agreement. Raoul reflected on the week ahead. The annual knight investiture ceremony was coming soon, providing the perfect moment for their knights to stand out. They needed to push hard until then, making sure their names spread beyond the kingdom. The scene shifted to a gate where a guard asked if he was certain they would arrive. Captain Bill replied that he had no idea, so the guard shouldn't bother asking him. The guard wondered what they would do if something went wrong. Captain Bill asked what he meant and said they would handle it because they were both useless if they didn't follow the noble's orders. Just then, a knight told them to step aside. At that moment, Ascend D. Carrington, the fourth son of Viscount Carrington, arrived with his knights. His men announced his arrival and ordered everyone to clear the way. Captain Bill stepped forward, saying it was an honor to meet him, introducing himself as Bill, the one currently managing the gate. Ascend asked if that was the gate they were entering, and Captain Bill confirmed it. Ascend immediately told his men to move. Captain Bill asked if he meant they were going in right away, but Ascend ignored him and told his knights to follow him inside. Captain Bill tried to ask about the horses, and Ascend reacted by kicking him, knocking him down. Ascend told him to remember his place and not to ask him to get off his horse. Captain Bill attempted to speak, but Ascend cut him off, calling him a peasant and ordering his knights inside. A guard went to check on him and asked if he was fine. Captain Bill said to forget it. He had already warned the noble kid. If anything happened to the horses inside, it wasn't his problem. He thought to himself that horses weren't allowed inside because of the high mana density. Even if Ascend made it out, the result would not be pleasant. He figured they would be busy collecting bodies later. They passed through the gate. Ascend looked around and asked if this was what the inside looked like. He claimed he didn't see anything. One of his knights explained that only orcs or goblins showed up here, so there was no reason to tense up. Ascend thought he could find something valuable if Raoul Ashton hadn't shown off earlier. He believed he would become a sensation in the capital by killing a monster using his wealth. He planned to clear every gate left open to overshadow him. He ordered his knights to sweep the area and eliminate the monsters. He split them into groups and sent them out. Marco, a Praetorian guard, spoke up with concern. Splitting up inside a gate was extremely risky. He suggested they keep the men together and send scouts instead. Ascend questioned him, asking if he was scared, and doubted they would clear gates effectively that way. Suddenly, Marco heard movement behind them. He turned and saw monsters closing in. He trembled as he shouted for the young master and told Ascend to get behind him. Ascend, upon seeing the approaching monsters, also began trembling. Marco ordered the knights to stay steady, hold their formation, and get ready for battle. Meanwhile, Captain Bill from a night guard entered Raoul's office and reported that people were missing. Raoul asked what he meant and whether he was talking about the group that had entered the rank F gate. Captain Bill confirmed it, explaining that every team that had gone inside had not returned. Raoul asked how many teams had entered during the past 2 days. Captain Bill replied that 10 teams had vanished, all of them qualified to clear the gate. Raoul considered the possibility of a transformation inside the gate, something usually seen only in higher rank gates. He wondered if something else within the gate was causing the disappearances. Before he could think further, Bernard approached and called out to him. Raoul told Bernard to gather the high-rank knights, including Homer. Bernard asked if the training instructors should also come and what the situation was, but Raoul only stated that they were heading to the gate for a rescue operation. A short time later, they arrived at the gate. A frog-type monster lunged at Dalton, but he dispatched it quickly and voiced annoyance at the situation. He commented on the gate's troublesome nature. Raoul reminded him that they couldn't predict what kind of terrain a gate would contain and that they weren't there to fool around. Philip approached Raoul and reported that the scouts had returned. Raoul asked what they had found and learned that the number of monsters had decreased as expected. Raoul said that it meant the preparations were complete. He believed he already had enough information about the gate. A window appeared, showing details of the rank F dimensional gate. Maximum capacity of 300, no limit on simultaneous entry. Current occupancy at 132 out of 300, and a current stack of 0 out of 2. The gate type was eliminated. Raoul continued thinking, noting that aside from the conquest teams, no one else should have entered. Yet the gate's data said otherwise. He realized that the situation was a trap, though not one meant for them to fall into. After a moment, Raoul said that this location should be suitable. He asked Homer for his thoughts. Homer answered that it was acceptable, as they could overlook the flat ground facing the swamp. He also believed the location was suitable. Raoul said they would begin immediately and declare the area their base, instructing everyone to take their training positions. Homer acknowledged the order. Hearing this, Dalton asked what Raoul intended to do on the hill. Raoul answered that they were building a fort. Dalton, confused, questioned the idea of creating a fort out of nowhere. Raoul told him to pay attention and learn. Raoul activated the magic formation and signaled Homer to proceed. Homer instructed the group to activate the artifact. A formation lit up in the sky. Winds surged, and countless stone bricks descended from above. Dalton, unsure what was happening, shut his eyes against the dust as the stone walls took shape. When he opened them again, a fort stood before him. Raoul stated that although it was made quickly, it would function well. It was far better than sleeping in tents. The fort reached 3 meters in height and stretched 20 meters wide, giving enough room for at least 100 people. It was the perfect setup for waiting out the enemy. Dalton asked if Raoul was planning a siege and whether the gate was dangerous enough to justify building a fort. Raoul said gates were dangerous, but only this one required such a structure. He had used this simple fortress technique before and found it worthwhile, even though it required many artifacts to adjust the weight and size of the bricks. He had trained guild members for this exact purpose and hadn't expected to use it so soon. Dalton held back his questions except for one. Why build a fort when they were meant to rescue missing people? Raoul answered that this was exactly why they needed it. Dalton pointed out that forts were usually for defending against attacks, so why use one during a rescue? Raoul told him he would understand eventually. He reflected that their enemies likely believed they had prepared thoroughly, but doubted they expected failure. Raoul ended his thoughts with a challenge, saying they would see whose preparation was superior. Meanwhile, farther down the hill, Jack, the Imperial Hound and commander of Reuben Kingdom's district teammate, sat calmly in his chair with a victorious expression. A subordinate approached and reported that they had taken hostages as ordered. Jack asked if the rescue team had arrived. The man confirmed and added that they had located a rescue group similar in size to the one they captured, and their scouts were keeping watch over them. Jack rested his hand on the sword at his waist, saying he hoped this group would at least offer some entertainment, then began walking as he commented that the nobles of this kingdom were so weak he had not enjoyed himself in a long time. He suggested they head out for a hunt, assuming everyone would follow the captain's command. Before he could continue, another man hurried over with a report. The scout watching the rescue team claimed they were inside a fortress doing nothing. Jack paused, surprised, and asked what the scout meant by a fortress. Inside the fortress, Dalton lay on the ground yawning, wondering if their opponents were actually coming, since he hadn't come all this way to sit around. Someone told him not to get too relaxed, as the enemy would appear soon. Dalton, acknowledging the purpose of the fortress, asked who exactly they were waiting for. He was told there was no reason to hide it, and he should look for himself. Still confused, he glanced outside and spotted Jack approaching with a crowd of masked men. When Dalton asked if those were their foes, the answer was yes. Jack grabbed one of his men and demanded an explanation for the fortress, asking how it was even constructed. The man stammered that he had no idea. Jack raised his hand to signal his troops, while Dalton commented that their enemies likely believed they had executed a perfect trap, only to realize they were the ones caught. The knights drew their bows, taking aim at the advancing group. Philip raised his hand as well, telling the knights to prepare. He remarked that the enemy clearly never expected a siege at a gate and were not equipped for one, which must have unsettled them. Seeing Jack's foul mood, he considered provoking him and then shouted at them, calling them the Empire's dogs and asking why they were wandering without a leash. Jack grew furious. Philip continued to mock them, saying their heavy armor made them look confused and asking if they were lost. Jack smiled, calling Philip an arrogant kid and asking if he was from Ashton while drawing his red sword. Jack yelled that even though he was arrogant, he certainly had courage, and Jack looked forward to cutting him down, promising to kill him personally. He then ordered his men to charge, declaring that they would take the fortress. Philip smiled, knowing the enemy had stepped into his trap. He drew his sword from his inventory, and Dalton did the same. Dalton admitted he still didn't fully understand the situation, but was certain the opposing group was from the Empire. He ordered his men to fire, and the knights released their arrows. The masked men evaded and blocked the shots, shouting that everything they did was for the Emperor's glory. One knight froze as a masked attacker closed in, but the strike halted when Dalton appeared in front of him and cut down two masked men midair. Dalton called them filthy Empire dogs, adding that fighting frogs felt cleaner than dealing with them. Jack, irritated at seeing yet another bold youngster, said the situation was becoming more interesting. He signaled for the next phase. A masked man blew a horn, and Dalton was stunned as monsters appeared behind Jack. Jack laughed while the creatures growled at the fortress. He mockingly told them to see how long they could keep talking now. Dalton asked what those creatures were and if they were monsters. Jack explained they were the Empire's mana soldiers, noting they looked more advanced than before and were likely the Empire's finest, which aligned perfectly with his plan. The soldiers inside the fortress panicked as the mana soldiers advanced. One of the mana soldiers let out a furious roar. Dalton shouted that it was a monster and that the Empire had truly created something intense. An Empire soldier sprinted toward the fortress, and Philip warned everyone not to let it get close. He commanded them to fire again, and arrows struck the mana soldiers, but the attacks didn't leave a mark. Dalton observed that the soldiers were simply knocking the arrows aside. Philip calmly explained that ordinary weapons couldn't harm the Empire's creations. Dalton asked how they were supposed to deal with them, and if he had a plan. Philip said he did, but he needed a hand. He asked Dalton what he thought and whether he was ready. Dalton agreed, saying that was why he was there. Philip told him they would begin the plan immediately. One of the mana soldiers slashed its long claw against the fortress, shaking the structure and causing panic among their troops. Philip ordered everyone to hold their position and told the spearmen to advance. Jack watched, amused, saying they actually believed they would be safe by hiding in that fort. He then shouted that he would show them what happened to anyone who challenged the Empire and declared he would tear their fortress down. Jack froze when he saw Raoul and Dalton leap from the fort. Dalton struck the leading Empire soldier, but the creature didn't react at all. The mana soldiers roared at them, and Dalton cursed as he realized his sword couldn't cut through their bodies. Raoul agreed, saying this wouldn't be simple. Jack mocked them from afar, asking if they had left their fort just to attack and shouting that he admired their foolish plan. Dalton, irritated, asked Raoul if they were really going to listen to Jack's constant taunts. Raoul replied calmly that they had no intention of doing so. The Empire soldier facing them stiffened when Raoul revealed his mana sword, and Raoul told Dalton it was time to silence Jack. Dalton grinned and activated his sword's mana as well. He asked if he was free to fight however he wanted, saying that was all he needed to hear. An Empire soldier charged at them, and the two met it head-on, cutting through it and sending its blood flying as it roared in pain. They immediately leapt toward the other mana soldiers, cutting them down in an instant. Jack watched, unable to process what he was seeing. Raoul dashed to the right, destroying another mana soldier with one slash. Dalton matched his pace, eliminating another, leaving Jack stunned and furious. Inside the fortress, the soldiers cheered as their leaders wiped out the Empire's mana soldiers. Dalton exhaled and said it had been close, then taunted the masked men, asking why they were suddenly quiet and if that was all they could do. He mocked their cries for the Emperor, saying their devotion collapsed once their mana soldiers were gone. Jack, angered by the insults, smiled and said things were becoming entertaining. He added that he would send his regards to Raoul's family, hinting at a deadly clash. Dalton noted that Jack was a commander of the Empire and stronger than the monsters they had fought so far, then offered his support. Raoul declined, saying Jack was his to handle. He pointed to Dalton's own opponent. Dalton turned and saw a massive flail smash into the ground, wielded by a half-mana soldier. Raoul said the creature was smaller but armed, and asked if Dalton could deal with it. Dalton shot back, asking if he had forgotten who he was and the name he carried. He told Raoul not to worry and to focus on dealing with Jack. Raoul smiled, acknowledging Dalton as Templeton's grandson. Despite this being Dalton's first real fight, Raoul said he trusted him completely. He then stepped toward Jack, assuring Dalton that his back was protected, and asked if it was time to finish their battle. He apologized for the weight of the blade and told Jack to come at him. Jack addressed him as the young master of the Ascension family and asked for his name. Raoul introduced himself. Jack commented that the Ascension family was well known throughout the Empire and said he had heard they specialized in great swords. though that didn't seem to be the case here. Raoul sighed internally, thinking Jack talked far too much and resembled a gorilla, but he knew he couldn't take him lightly. Despite Jack's appearance, his level and stats matched those of a seasoned advanced sword expert, making him the strongest opponent Raoul had faced so far. Raoul examined Jack's information. 44 years old, level 81, advanced sword expert with potential talent grade A. His stats included 79 strength, 77 agility, 73 stamina, 71 intelligence, 61 willpower, 73 mana, and 68 senses. His traits included narcissism at grade C+, bloodbath at grade A-, and quick-witted at grade B. Jack laughed, saying he had hit the jackpot by encountering two noble family young masters and suggested they show him what they had. Raoul took note of Jack's balanced stats and his power armor, understanding he had to stay cautious. Still, he smiled, thinking about his steady level-ups and the investment he had put into his equipment. He was ready to show what a reincarnated, overgeared player could do. Jack complimented Raoul's control of the mana blade, saying he clearly wasn't a spoiled noble and that this fight might actually be enjoyable. Jack powered up his sword with mana and warned Raoul not to expect mercy. He lunged forward, mocking him as a noble kid and telling him not to cry after being beaten with a single strike. Raoul met the attack calmly, swinging his blade and creating a loud explosion as the two weapons clashed. Meanwhile, the half-mana soldier wielding a flail launched a heavy strike at Dalton. Dalton blocked with both swords, though the impact rattled him. As the soldier prepared another attack, Dalton noted its strength, but countered with a forward swing. To his surprise, the soldier blocked with a shield, leaving Dalton wondering if it knew the shield would shatter against a mana blade. The creature swung its flail again, but Dalton jumped back in time to avoid the hit. He cursed, realizing the soldier had enough awareness to make this fight much harder. Glancing at the creature, he considered the consequences if he had run instead of confronting the Empire. He knew the old man wouldn't have let him live it down. His attention then shifted to Raoul, who was fighting Jack head-on. Dalton wondered if Raoul was handling himself well and noticed that Raoul's battle looked more demanding than his own. Raoul's sword met Jack's blade again, and Jack laughed, saying Raoul wasn't bad and had good imitation skills, but that was as far as it went. Jack shoved him back with force. Raoul realized Jack's attacks were both fast and heavy, showing even a small opening could end the fight. Jack suddenly closed the distance, appearing in front of him for another strike. Raoul barely caught the attack in time, using all his strength to keep from being forced back. He loosened his grip for a moment, shifted his position, and pushed Jack away with a sharp movement. But Commander Jack only grew more excited, shouting that the fight was far better than expected and that it was almost a shame he had to kill him. He taunted Raoul to resist harder, mocking the kingdom's people for only being capable of holding out. Raoul mentally noted how much Jack talked, feeling the strain, but the real problem was that the longer the fight continued, the more his weapon shook from the impact. He could end everything instantly by releasing Ragnator, but doing so would endanger everyone nearby because he couldn't fully control it. He needed more time, just enough for the plan to reach its final stage. Then Bernard's voice came through the system, calling for Raoul and reporting that the situation was handled. They had rescued the hostages and eliminated the enemies. The plan had succeeded. Raoul smiled at the message. Jack noticed and grew irritated, asking why Raoul was smiling, demanding to know if he had surrendered, and questioning what happened to that rescue plan when all they did was hide in a fort. Jack's rant stopped when Raoul released a sharp blue aura, freezing Jack in place out of confusion. Raoul said the rescue plan had been active from the start, and now that it was done, it was time for an actual fight. He told Jack to come at him again, calling him an Empire fool. Elsewhere, inside the Frank Gate, Marco was struggling to catch his breath. A masked man mocked him, saying he had heard nobles from the kingdom were all cowards except for a few families, and now he could see it was true. He laughed at Asen, calling him a rat shaking even with his knights around him, saying the sight was amusing. Marco told Asen to stay steady and focused, though inside Marco cursed, realizing he hadn't expected the Empire to be involved and knowing they were caught in a trap. He also doubted their chances of escaping alive. The masked man said they wouldn't kill anyone who didn't resist, but since they had fought back, he announced Asen was enough as a hostage and they could kill the rest. As the masked men advanced, Asen was terrified, while Marco prepared to fight. Suddenly, a wave of arrows rained down, striking every masked man closing in on them. A sudden shift swept through the battlefield when the masked man, Asen, and Marco turned to find Pierce, Bernard, Josh, and Philip standing behind them. Their voices carried across the chaos as they called out the masked man, labeling him and his group as the Empire's dogs and demanding to know how they dared step foot inside another kingdom. The masked man, caught completely off guard and stumbling over his words, tried to figure out who these newcomers were. Before he could finish, Josh cut down the soldier blocking his path. Pierce fired from a distance, dropping another enemy with a single arrow. Bernard lifted several men straight off the ground using psychokinesis, leaving them suspended and helpless, while Jake moved through the battlefield with his sword, clearing out every Empire soldier in reach. The masked man stared at the scene, stunned at how easily they dismantled a unit of mana soldiers. His attention fixed especially on Jake, who wasn't even using a mana blade. Jake casually admitted he had overheated and ended up killing them all without meaning to, then wondered aloud if that meant he could deal with the remaining soldiers just as easily. Marco leaned toward Asen, explaining that Jake was from the Bear Knights, and that the First Knights had finally arrived to rescue them. Asen, overwhelmed and dropping to the ground, could only stammer out questions about the First Knights. A voice from behind cut through his confusion, asking why he was on the ground and what was wrong with his legs. Asen quickly turned to see Josh, who was pointing out his reaction to Pierce. Josh called Asen's behavior pathetic and said that not every young master behaved like theirs. Pierce suggested they find someone more worthy to compare to instead. Asen could hardly process what he was seeing. With only a small group, these men had wiped out the Empire's elite, warriors equipped with power armor, soldiers known for their strength. He wondered if these really were Raoul Ashton's First Knights. At that moment, Bernard addressed Raoul, reporting that the rescue mission was complete and that the enemy forces had been defeated. Everything had unfolded exactly as planned on the hill. Jack, hearing this, asked what Bernard meant. Bernard explained that the hostages had already been recovered, and the task had been simple because Jack had gathered all his forces in one spot. Bernard openly mocked him for capturing the hostages only to abandon them and go after the fortress, asking if Jack had forgotten what they were supposed to accomplish. Then he revealed the truth. Jack hadn't trapped anyone. Instead, Jack was the one who had walked into a trap. Jack let out a short reaction and acknowledged the situation. He drove his sword into the ground and announced that complicated strategies weren't his preference. He removed his armor piece by piece, questioning the excitement of hiding and relying on traps. As he lifted his sword again, Bernard paused, noticing Jack's bare arms. Jack told him to stick to his own style and asked what he thought of this approach, then released his true power and aura, marking the shift into his real strength. Jack raised his voice, declaring that there was nothing left holding them back and that the real fight would begin now. As the clash intensified, he took note of Jack drawing on the Shadow Clipper, a powerful greatsword technique often practiced by the Imperial Knights. The move carried a distinctive trait, an ominous blade that carved through the air in wild, irregular arcs that were difficult to predict. He waited for Jack to fully commit to the technique, watching closely as Jack tightened his grip on the sword. That single motion marked the beginning of their duel. Jack burst forward with startling speed and delivered a heavy opening strike. He managed to block it just in time, but Jack didn't slow down. The follow-up swings came from every angle, forcing him to defend against a non-stop flurry. Jack taunted him between strikes, questioning the confidence he had shown earlier. He responded calmly, counting percentages aloud, starting at 40, moving to 50, then 70, until he finally reached 90. When he hit 100%, he delivered a powerful swing aimed directly at Jack. The force behind it caught Jack off guard, and although Jack raised his sword to block, the impact surged through the blade. Jack stumbled over his own words, trying to understand what kind of strike that had been. He answered simply. It was a copied technique, and he intended to use it to its fullest. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the fight between Dalton and the Mana soldier continued. Dalton deflected an incoming blow and countered, but his attack barely scratched the armored opponent. The Mana soldier retaliated with a heavy swing using a flail, sending Dalton leaping back to avoid being crushed. Dalton observed the situation. The Mana soldier was quick, able to analyze the flow of the fight, yet his attack pattern repeated itself. The danger came from the mana surrounding the mace, turning every strike into a lethal threat. Dalton recognized the disadvantage. Without a mana blade, his options were limited. There had to be another approach. His thoughts shifted as he glanced toward the fort. If he used the landform now, It might give him an opening. From the fort, Homer watched Dalton struggle and noted that the fight was clearly giving him trouble. He turned to Philip and asked if they were really supposed to stand by without helping. Philip confirmed the order. No interference unless they were directly requested. Their job was to wait. The hostages had already been rescued, which was the priority. All they could do now was trust their young master. Before Philip could finish his explanation, Dalton called out to him. Philip responded immediately. Dalton said he needed a favor. He asked Philip to tell the men to brace themselves and hold on to anything near them, because he was about to use the fort, and it was going to shake. Philip, thrown off by the idea, questioned how the fort would shake at all, but he reacted quickly. He ordered everyone to get away from the walls, get low, and prepare for impact. He told them to grab onto something so no one would fall. Dalton noted how quickly Philip moved. It became clear why Raoul relied on his men with such confidence. He prepared to move again, deciding to try parrying the next attack. He rushed forward and sprang directly onto the mana soldier's shield, using it as a stepping point to launch himself backward toward the fort wall. The mana soldier followed and slammed its weapon into the wall, causing the structure to shake. Philip immediately ordered the knights to hold on. Using that moment, Dalton pushed off the wall, shot up into the air, and came down with a decisive strike. The blow landed cleanly, finishing the mana soldier in one move. He took a brief moment to assess the situation. The plan had been risky, but it worked. The wall had taken some damage, and he hoped it wouldn't be an issue. From a fort, Homer observed Dalton's performance. For someone experiencing his first real battle, Homer found it notable that he moved with such certainty. Philip responded that Dalton showed confidence, almost enough to cross into arrogance. Homer commented that it matched his background as the swordmaster's grandson, the one known as Templeton's wolf. Down below, Raoul watched as Dalton brought the fight to an end. Raoul stated that their side was finished, and it was time for his own confrontation to wrap up as well. Standing around was becoming tedious. Jack reacted sharply, claiming that this was exactly what he had wanted, though the outcome wouldn't be what Raoul expected. Jack acknowledged that Raoul copied the technique well, but insisted that a reproduction would never compare to the original. Jack coated his sword in dark red mana and rushed forward, aiming to demonstrate the gap between them. Raoul raised his blade and blocked the attack without difficulty, pushing Jack back before releasing his charged strike. Jack dodged at the last moment. Raoul asked what he thought now, noting that the copied version didn't seem bad at all. Jack called him an arrogant kid, but Raoul maintained that the skill wasn't bad, strong, simple, and the first decent technique he had come across in a while. Suddenly, a red system window appeared, reporting an information error. It stated that the regulator had detected prohibited traits. Due to the covenant with the Rector, Shadow Clipper would be discarded. Raoul stared at the message, unsure what it meant. Prohibited traits? Was the system saying he couldn't use a copied skill? A second window appeared, announcing that it was searching for a replacement skill. Raoul realized that he had just found a useful technique only to lose it before he could use it properly. The system indicated he could still use the skill until an alternative was prepared. That meant he needed to end the fight quickly. He would rely on it as much as possible until the system removed it. He immediately rushed in and launched another attack. Jack blocked it, but questioned why Raoul had suddenly become so aggressive. He asked if Raoul was in a rush now. Jack tried to counter, but Raoul hurled a sword at him through psychokinesis. The blade barely missed. Jack demanded to know what was happening and where the sword had come from. More swords rose into the air around them, catching him off guard. He asked how such a thing was even possible. Raoul asked if Jack simply hadn't noticed and wondered if he had developed tunnel vision. Jack said he wanted Raoul to fight at full strength, so Raoul stated he would show exactly that. He sent the floating swords forward, turning them into his next wave of attacks. Jake questioned the scene unfolding before him, asking what kind of ridiculous trick Raoul was trying to pull. Raoul claimed this was his best, yet as Jake blocked the incoming blades one after another, the attacks felt unimpressive to him. He demanded Raoul stop playing around, drop the tricks, and face him directly. He didn't have time for delays and told Raoul to attack him properly. Raoul responded by launching multiple swords forward with psychokinesis, aiming them straight at Jake, while two large axes moved in from behind. Jake cut through the sword barrage with ease, but the axes forced him to exert more effort to stop them. At that moment, Raoul increased the force of his psychokinesis and shoved Jake backward with a sudden burst of power. At the same time, Raoul coated his own sword in golden mana and moved in from behind. Raoul already understood the situation. He couldn't break through the power armor using makeshift sword techniques. That didn't mean victory was out of reach. Using psychokinesis on his blade while activating the standard power armor covering his arm, he shifted Jake's focus with the floating sword, then closed the distance. Raoul stated that Jake was strong, but talked far too much. It was time to silence the Empire dog. He delivered a massive strike, and the impact triggered an explosion that rippled through the ground. When the dust settled, Jake lay defeated on the ground. Raoul took in the result. Finally, the fight was over. Jake had been a difficult opponent, and the challenge should translate into a good number of level-ups. A system window appeared. Raoul wondered if it had finally located the alternate skill. It had come just in time. The message displayed the new result. Alternate skill found, acquired skill, Radiant Aura, Grade A+. Seeing the name, Raoul paused. Radiant Aura, the highest tier active skill used by the strongest Holy Knight. An overpowered ability capable of cleanse, blessing, and healing simultaneously. It was a skill he had rarely seen, and even back when he was considered trash, he had possessed it. He let out a small reaction and noted that this was a jackpot. Raoul considered the situation. An ambush on a conquest team by hiding inside the gate was not something he expected. Their preparation was solid. There had to be a strategist behind it, which meant he needed to remain cautious. Dalton interrupted his thoughts as he approached, saying Raoul had gone wild out there. Dalton explained he ended up punching the mana soldier in the face because he couldn't cut through the power armor. Raoul replied it was nothing compared to Dalton using the fort wall earlier. Dalton brushed it off and said they had handled the rest of the enemies as well. This meant the mission was a success. Raoul acknowledged his help. Dalton said he joined because he wanted some excitement, but he couldn't let his family name be tarnished. His grandfather would have dealt with him personally if he had just stood around doing nothing. Raoul considered Dalton's performance. He had exceeded all expectations. Hard to believe this had been his first real battle. If Dalton ever joined the First Knights, his potential would be enormous. Noticing movement, Philip alerted Raoul that the rescue team had returned. Jake laughed and called out to Raoul, announcing their arrival. Pierce quickly reminded him that he wasn't supposed to address Raoul like that during a mission. Raoul acknowledged their efforts, complimenting them on the work they had done. Everything had gone well. Jake let out a casual laugh and claimed there couldn't possibly be a problem when he was around. He said the entire operation had unfolded without a single flaw. Bernard stepped forward and reported that there were no wounded, though a few casualties had occurred. They would need help transporting the bodies. Raoul understood and planned to request assistance from the guards. Nearby, Asen D. Carrington watched Raoul and evaluated him quietly. Something about the situation felt uncertain to him. Yet Raoul's skill and command were undeniable. Asen wondered if Raoul had built this knighthood entirely on his own. His thoughts were cut short when Dalton approached and asked if he was Asen. Dalton recognized him as one of the rescued hostages, surprised that the Viscount of Carrington had been among them. When Asen noticed Dalton, he questioned whether Dalton was also part of Raoul's knights. He wondered how far Raoul's influence reached. Raoul stated that the hostages had been secured and the Empire's troops had been eliminated. With the battle finished, and with the new skill he had gained, he considered the results more than satisfactory. He ordered everyone to move out and head back. The following day, at the Ashton County mansion, Raoul asked about the Empire soldiers they had captured. Philip explained they were handed over to President Gray in secrecy, following orders. Raoul asked about their condition. Bernard replied that nothing had changed. The Empire had placed a spell on them that stripped them of their intelligence once captured. Without President Gray, extracting information would be difficult. Raoul mentioned that even President Gray might not have a solution. He expressed his frustration with the Empire and asked about their motive. Philip explained that all they knew was that the Empire soldiers disguised themselves as guards to enter the city. The situation would lead to a large-scale internal inspection. With no further information, determining their motive would be challenging. Raoul thought aloud that an actual information network would be useful. The Empire's precision and methods were too dangerous to overlook. Better intelligence would be necessary for future defenses. For now, he would leave the matter to the kingdom and President Gray. Philip confirmed that the Knights' ceremony would take place tomorrow. Raoul noted that the capital was currently unsettled, so the event would be small and quiet. Instead of a large display, the ceremony would mainly involve a formal review. Raoul considered this preferable. Even so, the ceremony held significant meaning. He instructed them to prepare thoroughly. They acknowledged the order. Raoul continued thinking ahead. The ceremony would bring together the kingdom's most prestigious families and knights. It would be the first knight's debut on an official stage. He needed to ensure their strength left a clear impression. Raoul planned for the kingdom to reclaim its strength and stand against the empire. The first knights would be the ones to prove their dominance across the continent. The next day, as Raoul and the first knights made their way through the capital, the streets filled with astonished stares. Citizens called out praises, referring to Raoul as the guardian of the Triumph capital. A group of excited girls shouted for him, asking the young master to look their way. Raoul gave them a brief greeting in return. Josh, however, looked uneasy as the girls continued calling out to him. His red hair drew attention, and several voices shouted for him as well. Homer glanced at him and asked if he had ever experienced anything like this during his time as a mercenary. Josh said he hadn't. Homer told him to get used to it. Under the First Knight's banner, this kind of attention would always follow. He encouraged Josh to respond to the crowd, telling him he deserved it. Josh gave a nervous greeting, thinking to himself that joining the First Knights had been a good decision. The crowd cheered as they continued through the capital. When they reached the gathering area, Raoul observed that more people had shown up than he expected. Philip added that some freelance knights appeared to be present as well. Nearby, several knights discussed the sight before them. One knight pointed out that the first knights had arrived. Another commented that they were the new order responsible for resolving the gate incident. A third knight counted their numbers, wondering if every member of the knighthood was in attendance. Another brushed it off, claiming there was nothing impressive about them and calling them show-offs. Someone else remarked that he had heard their knighthood didn't have many regular knights. Raoul noticed the attention they were drawing. There was nothing wrong with it. This was their opportunity to demonstrate what they were capable of, and raising awareness of their strength was beneficial. A man then approached Raoul and addressed him directly, saying this was how he would finally meet the guardian of Turium. Raoul asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Jerry D. Plank, the kingdom's financial director. He had heard about Raoul's role in the gate incident and asked if they could speak privately. Raoul recognized the name, Jerry D. Plank, the financial director. He wondered what the man wanted. Plank continued, saying he had finally met the busiest hero in the capital. He had wanted to speak with Raoul for some time, but had been unable due to his schedule. When he learned Raoul would attend the ceremony, he decided this was the only time he would have the chance. Raoul noted that Plank had clearly come to see him on purpose. He questioned Plank's intentions. The capital's guard captain had said most of the financial department had ties to Randall. Plank might not be any different. Plank had clearly come to meet Raoul personally. Raoul knew a man like him wouldn't approach just to exchange greetings. He wondered if Plank wanted to evaluate him or learn what he was planning. Raoul let out a short, casual response and said that being called the capital's hero was an exaggeration. He told Viscount Plank he simply acted as any noble of the kingdom should. Plank complimented him, saying Raoul and his knights stayed humble despite their achievements. He added that Raoul was just as remarkable as the rumors claimed, and that he would become a model for other knights. Raoul replied that it was thanks to the financial department managing the kingdom's treasury. A knighthood could only function with their support. Plank called the remark flattering and reassessed Raoul. This boy was more perceptive than he had expected. The financial department was hostile toward Raoul due to his connection with Randall, yet Raoul spoke to him as if nothing was wrong. Plank understood why many had difficulty dealing with him. Raoul said he had just one question for Viscount Plank. Plank asked what it was. Raoul mentioned hearing that the financial department had banned the first knights from entering the gate and asked if Plank knew anything about it. The sudden question caught Plank off guard. He wondered how Raoul could ask something like that so directly. Was Raoul pretending to be naive, or was he implying he had evidence and wanted to see Plank's reaction? Plank said this was the first he'd heard of such a thing and insisted it must be a false rumor. There was no reason for the financial department to be involved. Raoul said Plank was right. Plank shifted the topic, asking if Raoul found anything about the Empire soldiers who ambushed them at the gate. Raoul said they were prepared for every possible scenario. Plank claimed it was likely just another taunt, similar to the previous case, and shouldn't be taken as a true invasion. Raoul answered by pointing out that the Empire troops had infiltrated quite deeply and moved in with surprising ease. It almost seemed as if someone inside the kingdom had given them information. Raoul gave a small, light remark afterward, saying it was just an assumption. No way it could be real, right? Plank said this reaction was expected. He could see why people called Raoul the protector of Turium. Meeting him had been worthwhile. Plank said he would take his leave and hoped President Gray would uncover something useful from the captives. Raoul found that strange. The fact that President Gray was handling the captives was supposed to be classified. That meant the financial department had access to more information than expected. Plank said, of course, they managed a major part of the kingdom. He said the conversation had been enjoyable and hoped to meet Raoul again. As he walked away, Plank considered Raoul Ashton far more capable than the rumors implied. Not bad. He would enjoy destroying him. Raoul watched him leave and thought Plank had chosen the wrong person to challenge. Trash talking was an essential part of being a connected player. Raoul wasn't sure yet how Plank tied into the Empire, but he planned to push harder from now on. If Plank wanted to test him, then Raoul would test him right back. Neither side would retreat. Within the crowd, a figure discreetly observed Raoul. It was a faceless from the Information Guild. A voice echoed through the hall. The guidance competition would begin soon, and all participants were asked to gather in the lobby. Jake grinned and said the moment had finally arrived. He had been waiting for this. Raoul noted how eager he looked despite complaining earlier about the competition's purpose. Jake explained that being here in person made the experience different. Raoul told them there was a deeper meaning behind this ceremony. It was their chance to show everyone who they were. He reminded them that the hostility directed at them was obvious and intentional. It was all part of his plan, but one thing was still missing: fear. Their objective was to create that fear. Respect would come afterward. The first knights would make sure the kingdom remembered exactly what they were capable of. All of them answered with a firm acknowledgement. Raoul turned to Philip and said he would leave the rest in his hands. Raoul intended to watch from the seats. Philip agreed without hesitation. As they made their way toward the lobby, Jake muttered that if any of them lost, they would be heading straight to hell. Philip responded that the same applied to Jake as well, and he advised him not to underestimate the others. Raoul noted that he no longer needed to worry about them. It was time to trust them and let them handle things. He had other matters to deal with, especially after noticing the Faceless slipping away. The Faceless entered a narrow back alley, but Raoul was already waiting for him. Raoul asked if he had gathered everything he needed. He questioned why Faceless was trying to hide his presence when he could simply ask directly if he needed information. Faceless was taken aback and asked when Raoul had noticed him. Raoul explained that he had almost missed it. Faceless' presence was difficult to detect, as expected from the captain of the Wing of Freedom, the strongest information guild in the kingdom. Noticing a Faceless was no simple task. Raoul said it was time to stop the hiding and speak openly. He got to the point and asked why the Wing of Freedom had been following him. He preferred settling the matter peacefully. He didn't want a confrontation in public. Faceless asked if Raoul understood what it meant for someone from the Information Guild to talk. Raoul said he did, but insisted Faceless had no choice. If the guild master of the Wing of Freedom was out doing fieldwork alone, that meant something inside the guild wasn't right. Faceless was taken aback that Raoul had already pieced everything together. Raoul Ashton was just as sharp as the rumors claimed. Faceless pulled back his hoodie and said there was no point in being stubborn anymore. He would talk. He confirmed Raoul's guess. He was the guild master of the Wing of Freedom, known publicly as Faceless. Raoul acknowledged it, saying he appreciated how quickly Faceless grasped the situation. Now he wanted an answer. Why was the Wing of Freedom following him? Before explaining, Faceless said he needed to clear up a misunderstanding. He'd been tracking and investigating Raoul, but that wasn't his purpose today. The man Raoul had just spoken to, Jerry D. Plank, was far more dangerous than Raoul realized. The scene shifted to the arena. Jake maneuvered around his opponent with flawless precision, drawing loud cheers from the crowd. Spectators shouted in disbelief as Jake claimed another completely one-sided victory. They wondered how many consecutive wins he had accumulated and noted he was surpassing even the well-established knights. The defeated knight stared at him, thinking Jake was a monster. How could anyone move that quickly while swinging a massive sword? Jake asked if the knight planned to continue. If the knight wanted to fight barehanded, Jake was willing. The knight finally admitted defeat, and the referee declared the win for the first knight. Pierce muttered that Jake was getting arrogant again, saying he needed someone to bring him back down. Josh, however, was thrilled. Philip commented that the young master was late. He had been the one emphasizing the importance of the ceremony. Philip wondered if something had happened outside. Outside, Raoul continued speaking with Faceless. Raoul mentioned Viscount Plank, someone the Information Guild considered dangerous. Faceless confirmed it. Whatever Raoul imagined, Plank went beyond that. If Faceless was correct, They were dealing with a threat that could endanger the entire kingdom. Raoul asked what he meant by they. Faceless explained the name, Imperial Hound. He asked Raoul if he had heard of them. Raoul answered that the Imperial Hound was the Cronin Empire's Special Intelligence Division, a unit often referred to as a myth because no information about them ever surfaced. Faceless confirmed it. Since Raoul already knew the basics, it made things easier to explain. Recently, several small guilds have been wiped out one after another. No traces remained at any of the scenes, leaving investigations with nothing to uncover. Among information guilds, this type of attack was known as a guild hunt. Raoul asked if Faceless suspected that the Imperial Hound was behind the raids. Faceless corrected him. He wasn't suspicious. He was certain. The Wing of Freedom had become their target and had already clashed with them. Raoul then asked what connection existed between the Imperial Hound and Viscount Plank. Faceless said that what he was about to share was still only an assumption. He believed many people within the kingdom were secretly cooperating with the Empire. Raoul asked if he suspected the financial director, Plank, to be one of them. Faceless answered yes. He listed the accusations surrounding the financial department: close ties with several families connected to capital security, indirect interference during the gate incidents, and attempts to ban the First Knights from entering the gates. All of these actions were difficult to justify. Blocking the very order that contributed the most during the previous gate incident made no sense. Then, right after that decision, the team investigating the gate was ambushed. Families allied with the financial department did nothing. And once evidence pointed toward the Imperial Hound, the financial department tried to suppress the information. Taken together, Faceless said it was reasonable to assume that if someone in the kingdom was cooperating with the Empire, that person likely belonged to the financial department. Raoul thought that the Master of the Information Guild truly did know a lot. Faceless added that even so, they couldn't say with absolute certainty that the mole was inside the financial department. It could be someone unexpected, someone no one would suspect. He even suggested that the Master of the First Knights, Raoul Ashton, could be that person. Raoul found the idea amusing and asked why Faceless thought so. Faceless explained that the First Knights had appeared out of nowhere, showing extraordinary progress in a short period. By now, everyone in the capital knew their name. The turning point came with the appearance of the gate. No one else had been prepared for such an unprecedented event except the First Knights. They had known the structure of the gate, details about the monsters, and the methods to defeat them. To Faceless, it seemed as if the First Knights already knew the situation ahead of time. Raoul thought to himself that Faceless had passed the test. Faceless continued. Causing chaos on purpose and then stopping it to build reputation was an extreme strategy, but one with undeniable results. He said he understood why people would find the First Knights suspicious. Raoul decided that explaining everything piece by piece wasn't worth it. He would show Faceless instead. Faceless asked what Raoul intended to show him. Raoul made a proposal. He wanted Faceless to join the First Knights. Once inside, Faceless would discover for himself whether Raoul supported the Empire or held it by the throat. Faceless asked if Raoul was seriously inviting him into the knighthood. He thought Raoul misunderstood something. Raoul was still a suspect. How could he join a group he was investigating? Raoul told him to doubt as much as he wanted. If Faceless stood beside him, he could judge Raoul directly. The Wing of Freedom was already gone, and Raoul needed skilled informants. It was a mutually beneficial offer. Faceless glanced toward the arena and asked if Raoul was sure he could be away for this long. He believed this ceremony carried real weight for both him and the knights under his command. Raoul, however, simply said, "Right now, this takes priority." Faceless responded, explaining that the knights were out there fighting to earn their place as official knights, and their master considered himself too absent from their efforts. Raoul countered, he trusts them. Whether he's there or not won't change the outcome. They'll win. Faceless pointed out that the ceremony had drawn well-known knights from across the kingdom, making the entire event far from ordinary. Maybe, he suggested, their master was being too relaxed. Raoul answered, he knows none of this will be easy for them, but he trusts the strength of those who fought beside him again and again. Losing isn't something they will do. Faceless understood how deep that trust went. With that, he finally agreed to cooperate with the First Knight. He mentioned he would think about officially joining the knighthood after some time. Raoul told him he'd made the right decision. Faceless then pulled up his hood and said they would meet again another time. Staying in one place wasn't something he preferred. Raoul replied that he would be waiting. Faceless told him to call him Cain from now on and addressed Raul as his master before leaving. Raul felt the outcome was favorable. He needed a capable informant, and he had managed to bring the master of the Wing of Freedom to his side. He hoped the knights would understand why he was absent. He had something more pressing to handle. Still, he couldn't miss the entire ceremony. He turned his attention toward the arena to check on their progress. Inside the arena, Randall's knight claimed another win, and the crowd reacted with rising excitement at Randall's continued success. They had pulled off the shooting star technique yet again, and the audience was energized, treating the ceremony as if it were leading to an inevitable clash between Randall and the first knight. Meanwhile, Jake questioned the intensity of their opponents, saying it was becoming excessive. Philip explained that the other fighters were trying to stand out as much as possible. Pierce noted that out of all participants, only their group and Randall remained undefeated. They hadn't faced Randall yet and wondered if Randall's side was deliberately avoiding them. Homer said the matchups were random, so that was unlikely. Jake replied that Randall was already intense enough, and once they finally crossed paths, the fight would be serious. He then turned to Josh, asking how he felt and whether he thought he could beat them. At that moment, Raul arrived and said, "He has to. If he can't, it'll cause problems." Josh reacted quickly when he saw Raul. Raul told him he was up against Randall's talented newcomer, Rhodey Randall, the 10th son. It wouldn't be simple, but the match could still be won. Their opponents were probably pleased right now, assuming their first match was against a rookie who had once been a peasant. Raul told Josh to overturn those expectations with his own skill. Josh replied confidently that he would win, then stepped forward. Homer questioned whether he was truly ready, noting that Randall would aim to go all the way. Raul assured him there was no need for concern. He wasn't going to lose, not even if he tried. Roy and Josh faced each other at the center of the arena, the crowd buzzing with predictions as the two prepared to clash. Roy let out a short laugh and said he had assumed he would finally be fighting the first night. Instead, he found himself matched with what he called a peasant. His interest faded immediately. In one swift move, he pushed Josh back and referred to him as a kid. Josh took a moment to size him up. A noble from one of the prominent 5 families. Someone who should be stronger than anyone Josh had fought before. Even so, giving up wasn't an option. He wasn't a peasant anymore, and he wasn't a mercenary. He belonged to the First Knights. He refused to lose his master and the rest of the knights by failing here. With that in mind, he shifted into a guarded stance. Roy dashed forward and unleashed a sword strike, but Josh met it cleanly. Roy noticed the response and said Josh could keep up with the swings after all. He closed in again, calling out, "Try this then." Yet Josh parried the blow just as easily as the last. Irritated, Roy sent a rapid series of attacks, but Josh blocked each one without difficulty. Roy burst out in frustration, calling him a peasant once more, and launched himself forward again, only for Josh to drive his leg out, catching Roy's leg mid-charge and sending him tumbling onto the ground. Roy's rage deepened. Josh, however, questioned if this was the extent of Roy's skill. Every movement was predictable. None of his attacks carried any threat. If this was all Roy could do, then the match was already his. Voices from the stands rose in excitement. One spectator shouted that if everyone had witnessed that exchange, the Randall kid wouldn't have a chance. Another wondered if Josh had really been a mercenary before. He looked far too seasoned. Roy roared in outrage, demanding how a so-called peasant dared humiliate him. Josh shot back with a brief, "Embarrassed?" He didn't see any reason to worry about Roy's pride. He asked if Roy expected him to adjust his pace just to match his opponent's mood. Roy, growing more agitated, demanded whether Josh even understood who he was. Josh answered calmly but firm. He found it strange to even bring that up. He'd heard that every knight entering this ceremony was to be treated the same. Even if this was a mock battle, the fights were real enough. There was no room for concern over status or manners. Whether someone was noble or peasant didn't matter. Only strength and weakness had meaning here. Roy lunged again, shouting for Josh to shut up, but Josh intercepted the incoming strike without effort. From the sidelines, Jay commented that he thought Josh was supposed to be a beginner, yet he looked nothing like one. Philip responded, saying Randall considered Josh highly skilled. Raul added that the explanation was simple. Josh was just far stronger than Roy, and that was all there was to it. Homer said he already knew Josh was gifted, but what he was seeing went far beyond anything he expected. Raul explained that Randall had probably assumed Roy could overwhelm Josh by going all in from the start, but that assumption was wrong. Josh had already completed a gate conquest and returned successfully. Losing here wasn't something that could happen. Josh swung his sword for the first time in the match, catching Roy completely off guard. Roy managed to raise his blade, but the force behind Josh's strike shoved him backward. Josh didn't slow down. He rushed in and announced, "Blocking isn't interesting anymore. Let's make this a real fight." While calling Roy Mr. Noble, Josh attacked again. This time Roy barely managed to block the strike. Josh followed up with a punch, but Roy leaped back quickly enough to dodge it. Roy shouted that Josh was using his fists in a match meant for swordsmanship and demanded to know if Josh thought this was some kind of street brawl. Their blades clashed repeatedly, each meeting resistance. Josh asked Roy what he thought actual combat looked like. Honor didn't apply there. Roy had been the one to come at him with lethal intent. Josh told him that if he was scared, he should surrender. Roy snarled back, vowing to make Josh stop talking. He lunged forward with another strike, but Josh blocked it without issue. The crowd roared with excitement. They called out that Randall's son had skill after all, and the match was finally getting entertaining. Philip commented that Roy was more persistent than the other members of the Randall family. Raoul replied that this persistence was likely the reason Roy was known as a rising rookie, but persistence alone wouldn't bring down Josh. During the exchange, Josh grabbed Roy by the neck and delivered a solid headbutt, sending Roy stumbling backward. Roy demanded an explanation for that move, and Josh told him that real battle sometimes required using his head. Roy cursed him again, accusing him of being from the streets and relying on dirty methods. This wasn't a place for mercenaries, he said, but since Josh had pushed him this far, he wouldn't hold back anymore. Josh recognized it immediately, Randall's shooting star. Many respected knights of the kingdom had fallen to that technique. He wondered if he could stop it. Roy dashed forward with full commitment, shouting that he would obliterate Josh and that being defeated by a Randall blade should be treated as an honor. But Josh noticed the difference. It was fast and sharp, but compared to everything he had faced while working under the first knight, it didn't come close. Josh surged ahead at the perfect moment, cutting through Roy's attack and landing a clean, decisive strike that ended the match. The arena erupted in shock. Raoul watched with complete confidence, wearing a calm smile. Josh shouted that Roy kept repeating peasant this and peasant that, talking nonstop instead of fighting properly. He said Roy should have learned how to fight instead of learning how to talk. Whether someone was noble or a peasant didn't matter. Combat came down to strength. The referee declared the victory for the first knight. Josh held his pose as the crowd exploded with cheers. They shouted that the first knight had won and taken down Randall's shooting star. They expressed disbelief that a newcomer who used to be a mercenary had defeated Randall. The crowd declared the first knight as the strongest knighthood in the entire ceremony. A black-haired boy stared wide-eyed, amazed at how powerful the new order had turned out to be. Beside him, a brown-haired boy said the rumors were true. He believed the leader of this knighthood had to be Ashton's son, and he planned to send Ashton a congratulatory letter. The black-haired boy added that he would look for other relatives of Ashton living in the capital as well. Meanwhile, far from the cheering stands, Hudson D. Randall, Count of Randall County and the head of the Randall family, fumed over what had just happened. His knight had lost to a mercenary, even after being allowed to use lethal force. Even drastic attempts to shut down his opponent's ability hadn't worked. He wondered how Raoul Ashton had managed to gather fighters of such overwhelming strength without relying on the Randall family for support. Understanding that the situation demanded immediate action, he made up his mind. Hudson told his knight captain there was no point staying any longer and instructed him to prepare to leave. When the knight captain questioned the sudden order, Hudson told him to hand the rest of the knights off to someone else and return with just a small group. The captain then asked where Hudson intended to go. Hudson said he needed to visit the financial department and speak with Plank. With that, they departed the arena. Back on the battlefield, the matches continued. An expert-level knight stepped forward to challenge Philip. He launched an aggressive opening attack, but Philip blocked it with precise timing, stopping him in place and leaving the knight stunned. Sweat formed quickly as the unexpected defense threw off his rhythm. Before the knight could recover, Philip slipped behind him. With a clean jump, Philip descended with a powerful sword strike. But just before the blade touched its target, Philip pulled it back, ending the move gracefully. The knight, rattled by Philip's speed, struggled to process the exchange. Philip simply acknowledged the match, telling him it was a nice fight. Accepting defeat, the knight stepped back. The referee then announced another victory for the first knight. The crowd burst into cheers at their continued undefeated streak. Jake commented that Phillips' one looked effortless. Josh admitted that Phillips' performance was impressive. Another spectator noted that Philip had defeated an advanced expert cleanly, making the dominance clear. Someone with reddish-brown hair stated that Phillips' showing confirmed the first night as the central force of the ceremony. Meanwhile, watching from a distance, a bold figure, Jaden D. Ashton, Viscount of Jaden Viscounty, took in the scene and asked if the group on display was the first knight, the very knighthood Raoul had created. The observer scanned the lineup and recognized several familiar faces among the first knight. Curious, he turned to Titus for clarification. Their conversation moved toward Raoul, and Titus explained that Raoul had always been steady and composed, even when he was young. With everything that happened during the gate incident, Titus guessed Raoul had only grown more refined since then. Jaden commented on the Ashton family's changes. In the past, they had been content with simple swordplay out in the countryside, yet now they were showing remarkable progress. Their transformation caught his attention. Elsewhere, Medeiros, the commander of the kingdom's holy knights, watched the first knight with clear interest. He said he had heard rumors from the capital describing them as the strongest group in the kingdom, and judging by their results today, the reputation fit. Medeiros even compared their performance to the level seen during ceremonies before the Great War. Beside him sat Carson, commander of the Royal Guards and president of the Reuben Kingdom Knights Association. Carson questioned whether it was fair to decide the best knighthood through this ceremony when major families like the Templetons, the Greers, and Ashton's Golden Bear had not joined the competition. With so many absent, he doubted whether the results could truly identify the kingdom's finest. Medeiros acknowledged the point, but also noted that the most surprising development was how a newly formed knighthood managed to defeat a member of the Randall family, one of the 5 great warrior houses. He then turned to President Gray, wanting to hear his thoughts. Before Gray could speak, Carson offered another detail. He had heard that the master of the first knight was currently enrolled at the academy. Gray answered that he had met Raoul Ashton a few times. Carson followed up by asking what Raoul was like. Gray jokingly asked if he could pose a question first instead. Gray then asked Carson and Medeiros whether they believed the kingdom was truly at peace. Carson replied that for knights, peaceful times didn't really exist. They always had to stay ready, regardless of how calm things appeared. Gray agreed and admitted he didn't know Raoul well enough to speak with certainty. He couldn't evaluate the kingdom's situation with the same confidence as Carson or Medeiros, but he said he could imagine Raoul becoming someone who might protect the kingdom if a great threat ever appeared. Still, he emphasized that this was only his personal thought, not a prediction. Medeiros let out a light laugh at Gray's compliment toward Raoul and teased him, saying Raoul must be Gray's favorite student. Carson, however, remained serious. He said he wanted to test Raoul himself. To him, true skill in a knight wasn't proven by honor or reputation. It came from real strength and what someone could actually show in battle. Carson was set on finding out whether Raoul's reputation was genuine strength or nothing more than a crafted image. He intended to measure Raoul's true ability with his own eyes and judge the reality behind his name. Not long after, as anticipation filled the arena for the kingdom's official knighthood induction, a knight announced that the ceremony was about to begin. He called for Sir Raoul Ashton, the representative and leader of the first knight, to step forward. The audience erupted into loud cheers, clearly impressed with the young master they had watched throughout the day. Before the ceremony moved forward, the knight in charge turned toward Carson and asked whether they should start. Carson held up a hand and addressed Raoul instead. He said he had a request, something he wanted Raoul to indulge him in before the formal proceedings began. Raoul took a moment to consider Carson's words, trying to understand the purpose behind the current president of the Knights Association stepping in at this moment. Carson acknowledged the exceptional strength the first knight had shown throughout the entire event. Yet he also noted that only one of the great warrior families had joined the competition, which made the results incomplete in his eyes. As the Knights Association president, he wanted to personally measure the power of the first knight instead of relying solely on the matches they had already fought. He then looked Raoul in the eye and asked for his thoughts. Raoul understood the weight behind Carson's challenge. Carson wasn't just a knight. He was the president of the Reuben Kingdom Knights Association, the captain of the Royal Guards, and a beginner-level swordmaster. The difference between a swordmaster and a high expert was immense, making Carson the strongest opponent Raoul had ever been confronted with. While Raoul considered his answer, Carson spoke again. Seeing him hesitate, Carson commented that he expected the master of the first night to accept without delay. Raoul knew the truth. Taking Carson's request would push him to his limit, maybe even past it. But refusing would undermine everything the first night had achieved in building their reputation. Nearby, Pierce leaned toward Philip and asked why Carson was trying to fight their master. Philip explained that Carson wanted to test the first night personally. This situation, he said, was nothing like the matches before. Their young master couldn't defeat a sword master yet, but if he refused Carson here, all the work they had put into raising their name would lose its impact. It was a challenge without a real chance of victory, and now it came down to how their young master would respond. After a short silence, Raoul answered, "Sure." Carson looked momentarily puzzled by the unexpected acceptance. Raoul clarified his meaning. A duel with the respected president of the Knights Association was an honor he couldn't turn down. He said he hoped to learn from the president through their exchange. Both Raoul and Carson drew their swords, stepping into position. Carson looked toward the spectators and stated that with so many people watching, the duel needed to live up to the title carried by the Knights of the Reuben Kingdom. Raoul acknowledged the president with full respect, answering, of course, and thanking him for the opportunity. The audience exploded with excitement the moment the duel became official. Voices rose from every direction, shouting that the president facing Sir Raoul was incredible, and many called it the true highlight of the entire ceremony. Elsewhere, Josh turned to Philip, asking what was happening since this duel hadn't been part of the schedule. Philip replied that something like this shouldn't occur, not in a normal ceremony, at least. Pierce added that the ceremony had already shifted so drastically in both its pacing and scale that sticking to traditional standards didn't mean much anymore. Jack commented that it simply meant the first night had to prove themselves twice. Homer noted that President Carson was known for being strict, so he likely wanted complete certainty. Philip concluded that their master must have accepted because he had something in mind, so they needed to trust his decision. Gray laughed lightly, saying he thought he might have put Raoul in a tough position by speaking too much earlier. Medeiros disagreed, asking what was awkward about it. He said he believed the situation was actually better for Raoul. A duel with the president of the Knights Association wasn't something a person could experience anywhere else. He mentioned that he had known Sir Carson for many years, yet it had been a long time since he saw him this enthusiastic. Raoul then asked if they should begin, and without hesitation, he charged toward Carson. Carson raised his guard instantly. Raoul delivered a heavy sword strike, and Carson blocked it cleanly. Raoul followed by jumping into the air and striking again with even more force, forcing Carson to put in extra effort to defend. Carson then swung his sword for the first time, and Raoul managed to block it. Raoul thought carefully. He couldn't allow Carson even a moment to breathe. If he paused, Carson would immediately counter. Raoul stayed on the offensive, but suddenly Carson's blade came dangerously close. Raoul reacted instantly, redirecting the attack with a swift deflection. That moment confirmed it for him. Carson was a full step faster. Raoul attempted to take control by attacking repeatedly, but Carson advanced with an even quicker strike. Raoul realized this must be the ability of a swordmaster. Even so, giving up wasn't an option. He launched more attacks, one after another, each one blocked by Carson. Carson then answered with strikes sharper and heavier than before. The audience rose to their feet, shouting that the duel had reached an entirely different level. Their movements were so fast that many spectators couldn't even follow what was happening. Josh cursed in shock, admitting he couldn't imagine a sword master possessing that kind of power. Raoul continued analyzing the situation. As he expected, Carson was overwhelmingly strong. There were no openings to take advantage of. He could only keep matching Carson blow for blow. Carson eventually spoke, saying he had now seen Raoul's sword technique clearly, but he added that there was something far more important than skill with a blade. A cube appeared above Carson's left hand, deep blue in color and wrapped in swirling black energy. Carson said that if Raoul intended to lead the new generation, he would need more than just swordsmanship. Carson asked Raoul if he was prepared, drawing Raoul's attention to the unusual energy radiating from the cube in Carson's hand. Raoul immediately questioned what Carson intended to do with that artifact. Up in the viewing stands, Medeiros demanded to know why Carson was using it. Gray added that something about the artifact looked unstable. Medeiros identified it as a hybrid core, an important Holy Knight artifact created to detect dark mana and mainly used by the kingdom's soldiers. He explained that it had originally been set aside for the ceremony to expose hidden spies, but the plan was canceled because the artifact wasn't fully stable. Carson suddenly pulling it out here left Medeiros wondering just how far Carson intended to go. Back in the arena, Carson told Raul not to misunderstand. Even though the first knight had made contributions to the kingdom, Carson said he needed absolute certainty. He asked Raul to cooperate. Then he activated the hybrid core. Dark mana burst outward and wrapped around Raul. Meanwhile, at the Reuben Kingdom's Department of the Interior, Plank was caught off guard by Count Randall's unexpected appearance. He mentioned hearing that Randall's knight was participating in the ceremony and seemed surprised that Hudson had left the event. Hudson confronted Plank immediately, questioning why he wasn't taking the ceremony seriously. He couldn't understand Plank's calm attitude and accused him of underestimating the ceremony's significance. Plank replied that the first knight had already displayed an impressive performance, showing that he wasn't ignoring what had happened. Hudson continued, saying he was certain the first knight would become an obstacle and reminding Plank that preventing that kind of interference was his responsibility. Plank assured him that these rising problems were nothing more than minor issues, too small to affect their Overvel plans. Hudson challenged that idea, saying it made no sense to treat the Ashton kids as insignificant. Plank clarified his stance. If Ashton County acted together as one force, it would be dangerous. But Raul, standing alone without the county supporting him, was still something he believed he could control. Hudson went quiet for a moment, then explained the real concern. Raul's influence and popularity were growing rapidly throughout the kingdom. The first knight could become an even bigger threat than the Golden Bear Knights. He pressed Plank again, asking if he still believed they were a minor nuisance. The first knight was being led by a young, relatively inexperienced knight, yet he was already disrupting their plans. Even so, Hudson was certain Raul Ashton remained unaware of the real conflict building beneath the surface. He believed Raul had no idea how large the brewing struggle actually was. Back in the arena, a dramatic scene unfolded. Black mana spread outward from the core, covering the field. Spectators reacted with alarm, questioning whether the duel was still safe. The first knight members watched anxiously as their master stood within the swirling dark mana. Carson, observing from the center of the arena, noticed the divine power rising in strength. It was far beyond what he expected and left him momentarily confused by the sheer magnitude of it. Inside the storm of mana, Raul remained steady. He reflected on the constant alertness required of a knight, teachings he had absorbed again and again under the Academy president's guidance. Even in the chaos, he questioned whether he should still commit to the duel, holding to the duty expected of a knight sworn to defend the kingdom. Carson's astonishment grew as Raul not only passed the hybrid core's dark mana examination, but also controlled and used the divine power being drawn out of it. Carson wondered if Raul's divine power was on a level far beyond what someone of his position should be capable of. Then something happened that stunned Carson, Gray, and the entire arena. Raul gathered all of the divine energy into his arm and released a massive blast straight into the sky. The force and clarity of the attack left the spectators silent, unsure how to even react. Raul then looked directly at Carson and asked if that was proof enough. A man with bright red hair shouted loudly from the stands, declaring that Master Raul was God's apostle, pointing out the radiant wings of light that had appeared. The crowd, caught up in the moment, echoed the cry. They called Raul the chosen apostle, someone who could command divine power. They cheered for the first knight as God's knights, protectors of Turium. Amid the rising chants, Jaden turned away and announced that he had seen what he needed to see. Titus asked if he was leaving already. Jaden replied that now he understood why Randall was wary of Raul despite his age. He commented on how unexpected it was for someone this strong to come from their bloodline and looked forward to what would unfold next. Shortly after, a knight stepped forward and formally declared Raul Ashton as the leader of the Order of Knights, the master of the first knight and head of their order. The crowd erupted in another wave of cheers. At the center of the arena, Raul knelt before Carson to begin the official ceremony. Carson placed his blade on Raul's shoulder, acting as the representative of the Reuben Kingdom Knights Association. He asked Raul, now the master of the first knight, whether he swore allegiance to the kingdom and to the king. Raul answered firmly that he swore. Carson continued, asking whether Raul and his knights pledged to protect the royal family and the people of the kingdom with their lives, and whether they would take the lead in removing any threat to the land. Raul answered with a firm, I swear. Carson then asked if Raoul vowed to train himself with humility and diligence, to abide by the code of chivalry, and to uphold the honor carried by the kingdom's knights. Raoul responded again with unwavering conviction, "I swear." Carson continued the oath, stating that Raoul and his knights must stand for strength, honor, and loyalty, protecting the kingdom's prosperity, preserving the dignity of the knighthood, and maintaining justice. With that, Carson officially recognized Raoul and the First Knight as full knights of the great Reuben kingdom. When the ceremony concluded, Medeiros approached Carson and asked how he felt about Raoul Ashton. Carson initially acted as though he didn't understand the question. Medeiros clarified that he was referring to Carson's impressions after facing Raoul in the duel. Carson replied somewhat dismissively, asking whether Medeiros hadn't seen the duel himself. Raoul had shown everything required of a knight of the kingdom. But Medeiros pressed further, explaining he wasn't looking for an evaluation of Raoul's combat ability. Carson asked what he was trying to find out. After a moment, Carson admitted the real reason he had tested Raoul. He wanted to understand what President Gray meant during their earlier conversation, remarks that had bothered him significantly. Carson explained that there were 3 particular points that troubled him. First, Gray's mention of a coming threat to the kingdom. Second, Gray's suggestion that Raoul Ashton might become a savior if such a threat appeared. Third, the fact that these warnings came from President Gray himself. Carson asked Medeiros whether Gray had ever spoken about an approaching danger before or identified someone as a possible savior. He noted that although Gray called these statements nothing more than personal thoughts, Carson couldn't simply brush them aside. As a knight of the kingdom, he felt obligated to seek clarity. Medeiros asked directly whether Carson believed President Gray, whether Gray truly sensed an approaching threat that would require a savior. Then he asked if Carson now saw Raoul Ashton the same way Gray did. Carson admitted he didn't know. However, he was certain of one thing. If Raoul stayed loyal to the kingdom, he might indeed become its savior. But if Raoul ever turned against them, Carson warned, he could become their greatest nightmare. Medeiros mentioned Raoul's success in the hybrid core test, but Carson reminded him that the test only detected the presence or absence of dark mana. It didn't determine loyalty, intentions, or the path someone would take. Carson said Raoul's relentless actions left too many unanswered questions. Because of that, he believed the wisest approach was to remain cautious until Raoul's true direction became clear. Medeiros took a moment to think about Carson, recalling how the man's nature had stayed steady through the years. Nothing about him seemed to shift. He moved through life with the same firm resolve he always had. The next day, at the Ashton County mansion, the first group of knights gathered for training. Out on the training grounds, Josh and Jake stepped forward for a sparring session. Josh launched himself at Jake with a fast, forceful rush, putting all his strength into the opening strike. But Jake reacted with a single, precise movement that completely overturned Josh's momentum, sending Josh straight to the ground. Annoyed by how easily he had been stopped, Josh demanded to know how Jake kept shutting down his attacks so effortlessly. Jake broke it down for him, explaining that Josh's moves came in strong and quick, but they followed a pattern that made them easy to read. Jake pointed out that such straightforward power might work against opponents with little experience, but it wouldn't be enough when facing fighters who actually understood combat. He told Josh he needed to adjust his style depending on the opponent, observe how they fought, figure out what kind of fighter they were, and then respond in a way that matched their strengths and weaknesses. After hearing this, Josh accepted the advice and realized he needed to reshape how he approached fights. Jake then mentioned that a large number of new recruits had shown up after the ceremony, many of them motivated by what they had seen Josh do. Josh, caught off guard, asked if people had really joined because of him. Jake confirmed it and reminded him that this placed a responsibility on his shoulders. Those recruits would be watching him, taking cues from him, and expecting him to set an example. Jake added that this situation was likely going to stir up serious complications. Josh, confused by the warning, asked Jake what kind of trouble he was referring to. While this conversation played out, Raoul stood by his window, watching Josh and Jake interact from a distance. He let out a long sigh as he observed the situation unfolding. At that moment, Bernard approached Raoul. He informed Raoul that the initiation test for the recruits, the one Raoul had requested, was completely prepared and ready to begin. Raoul thanked Bernard, acknowledging that their efforts during the ceremony had brought strong results. He noted that the knighthood, which had been quiet for a long time, was now about to become lively with incoming recruits. Bernard, noticing Raoul's sudden push for rapid expansion, asked if there was a particular reason behind the urgency. Raoul paused, considering the question, then asked Bernard if he genuinely believed the kingdom was in a state of peace. Bernard asked for clarification, and Raoul admitted that although occasional issues surfaced, the kingdom was indeed enjoying a peaceful period, much like it had been for years. However, Raoul stated that this stability would not last. He warned that an event 5 days from now would break that peace. Because of that, he emphasized the importance of their preparations, stressing that it was their duty to stop what was coming and protect the kingdom's stability. The scene then shifts, moving to a discussion between Gerald D. Reuben, the sixth prince of the Reuben kingdom, and Carson. Gerald began by thanking Carson for handling the ceremony on behalf of the royal family. Carson replied modestly, saying he had only fulfilled the responsibilities assigned to him. Gerald went on to explain that because of the recent disturbances at the gate, the royal family had been unable to attend public events, and he hoped Carson understood the circumstances. Carson acknowledged the unpredictability of the current situation and stated that ensuring the safety of the royal family had to remain the highest priority, something he believed every knight agreed on. Gerald then shifted the topic, mentioning that he had heard about a new knighthood that had made an impressive showing during the ceremony. He asked specifically about the first knight. Carson explained that only one warrior family had taken part, and the first knight had stood out by remaining undefeated throughout the competition. This distinction set him apart from the rest. Gerald commented on Roll Ashton, noting that he remembered sensing something about him back when he saw him at the academy. He recalled how Roll and his knights had been positioned at the front lines when the gates appeared in the capital. They had stayed firm in their roles, protected the city, and even managed to eliminate Empire scouts inside one of the gates. Gerald, impressed by their actions and dedication, suggested that they should be formally recognized by the royal family. He even considered awarding them a medal for their efforts. He explained that the knights were currently stationed at the gates, maintaining constant vigilance to ensure no monsters escaped. Gerald expressed his intention to visit them personally, both to show his appreciation and to deliver whatever rewards they were owed. Before finalizing his plans, he asked Carson for his opinion on the matter. Carson, however, responded with regret. He informed Gerald that the first knight was not permitted to enter any of the gates within the capital. Gerald was taken aback, unable to believe that the same knighthood responsible for protecting the city during the gate crisis was now banned from entering those very gates. He demanded to know who had authorized such a decision. Carson explained that the restriction came from Randall, the individual overseeing the capital's defensive operations. Randall's reasoning, according to Carson, was that limiting access allowed for more efficient deployment of their forces. Carson added that the only exception had been the gate where Empire scouts were discovered because hostages were involved and immediate action had been required. Gerald expressed clear dissatisfaction, stating that this was not the moment for disputes among noble families. Resolute, he announced his plan to meet Count Randall directly, determined to settle the issue and ensure that the knighthood received the proper acknowledgement and the access they had earned through their actions. Meanwhile, inside one of the gates, a system window appeared, displaying details about the monsters inhabiting that particular zone. Among the listed creatures was an armored boar, level 55, rank D, noted for mutation traits involving its horns and arms. At the same time, Raoul stepped into the gate and quickly eliminated several armored boars clustered near the entrance, clearing the area with swift, efficient movements. As Raoul moved deeper inside the gate, he took in a sheer number of armored boars roaming the area. The density of these creatures made one thing clear. If even a fraction of them broke through and reached the capital, the resulting chaos would be impossible to control. With that in mind, Raoul committed himself to handling the threat before anything could escape. But while he was planning his next move, the armored boars regrouped. In an instant, they launched a coordinated rush, charging at him from multiple directions within the gate. Raoul braced himself as the creatures closed in. Right then, members of the First Knight arrived to reinforce him. Philip, Josh, Pierce, and Jake spread out across the battlefield and immediately joined the fight, cutting through the waves of armored boars that had surrounded Raoul. Working together, the group pushed back the creatures that had nearly overwhelmed him. Surveying the scene, Philip noted that clearing out the armored boars was going to take a significant amount of time. Jake reminded everyone that they were still only at the entrance of the gate. This was just the opening stage of what they would have to deal with. Pierce added that they needed to wipe out the armored boars inside the gate itself. Allowing any of them to escape into the capital was not an option. Josh questioned whether they could realistically manage such a difficult task with a number of monsters inside. Raoul stepped in, telling them not to worry and explaining that they were not the key figures in this particular operation. Right as he said that, alchemist Nakia arrived at the gate. She apologized for showing up late, explaining that she had needed additional time to finish brewing a potion. Raoul reassured her, stating that her role was essential to the mission. With his words in mind, Nakia immediately activated her alchemical strength. She triggered a massive explosion that lit up the interior of the gate. The sudden brightness caught Josh off guard, while Jake examined the blast with interest, questioning whether what he had seen could even be considered standard magic. Philip recognized the truth. This was not just magic. It was a powerful fusion of alchemy and magic working together. The battle continued, and Nakia launched another surge of alchemical energy, forcing back the monsters with overwhelming force. Watching her ability in action, Raoul noted how she had not faltered despite everything she had endured with her sister. Instead of weakening, her capability had surpassed his earlier expectations. Her presence was proving to be a major advantage. Once the last of the monsters near them had been taken down, Nakia turned toward the group and asked if her attack had been too much. The others were left momentarily speechless, still processing the level of power she had displayed. Philip finally spoke, praising her for using potions to amplify mana, a tactic he considered highly effective in actual combat. Raoul agreed, identifying Nakia as a valuable asset and the strongest wildcard they had in their ranks. He acknowledged that their progress so far had been possible largely because of her contributions. Even so, he reminded everyone that their real challenge still lay ahead. They would eventually have to face the guardian of a C-rank gate. Time passed, and elsewhere, Gerald D. Reuben, the sixth prince of the Reuben kingdom, arrived at Randall County. Upon his arrival, Hudson D. Randall, the Count of Randall, stepped forward to greet him. Hudson apologized immediately, explaining that he had not received advance notice of the prince's visit and therefore had not been able to make proper preparations. Prince Gerald reassured Count Randall that there was no need for an apology. He explained that he hadn't come expecting any special arrangements, which eased the tension. Count Randall thanked him for his understanding, maintaining a respectful posture. Gerald then shifted the discussion to a more urgent issue. He admitted he would have preferred a lighter conversation, but emphasized that the current matter could not be delayed. He brought up the ban on gate entry, something he had heard was requested by the Randall family, and asked the Count to clarify why the restriction had been imposed, particularly concerning the first night. Count Randall explained that the gate entry ban was a strategic measure. The goal, he said, was to maintain an efficient structure for handling both the gates and the capital. According to him, the decision had been made in cooperation with the Capitol Guard, and the restriction wasn't aimed specifically at the first night. It applied equally to all knighthoods. Gerald D. Reuben acknowledged the Count's efforts and told him he appreciated his dedication to maintaining the capital's security. However, Gerald stressed that the circumstances they were facing demanded full participation from every capable group. With that, he announced that the ban on gate entry would be removed entirely. All knighthoods and mercenary teams would be allowed to contribute to the defense of the capital. He stated that he would speak directly to the commander of the Capitol Guard and instructed Count Randall to leave the responsibility of gate control to the guard from that point forward. Count Randall accepted the order without protest. Once Prince Gerald departed, however, Count Randall's composed expression cracked. Anger and irritation surged beneath the surface. He believed the sixth prince had treated him without proper regard and silently vowed that Gerald, along with the first knight and anyone involved in undermining him, would pay for it sooner or later. Inside the gate, the first knight's party continued their advance while dealing with the monsters that blocked their path. Jay complained about the narrow terrain, which limited how much he could move his sword. Philip pointed out that the cramped pathway meant at least they wouldn't face the danger of being surrounded. Pierce reminded the group to stay focused, noting that the terrain wouldn't improve for a while. Jake commented on how easily Nakia was navigating the tight space despite the difficulty. As she moved, she stumbled for a moment, and Josh caught her before she could fall. He told her to watch her footing, and Nakia thanked him. Josh assured her he was ready to help whenever needed. Watching the exchange, Jake muttered that Josh needed to pull himself together. Raoul assessed the situation and recognized how draining the gate's terrain was. Every stretch of ground consumed more stamina than usual. He explained that he had been able to enter the gate only because he was on good terms with the Capitol Guard. But since the operation wasn't officially sanctioned, he had been limited in how many members he could bring. While acknowledging how much Nakia strengthened their group, he also worried that the team might be worn out before the actual raid even began. Because of the terrain, he wasn't sure if stopping to recover would be effective. Right then, Nakia suggested that they take a brief rest to help everyone recover. Philip asked her what she meant and how she planned to help them regain their strength. Nakia explained that she had prepared a stamina recovery potion before entering the gate. She mentioned that while it wasn't as refined as the ones produced in the monastery, it would still help them regain their strength. She handed the bottle to Jake, but before she could warn him, he lifted it and drank the entire contents in one long gulp. A powerful surge hit him instantly, running through his body with overwhelming intensity. Nakia quickly told him that the potion was highly concentrated and could easily have been shared among them. Fortunately, she had brought another bottle as backup. Piers commented that Jake's reaction was typical, acting first and thinking later, calling it a habit that came naturally with his muscular, straightforward nature. Raoul, on the other hand, recognized the significance of what Nakia had created. The potion was normally something that required divine power from a trained priest. Yet she had replicated the effect using alchemy alone. He realized again that bringing her along had been a wise decision. With her contributions, the group would be able to move forward without hesitation. With their strength restored, Raoul signaled for the group to continue their advance. Jake agreed with renewed enthusiasm, declaring himself ready to charge through any guardian or obstacle in their way. Philip then asked Nakia if she had a potion that could silence someone. Nakia simply answered that she didn't have anything of that sort. From a distance, a dungeon gate guardian watched their movements carefully. It was the Lion Mane Boreman, level 77, rank B, equipped with armaments and marked by mutated traits. The creature remained hidden as it observed the group progressing through the gate. The scene shifted to one of the prisons within the Reuben kingdom. Vice President Gray approached the guards stationed there, thanked them for their work, and requested to interrogate the prisoner alone. The guards followed the instruction and stepped away. Gray walked toward the cell holding an Imperial Hound, then questioned the prisoner about his loyalty to the Empire. The Imperial Hound dismissed him, saying his attempt at acting was weak, and told him to drop the pretense. As the words settled, Gray's appearance began to shift. His features altered until the man standing before the prisoner revealed himself as Cain, the faceless master of the Information Guild. Recognizing the prisoner's perceptiveness, Cain admitted that it made sense why his guild had fallen apart under the Empire's specialized units. With that acknowledgement, he prepared to begin the interrogation. The Imperial Hound scoffed at him, stating that whatever Cain was planning wasn't a real interrogation, but a pointless performance. He laughed at the idea that threats or torture would persuade him to speak, claiming that such tactics would produce nothing of value. Cain exhaled and admitted that although those methods might be easy to consider, he could not use them. He explained that he was no longer part of the Information Guild under the Wing of Freedom. Instead, he now belonged to the First Knight, a group bound by strict rules that completely forbade torture. The Imperial Hound burst into laughter, mocking him for becoming the obedient servant of a noble household. He taunted Cain, daring him to attempt an interrogation using the First Knight's methods, doubting they would accomplish anything. Cain smiled and began outlining his approach, stating plainly that the First Knight did not rely on intimidation or pain. They did not use force, coercion, or anything resembling torture to obtain answers. Cain explained that the First Knight relied on a different approach altogether. Instead of using threats or physical harm, they used artifacts. He revealed one such artifact, a device capable of paralyzing the mind and forcing the subject to speak. With a small adjustment, it could also wipe memories from the past several hours, ensuring the subject forgot both the interrogation and their act of betrayal. Cain stated that this method was fair. He would obtain the information needed, and the Imperial Hound would not have to carry the burden of betraying the Empire. After laying this out, Cain asked the Imperial Hound to reveal their final objective. The scene shifted back to the gate, where Jake voiced his frustration. They had barely made it through the gorge when a dungeon appeared right after, adding another layer of difficulty. The sudden shift left Nakia confused, and she asked Raoul to explain what was happening. Raoul clarified that the dungeon had formed from the gate's mana and seemed to still be in the middle of its creation. He warned that if the gate's rank rose to C rank, the terrain would undergo drastic changes. Time was limited, they needed to move quickly. If they failed to defeat the Guardians soon, the situation could become far more dangerous. Josh then pointed out a bigger threat. If the dungeon expanded and swallowed the gate's terrain, monsters of much higher levels could spill out into the capital. Understanding the urgency, Jake urged Raoul to hurry, addressing him as master. Raoul, however, found the timing troubling. A difficult gate appearing right after the recent incident seemed too convenient. He recalled that C-rank gates, or higher, usually took a long time to conquer, and this particular gate felt unusually demanding. The possibility crossed his mind that someone might be trying to trap their knighthood inside the gate, using it as a distraction. As Raoul pondered the situation, Jake called out to him again, wondering if something was wrong. Raoul dismissed the concern, telling the group to take their time, scouting the area and preparing properly before entering the dungeon. He emphasized that the situation was unclear, and preparation mattered more than rushing in blindly. The team acknowledged his instructions and confirmed their understanding. Raoul questioned himself silently, unsure if he was overthinking. Even with his suspicions, he knew they couldn't walk away from the gate. For now, the only option was to break through it as efficiently as possible. At a distance, two Imperial Hounds watched the group closely as they proceeded. Once the first night's party stepped into the dungeon, Josh held a magic lamp to light their path. Jake took in a vast, quiet interior and guessed that the silence came from the dungeon still being incomplete. Pierce urged everyone to stay alert, sensing danger even though nothing had appeared yet. Josh asked Philip whether dungeons normally looked like this, amazed that such structures could form natively from mana alone. Philip explained that dungeons came in many different forms, with run-type dungeons, like the one they were currently in, tending to be especially large. He described them as structures shaped by dense concentrations of mana, allowing their interiors to shift, expand, and even generate monsters as the mana flowed. Because of this unpredictable nature, he urged everyone to stay alert at all times. While examining the surroundings, Nakia became intrigued by the pillars and the glowing moss spread across them. She asked if she could collect samples, noting how valuable the moss's magical properties were said to be. Josh pointed out how calm she remained in such an environment, contrasting it with how tense the rest of them felt. Philip responded that Nakia's composure came from her strength. She was able to stay focused because she had the ability to handle whatever might appear. Meanwhile, Raoul continued studying the dungeon. Its size and the potential for its rank to grow should have made it extremely dangerous. Yet the level of threat felt strangely low. More troubling was the flow of mana. It felt unnaturally stiff, as if something was suppressing the dungeon's natural power. Josh then spotted something unusual on the wall and called out to Raoul. Raoul immediately turned, and Josh pointed to a magic circle carved directly into the dungeon wall. Josh asked if dungeons natively formed symbols like that. Before Raoul could answer, Nakia examined it closely and identified it as a magic suppression spell. Raoul questioned why such a spell would exist inside a forming dungeon. The presence of suppression meant interference. Realizing something was wrong, he warned his knights to stay on guard immediately, suspecting a trap. Without warning, attackers dropped down from above, swords drawn. Explosions erupted as the first knight members dodged the sudden assault. Jake shouted in confusion, trying to understand how the dungeon had turned into an ambush. At the same time, Imperial Hounds appeared and blocked their path. Their leader stepped forward, remarking that the first knight's sudden arrival made their infiltration even easier and thanking them for the unexpected convenience. Seeing the Imperial Hounds, Raoul understood what had happened. They had infiltrated the dungeon ahead of time and likely weakened its mana flow with the suppression spell. Their intentions were unclear, but their presence inside a forming dungeon was no coincidence. Raoul drew his sword from his inventory, preparing to confront them and determined to uncover the reason behind their actions. The scene shifted to the royal palace, where Gerald D. Reuben returned and crossed paths with his older brother, Herdian D. Reuben, the kingdom's third prince. Herdian reminded Gerald of the strict order requiring him to remain inside the palace and asked why he had gone out. Gerald explained that he had needed to discuss urgent matters with Count Randall concerning the gates. He apologized for disregarding the order and accepted that he would have to face consequences, adding that he would inform the king personally. Herdian assured him that immediate punishment wasn't necessary and expressed confidence that the king would understand the urgency. Still, he advised Gerald to rely on messengers or official summons in the future, emphasizing that the king's commands must be followed without exception. Gerald acknowledged his brother's guidance with full respect, assuring Herdian that he understood and would follow proper procedures going forward. As Herdian walked away, he silently wondered when Gerald had begun involving himself with matters related to the gates. He questioned whether the king, or perhaps another brother, had influenced him. The girl accompanying Herdian clarified that Gerald wasn't following anyone's orders. She explained that he had acted on his own, likely motivated by the accomplishments of his classmate, Raoul Ashton. She then asked Herdian whether they should take any further steps. Herdian instructed her to quietly summon Viscount Plank for a private discussion. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the Imperial Hound group leader mocked the first knights. He sneered at them for falling directly into the trap and remarked that the rumors about Raoul's curiosity toward gates seemed to be true. Now aware of who they were truly facing, the first knights grew tense. Jake shouted back at them, calling the Imperial Hound strange for hiding inside a dungeon. Philip questioned whether their intention had been to lure the first knight into the situation. The leader responded with confidence, saying it didn't matter what they thought. The fact remained that the first knights had walked straight into his trap. Raoul sensed something strange. The Imperial Hounds had set up an ambush, yet only a handful of them were present, and none appeared to be high-ranking. He felt uneasy about the arrangement. Turning to Nakia, he asked how effective the magic circle on the wall was at restricting mana. Nakia explained that the circle was a high-class mana suppression spell, further strengthened by the dagger artifact at its center. Hearing this, Raoul pieced together what had happened. The magic circle had restricted the mana flow inside the gate, causing the condensed energy to raise the gate's rank unnaturally. Nakia agreed with his conclusion. Raoul then questioned whether the Imperial Hounds had increased the gate's rank solely to lure them in. But considering the small number of enemies present, he suspected there was another purpose behind their plan. Jake taunted the Imperial Hounds again, questioning whether they seriously believed they could defeat the First Knights. The Imperial Hound leader responded proudly, insisting that their strength surpassed that of the kingdom's forces and reminding them that their bait had worked perfectly. Hearing the word bait, Raoul grew even more uneasy. If these Imperial Hounds were only bait, then something larger had to be waiting. Jake, Philip, and Josh moved in at once, with Jake sarcastically hoping they hadn't been trapped just to hold a conversation. Philip quickly cut down 2 Imperial Hounds. Jake sliced through another pair, while Pierce eliminated 2 more. Josh struck down the group leader, who dropped to his knees as his sword slipped from his grasp. The leader admitted that he had expected defeat, but had hoped for a better outcome than this. Philip questioned him, asking why he had arranged such a foolish trap if he knew it wouldn't work. The leader replied with a cryptic statement that everything was proceeding exactly as intended. Nakia stepped closer to the magic circle to examine it more thoroughly. As she inspected the artifact at its center, she noticed an additional spell layered over it. The realization caused her to tense. There was more to this setup than they had initially understood. The Imperial Hound leader, still kneeling on the ground, proclaimed that they were not weak and that death itself was part of their mission. He declared their success in the name of the Emperor. His body then began shaking violently, and foam gathered at his mouth. At that instant, the magic circle activated. Jake looked toward Raoul, demanding to know what was happening. Raoul turned immediately to Nakia. She explained that the artifact was connected to a self-destruct spell chain. When the caster died, the suppressed mana would be released all at once, sending the condensed mana surging back into the dungeon. A deep, thunderous sound echoed through the chamber, drawing everyone's attention. Jake asked Raoul about the noise, but Raoul, already tense, sensed something massive moving from within the dungeon's depths. Moments later, they saw dozens upon dozens of armored boars charging toward them. Philip remarked grimly on how serious the situation had become. Raoul shouted that there were far too many boars to fight and ordered everyone to retreat immediately. They followed Raoul as he led them at full speed, telling them to run faster. He pointed toward a staircase ahead, explaining that the gate's entrance was just beyond it. But as they reached the top of the stairs, the gate guardian appeared before the dungeon entrance, weapon drawn, completely blocking their escape. The scene shifted to the Reuben Kingdom Palace. Her D&D, Reuben, the third prince, apologized to Viscount Jerry D. Plank for summoning him on such short notice. He noted that entering the palace secretly had become difficult due to the king's recent restrictions on movement. Still, the meeting was necessary to ensure their plan did not collapse. Plank, the kingdom's financial director, responded that it was his own fault for causing concern. Reuben dismissed the formalities and asked directly about the progress of Plank's plan. Plank reminded him of the advice he had given from the start. Achieving ambition required patience. Reuben, visibly frustrated, stated that he had risked everything already and was unwilling to wait any longer. Plank, finally ready to deliver results, explained that he now had good news. Reuben demanded clarification. Plank replied cryptically that Reuben would witness the outcome of his patience after tonight. Meanwhile, Raoul and his team sped toward the exit. Raoul shouted that he could see the way out, but he stopped abruptly. A massive monster stood directly in their path. Jake shouted in disbelief, asking what the creature was. Philip suggested that it might be the gate guardian. Raoul, uneasy, wondered why the guardian was positioned there when it normally shouldn't be. Before he could process it further, a system window appeared before him. Urgent quest: eliminate the gate guardian. Rank: be objective, defeat the guardian. The quest window displayed the full instructions. Eliminate the gate guardian that appeared with a monster wave. Reward: 28,000 experience coins bonus. Random B rank material box. Raoul felt his anxiety rising. The timing couldn't have been worse. If they could just reach the valley, the narrow passage would give them a chance to escape the gate entirely. But facing the guardian right at the dungeon entrance felt deliberate, like someone had arranged every detail to trap them. As the ground shook with the sound of rushing armored boars closing in, Jake shouted that the monsters had already caught up. Philip turned to Raoul with concern, explaining that if they stayed where they were, they would soon be surrounded from both sides. Raoul felt the weight of the situation. The guardian standing in their path was a high-tier raid monster. Defeating it quickly was nearly impossible. His mind raced through options, and one possibility surfaced: using Regger's power. That ability could wipe out the Guardian and a monster wave in one strike. But Raoul wasn't sure he could fully control it. If he misjudged, even slightly, he could harm the knights fighting beside him. While Raoul struggled to decide, Nakia suddenly stepped forward. She reached into her pocket, moving with firm resolve toward the armored boars pressing in behind them. The sudden action startled everyone, and Josh called out, asking her what she was planning to do. Nakia pulled out a potion bottle and told Raoul not to worry. She would deal with the incoming monsters. She ordered the knights to help Raoul by clearing a path forward. Raoul's eyes widened. He shouted her name, warning that she couldn't handle that many armored boars alone. But then he noticed the potion she held, and his expression shifted. There was something unusual about it, something stronger than what she had used before. Realizing what she was about to attempt, Raoul stopped the others. He commanded the knights to stay clear of Nakia and to prevent the Guardian from reaching her. He added that while the plan wasn't ideal, they needed to trust her judgment and give her space. As Nakia activated the potion, a mix of mana and alchemical energy poured out in a dense cloud. The armored boars locked onto her, charging with full force. Nakia didn't flinch. Instead, she began chanting in a language the others had never heard. A pulse of raw magic burst outward. The armored boars froze mid-charge. Everyone, with Raoul at the front, stared in shock. The power she unleashed was unlike anything they had seen from her before. Raoul suddenly understood what he was witnessing. Nakia had reached a level of mastery in a forbidden ancient art, the dragon's tongue, known as the highest form of magic beneath divine power. It allowed her to channel draconic sorcery with immense potency. The scene shifted to the dungeon's outer gate, where two soldiers were stationed. One of them checked the time and sighed, irritated. He complained about how long they had been waiting and blamed the delay on Randall's group, who were known for always being late. The second soldier brushed aside concerns about the Randall standby team being nowhere in sight, suggesting they were probably just avoiding their assigned work. When the first soldier questioned why Randall was even handling gate duty, the second one spotted the team approaching and shouted at them for showing up late. In the next moment, both soldiers were suddenly struck down by someone they assumed belonged to Randall, though the attacker was actually from the Imperial Hound. More members of the Imperial Hound soon appeared, confirming that no witnesses were left and preparing to spark disorder by interfering with the gate's control. The scene then shifts to a prison, where Cain is taken aback by the information given by a captured Imperial Hound member. Still processing what he heard, Cain asked the prisoner to repeat his statement. The prisoner explained that the Imperial Hound had already infiltrated the entire kingdom and that their operation was already in motion. When Cain wondered whether the recent attacks on gates and guilds were just provocations, the prisoner clarified that they were not meant to provoke, but were deliberate preparations for a full-scale conflict. He stated that the war would begin that very night, aimed directly at Reuben's center. After realizing the gravity of the threat, Cain immediately disguised himself as Alfredo Gree and rushed out of the cell. The guard tried to stop him, but failed to catch him as he fled. Cain's thoughts raced as he recognized that everything had been arranged to lead into war, and that Reuben was on the verge of collapsing before the night ended. Meanwhile, inside the gate, Nakia, strengthened by a potion and channeling draconic magic, pushed toward the armored boar. Josh, watching the situation unfold, commented on how strange and troubling everything looked. Raul, observing Nakia's overwhelming force and the dungeon shaking around them, guessed that she might even be capable of defeating the boss in a single hit. Raul turned his sword toward the boss monster and brushed off the attack it launched at him after blocking it with his blade. Realizing the boss was aiming for Makia, Raul ordered his team to keep it from interrupting her work, telling them to cut off any openings it might get. As his group positioned themselves, Nakia released a massive wave of draconic magic. Her spell wiped out the armored beasts ahead of her and carved a clear tunnel through her attack. Her teammates were stunned by the scale and effectiveness of her power. Raul, impressed by her overwhelming force, thought she had gone beyond expectations by eliminating the wild boar army with one spell. He noted that the boss monster's attempt to stop her showed it was threatened by her magic. Drained from the spell, Nakia nearly collapsed, but Josh caught her and voiced concern. Jake commented on her solo feat, and Philip was shocked. Raul then told Josh to take care of Nakia, and Josh agreed. Raul followed by acknowledging Nakia for pulling them back from danger. As the boss monster rushed in for another strike, Raul and his team shifted into formation. Raul told her, "Let them handle the rest," signaling that his group was prepared to take on the boss. Over at the western border of the Reuben kingdom, Dylan, after cutting down the final orc, asked for a report on the current situation. The knight captain responded that there were no major threats, with no monsters or animals detected nearby. Dylan voiced his confusion, pointing out that they had been warned of a massive surge of monsters headed toward the border, yet they had only run into a handful of orcs and goblins. He also asked where the Templeton Knights were, since they were supposed to be stationed at the northern border. The knight captain confirmed that the Templeton Knights had been given an urgent order from Royal Intelligence. Dylan noted that having the sword master and his knights at the northern border hinted at a heavy threat, possibly even a dragon. He stated that something fell off despite how peaceful everything appeared. The knight captain agreed that the situation was strange, explaining that while knights are normally sent to handle monster outbreaks, it was odd for elite knight orders to be deployed along the borders. This movement of major forces could easily leave the capital exposed. Although the McNeil and Randall Knights were still stationed in the capital, the overall situation still carried significant risk. Dylan considered everything and decided they should continue their search until sunrise. He instructed the knight captain to create 2 scout teams, one to inform his father and another to head toward the capital. When the knight captain asked why they needed to send a team to the capital, Dylan explained that he wanted them to secretly observe the situation due to his uneasy feeling. Back inside the gate, the boss monster launched a long-range attack, which Raul blocked with his sword. The boss then signaled its own team to begin their assault. Philip and Jake jumped into the air to unleash sword strikes on the boss, but the monster easily blocked their blows and sent them backward. Pierce moved in quickly and fired arrows at the boss, only for the boss to grab them, surprising Pierce before kicking him away. The boss then shoved Philip and Jake aside, though they regrouped and prepared to attack again. But the boss monster suddenly targeted Jake with a heavy strike, launching him back across the area. Philip turned to check on Jake, but the boss struck him as well, knocking him to the ground. Raul then charged in and landed a hit with his sword, though it barely harmed the boss. In response, the boss monster roared and slammed the ground, triggering an explosion that sent everyone flying from the shock. When the dust faded, Pierce asked Jake if he could move, and Jake replied confidently that he was fine and that it was nothing. Pierce commented that the battle was far tougher than expected, noting how the boss monster moved with surprising speed despite its large frame, making it hard to deal with. He added that this boss was probably the strongest creature they had faced inside the gates. At the same time, Raoul checked on Philip and asked if he could keep going. Philip said he could and cautioned Raoul that this monster was unlike the other guardians they had encountered before. Raoul clarified that the monster's increased strength came from a sudden burst of restricted mana, effectively raising it to a rank C guardian. He urged his team not to back down, explaining that fighting stronger enemies was part of their growth and that defeating this monster was tied to their role as First Knights. Raoul instructed Jake and Pierce to hold their positions and wait for his command, aiming to take down the monster quickly. Jake and Pierce confirmed they were prepared. Philip then warned Raoul that the monster reacted too quickly, making it difficult to find an opening. Raoul, ready to use a specific tactic, reassured the group. He then gave the command to activate Radiant Aura, readying himself to use the ability to gain an upper hand. Once Radiant Aura activated, golden wings formed behind Raoul, catching the boss monster off guard. Philip took note of the radiance, while Pierce and Jake sensed their bodies recovering. Remembering the technique Raoul had shown before, Jake thought about how remarkable Raoul was. Recalling that Raoul had demonstrated the skill during a ceremony, Raoul admitted this was his first time applying it in an actual fight and said he needed his subordinate support. He expressed his gratitude for their commitment and stated that helping them was the least he could do. He then encouraged them to bring the battle to an end, pointing out that they had already spent too long in the gate. When the boss monster charged at Raoul, he moved out of the way by leaping upward and then countering with an attack, which the boss stopped with its axe. The boss quickly pushed Raoul back with a fast axe swing. Raoul noted the monster's quickness, identifying it as a serious threat, but decided to hold it down until it slipped. He focused entirely on intercepting its strikes. Nearby, Josh helped Nakia sit by placing her against a rock. He asked if she was conscious, and she replied that she was. Watching Raoul fight the boss, Nakia became worried for him. Jake saw Raoul fighting alone and wondered aloud if they should step in. Pierce reminded him of Raoul's command to wait for a signal and stressed the importance of trusting their leader. As Raoul continued trading blows with the boss, he blocked attacks while thinking he only needed a little more time. He considered using psychokinesis on the boss's weapon and applied pressure through psychokinesis, forcing the weapon downward and pinning the monster. Sensing the danger, the boss threw its axe aside. Raoul then gave the order for everyone to strike together. Pierce released an arrow that landed on the boss monster, causing it to let out a sharp cry. Philip and Jake immediately rushed forward and struck together, delivering a strong combined blow that dealt heavy damage. Raoul then stepped in and delivered the final hit, ending the battle and sending the monster collapsing to the ground. Tired from the fight, Raoul sat down and placed his sword back into his inventory, mentioning that the battle had been tight. Philip approached and asked if Raoul was all right. Raoul said he was, though he needed a rest for a moment. Jake added that Raoul had pushed his limits, pointing out that Raoul had even used an area-type healing skill to assist everyone. Raoul replied that defeating the raid monster alone would have been impossible and stressed how essential his team was. He also mentioned that after everything Nakia had done, he felt obligated to help as much as he could. Then, Bernard contacted Raoul through the guild system, asking if he could hear him. Raoul recognized Bernard and asked what the problem was. Bernard informed him that a serious issue had arisen. The capital and the royal palace were being attacked. Over in the Reuben kingdom's palace, the scene was bleak with fallen soldiers lying throughout the area. The king stood facing his son Herdian and Reuben, who was threatening him and had killed his brothers. The king questioned Herdian, demanding to know why he was doing this and questioning his state of mind. Herdian claimed that he was acting for the kingdom's future. He explained that the king's worsening condition made him incapable of ruling and that his brothers were unsuitable heirs. Herdian stated that drastic action was required to protect the kingdom. The king, weak and trembling, asked whether Herdian believed that saving the kingdom meant forming an alliance with the empire. Herdian declared that it was time to end the struggle with the empire and secure peace under his leadership. At that moment, Carson entered the palace and launched a sudden attack on the empire soldiers, cutting them down before they could react. He then confronted Herdian, but Herdian blocked Carson's strike. Herdian acknowledged Carson, referring to him as the Knights Association president. Carson shouted at Herdian, calling him a traitor. Herdian responded by saying he had been told that all obstacles in the capital blocking the revolution had already been eliminated, implying that Carson was not one of them. Carson then ordered the soldiers to move the injured king to safety. They began evacuating him. Herdian dismissed the attempt as pointless, saying that nowhere in the palace or the capital could be considered safe. Carson countered that while things looked hopeless, Herdian would eventually fall if they could hold the line. Herdian rejected the idea of holding out, insisting that Templeton or Ashen reinforcements would never arrive. Carson retorted that Herdian was wrong and that Templeton and Ashton were already on their way to save the kingdom. Meanwhile, near the gate, 2 Imperial Hounds stood watch. The first Imperial Hound questioned the purpose of their assignment, confident that no one would manage to slip past them that night. The second Imperial Hound agreed, saying their operation was perfectly arranged. The first then wondered about how things were unfolding in the capital, suggesting it was probably far more eventful there. Rose stepped out of the gate and instantly struck down the Imperial Hounds, eliminating them before they could react. He realized their presence at the gate confirmed Bernard's warning. If the boarders were seeing activity like this, then the capital was likely in severe danger as well. He determined they needed to move without delay. Jack, exiting the gate behind him, asked why Imperial Hounds were stationed there instead of the Randall. Philip guessed that Randall might have been defeated. Pierce disagreed, stating that if Randall had fallen, signs of a fight would be obvious, but the area was far too clean. Josh suggested that Randall may have escaped. Cain arrived and clarified that Randall had not fled. They had no reason to. He expressed relief that Raoul had made it back unharmed. Raoul asked for an update, wanting to know what had happened. Cain said the situation was serious and explained that the Imperial Hounds hidden inside the capital had launched their attack. He confirmed that the Randall were actually leading the Imperial Hounds in their assault on the capital, proving that the Randall were cooperating with them. This confirmation that the Randall were working with the Imperial Hounds shocked everyone. Raoul thought back to the Reuben Kingdom Rebellion, an old event in which important groups inside the kingdom had aligned with the Empire to carry out a revolt and seize the throne, ultimately destroying Ashen County. He wondered whether his earlier actions had caused the Empire to move sooner. Raoul asked about Bernard and the Knights. Cain reported that Bernard and Homer had already taken their forces out, but the palace was difficult to reach because most of the kingdom's primary forces were gone from the capital. Raoul concluded that Randall taking a central role in the rebellion fit the current events. Jack, angered, demanded they go after the traitors, expressing his frustration over their cooperation with the Empire. Pierce told him to stay calm, pointing out that their stamina and mana were nearly depleted, making it dangerous to rush in right away. While they discussed their next move, Josh helped Nakia by setting her down nearby and telling her to rest. Nakia thanked him. At the same time, Jake was troubled by how exhausted they all were, worried about continuing the fight. Philip asked Nakia whether she had any remaining potions. Nakia said she did, but they would be useless since everyone had already reached the strict limit for the day. Taking more could even lead to negative effects. Cain suggested that the rebels had arranged everything in advance to remove anyone who might disrupt their objective. Raoul, realizing he could not use Radiant Aura because everyone was drained and the gate's energy was unstable, became uncertain about what they should do next. A system prompt appeared, showing a request from Librarian Ravel to access a ranked mana stone from the inventory, asking Raoul to approve it. Raoul was taken aback and questioned the reason behind the request. Just then, a book formed in front of him. Ravel stepped out from within it and greeted Raoul, mentioning that he appeared to be in quite a situation and that it had been some time since their last meeting. Raoul recognized her and responded with surprise, asking about her current condition. Meanwhile, in the capital, fallen soldiers lay across the ground while one person worked to protect a woman and her child from the Imperial Hounds. One Imperial Hound member, noticing the resistance, asked if they knew which knighthood the person belonged to. Another dismissed the question, saying they should simply eliminate him. A third member explained that the man had once served in the nobility guard of Carrington County, but resigned following the gate incident. He added that if the man had remained, he might have been part of the rebellion taking place. Marco, thinking through the circumstances, wondered whether Carrington was involved in the uprising and aligned with the Empire. With Templeton and Ashton stationed at the border and McNeil and Greer's whereabouts unknown, he feared that only the remaining guards might be left to counter the revolt. Considering whether this was the end, the Imperial Hound threatened him, assuming he would have refused any offer to join the uprising and promising a swift end. At that moment, Dalton appeared from behind and confronted the Imperial Hounds, demanding to know how they dared act so boldly. He then took down all the Imperial Hound members with a single precise sword strike before they could respond. Dalton's swift elimination of the group surprised everyone present. Dalton commented that he regretted killing them all, as he would have preferred to leave one alive for questioning. Turning to Marco, he recognized him as a knight from Carrington and asked if he truly was Marco. Marco confirmed this and expressed surprise that Dalton was still in the capital, assuming the Templeton Knights were at the northern border. Dalton explained that he had slipped away from the border, noting how difficult it had been to avoid being noticed, and admitted he had not expected the capital to end up in such a state. Marco agreed with Dalton's observation. The woman thanked Marco for helping them. Marco directed the gratitude toward Dalton, stating that Dalton was the one who had actually saved them. The woman's child asked whether the Templeton knighthood would protect them. Marco, uneasy, did not answer. Dalton instead told them that the Templeton Knights could not protect them due to their distance from the capital. He reassured them by saying that Raoul, guardian of Turium, was present, implying that he would provide the protection they needed. Meanwhile, back at the gate, Ravel greeted Raoul and asked whether he had forgotten about her. Raoul responded by asking if she was all right now. Ravel confirmed she was, stating that her mana was overflowing thanks to his earlier aid and expressing her gratitude. Raoul replied that he was relieved and glad that she had recovered and was doing well. Ravel noticed how drained the group had become and quickly asked to borrow the mana stone, saying she could help. Jake, confused by Raoul talking to what looked like empty air, asked if Raoul was all right. Raoul realized Jake couldn't see Ravel but didn't bother explaining. Instead, he asked Ravel directly if she could support them in this situation. Ravel assured him she could be trusted. Josh, thrown off by Raoul using the guild code and speaking to no one visible, said something fell off. Nakia spotted Ravel and guessed Raoul might be dealing with someone significant, telling the others they should give him a moment. Jake agreed. Ravel laid things out for Raoul. With a mana stone, she could use a spirit spell to give everyone a temporary recovery that wouldn't be blocked by their potion immunity. It would force their maximum stamina higher, but only until sunrise, so they needed to finish the mission fast. Raoul confirmed with Ravel once more, then turned to his team. He reminded them how urgent the capital situation was. They were exhausted, but he had a way to raise everyone's stamina. He promised he'd explain afterward, but warned the next fight would be nothing like before, and he couldn't guarantee complete safety. Even so, he asked if they were still willing to move forward. Every member agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, inside the capital, the guards were clashing with the Imperial Hounds. One guard told another not to fall back. They had civilians behind them and had to hold the line. An Imperial Hound soldier scoffed at their determination, asking why they were resisting when the outcome looked inevitable. Another hound added that there was no one left to protect them and claimed the Empire already controlled the kingdom. At that moment, Raoul struck from behind, using psychokinesis to launch several swords at the Imperial Hounds. The guard were stunned by the sudden support. Raoul called out, "Awaken your dormant bravery, warriors of the Reuben kingdom. The first knight is here." Raoul then cut down 2 Imperial Hound members, sending them crashing aside. The nearby guards cheered, recognizing him as young Master Raoul, and the first knight, the guardian of Turum. Re-energized, they allied together, declaring their intent to follow the first knight as Raoul and his group pushed toward the palace. Moving in formation, Philip spoke up, warning Raoul that the rebels had likely already entered the palace and saying they should regroup their forces to reclaim it. Jake cursed the situation, blaming the Randall rebels and complaining that they now had to fight just to take back their own palace. Raoul decided on a solo infiltration. He ordered his team to find Bernard and Homer while protecting the capital. Philip questioned the idea, surprised he intended to go alone. Ravel raised her concern as well, pointing out that he'd be facing an entire army. Raoul replied that he didn't need to take on everyone. He only needed to start enough chaos to shake the rebels. Raoul made it clear that their main goal was to wipe out the rebels inside the capital. Philip accepted the plan and wished him a safe return. Jake boosted Raoul's confidence, saying the first night would show the Empire exactly who they were dealing with. Pierce added that once the capital was secured, they would meet Raoul at the palace. Raoul then checked with Forest Fairy Ravel, and once she confirmed, the two headed straight toward the palace. Inside the palace grounds, the Reuben Kingdom's 6th prince, Gerald D. Reuben had just taken down an Imperial Hound fighter. Royal Guard Captain Jose watched and commented that Gerald's academy training was paying off, especially against power armor soldiers. Gerald demanded answers, asking how Jose could side with the Empire when his family had always served the royal house. Jose pushed back, saying Gerald wasn't understanding the full situation and claiming he had held back as a final courtesy. Before the argument could continue, the third prince, her D&D, Reuben, appeared and ordered Jose to secure the back of the palace with his men, saying he would handle Gerald himself. Gerald froze, stunned that Herdian was working with the Empire. Jose was equally thrown off, saying he thought Herdian would be with Sir Carson. Herdian explained that a report said the kingdom's guards had regrouped at the rear and he needed to deal with it, urging Jose to move immediately. Jose obeyed and left with his troops. Once they were alone, Gerald accused Herdian of betraying Reuben by joining the rebels. Herdian then revealed the truth. He wasn't Herdian at all. He introduced himself as Cain of the First Night, explaining he had been undercover. He reassured Gerald that the area was secure for now and apologized for the confusion. Cain told him he was there under Raoul's orders to extract him, and that Raoul was already on his way, which surprised Gerald. At the palace entrance, Raoul and Ravel arrived and found the gate lightly guarded. Ravel noted the small number of soldiers, and Raoul attributed it to Cain's diversion. As they prepared to enter, Ravel asked how Raoul planned to get over the wall, since jumping it wasn't an option. Raoul answered by saying he'd make his own route. Using psychokinesis, he gathered loose stones and shaped them into steps, climbing up and over the wall. His sudden appearance startled both royal guards and Imperial Hound troops at the gate. Before they had a chance to react, Raoul drew his sword and took them down in swift motion, leaving them on the ground. Looking over the fallen guards, Raoul realized the royal forces were working alongside the Imperial Hound. The rebellion was clearly deeper than expected. He turned to Ravel, stated that the fight ahead would be tough, and asked if she was ready. Ravel confirmed she was ready, and both she and Raoul rushed deeper into the palace. Elsewhere, the first guild soldiers were evacuating civilians from a burning area. A soldier reported to Vice Captain Homer that the fire threatened to consume the entire village. Homer put civilian rescue first, ordering his team to make sure no one was left behind. Bernard arrived and informed Homer that the rebels had started the blaze and that they didn't have enough manpower to contain it. Homer asked if Bernard's wind skill could put out the flames, but Bernard explained that the fire was too overwhelming, and using wind would only make it spread faster. Nakia then arrived and immediately took command, apologizing for her delay. Bernard, surprised, asked about her condition after what had happened at the gate earlier. Nakia said stopping the fire was urgent and explained that if they couldn't control the flames directly, they needed to change the conditions around them. She raised her hand and cast a spell that formed a massive magic circle above them. Bernard and Homer watched as clouds gathered, and soon rain poured down over the area. The soldiers cheered at the sudden rainfall and continued escorting civilians out of danger. Nakia expressed relief that her magic worked, and Homer commented on the strength of her rain spell. Bernard agreed that the rain would keep the fire from spreading any further. Jake, Philip, and Pierce soon arrived on horseback. Jake asked Bernard if Nakia was responsible for the rain. Bernard confirmed it and said he was glad everyone had made it out safely. Jose then asked where their master was, and Pierce answered that he had infiltrated the palace alone. Jose reacted in disbelief, and Bernard turned to Philip, concerned that even for the master, entering a rebel-controlled palace alone was too much. Philip reassured him, saying the master must have a strategy and they needed to trust him. Nakia added that the young master wasn't truly alone. He had a dependable companion with him, which left Philip puzzled. Inside the palace, after an extended clash, Herdian struggled to stay steady and acknowledge Carson's earned swordmaster title. Carson responded by ordering Herdian to drop his weapon and surrender, saying it would give him a chance to defend himself in court. Herdian let out a laugh with an edge to it, refusing the offer. He stated that with everything he had done toward his brothers, toward his father, there was no path for him to retreat. If Carson intended to stop him, then Carson would have to follow through completely. Carson, angered, declared that he would end the rebellion in the name of the president of the Reuben Kingdom's Knights Association and threatened Herdian with execution. Just as Carson moved in, Jerry D. Plank, the kingdom's financial director, intervened and struck Carson, sending him crashing into a wall. Plank apologized to Herdian for arriving late, explaining that he ran into complications. Herdian, relieved to see him, asked why Carson hadn't been removed from the capital already. Plank explained that President Carson carried too many suspicions and might have disrupted their plans, but now Carson was unable to interfere. Carson, struggling to stay upright, questioned whether Plank and the Randalls had joined forces for the rebellion and wondered about Plank's strange mana. Plank urged Herdian to move quickly, warning that if he survived while the rest of the royal family fell, it would create problems later. Herdian agreed, admitting that being labeled a traitor would make succession nearly impossible. He asked what would happen to Carson. Plank answered coldly, saying Carson's awareness and determination made him dangerous. Plank moved in to finish Carson, but Raoul appeared and blocked the strike with his sword. Plank froze at the sudden interruption, and Raoul greeted him casually, saying he was glad to see him again. Meanwhile, the king sat on his throne with 2 guards standing nearby. The weight of the situation pressed heavily as he spoke of his kingdom's collapse and the horror of fleeing from his own son who led the uprising. He questioned his worth as king and whether his life held any meaning now. A guard urged him to stay firm, warning that surrender would doom the kingdom. But the king wavered, weighed down by the deaths of the crown prince and second prince, and now the rebellion led by his 3rd son. He considered surrendering to prevent more lives from being lost. Cain and Gerald entered the throne room at that moment. The king was startled to see Gerald alive and safe. Gerald approached, relieved to find his father unharmed. The king expressed his distress over Herdian's actions, killing his brothers and now turning against him. Gerald told his father that protecting him came first. When the king asked how they could possibly fight back when the rebels already held the palace, Gerald replied with confidence that someone still remained who could turn the situation around. Back in the corridor, Raoul faced Plank and greeted him with a sharp remark about climbing from finance chief to rebellion leader, along with his new interest in dark mana weapons. Plank was still shocked by Raoul's arrival. Raoul then shoved him aside, noting the impact, which left Plank even more startled. Carson, watching the exchange, asked Raoul how he had made it into the palace. Raoul replied that he was still getting used to the palace layout, but he had shown up at the right time. Carson remembered Raoul had been stationed at a high-ranked gate controlled by the rebels and recalled Alfredo Gray's words about Raoul becoming a savior in a time of crisis. Carson finally understood what Gray meant. Regaining his balance, Plank admitted he hadn't expected Raoul to appear. Raoul laughed lightly and commented that he hadn't imagined such a well-executed uprising. He pointed out how Plank had used the Randalls to ignite an internal revolt, manipulated the guard captain to bring the Imperial Hounds inside, and cleared out anyone who could challenge them from the capital. Raoul pointed out that if he had been delayed at the gate, no one would have remained in the capital to stop Plank's plan. It showed just how intricate and daring the strategy was. Before Raoul could continue, Herdian cut in, accusing him of making a major mistake by returning. Raoul's tone shifted, and he ordered Herdian to stay quiet. Startled, Herdian demanded to know what Raoul meant. Raoul replied with contempt, saying Herdian had no right to talk back after everything he had done, especially to his brothers. He warned that he wouldn't hesitate to act and stated clearly that Herdian was no longer a prince, only a rebel and a pawn. Herdian clenched his teeth, growing more agitated. Plank stepped in, telling Herdian not to let Raoul provoke him. He advised Herdian to leave, saying that staying would only cause more problems. Raoul smirked and repeated Plank's suggestion, telling Herdian to go. Enraged, Herdian said it was unfortunate he couldn't take care of Raoul himself and swore that once he took the throne, he would eliminate the Ashton family entirely. With that, he stormed out. Watching Herdian leave in anger, Raoul thought to himself that Herdian had no idea he was being used by the Empire. Raoul then turned to Plank and commented on the extent of Plank's manipulation, noting that Herdian genuinely believed he would be the next king because of the uprising. Plank, wearing a satisfied grin, confirmed it. He admitted that although he hadn't lied about Herdian becoming king, Herdian would only serve as a puppet ruler until the Empire fully secured control. Raoul reflected that the Empire's tactics were predictable yet infuriating. Carson, worried about Raoul, warned him that Plank possessed an unknown and dangerous power. Raoul asked what kind of power it was. Carson said it resembled a dark manner, but behaved in a way they didn't fully understand. Its danger level was extremely high. Raoul showed no concern and responded with a smile, saying he had dealt with unfamiliar powers before. Carson and Plank exchanged confused looks, unsure what Raoul meant. Back in the capital, the First Night Order fought fiercely against the Imperial Hounds. Jake swiftly cut down 3 hounds with one clean strike. He turned to Pierce and questioned whether that was all the Imperial Hounds could do, saying their only strength seemed to be their numbers. Pierce warned him not to let his guard down, suggesting more enemies could still appear. Jake then called out to Josh, asking how things were going. Josh replied that he had already restrained Roy D. Randall and that Roy was no longer a danger. Jake was surprised to see Roy still sneering even while bound. Roy taunted Josh, asking if he still viewed them as equals and bringing up their past interactions at the ceremony. Josh shot back, criticizing Roy for clinging to his noble pride despite joining a rebellion. He told Roy that he had thrown away his status and shouldn't have sided with the uprising if nobility mattered so much to him. Josh added that the kingdom's knights would show no mercy to rebels like him. Roy answered with a mocking laugh, pointing out that the palace had already fallen. He questioned what their honor was worth now that the king was gone and made a cutting remark about preparing for Raoul Ashton's funeral, claiming Raoul was foolish for entering the palace alone. Jake, irritated by Roy's taunts, suggested they end things with Roy immediately. Philip stopped him, saying that keeping Roy alive could give them an advantage. Right then, Count Hudson stepped onto the scene, applauding Philip for his strategic thinking. Jake, Philip, and Josh froze in shock, while Roy burst into hysterical laughter. Hudson praised them for defeating the Empire's elite and even raising the value of his son, Roy. Philip, caught off guard, questioned why the head of the Randall family, and a powerful swordmaster, was there. Roy, hopeful, called out to his father, thinking Hudson had come to save him. But the First Night Order quickly moved into defensive formations, preparing for a confrontation. Jake muttered that he had hoped to avoid facing Hudson. Philip acknowledged the danger, noting that without their master, they stood almost no chance against someone of Hudson's level. Count Hudson surveyed the area and commented on Raoul Ashton's absence, concluding that Raoul had entered the palace alone. Hudson said he had no reason to stay longer, but saw an opportunity, delivering the corpses of the first knights to Raoul as a form of retribution. The group braced for battle. Roy, spotting the distraction, shoved Josh aside and taunted the First Night Order, claiming they couldn't keep him hostage forever. In that moment, Hudson's aura blade cut through Roy, taking him down instantly. The knights stared in shock as Roy collapsed. Hudson dismissed his son's death with a scoff, calling him a shameless insect, then refocused on the knights. Jake, stunned, remarked that Hudson had handled his own son without hesitation. Pierce agreed, saying Hudson was even worse than the Empire's forces. Bernard, observing Hudson's coldness, was taken aback by how ruthless he truly was. Count Hudson smirked, said he had talked enough, and signaled for the fight to begin, urging them not to drag it out. Inside the palace, Plank faced Raoul with a smirk of his own, intrigued by their conflicting powers. Raoul agreed it was time to begin and charged in, landing a clean blow on Plank. Plank stood completely unharmed and laughed, saying Raoul's strike had been worth the wait. Ravel, watching the exchange, asked what was going on. Plank, unfazed, commented that the spot they were in wasn't suitable for a real fight and suggested they move somewhere better. With a powerful blow, he sent Raoul flying backward through a window. Carson and Ravel reacted with alarm, while Plank's wild laughter marked the start of the true battle. Raoul crashed through the window and landed in the chapel below, steadying himself. He noted how close things had come to disaster and realized the situation was proving tougher than he expected. Ravel hurried to him and asked if he was all right. Raoul brushed off the concern, saying he was fine. Ravel warned him to be careful, pointing out Plank's mastery of dark mana. Raoul sighed, acknowledging that normal attacks weren't working and that his options were limited. Plank's voice echoed throughout the chapel, announcing that the space was now suitable for their fight. Raoul, confused, asked what he meant. Plank explained that he had chosen the chapel to give Raoul more room to move, saying the previous space had restricted him. He asked Raoul how he felt about the setting. Raoul frowned at the unexpected location, admitting he hadn't planned on fighting in a chapel, but had no choice. Plank smirked, eager to see what Raoul would do. A shard of broken glass hit the floor as Raoul and Plank charged at each other. Raoul held his sword ready, while dark mana wrapped around Plank's arms. Plank swung first, but Raoul blocked the attack. Plank immediately followed up with his other arm, grazing Raoul and ripping his shirt as it scraped his skin. Laughing, Plank launched another strike. Raoul blocked again, but the force shoved him backward. Plank mocked him, asking if Raoul really thought a sword alone could defeat him, then rushed in once more. Raoul steadied himself and summoned several mana blades using psychokinesis, sending them flying at Plank. They struck Plank directly in the back, but he didn't react. He laughed again, asking if Raoul still hadn't figured it out. A wave of dark mana erupted from Plank, shattering all of the mana swords instantly. He taunted Raoul, declaring that no sword of his could reach him. Ravel, stunned, questioned who Plank was and pointed out that they couldn't counter him effectively. Raoul studied Plank and recognized not only his dark mana expertise, but the refined way he used it. Raoul identified him as a high-circle dark magician. Using appraisal, Raoul checked Plank's status. The results showed Plank as a level 88, six-circle dark magician and the finance head of the Reuben Kingdom. His affiliations were listed as the Reuben Kingdom, Plank County, the Cronin Empire, and the Imperial Hound. His title was number 8, the Prince of Society. His stats listed intelligence at 79, willpower at 77, mana at 78, along with traits such as Mad Wizard E and Fanatic B. Realizing regular attacks wouldn't work and that using Ragnator would be too dangerous, Raoul considered what options remained. Raoul turned to Ravel and asked whether the mana stone he used earlier had allowed him to convert mana into divine power to heal the others. Ravel, surprised by the question, confirmed that he had done exactly that, an ability only a few fairies understood. Raoul then asked if Ravel could also convert divine power into a physical force strong enough to counter dark mana. Ravel agreed to attempt it. While they spoke, Plank sneered and mocked Raoul, suggesting he was either talking to himself or trying to cast a spell. Raoul attacked again, but Plank blocked the strike with his dark mana-coated arms. Plank repeated his taunt, insisting Raoul's sword could never reach him. But as he spoke, Raoul's blade began to shine with divine power. Startled, Plank pushed Raoul back, shocked that he could wield divine energy. Raoul thanked Ravel, acknowledging that the divine power had finally allowed the sword to touch Plank. Raoul then activated his radiant aura in offensive mode. Ravel, concerned, warned Raoul that using divine power in this form required 10 mana stones, and asked if he was certain about continuing. Raoul assured him that the cost didn't matter. Plank, now serious, summoned 2 short swords formed from dark mana and shifted his attention fully to the fight. He noted Raoul's durability and said the battle now required proper focus. Wearing a grin, he commented on how familiar they had become. Raoul smirked and told Plank to continue. They both launched forward, blades colliding with force. Plank's dark mana swords clashed against Raoul's glowing weapon. Plank tried to exploit an opening with his second sword, but Raoul blocked both attacks. Holding off the assault, Raoul used his psychokinesis to shove Plank backward, sending him crashing to the floor. Plank regained his footing quickly and smirked, acknowledging Raoul's strength. They charged again, trading rapid strikes. During the exchange, Plank activated a magic circle he had drawn when he fell earlier. From beneath Raoul, shadow-like hands erupted, gripping his legs and holding him in place. Plank grinned and taunted Raoul for walking into his trap. Immobilized, Raoul barely managed to block Plank's next attack, bound by the spell and struggling. He was at a severe disadvantage. Plank mocked him further, saying Raoul couldn't counter his magic. Raoul responded by using psychokinesis to lift the ground under his feet, breaking the magic circle and destroying the shadowy hands. Plank laughed, impressed by Raoul's method of escape, and unleashed even more dark mana, eager to continue the fight. Raoul realized how close he had come to serious danger and questioned whether he had any real chance at victory. At the back of the palace, 2 Imperial Hounds stood watch. One noticed the falling rain and wondered if it was magical, impressed by the kingdom's spell work. The other dismissed it, saying the rain didn't matter. They already held the palace. The 2 Imperial Hounds continued discussing their guard duty when one of them noticed someone approaching. A man stepped forward and asked them to open the gate, saying he was transporting a noble. One guard, curious, asked if there was really still a noble left in the capital. Another, unsure of the stranger's identity, asked for clarification. The man introduced himself as the escort of Dalton D. Templeton, grandson of the Templeton Swordmaster. He insisted that someone of Dalton's status couldn't be abandoned. One of the Imperial Hounds was startled at the mention of Swordmaster's grandson and wondered why anyone from Templeton was still in the capital. Deciding to confirm the situation, he ordered the gate opened. Once the gate lifted, he questioned the man, asking if he was a citizen of the kingdom. The man stated that he was the vice captain of the Carrington Knights. Impressed, The Imperial Hound acknowledged Dalton's importance and approached the unconscious Dalton on horseback. Observing Dalton, he commented on the young man's appearance and wondered if the stories about his skill were true. Dalton suddenly awoke and startled him with a brief reply. Before the guard could react, Dalton struck and knocked him out, offering a quick apology for the sudden attack. Marco, Dalton's companion, turned to the remaining Imperial Hound. Drawing his sword, he told Dalton that using the Carrington name had allowed them to avoid suspicion, and now they could act openly as rebels. Dalton hesitated, saying it felt wrong, but agreed that if the palace had truly fallen, their mission had lost its purpose. Marco asked what they should do once inside, but Dalton admitted he had no plan beyond infiltration. Just then, Jose arrived and sarcastically remarked on the quiet at the palace's rear, implying that the prince's request for assistance had been pointless. Marco recognized him immediately as Viscount Jose, captain of the Royal Guard. Dalton was disheartened to learn that even the Royal Guard had joined the rebellion. Jose smirked and taunted Dalton, saying the swordmaster had abandoned him and scolding him for staying in the capital against orders. Dalton fired back, mocking Jose's skills and pointing out that despite being captain, he had never earned the title of swordmaster and was stuck with routine duties. Jose sneered and said he could kill Dalton easily, but would rather enjoy himself first. Dalton laughed, and Jose, still smiling, said he planned to present Dalton's head to the swordmaster. Dalton called him Captain Yapmaster and casually issued a challenge. Inside the palace, Plank charged at Raoul. Raoul understood the threat and took a defensive stance, gripping his sword with both hands and pointing it straight ahead. The tension rose as Plank advanced, dark mana flaring around him while Raoul prepared for the impact. Plank acknowledged Raoul's strength, admitting Raoul had exceeded his expectations, but declared that this moment would mark the end of his efforts. He revealed that the power he wielded rivaled the might of the kingdom's greatest swordmasters, though it came with a cost Raoul could not hope to match. Raoul listened and analyzed Plank's abilities. Even without exceptional swordsmanship, Plank had total mastery over mana and dark mana, weaving them together effortlessly. Raoul realized that this still wasn't everything. Plank was hiding something even more powerful. The thought unsettled him, and he quietly grasped how dire the situation had become. Noticing Raoul's silence, Plank asked if he had already accepted defeat. Raoul steadied his resolve and responded with a line that subtly echoed Plank's earlier conviction, hinting that even Plank shouldn't be backing down. With a quiet breath, Raoul released his left hand from his sword, as if acknowledging the precariousness of the moment, and admitted that perhaps Plank was right, that this might truly be the end. Plank took the gesture as surrender, smirking as he asked if Raoul was giving up. Raoul, however, had one question left. He wanted to understand the nature of the extraordinary power Plank wielded, the power that allowed him to contend with the kingdom's swordmasters. Intrigued, Plank paused, then agreed to explain. He said his power wasn't something he simply obtained. It was the result of an enlightenment. He described an experience in which his body, mind, and mana merged with the world itself, creating a sense of complete connectedness. He asked Raoul if he had ever experienced such an overwhelming unity, feeling as though he himself were the world. Raoul felt a spike of unease as he tried to grasp Plank's meaning. Plank continued, explaining the nature of sword masters. The Reuben kingdom's finest warriors, figures of near superhuman skill with only a handful existing across the land. He said there were individuals who, though not officially recognized as sword masters, held power equal to them. Plank admitted that relying on dark mana and magic alone wasn't enough for what he sought, so he turned to those powerful figures for inspiration. His pursuit demanded experiments and sacrifices, and he spoke with gratitude toward those who had endured them. Raoul's thoughts raced as he connected this to the laboratory he had found earlier. Plank ended by revealing that his relentless desire for strength eventually led him to a moment of enlightenment, which unlocked his sense of connection to the world and became the source of his extraordinary power. With a single sweep of his hand, Plank releases a surge of dark power. Magic circles snap into place around Raoul, lifting him into the air and locking him in place as the spell bites into him. Plank revels in the display, marveling at how far his dark magic has grown and boasting about the strength he never thought he could reach. Raoul fights against the binding circles, pushing with both his body and his mana, but nothing gives. He mutters in frustration about his psychokinesis being completely sealed leaving him unable to break free. Seeing Raoul trapped, Plank shapes a blade out of his dark mana and charges forward with full force. He shouts that he's broken past his limits, edging closer to becoming one with the world itself, convinced he's stepped into a realm without restrictions. The pressure closes in on Raoul as Plank rushes toward him. But before the strike lands, Revel, the forest fairy bound to Raoul, bursts in, forming a shield of pure magic that stops Plank's attack cold. The sudden barrier stuns Plank, and Revel drives him back with a burst of mana, forcing him to stumble away in disbelief as he questions how Raoul still has any power left. The effort drains Revel, and she collapses in midair before fading back into Raoul's book. Raoul quickly turns to it, calling out to her. Plank insists that a spell hit its mark and demands to know how Raoul managed to defend. From inside the book, Revel answers softly, saying she's fine, but must return to restore her mana. Raoul sighs in relief and tells her it's okay. Revel warns that she won't be able to help him again for a while, but Raoul assures her she's already done more than enough. Plank clicks his tongue, admitting he didn't expect Raoul to pull out such a strong shield. Tired of the back and forth, he lunges in again, a cold grin spreading as he decides to finish the fight himself. Meanwhile, in the throne room, the king hears the rumbling battle and demands to know what's happening. Gerald responds that it must be Sir Raoul, captain of the First Knights, fighting a powerful foe. Feeling the urgency, Cain steps forward, declaring that he can't stay put while his master fights alone in a palace overtaken by rebels. He's ready to join the battle, even if it costs him everything. Gerald calls out for Cain to stop, then grips his sword and decides to join him, stepping forward with resolve. The scene shifts to the city, where Hudson D. Randall, Count of Randall, clashes with members of the First Knights. They fight hard but are pushed back and injured under his strength. Hudson remarks that the rain has finally ended, making the fighting ahead far simpler. Hudson looks over the battlefield with confidence, pointing out that the result is already set. Every member of the First Knights is on their knees, beaten, while he alone remains standing without a scratch. Jake grits out his frustration at Hudson's sheer power. Beside him, Philip fights to steady himself, both knights forced down under the weight of defeat. Hudson scoffs at their persistence, calling their efforts pointless. He mocks the Ashton name, saying they cling to an old idea of knighthood and glory, yet still can't stop him. His attention shifts to Nakia, the alchemist, claiming she could become a problem one day. Since she refuses to surrender, he says her life ends here. Nakia kneels frozen in place, unable to rise as Hudson lifts his sword and promises to make the end quick. Josh leaps in from behind, aiming for a surprise strike, but Hudson senses it instantly and knocks the attack aside with ease. He turns to Josh, acknowledges his strength, then dismisses it as meaningless. One heavy swing sends Josh crashing to the ground. Hudson steps toward him, recalling how Josh defeated Roy during his ceremony. He accuses Josh of disgracing the Randall name and declares that he'll pay for it now, calling it an honor to die by his blade. Hudson raises his sword to strike moments away. Josh stays on the ground, trying to gather enough strength to dodge. Before Hudson's blade can fall, another sword intercepts the blow. The impact stops Hudson in his tracks. Standing between them is Grand Paladin Medeiros. He greets Randall plainly, noting that it has been some time, ever since their encounter at the previous Foundation Day ceremony, and that he didn't expect their next meeting to be with weapons drawn. Hudson demands to know why he's here, pointing out that Medeiros and the Holy Knights were supposed to be stationed at the northern border. Medeiros confirms it, explaining that he was returning when a troubling prophecy reached him, forcing him to turn back. Their swords clash again, the force pushing both of them a step away. Hudson comments that even Plank didn't foresee the prophecy. Medeiros speaks of unusually high undead activity near the northern border, enough to justify such a warning. Hudson remarks on Medeiros' return to the capital, saying only a Grand Paladin could manage it. Medeiros shifts his gaze to Philip, still kneeling nearby, and addresses him by name, confirming he's the vice captain of the First Knights. Philip gives a small nod. Medeiros announces that the Holy Knights are already on their way and calls for the First Knights to join them. He declares that he'll hold the situation for now, letting his aura spread around him as he prepares for battle. Hudson laughs under his breath, challenging Medeiros' confidence. Hudson warned that a duel between two sword masters inside the capital would wipe out everything around them. His sword aura flared, a dark red surge growing even more intense, and he stated plainly that he wouldn't mind such destruction. Before the clash could continue, Alfredo Gray stepped forward, declaring firmly that this was not the path they wanted. Hudson's posture shifted the moment he sensed Gray's authority. Bernard immediately recognized him and announced to the First Knights that Sage Gray had arrived. Hudson noted Gray's return to the capital and hinted that Plank's plan had failed. Gray disagreed, saying the responsibility was his alone. He acknowledged the casualties already suffered and admitted he failed to prevent them. He repeated that if two sword masters fought here, the devastation would be enormous and lead to even greater loss. He insisted the conflict was pointless and urged Hudson to withdraw and try again another time. Hudson considered his words and decided there was no reason to stay since the other knights would be back soon. He sheathed his sword and began to step away, remarking that he respected Gray for managing to disrupt what was meant to be a flawless plan. Even as he left, he wondered if everything had truly fallen apart, or if something still remained in motion. The scene returned to Raoul, lying unconscious on the ground, gravely injured. From within the book, Ravel called to him, tried to rouse him, but he did not respond. Above them, Plank hovered, stating that Raoul had been the greatest obstacle in his path, and without him, the plan would have gone perfectly. He admired Raoul's insight and effort, but dismissed him as the youngest son of an outer county, saying that whatever Raoul attempted here would be useless. Plank described himself as a being that continued to evolve and merge with the world, claiming Raoul's resistance held no meaning. Inside the book, Ravel pushed against her confinement, promising Raoul she would find a way out. She questioned why escaping the book was taking so long as she kept struggling. Plank gathered his magic, readying a powerful spell. He looked down at Raoul, saying that in different circumstances Raoul could have been honored within the Empire, but as it stood, he intended to erase him completely. He then unleashed the spell, forming 3 massive serpents of dark mana that shot toward Raoul. Ravel cried out his name from within the book as the serpents struck the ground where Raoul lay, throwing up a huge cloud of dust and debris. The explosion rang through the palace halls, drawing Cain and Gerald's attention immediately. Gerald asked if this was also part of Sir Raoul's battle. Cain assumed it was, saying a tremendous spell must have gone off. He wondered what kind of opponent Raoul was facing to cause such chaos. As the dust cleared at the battlefield, no sign of Raoul remained. Plank burst into laughter, declaring that not even a trace of him was left and calling the result perfect. But his victory ended abruptly when he sensed someone behind him. He turned, just in time for Raoul's fist to slam into his face, knocking him back and forcing blood from his mouth. Plank staggered in disbelief, demanding to know how Raoul was still alive. At the palace's back gate, Dalton charged forward and swung his sword. Viscount Jose, captain of the Royal Guard, intercepted the strike and shoved Dalton away with powerful force. Dalton steadied himself and immediately dashed back in, surprising Jose with a sharp counter. He followed with a dual-bladed strike that forced Jose to leap back, opening distance between them. Irritated, Jose shouted that Dalton was an arrogant fool. Both men reset their stances and clashed again, Dalton pressing forward with unbroken momentum. Members of the Imperial Hound watched from the sidelines, noting that Jose was being pushed back. One commented that it was disappointing, another saying it was no surprise the kingdom had fallen so easily. Marco added that although Jose had gained his position through his family, he was still a high expert, but Dalton was stronger than any of them expected. Jose, feeling the pressure, muttered that this fight was becoming a nuisance. Dalton, in his own thoughts, admitted the battle was tougher than he had claimed earlier. Jose had earned his rank for a reason, and Dalton knew he couldn't back off now. He needed to keep Jose occupied and draw the others' attention. Jose's expression hardened as he tightened his grip on his blade. He declared he was done holding back and that the fight would end now. His sword aura flared around his weapon. Before he could move, another explosion thundered behind him. Jose spun around, startled, demanding to know the cause. A knight ran toward him, out of breath, reporting that a major problem had arisen. The Holy Knights had returned to the capital and were already storming the front gate. Their main forces were positioned on the opposite side, and the gate would not last. Jose grew tense at the news of the Holy Knights' advance. Marco added that Paladin Medios had arrived. Dalton let out a breath, saying he was relieved Medios had sensed that something was wrong. The subordinate knight looked to Jose, waiting for orders. Jose ordered the knight to abandon the palace immediately and passed the same command to the Empire soldiers. Turning to Dalton, he said they would settle things another time, adding that Dalton was lucky to be walking away today. Dalton shot back a taunt, telling him to watch his step on the way out. Jose ignored him and refocused on the crisis, instructing his subordinate to evacuate everyone at once and stressing the need for speed. Dalton took in the situation, thinking that with the Holy Knights arriving, taking the palace back wouldn't be difficult. Even so, he wondered how Raoul was holding up inside. Raoul and Plank faced each other again. Raoul stood firm, golden mana flickering in his eyes as he stared down Plank. Irritated, Plank demanded to know how Raoul was still standing, calling him annoyingly persistent. Preparing to strike, he added that it didn't matter. He could enjoy dragging the fight out. He taunted Raoul about not picking up his sword, saying he would allow him the chance. Before Plank finished speaking, Raoul dashed forward. Plank reacted instantly, forming a dark mana shield just in time to block Raoul's punch. The force pushed him back, and he formed a new sword while shouting in disbelief at Raoul's boldness. He swung at Raoul, but Raoul slipped past the attack, twisting midair with psychokinesis to redirect himself. That quick shift caught Plank off guard. Raoul moved in again, fist glowing with regenerative power as he threw another strike. Plank pulled up a shield of dark mana, but it shattered on impact, sending him skidding back. Confused, he demanded to know what kind of strength Raoul was using and how he still had this much left after being nearly dead moments before. Plank rushed forward again with two swords. Raoul caught one in his hand, stopping it cold. The sight left Plank stunned, unable to understand how Raoul managed it. At that moment, Ravel burst free from the book, her mana fully restored. She breathed in relief, then turned to see Raoul matching Plank blow for blow. The sight made her uneasy as she questioned whether this was really the same Raoul. Raoul launched another punch. Plank blocked, but the force still sent him staggering away. Raoul stood unwavering while Plank stared at him, repeating his disbelief that Raoul still carried this much power. He muttered that Raoul's condition made such strength impossible and seemed ready to accuse him of using some sort of trick. As he spoke, Plank noticed his dark mana sword beginning to fade. Plank's expression shifted as a smile formed. The fading of his sword made something click, and he claimed he finally understood the source of Raoul's strength. He announced that he had found someone like himself, someone connected to power in an unusual way. Raoul stared back in confusion. Plank expanded on his claim, saying they were alike, both able to sense and draw power from the world itself. He described a deep link that granted them strength, insisting they shared that same connection. Raoul dismissed the idea, explaining that his strength came from maintaining a high sync rate with the system, which aligned his senses with his abilities. The explanation only puzzled Plank further, and he asked Raoul what he meant by connect. Raoul stepped closer and said Plank might be misinterpreting his sensations as a bond with the world. He added that for an NPC to feel something like that was strange in the first place. Plank grew agitated, demanding to know what Raoul meant by system and NPCs. Raoul acknowledged that Plank had helped him come to a realization. Ever since waking up in this world, he'd held a 100% sync rate, but he had never fully used it until now. Plank snapped at him to stop talking, but Raoul moved first. He activated his psychokinesis, freezing Plank in place and lifting him into the air. Plank struggled, unable to break free, demanding to know what was happening. Raoul told him that he had decided to treat this world as his own reality instead of a game, but that didn't mean he would ignore the advantages it gave him. He added that losing oneself too deeply, whether in a game or in reality, was dangerous, and he thanked Plank for helping him remember who he was meant to be. Plank strained uselessly against the psychic hold. Raoul surged forward and drove a heavy punch into him, sending Plank crashing to the ground and coughing up blood. Before he could recover, Raoul pulled him back with psychokinesis, grabbed his face, and slammed him into the earth with crushing force. Plank trembled from the impact, then erupted with dark mana in an attempt to gain the upper hand. Raoul sensed the sudden spike and leapt back to avoid it. Plank steadied himself and declared that Raoul, a mere child, couldn't interfere with their flawless plan. He said Raoul's efforts meant nothing, that the kingdom would fall to the Empire and dark mana, and that Raoul's family and knights would be remembered only as failures. He added that Raoul wouldn't even live long enough to see the collapse of everything he valued. Raoul cut off Plank's speech, calling it the usual long-winded talk NPCs were known for. He He said he already knew the quest details and didn't need to hear them again. Bored, he told Plank to skip the chatter and finish the fight. Plank launched his attack first, summoning massive dark mana hands to grab Raoul. Raoul anticipated the move and slipped through them with psychokinesis. Plank followed by creating an enormous serpent, shouting that Raoul wouldn't escape this time. Raoul met the serpent with a single regenerating punch, shattering it instantly and leaving Plank stunned. Taking advantage of Plank's shock, Raoul used psychokinesis to yank the ground and Plank toward him. As Plank flew within reach, Raoul drove a heavy punch in his face, sending him crashing down and cracking the floor beneath him. Raoul landed beside him. Plank lay sprawled out, clearly defeated. He let out a short laugh, sounding both stunned and resigned, admitting that all his careful plans had collapsed. He complained that his grand objective, destroying the kingdom and raising the Empire's flag, had been ruined by a random kid. Raoul, unmoved, asked why Plank even wanted to hand the kingdom to the Empire. The question caught Plank off guard, and he looked back, unsure how to respond. Raoul pressed, and Plank's earlier bravado slipped. He rose shakily, unable to give a clear explanation. Raoul pointed out that the entire scenario had been built without real emotion since it belonged to the beta version. He said NPCs like Plank were programmed to serve a purpose once, and then disappear with no true motives behind them. Plank replied weakly, as if acknowledging the emptiness behind his actions. Raoul didn't let him stop there. He confronted Plank with the actual consequences: innocent deaths, family suffering, and the fear spreading through the kingdom. Plank had caused real damage, and Raoul held him accountable. He stated again that he had chosen to accept this world as his reality, and because of that, he couldn't overlook what Plank had done. Plank demanded to know who he really was. Raoul stood ready and answered plainly. He was the player. Raoul then struck Plank with a final decisive punch, knocking him unconscious and ending the fight. Breathing hard but steady, Raoul stood over Plank's fallen body, noting that this quest had been a rough one. He let out a long sigh, feeling the weight of the rebellion's end. He had expected turmoil, but not the exact chain of events that unfolded, each one more dangerous than he imagined. As he reflected, he wondered whether his choices were shaping the scenarios inside the world of Connect. Even after everything that happened, Raoul knew he couldn't stop. He needed to prepare, grow stronger, and get ready for whatever came next. This was only the beginning of his path. Ravel spoke up, relieved that Raoul had one. She admitted she thought everything was over when he fell in battle and asked why he had kept his power hidden until now. Raoul started to answer, saying he hadn't meant to hide anything and hinting at who he truly was. But before he could finish, he collapsed from exhaustion. Ravel rushed to him, asking if he was all right. As she got closer, she realized he had simply fallen asleep from pure fatigue. She let out a small breath and decided she'd save her questions for later. He had done enough for one night. When dawn arrived, the chaos of the rebellion faded into the past. The events of the D+ rank gate, the Imperial Hounds, and the uprising became distant memories, marking the end of a long, overwhelming day. Just as Ravel predicted, Raoul passed out right after the battle. Cain and Prince Gerald eventually found him unconscious. He wasn't the only one. Philip, Jake Pierce, Josh, and Nakia were all in the same state. Each had pushed themselves far past their limits and needed 3 full days of sleep to recover. The king survived but remained unconscious, his condition worsened by the stress of the rebellion. News that the third prince had been behind the uprising left him stunned and added even more complications to the kingdom's politics. When the Holy Knights and Brother Dylan reached the capital, they discovered the rebels had already escaped. The nobles quickly tried to distance themselves from the uprising, offering endless supplies to show they had nothing to do with it, revealing how self-serving their actions were. In the days that followed, Turium slowly began to recover from the unprecedented chaos. A ceremony was held at the king's palace, where the sixth prince, Gerald, addressed the knights who had defended the kingdom. He praised Sir Raoul D. Ashton, the third son of Ashton County and guild master of the First Knights, for his crucial role in stopping the rebellion. Gerald honored Raoul for protecting the royal family, the citizens, and the name of the knights. On behalf of the king, Gerald granted Raoul the title of Viscount, along with land and a residence in the capital, asking him to continue serving the kingdom with loyalty. Raoul took a moment to reflect on everything that had happened over the last 6 months. Since leaving Ashton for the academy, he had managed to build a solid footing within the kingdom. Later that same day, another important meeting was held. Prince Gerald explained that the king could not attend due to illness and that he would speak in his place. This marked the beginning of a deeper discussion about the rebellion. Melvin D. Ashton, Raoul's father and Count of Ashton, expressed his dissatisfaction, saying there was nothing for them to add since they hadn't even been present during the uprising, which he found disgraceful. His thoughts were shared by Marquis D. Templeton, the Duke of Templeton, who remained silent but clearly aligned with Melvin's view. Pidel de Greer, the Marquis of Greer, raised a crucial question. How could one person manage an entire rebellion? And how had his department failed to notice it? Carson stepped in, explaining that the third prince, Randall, had worked alongside nobles who supported him and collaborated with the Empire. Medeiros added that while many were calling it a rebellion, the situation was closer to an outright invasion. He said it should be recognized as a war rather than a simple internal conflict. Clifford D. McNeil, the Marquis of McNeil, reacted with mocking laughter, saying the Empire had made fools of the kingdom's warrior families. Dylan stayed silent and didn't join in the ridicule. Alfredo Gray spoke next, expressing deep concern about the heavy damage to the capital and the major losses suffered by the Academy, especially since many scholars took part in the uprising. He pointed out the irony that the one who stopped the rebels was also from the Academy. In the midst of this, Prince Gerald turned to Raoul for his perspective as the one who brought the rebellion to an end. Raoul replied modestly, saying he hadn't done it alone. He credited the determination of the First Knights and the combined efforts of the other knighthoods. He urged everyone to look toward the strengths they still had rather than focusing only on their losses. Melvin Ashton felt proud listening to his son's words. Gerald supported Raoul, saying the warrior families needed to stand together. He warned that even though the Empire was quiet for the moment, the kingdom was effectively in a state of war. With their reduced strength, unity was more important than ever to ensure their survival. Raoul, in his thoughts, acknowledged the Empire as a serious threat, but he also sensed something even greater approaching. He realized this was only the beginning of the real challenges ahead. The scene then shifted to a young man with blue hair named Kim Il-woo. Excited, he commented on how unbelievable everything was, saying it truly felt like a game. He was introduced as a 25-year-old player who had just entered the world of Connect. A system window appeared, announcing that a major update had been completed. Connect's open beta update was now live. Kim Il-woo was amazed by how realistic everything felt, saying it was incredible and almost indistinguishable from real life. Thinking back on his ordinary life, he reflected that everything changed when he was selected as a beta tester for the virtual reality game known as the Connect system. Kim Il-woo remembered all the doubts surrounding the game. Many people called it a scam or some kind of human experiment, so he logged in with low expectations. But the moment he activated the device, a system window appeared in front of him, welcoming him to Connect and asking if he wanted to log in. He selected yes, and instantly the world around him shifted. He found himself standing inside a vivid new world. It wasn't a scam or an experiment at all. It was a real virtual reality experience. He took a moment to absorb it all. He could smell the fresh air, feel the wind brushing against him, and even the NPCs looked completely lifelike. He briefly wondered if pain here would feel real too, which made him uneasy. Just then, Mira, the mayor of the Free City, spoke to the gathered newcomers. Kim noted how lively the atmosphere was and thought it seemed more like an event than a tutorial. Mira discussed the recent rebellion at the capital. Curious, Kim wondered if this was how the game began, already moving straight into conflict. Reynaldo addressed the crowd next, saying that although many might be frightened by what happened, the kingdom still stood firm. He explained that the reason was the pride of their city, the hero who ended the rebellion, Raoul Ashton, along with the First Knight Guild. Mira encouraged everyone to explore the Free City without fear. Hearing this, Reynaldo felt a sense of nostalgia and satisfaction, thinking about how long it had been since he heard such a cheer after a speech, and feeling glad he had chosen to side with Sir Raoul. Kim, meanwhile, reflected on the First Knights, realizing they were likely a central faction in the game. He wondered what kind of person Raoul Ashton was, considering he had just been introduced as the hero of the rebellion. Inside the palace, Count Melvin Ashton tugged at Raoul's cheeks with pride, saying it felt like just yesterday Raoul was begging to join the academy, and now he had accomplished so much for their family. Raoul brushed it off, saying he was simply lucky. Dylan stepped in and asked about Randall, the one who started the rebellion, adding that all members of the Randall family, including the branch families, had been captured. Melvin replied that the decision would be left to the king, though he believed most would receive light sentences. Dylan continued, explaining that the main house members who supported the rebellion had already fled to the Empire, while the ones who remained likely had little involvement. He suggested placing the captured members under house arrest to keep them contained and prevent any further issues. Count Melvin agreed with Dylan's assessment. Raoul then added another concern, warning that Jaden County should be placed under surveillance. Melvin, confused, asked if he meant Jaden Viscounty and his uncle's household. Raoul explained that his uncle had maintained indirect contact with the Randall family through Baron Jander's family and was often seen with the Minister of the Interior, who had started the rebellion. Raoul believed that even if it wasn't obvious, Jaden County was likely more involved than they appeared. Dylan supported Raoul, saying their youngest sibling was right. The Jaden family had been quiet for years, but it was better to stay cautious. Count Melvin nodded and instructed his sons to monitor every family connected to the rebellion. He then looked at Raoul thoughtfully, reflecting on how far he had come. He said that he once thought Raoul was still a child, but now he had grown so much that he, as a father, had no regrets. He believed the kingdom needed Raoul now more than ever, and that Raoul would fulfill his role. Raoul simply accepted his father's words. A butler approached Raoul and informed him that the prince was looking for him. Raoul replied that he would go shortly. Turning to Count Melvin, he said his goodbyes and urged his father to return safely. Melvin wished him well and told him to stay healthy. As Raoul walked off to follow the butler, Count Melvin watched him go, noting how mature Raoul looked from behind, even if his face still showed traces of youth. Dylan, standing nearby, agreed with a smile. He remembered how Raoul had warned them about their uncle and couldn't help thinking about how much Raoul had changed, especially since he had once been frail in both body and spirit. Count Melvin then said they couldn't rely on Raoul alone. Dylan drew too much attention to discreetly monitor their uncle, and Raoul already carried many responsibilities. That left them with only one realistic choice. Dylan paused, wanting to be sure he understood. The Count confirmed it and told him to find his sister, Lawrence. Later, Gerald spoke about how uneasy he felt dealing with the 4 warrior families, saying it was overwhelming just being in the same room as them. Raoul tried to reassure him, telling him the families were loyal to Gerald and he didn't need to feel pressured. Gerald then asked Raoul to drop the formal tone, reminding him that he requested this meeting as a friend and fellow academy classmate, not as a prince. Raoul understood and noted how much Gerald seemed to be carrying. Gerald admitted he felt ashamed for relying so heavily on Raoul despite being the prince. Raoul was quick to respond, reminding him of the contributions he had made, fighting the rebels, supporting the kingdom, and doing everything he could. Even so, Gerald worried about how the people of the capital viewed the situation, afraid they blamed the royal family for the hardships caused by the rebellion. He mentioned that the citizens were probably holding a grudge against him and might even be tempted to throw stones if they saw him, especially since people from the royal family had taken part in the recent trouble. Raoul simply rose from his seat, gave a relaxed smile, and suggested that they step outside together to see for themselves how the people truly felt. Inside the vast Templeton mansion, Dalton stood before his grandfather, Deep Templeton. The old man addressed him with a sharp tone, pointing out how unbelievable Dalton's actions had been. He questioned why Dalton would dare ignore a mission that had been personally requested by the king. Dalton replied without hesitation, noting that the order had been directed at the Templeton household as a whole, not specifically at him. He added that his presence wouldn't have changed much anyway. That offhand response drew a hard stare from his grandfather, who clearly disapproved of such careless thinking. Dalton shifted his attention away, choosing not to face the heavy pressure of his grandfather's gaze. The silence stretched before Templeton finally released a long breath and scolded him again. He reminded Dalton of the principles he wanted him to develop at the academy: discipline, honor, and a sense of responsibility worthy of someone carrying the Templeton name. He stressed that Dalton needed to build his own standing instead of clinging to the reputation of a grandfather known throughout the kingdom for his skill with the sword. Dalton lowered his head even further, unsure how to respond. Seeing this, Templeton spoke once more, this time with a small, almost amused shift in his tone. He commented that despite everything, his attempts to guide Dalton hadn't been completely wasted. Dalton lifted his head slightly, puzzled by the remark, uncertain of where this was leading. Templeton continued by saying he had been surprised to hear that Dalton had volunteered for the Gate mission and fought against rebels to defend the people, something far removed from Dalton's usual behavior. Dalton asked if the information was accurate, and Templeton confirmed it. He pointed out that Dalton had ignored his earlier advice, yet still managed to bring honor to the family through his actions. A short smile appeared on Dalton's face, but it faded when Templeton added that perhaps granting Dalton more independence would benefit both him and the household. Dalton looked up, not understanding what his grandfather intended. Templeton clarified that if the expectations of the Templeton family weighed too heavily on him, he would no longer force those obligations onto Dalton. He even suggested that Dalton consider serving alongside Sir Raoul's first knight, explaining that such a path could also prepare him for what lay ahead. Dalton, unsettled by the direction of the conversation, asked what his grandfather was implying. Templeton explained that after the failed rebellion, the Empire would likely stop trying to provoke internal conflict in the kingdom. Instead, he believed the Empire would shift its focus toward a full-scale war, with the rebel groups that had sided with them joining the fight. He told Dalton that if the kingdom eventually clashed head-on with the Empire, he, as Swordmaster, would not remain inactive. At the Ashton residence, Homer was in the middle of teaching swordsmanship, guiding the children through the proper way to handle a blade. While explaining each movement, he caught sight of Raoul approaching and quickly acknowledged how diligently the students had been practicing. He greeted Raoul with respect, but his eyes shifted to Prince Gerald standing beside him. Curious, Homer asked why the prince had come along. Gerald replied calmly that he was there as a student from the academy. Before Homer could say more, Raoul stepped in and asked him to pretend he didn't recognize Gerald. The newest members had no idea who he really was, and Raoul preferred to keep it that way. Homer accepted the request without hesitation. Raoul then commented on how lively the new recruits were, impressed by their spirit. Homer explained that all the training positions were already filled, so the newcomers had been placed in a candidate group. Many of them, he added, carried heavy stories. Most had suffered losses during the rebellion and had nowhere left to go. Prince Gerald watched the children practice with a growing sense of unease. Raoul suggested they speak with one of the candidates directly and walked over to a boy practicing with a wooden sword. The boy was only 15. Raoul asked his age, then voiced his worry that he might be too young to pursue knighthood. He asked why the boy wanted to join. Nervously, the boy said he wanted to become stronger. Raoul asked him what kind of strength he meant. The boy answered with firm resolve. He wanted strength to protect his family and the kingdom itself from the Empire. He admired the knights who had risked their lives for the king. He admired Count Raoul, who had defeated the rebellion's leaders. And he admired Prince Gerald, who had remained on the front lines. He wanted to fight with that same sense of courage. Gerald continued quietly observing, still tense as the boy practiced his swings. Raoul noticed the prince's stiffness and gave him a light tap on the shoulder. He pointed out that youths from every corner of the kingdom had gathered with this same determination. Their presence showed how the people viewed the royal bloodline. Gerald hesitated, then grew more serious. He approached the boy and asked for his name. The boy replied that he was called Arthur. Gerald offered a gentle smile and said it was a good name. Then, to everyone's surprise, Gerald suddenly lowered himself to one knee. Both Raoul and Homer froze. Raoul, especially, wondered why a prince would kneel before a commoner. Gerald spoke directly to Arthur. He acknowledged how remarkable it was for someone so young to stand here with such resolve. He expressed his respect for Arthur's determination and apologized for the suffering the boy had endured because of his own failures in the past. He promised to take Arthur's courage as a guide and protect the kingdom with everything he had. He vowed never again to show weakness, even if the cost fell upon him alone. His voice carried the weight of a renewed commitment to stand as a leader who would not falter. Meanwhile, news spread that King Thaddeus III of Reuben, thought to have died in the rebellion at Connect, had survived, though barely. The second prince had been killed during the chaos, and a third prince had fled to the Empire. With the royal line shaken, the fourth prince took the throne. Raoul reflected quietly. His focus had always been on altering the fate of Ashton County. The matter of the throne had never mattered much to him. But now he saw that the most fitting heir had been beside him the whole time, Prince Gerald. Gerald assured Arthur that he would remember his name and hoped to see him rise as a knight of the kingdom one day. Arthur accepted the words with determination, and Raoul quietly observed the exchange. To Raoul, Gerald displayed the traits the kingdom desperately needed in wartime. A figure who could inspire courage, bring people together and remain grounded. Raoul recognized that the sixth prince was the one destined to become Reuben's future king. Later, Raoul and Gerald stepped inside the mansion where 2 cups of tea waited for them, offering a brief moment of calm. Raoul brought up the earlier scene, mentioning that Gerald kneeling before Arthur could have caused an uproar if the boy had known the prince's identity. Gerald admitted that he acted intentionally, wanting to express genuine gratitude. He explained that the boy had given him a lesson he would not forget. Raoul reminded him that the children gathered here would someday grow stronger, but the kingdom needed someone to guide them now. Gerald looked straight ahead and stated that such a leader was already present. Raoul Ashton, now seen across the land as the guardian of ruin. He emphasized that the people depended on Raoul. Raoul replied that simply relying on someone was not enough. What the kingdom needed, he said, was someone capable of uniting everyone: nobles, knights, mercenaries, and even those without status. With the king gravely ill and most heirs either dead or lost, Raoul told Gerald that he was the only one left who could take on that responsibility. He offered this opinion not as a subordinate, but as a friend. Gerald was taken aback by Raoul's confidence in him. He asked if Raoul would truly support him. With the Empire pausing its open movements and waiting for the right moment to trigger a full-scale war, Gerald expected chaos to spread through the nobility and royal family. In that turmoil, Gerald sought Raoul's assurance that he would stand with him. Raoul answered without hesitation that he would. Elsewhere, in the hidden basement beneath Viscount Plank's mansion, Pierce and Philip inspected the dim space, while Nakia focused on the door sealed before them. Pierce commented on Plank's secret passage, calling him strange. Philip explained that Plank's odd behavior could be linked to Dark Mana's influence, and suspected they might uncover proof of rebellion down here. Pierce asked Nakia if she had made any progress. Nervously, she explained that the door was protected by a powerful seal. It wasn't a trap, but the spell was ancient, so old she doubted she could find any record of it in books. She would need time to decipher it. Pierce was shocked and questioned how Plank could have known such magic. A soldier arrived with a report. Philip asked what they had found, and the soldier explained that the cave they explored was not natural. It had been shaped by human hands at least 1,000 years ago. Pierce blinked in disbelief, asking if the cave truly dated back that far. Philip confirmed that Plank hadn't created the cave. He had built his mansion directly above it. Nakia grew uneasy and asked what could possibly be hidden below and what Plank might have been trying to cover up. Philip said they needed to report everything to their master. The scene shifted to Reuben Kingdom's prison, where guards stood watch. Inside one of the cells, Cain faced Plank, who hung from his chains against the wall. Cain entered the cell with a cutting tone, remarking that he never imagined he would see Plank again. Once a rebellious noble, Plank now stood before him as nothing more than a chained prisoner. Cain admitted he wanted to kill him for the injuries he had caused to the guild members, but he held himself back, explaining that he still needed answers. He demanded to know which figure in the Empire had been directing the rebellion, how Plank had communicated with their forces, and whether more rebels existed beyond the ones already exposed. Plank only laughed. The sound irritated Cain, who started to wonder if the Randall family wasn't the only warrior lineage involved. Before Cain could continue his speculation, Plank spoke again, revealing something far heavier. He stated that both he and Cain had been born into lies. The words hit Cain suddenly, forcing him to ask what Plank meant. Plank explained that the truth he had discovered was a painful one. He dismissed the rebellion entirely, insisting that the world itself held no meaning. Then he added that Raoul had forced him to confront a cursed truth, that the world was nothing but an illusion, and that everyone would soon come to realize it. According to Plank, cracks in that false reality had already begun to appear. Meanwhile, Kim Il wandered through the city. Within the Imperial Hound headquarters, Silver Zero called for an updated report. Imperial Hound 3 reported through a glowing blue crystal ball, explaining that their search among the refugees had revealed nothing suspicious. Imperial Hound 7 followed with additional information, saying that although the nobles and royalty appeared outwardly steady, many were still unsettled and trying to align themselves with the warrior families to secure influence. Silver Zero took in the news quietly. Their failure had only strengthened their enemy. He then asked about Plank's condition. Imperial Hound 1 answered, reporting that Plank remained imprisoned in the kingdom and was said to be losing his sanity from Dark Mana's lingering effects, muttering nonsense in his cell. Silver Zero's expression hardened, reminding them all of the Emperor's disappointment. He asked Imperial Hound 1 if he understood the consequences. Nervous and pale, Imperial Hound 1 accepted responsibility and promised to do whatever it took to make up for the failure. It was then revealed that Imperial Hound 1 was none other than Viscount Jose, captain of Reuben's royal guard. Silver Zero gave them a stern warning. Should such a disaster happen again, death would follow. Imperial Hound 9 spoke up, saying Raoul Ashton was the reason their plans had collapsed, calling him the one who had ruined their efforts once more. Imperial Hound 6 added that Plank had failed to control Raoul, and Raoul himself was no longer merely Prince Gerald's classmate, but someone rumored to be influencing Gerald's path to the throne in order to steer the entire royal family. 6 stressed that Raoul had ceased being an insignificant figure. He had become a rising threat to the Empire, one who needed to be dealt with before he grew even more dangerous. Silver Zero listened without reacting, then surprised the entire room. He stated they should leave Raoul Ashton alone. Both 9 and 6 were stunned. Silver Zero's red aura ignited in anger as he clarified his meaning. He would personally watch Raoul Ashton from now on. This time, he said, they would treat Raoul with the seriousness he warranted. At the training grounds, Jose and Dalton were locked in a sparring match. Jose swung with a forceful strike, and Dalton was caught off guard when the blow pushed his sword backward. Jose pressed forward, maneuvering Dalton into a vulnerable angle before attempting a follow-up attack. Dalton reacted quickly, using the sword as left hand to redirect the strike, sending Jose off balance and straight to the ground. Sitting in the dust, Jose muttered under his breath, frustrated that his attack had failed. Dalton offered reassurance, complimenting his technique. He explained that without dual blades, the situation would have turned dangerous for him. Dalton admitted he had underestimated Jose, assuming he relied only on strength. Feeling defeated, Jose confessed that his skills still couldn't compare to Randall, the swordmaster. Dalton replied that every knight aspired to reach that level eventually. He then asked why Jose seemed fixated on Randall in particular, since the two of them were vastly different. Jose trembled slightly as he admitted the truth. Randall wasn't his inspiration. Randall was the opponent he wanted to overcome. He described the fight he had once challenged Randall to, a fight in which he couldn't land even a single strike despite giving everything he had. The gap he felt was so enormous that he no longer knew if he had the will to keep climbing toward that unreachable height. Dalton gave a small smile. Even after everything, Jose still wanted to beat Randall. Most people would have stopped after facing something so overwhelming, but Jose continued searching for a path forward. Dalton admired that drive, calling it the mindset of the first knight. As he reflected on the people around him, he wondered where Raoul had rushed off to. Meanwhile, Raoul had reached the basement beneath Plank's mansion, where a sealed door awaited inspection. The seal pulsed with power. Nakia explained that the ruins below were unfamiliar to her, and the seal itself looked dangerous. She warned that removing it would require careful preparation. Philip added that anything hidden behind such a seal, especially connected to Plank, likely wasn't harmless. Pierce recommended leaving it alone entirely. Raoul considered their concerns, but thought back to his own experiences in ancient ruins. He chose to handle this one himself. He assured the group that he could escape if anything went wrong and told them to take a break while he worked. Though surprised, they accepted his decision and left Raoul alone with the sealed door. Muttering quietly, Raoul examined the intricate markings and considered how to open it. Even Nakia hadn't recognized the seal, which made unsealing it seem nearly impossible. He wondered if it was ancient magic or perhaps a fairy spell. Then an idea struck him, and he called out to Ravel. When she appeared, Raoul asked if she recognized the seal. After inspecting it carefully, Ravel confirmed that it was indeed a fairy seal, a spell used only by fairies. She questioned why such a seal would be here at all, noting that very few fairies were capable of creating it. Raoul then asked whether she could unseal it. Ravel shook her head and explained that it wasn't the kind of seal that could be opened. Many viewed seals as locks, but this one wasn't a barrier, it was a guardian. Ravel explained that a lock could be opened, but a guard was different. A guard could only be bypassed by someone who met the right conditions. Raoul considered her words, wondering whether a guard without a soul was simpler or far more complicated than he had assumed. After thinking it through, Raoul stepped directly in front of the seal. He announced himself as Raoul Ashton and stated that he wished to meet the one who had created the seal. Ravel watched him nervously as he closed his eyes and focused. Then a voice echoed from the seal. The guard accused Raul of lying about his identity and refused to open the door. It ordered him to leave immediately. Raul flinched at the accusation, sweat forming as the guard's rejection sank in. Revell burst out in anger, saying Raul had spoken nothing but the truth and accusing the guard of using tricks only fairies would use. But the guard gave no further reply, falling silent again. Raul stood still, thinking deeply. He wondered if the guard somehow knew who he had been before reincarnating as Raul Ashton. The possibility made him even more determined to break through. He believed that the answers to why he had awakened in this world might be waiting behind the door. Steeling himself, he placed his hand on the seal again. This time, he stated his original identity, Bekhan, a player from the game Connect, hoping that this truth would be enough to grant access. Revell anxiously asked whether it had worked. The entire basement shook, and a bright blue line appeared across the seal. The door was opening. Raul stared at it, stunned that the seal had recognized him. He wondered how it had identified Bekhan and what kind of truth lay inside. Revell, uneasy, called out to him. Raul reassured her, saying it had turned out easier than he expected, and though he knew she had many questions, they needed to complete their task before discussing anything else. Revell accepted this, and together they moved toward the now-open passage. Meanwhile, Kim Il-woo had just logged out of the game world and lifted his VR headset from his head. He glanced around his room, still amazed by what he had experienced. He immediately went online to talk about Connect, declaring how unbelievable the game felt. He wrote that it was like traveling to another dimension, so real that every sense had been captured perfectly. He added that even after 10 hours of play, he didn't feel tired and could no longer tell which world was real. He hinted that something major had happened in-game and encouraged others to try it themselves. Comments began appearing beneath his post. Someone asked if he had been chosen for the beta test. Another questioned why he was praising the game so much, joking that he sounded like someone working for the developers. A third person chimed in with sarcasm, accusing him of just trying to get attention. The second commenter doubled down, saying Kim shouldn't be allowed anywhere near a marketing team. Annoyed, Kim muttered that they could say whatever they wanted and spend their lives tapping their screens. Then he spotted a more supportive comment from another beta tester. This tester noted how impressed he was that Kim had managed to start in Mira, a well-known starting location. The tester continued, saying that Mira was one of the best starting points in the game, filled with quests and helpful NPCs. He asked Kim to share more about his experience there. Seeing the comment, Kim felt a spark of motivation. This was his moment to take things seriously. Believing he finally understood what he needed to do, he decided to focus and learn as much as he could before the open beta. Without hesitation, he picked up his VR headset again. Back in the sealed depths, Raul and Revell stepped into a cave revealed behind the ancient door. As they walked deeper through the tunnel, Ravel's uneasiness grew. She admitted that it could be a trap. Raul reassured her, insisting that nothing in this place could threaten a fairy like her. But Revell reminded him that the seal itself was a fairy technique, meaning anything created by fairies could still be dangerous. Raul examined their surroundings. The cave carried an eerie atmosphere, and streams of magic illuminated the walls. Revell pointed out that the magic was getting denser with every step and urged him to stay alert. Raul thought to himself that the concentration was so intense, it felt like one of the highest-level dungeon ruins he had ever seen. He wondered how he had overlooked something like this when he had been in a crash. Had the scenario shifted because of his presence? Even so, a place like this shouldn't simply appear. Suddenly, Revell spotted something ahead. She called out to Raul and pointed toward a brilliant light shining at the far end of the tunnel. Raul narrowed his eyes, confused by what he was seeing. They reached the end of the passage and found themselves in a vast chamber. At the center stood a massive black gate. As they drew closer, Revell noticed the dark miasma swirling around it. She questioned its source, noting that no fairy would ever create such twisted magic. Raul assessed the gate in silence. He suspected that this might be the legendary Dark Gate, the portal leading to the demon realm, the one known as the Gate of All Disasters. Even during his time facing high-level challenges as Crash, he had never stumbled upon a hidden area like this. If it had remained sealed all this time, demons could have reached the surface unnoticed. He questioned why the gate existed here at all. Before he could follow the thought further, Revell suddenly warned him of someone behind them. Raul turned and saw a man with long silver hair and blue eyes, surrounded by a powerful, magical presence. The stranger observed Raul closely. Raoul felt a threat he couldn't explain and dropped into a stance, confused by the fact that he hadn't sensed the man earlier despite the overwhelming magic saturating the room. The man spoke with certainty. He told Raoul that even with Ashton's face, his blade would never reach him, and even if it did, it would do no harm. Hearing this, Raoul slowly sheathed his sword. He had intended to ask about the magic filling the chamber, but instead asked if the man was the dungeon's owner. The figure introduced himself as Cardenas. He explained that he wasn't the dungeon's master, but a lingering remnant, a ghost of a forgotten era. He added that he was the guardian of the Dark Gate, the link between the demon world and the human world. Raoul and Ravel both took in the weight of his claim. Then Cardenas turned his attention to Ravel. He asked if she was a fairy, remarking that it had been a very long time since he had seen one. Ravel reacted with surprise and asked if Cardenas could actually see her. Cardenas confirmed it without hesitation and explained that long ago, he had learned countless spells from the blue-haired fairies of Lake Velardia. He added that it had been 1,000 years since those days. Ravel, stunned, remembered the legends of the fairies from Velardia and asked if he truly meant 1,000 years ago. Cardenas repeated that he was nothing more than a lingering spirit bound to guard the gate. He then turned to Raoul and asked who he really was, calling him a stranger wearing the face of an Ashton. Feeling the weight of Cardenas' stare, Raoul realized there was no point in hiding anything. He admitted that his true name wasn't Raoul Ashton. He was Beidou Hyan, known in the game as Crash. He explained that he wasn't from this world or the demon realm, but from Earth. He revealed that he'd been murdered by his enemies and mysteriously awakened in Raoul Ashton's body. Although he still didn't know why it had happened, he accepted it as a second life and chose to continue forward as Raoul Ashton. Cardenas asked if vengeance was what drove him now. Raoul said that although bitterness existed in him, revenge wasn't as straightforward as it appeared. With this second chance, he had learned from the failures of his past life and wanted to reach the heights he never could before. Cardenas considered his words quietly, calling the story interesting. But without warning, he told them to stop talking. Raoul and Ravel exchanged confused looks, unsure why the conversation had suddenly ended. Cardenas drew his sword, eyes fixed on the darkness behind them. He warned them that an uninvited guest had arrived. Behind them, the dark gate began pouring out even thicker waves of black miasma. Raoul and Ravel turned to see a demon stepping through the gate. The demon greeted Cardenas casually, saying it had been a long time. The demon, Fumus, ranked 98th among demonkind, mocked Cardenas, calling him weak and still just a mortal. Fumus carried himself with arrogant pride, but Cardenas remained unmoved. He replied that Fumus had been foolish for centuries and stated clearly that he would stop him here. Fumus only smiled, sharp and malicious. He commented that Cardenas hadn't changed and claimed he would not be merciful. Dark energy condensed around Fumus as he shaped a weapon out of it. The atmosphere grew heavier as he declared that the battle was about to begin. Cardenas told Raoul to stay out of the fight. This was his battle, and Raoul was not to interfere. Determined, Cardenas swore that he would end Fumus once and for all. Fumus, brimming with confidence, said he had unfinished business with Cardenas. The two surged forward, weapons raised. Their clash filled the room with shockwaves. Fumus's weapon pulsed with dark energy, while Cardenas's blade glowed with a vibrant green-white light. When the weapons collided, sparks burst outward and the force rocked the chamber. Meanwhile, outside the sealed door in the underground passage of Plank's mansion, Nakia, Philip, and Pierce waited anxiously. Pierce grew increasingly uneasy. Raoul had been gone too long, and he wondered if something had gone terribly wrong. Philip assumed Raoul was simply struggling with the sealed door or was searching for a way to open it. He told the others that Raoul knew what he was doing and that they should wait patiently. Nakia still looked uneasy. Pierce noticed the tension on her face and asked what was bothering her. She forced out a nervous laugh and insisted it was nothing. Philip asked if she was still thinking about the magic circle they had found earlier. Nakia admitted she was. She explained that she had no idea what kind of spell it was. Ever since they had stepped into the mansion, she had felt a faint yet unsettling presence. Something weak but unmistakable, something that felt out of place in their world. Inside the sealed chamber, Fumus and Cardenas clashed with incredible force. Their blades struck again and again, sending waves of shock through the entire room. Raoul, watching from a distance, had to retreat with every impact just to stay balanced. As he steadied himself, he couldn't hide his amazement. Even without a monoblade, The demon Viscount Fumus fought with terrifying strength, and Cardenas matched him strike for strike. Raoul wondered who, or what, Cardenas truly was. The battle raged on, neither side gaining ground. Cardenas fought with relentless resolve, while Fumus pressed forward with calculated aggression. Each collision lit the chamber with bursts of energy. Then the balance shifted. With a mocking grin, Fumus suddenly retreated toward the altar that supported the dark gate. Raoul and Revell watched as he raised his sword and, without hesitation, struck the altar with a devastating blow. The structure shattered in an instant. Cardenas' reaction was immediate and catastrophic. His radiant glow dimmed violently, flickering as his form began to crumble. Raoul and Revell froze where they stood, stunned as they watched the guardian stumble, his strength rapidly draining away. Fumus laughed with satisfaction. "Just as I thought," he said. "This altar was the source of your immortality and strength. Time already weakened it, and now that it's gone, so are you. Those foolish humans let this place rot, and they've handed me the chance to end you." He pulled his sword from the rubble and stepped forward. Cardenas collapsed to the ground, his fading figure trembling. Fumus stopped above him, looking down with a cold sense of victory. "Most demons," he said, "are nothing but mindless beasts driven by bloodlust. They would have rushed at you without thinking. But I'm not one of them. I lead demons. I think, after our last battle, I suspected this altar was the core of your power. Funny how fast everything fell apart after centuries waiting for this moment." He raised his sword high, ready to strike the final blow and erase Cardenas completely. But the blade never reached its target. A golden radiance erupted between them. Raoul stepped forward, his entire figure glowing with a brilliant golden light, blocking Fumus's attack. Both Fumus and Cardenas stared at Raoul in disbelief, unable to hide their shock. Fumus growled, anger rising as he demanded to know how a mere human had blocked his sword. Raoul didn't answer. Instead, he drove a powerful punch straight into the demon, sending Fumus crashing backward. The demon leader managed to steady himself, but the impact had rattled him. He cursed Raoul through clenched teeth. Raoul gave a confident smile at last. He told Fumus that fighting Count Plank, who had wielded demonic energy, hadn't been for nothing. The aura of brilliance worked against demons better than he expected. Then Raoul turned toward Cardenas, who remained on one knee, his form flickering. Raoul declared that he would join the battle and finish it with him. Though damaged, Fumus was far from harmless. He faced Raoul once more, furious that a human stood before him without fear. Despite his earlier wounds, he sneered at Raoul and questioned how a weak human dared to stand in a place meant only for the doomed. He warned Raoul that interfering with a demon meant suffering. Raoul brushed aside the threat and fired back with his own insults, saying Fumus talked too much for someone who couldn't finish a fight. Cardenas, aware of the danger, tried to pull Raoul back and urged him not to be reckless. Raoul dismissed the concern. Even with perfect synchronization, the connection between a person and their abilities, there were limits and explanations could wait. He intended to face Fumus on his own terms. Curious, Cardenas asked Raoul about his synchronization level. Raoul avoided giving a clear answer, keeping his attention fixed on the demon. Fumus seethed with fury. His dark aura thickened, and he activated his sword aura, sharpening his murderous intent. He declared humans nothing more than prey for demons, destined to be consumed once the barrier separating the realm shattered. Raoul remained unimpressed. He mocked Fumus again, wondering out loud why every enemy he met felt the need to give long speeches. The remark only fueled Fumus's rage. Dark energy surged from the ominous gate behind them as the demon's power continued to grow. Fumus lunged toward Raoul with overwhelming force, but Cardenas intercepted the blow, blocking it and opening a gap in the demon's defenses. Raoul seized the chance and struck, drawing blood from Fumus for the first time. Enraged, Fumus retaliated instantly. He shoved Cardenas aside and turned his full force on Raoul. Raoul was caught off guard by the demon's speed and braced himself as the claws closed in. But before they connected, a shimmering barrier appeared. Revell had intervened. The forest fairy created a bright shield that deflected the attack. Fumus stumbled back in surprise, giving Raoul a moment to regain his stance. Revell hurried to him, and Raoul reassured her with a steady smile. The situation shifted again as Fumus expressed open disgust at the sight of Raoul, Revell, and Cardenas fighting together. He mocked the fairy, calling her a servant to a human and scoffing at the idea that fairies, once fearsome opponents of demons, had fallen to such a pitiful state. Ravel stood firm and told Fumis that fairies like her were never meant to serve anyone. They were companions, something a demon like him would never understand. Raoul, grateful for everything she had already done, asked if she could join the battle. Ravel answered without hesitation, saying she had no intention of watching from the sidelines while a demon rampaged in front of her. Fumis looked at the three of them, human, fairy, and wraith, and laughed at the idea of such a group challenging him. He announced that since they insisted on interfering, he would no longer restrain himself. Power surged through him, his scales thickening as he declared he would break the gate seal and end their lives right after. His chains reacted to the burst of strength, and he warned that once the seal fell, the demon world would flood into theirs. Just as Fumis prepared to deliver his finishing strike, Cardenas tried to slip behind him and land a surprise attack. But Fumis blocked it with ease and mocked him, saying that in his weakened wraith state, without his former abilities, he couldn't stop anything. Cardenas only answered that the one who mattered wasn't him. It was Raoul. Fumis looked at Raoul with doubt, only to see the human launch several rocks at him using psychokinesis. Fumis shattered them instantly, treating them as nothing more than a minor diversion. But while he focused on the rocks, Raoul closed the distance, aiming to hit him before he noticed. Fumis realized too late what was happening and prepared to strike back, but Ravel stepped forward and unleashed a spell that froze the demon in place for a brief moment. With Fumis unable to move, Ravel shouted for Raoul and Cardenas to attack. The two charged in together, their monoblades slicing through the air as they delivered a rapid series of blows. The strikes overwhelmed Fumis, sending him crashing down, heavily injured and unmoving. For a moment, it looked like the fight had ended. Raoul, catching his breath, sheathed his blade and thanked Ravel for saving him. He admitted that without her spell, he wouldn't have survived. Ravel downplayed her part, but reminded him that fairies were natural enemies of demons, so stepping in was something she couldn't ignore. Cardenas, however, remained uneasy. He told them the battle wasn't finished. The three of them turned toward Fumis' body as a dark, ominous aura began to rise from it. Cardenas explained that the altar suppressing Fumis' strength was weakening. If it broke, the demon's full power would return, and everything would spiral into chaos. They needed something capable of replacing the altar, something with enough force to suppress powerful magic. Raoul thought quickly. He remembered the Ragnator, a force designed to silence magic entirely. It might stabilize the seal and prevent disaster. Cardenas, who had protected the palace for countless years, asked Raoul about the artifact he carried. Raoul looked at the object, realizing it truly was the Ragnator, a construct built to hold a soul. He explained that although the armor lacked a soul now, it still had enough structure to restore the damaged seal from within. Raoul understood exactly what the situation demanded. Moving the seal meant transferring its remaining power into Ragnator, and that would pull Cardenas back into its influence. If they went through with this, Cardenas' 1,000-year duty as guardian would come to an end, forcing him to decide whether to keep walking that path or finally choose another life. Cardenas reflected on the long stretch of years he had spent as the protector of the seal, bound to the palace, and everything connected to it. For centuries, he had trained nobles, guided knights, and held the line against invaders and traitors alike. The work had been heavy and relentless, yet he had kept going, fulfilling his task through turmoil, loss, and constant threats. But before Cardenas could answer, the entire chamber shook. The ceiling collapsed, sending down stone and sand in a violent rush. Raoul and Revel reacted instantly, slipping out of the danger zone and finding cover. From their safer position, they looked back at the buried chamber, both relieved that they had avoided being crushed and grateful the collapse hadn't trapped them inside. As Raoul tried to steady himself, a new system window blinked into existence right in front of him. The notification revealed major changes happening across the world of Connect. Mana had become denser, making it easier for people to learn, gather, and manipulate it. Plants and animals were beginning to grow at accelerated speeds, raising the likelihood of strange variations appearing everywhere. Dark forces had also begun to stir, making it more likely that hidden seals would be exposed. And among all these changes, certain NPCs, characters who were not players, had been elevated into something more significant: scenario NPCs. Raul realized how serious this update really was. Stronger enemies, fiercer threats, and unpredictable shifts were on the way. But there was also potential in this chaos. Even though NPCs normally progress slower than players, the new growth rate meant they might eventually be able to stand on equal ground. Cardenas pulled Raul back from his thoughts. The Guardian asked if Raul was certain that Ragnator could take the place of the seal. He warned that the artifact might turn into a curse, urging Raul to think before making a mistake that could affect them for years. Raul didn't hesitate. Even if Ragnator did become a curse, he said he was willing to bear it and use whatever power came with it to grow stronger. Cardenas took in Raul's confidence. After a moment, he accepted the idea and gave his approval. "I trust your decision. I accept your offer, outsider." Raul answered with a small, relaxed tone, telling him he could simply call him Raul. The Guardian then offered something he rarely shared: his own name. "And you may call me Carl." With that, their partnership shifted into something closer to friendship, and Raul began the careful, demanding process of transferring the seal into Ragnator. The next day, after everything involving Ragnator had settled, Raul sat in his large home, deep in thought. He considered the current state of Connect and the massive changes that were about to unfold. "It should appear in Connect soon," he murmured, though he didn't mention what he meant. While he continued to think, another system message appeared before him, signaling yet another major update. Update complete. The open test version of Connect has been expanded. Additional players may now join. 16 free cities have been established as safe zones where players lose no experience upon death and cannot leave during the protected period. New features have been added, including video upload functions and an internal web browser. Connect had expanded again, adding its own banking system, trading features, and an auction house for players. The first main quest, the first gate outbreak, had officially been completed, though only a small number of players had managed to clear it. Because of that, the system announced it would be adjusted to be more manageable. Instead of causing widespread destruction, future gates would now transform into dungeons. Another large scenario was beginning as well: Birth of Chaos, along with a new exclusive main quest for players called Entrance of Savior, plus a public event titled Defeat the Instructor. Raul scanned through these changes without reacting much, but he understood exactly what they represented. This is nearly the same as before, he thought, remembering how events had played out in his previous life. But one part of the update stood out and held his attention. The scenario Birth of Chaos unfolded clearly through the system message. Gate outbreaks had spread across Connect. Monsters had overridden villages, farmlands, and entire regions. Humans had been pushed back, losing territory everywhere. The 4 ancient seals that once contained the dimensional gates were failing, weakened by an unknown plan. The guardians who protected each kingdom had already fallen, leaving their royal families exposed. With the balance gone, secret organizations began rising to power by exploiting the disorder. The world was shifting into a place where only those with strength and resources would make it through. Raul considered what this situation meant. Recent events proved how badly vulnerable regions suffered whenever disaster struck. Ordinary people always paid the highest price, while powerful noble houses managed to protect themselves with their forces. That imbalance surfaced the real problem. Many noble families, especially those with wealth rather than combat strength, would treat this chaos as an opportunity. They would expand, take over weakened land, and use it without holding back. That thought made Raul evaluate his own position. "I have 3 territories," he reminded himself. In the past, the royal family resolved conflicts between nobles, but their authority was unstable now that their guardian was gone. That absence was a significant issue. The rest of the nobility didn't know it yet, but it wouldn't take them long to realize it. Without Cardenas, the royal family's position hung in the balance. Raul understood he couldn't ignore the situation. "If I can't stop the entire world from collapsing, then I'll protect my people first. I'll prevent as much damage as I can and keep my knights alive." But there were old schemes targeting Ashton County, schemes that had existed long before these updates. "I'll need to be prepared for all of it." While he organized his thoughts, he noticed Ravel standing in front of the update screen, completely still as she processed the information. After a moment, she turned toward him. Raul asked if she was all right, mentioning that he had called her several times. Ravel answered with excitement. She insisted that Raul must have already known the truth, that this world and the other one were connected. She explained that the internet was like an enormous ocean linking them together. Raul nodded and admitted that he had never explained it properly before, promising to try again. To begin, he activated the soul connection wired into Ragnator. A golden glow rose from the artifact and gathered into the form of Cardenas, who now stood in his newly restored body. "I've been waiting, Raul," Cardenas said, steady and composed. He stepped forward, observing his surroundings before focusing on Raul. "Why did you call me?" Raul prepared himself. "There's something I mentioned before," he said, ready to discuss what came next. Cardenas took a moment, recalling the conversation they had before. "You're talking about your true identity and the password," he said. Raul agreed. He admitted that his earlier explanation had been incomplete, and since their connection was permanent, he wanted nothing hidden between them. He wanted Cardenas to know who he really was and what was truly happening. Raul laid out everything from start to finish. Cardenas listened without interrupting. When Raul finished, Cardenas finally responded. "So you're saying you come from the same world as the other outsiders, the world you call Earth?" Ravel had been quietly absorbing the conversation, but now she turned to Raul, clearly puzzled. "Why didn't you tell me before?" she asked, her tone showing her frustration. Raul apologized. He said the story sounded unbelievable even to him, and he hadn't been ready to share it until Earth's people started appearing more frequently in their world. Ravel slowly pieced the information together. No wonder everything lined up. The Link Cafe wasn't a prophecy at all. It was describing things you had already lived through. "I assumed you were some sort of divine apostle, but maybe that wasn't entirely wrong either. Resurrection and regression aren't things ordinary humans can do." Raul noticed her deep, distant focus. "What's bothering you?" he asked. Cardenas let out a heavy breath. "It's hard to accept, even after living 2 lives. But it's clear your resurrection has a purpose. You're going to face decisions like the ones I faced. Power always brings responsibility. What matters is that when the time comes, you choose with your own judgment." Raul replied with steady determination. "To do that, we need more strength. Otherwise, we'll get drowned by everything coming our way." Cardenas studied him, impressed with how strongly Raul spoke. Raul carried a level of potential and drive he recognized from his own younger years. "But I hope he avoids the path I took," Cardenas thought. "I hope the world doesn't twist him. I hope he continues forward on his own terms." Later, once Raul was alone, he turned to the Ragnator armor, thinking about everything that had changed. Cardenas had been merged with it for some time now. Though he existed only as a soul, unable to affect the physical world directly, activating Ragnator allowed him to appear in a semi-spiritual form. While Raul stood there, the system opened a new window showing updated information about Ragnator. The armor's rank had risen from B+ to A, meaning its overall capability had drastically improved. The status showed Raul was wearing it, but it was still only partially awakened, with many sealed functions waiting to be unlocked. One major upgrade was its output power, increasing from 1.6 to 1.8 core power. Along with that came a doubled operating time, from 1 hour to 2, allowing extended use before it needed another recharge. Right now, though, it was still recovering its energy. Its defensive strength had also taken a large step forward. It now carried a 6-circle defensive spell, giving it high-level magical protection. However, there was one drawback. The intermediate monoblade attribute extension had dropped by 70%, limiting the weapon's offensive reach despite the armor's other improvements. The power armor still kept its core abilities: Judgment, Stealth, Devour, Illusion Wings, and Ego. The awakening duration remained short, only 15 to 30 seconds, meaning Raul could draw out more power from Ragnator in that brief window. Raul felt satisfied with the upgrade. Cardenas also helped with his training from time to time, and because of that, Raul's swordsmanship had grown far sharper than before. Not long ago, at the training grounds, a wide, dusty field, Raul was practicing the Ashton family's sword techniques. Cardenas stood nearby, watching every movement. "The Ashton sword style really is impressive," he said. "Some even claim it's the strongest when using a two-handed sword. But the issue with a highly specialized style is that its weaknesses stand out clearly." With those words, Cardenas drew his twin swords. They gleamed with golden energy. He slammed them into the ground, and dirt exploded upward, covering the air in dust. Raul shielded his eyes, and for a moment, he completely lost sight of Cardenas. When the dust settled, a long, deep crack cut across the training field. Cardenas turned toward Raul. Your family's swordsmanship is known everywhere because of the tremendous physical strength passed down in your bloodline. Bodies like yours can perform techniques others wouldn't even attempt, but that same style doesn't match you. Raul tightened his grip on his sword. I figured as much. My body has limits. No matter how hard I try, I can't reach the level my brother or father had. Cardenas spoke in a steadier tone. I'm not telling you to abandon your family style. It's part of where you come from. But if you keep using it without adjusting it to your body, it will eventually slow you down. He placed a hand on Raul's shoulder. I'll teach you my swordsmanship. Our backgrounds are similar, so you'll pick it up fast. Once you master it, you'll be able to reshape your family style however you want. So what do you say? Raul closed his hand into a fist. Teach me, he said. Later, back in his room, Raul sat in a chair and opened a system window showing his skills. His swordsmanship level, once at level 8, had dropped all the way down to level 1. He let out a slow breath. It's unfortunate to give up the technique I knew best, but this is an opportunity. Even if the level fell, my experience is still there. Cardenas's sword style, the Infinity Sword, lived up to its name. Endless combinations, constant flow, and the ability to adapt mid-battle made it surprisingly close to his old style. Cardenas had likely chosen it for that very reason. Because of that, I'm learning it faster than any technique I've tried before, Raul said to himself. But I still have far to go. I have to push myself for the people I want to protect. I'm not wasting this second life. A few days later, Raul sat at his desk, surrounded by stacks of documents. The growth of their territory meant more responsibilities. We've stationed guards at the gates to keep them from turning into dungeons, he said while reviewing another report. Gate and dungeon management is crucial for resource dungeons, known for valuable monsters. Raul had assigned a special team from a guild. Each time they defeated monsters or guardians, the dungeon's hunting meter increased. Once the meter reached its limit, the dungeon master appeared. Defeating that final boss caused the dungeon to collapse. By managing the guardians properly, they could keep the dungeon stable and prevent avoidable risks. Just as Raul finished reviewing another report, a knock sounded at his door. Come in, Raul called. Cain entered with a heavy stack of documents balanced in his arms. Master, I brought the reports you requested. We've managed to locate almost all of the 2,000 newcomers, except for 17 players who arrived during the first and second waves. Most of the missing ones seem to be in Marcius Kingdom's free city, Ignet. Raul flipped through the pages and nodded. Good work. Sending scouts that far must have been difficult. Cain dipped his head. It's part of my duty. Raul gave a small nod. Thank you. This is enough for now. Go rest. Once Cain left, Raul returned his attention to the files. New players were arriving every week. Half a month had already passed, and they were on the third wave. If the information I'm looking for is in here, I might have to change my plans, he murmured. But first, Crash, the strongest solo player in Connect. Where are you? Hours later, as he continued digging through every document, Raul let out a quiet sigh and pushed a hand through his hair. Nothing, absolutely nothing. He had checked everything, every detail he remembered, every clue he could think of, but there was no trace of the crash anywhere. Not in Connect, not on Earth, and not even in records related to Connect's top-ranked player. Crash had simply vanished, as though he never existed at all. Raul leaned back in his chair, his expression turning serious. When I first confronted my past self, I wondered whether I should try involving him in my plans or act as if I didn't know him. But it was an empty question. He stood and moved toward the window, thinking quietly. It doesn't matter anymore. If I'm honest, I don't think I want to meet him. His voice softened as he recalled the life of Beidou Hyan, an orphan with no one to rely on, no support, no protection, only a handful of genuine friends. A life spent alone, filled with rejection and difficulty. A world that never gave him anything. That was my life, Raul admitted. Beidou Hyan had been defensive, self-centered, and hostile toward everything around him. If not for his natural talent and the experience he gained in Connect, his life might have drifted into complete failure, directionless and forgotten. Yet even with all his flaws, Beidou Hyan had never turned away from injustice. Once he chose a path, he stayed with it. His beliefs never wavered. Raul clenched his fists. I wanted things to be different this time. In his previous life, he had searched everywhere for his real parents, but never found them. In this life, he hoped there would be a chance. He wanted to guide Beidou Hyan towards something better, to prove that someone from an orphanage, someone who started with nothing, could succeed both in the game and in reality. A life where he could find love, build a family, and finally live without fear. Was that just a foolish hope? He whispered. There's no trace of Beidou Haiyan anywhere. He thought about the contrast between his past and present selves. They were the same, yet so different that they could almost be treated as two completely separate people. Beidou Haiyan had been sharp-edged and always on guard, while Raoul's life, full of care, encouragement, and stability, had reshaped him into someone far different from who he used to be. Raoul had grown used to having people around him. Now, even a short moment of being alone felt strange. If someone called me a hypocrite for feeling this way, he muttered, I wouldn't have a good argument against it. Even so, beneath all those mixed thoughts, his intention was clear. This world is my home now. My family, my territory, my friends, that's what matters. Anyone who tries to harm what belongs to me, I won't let it go. Even if standing against them means turning every player in Connect into an enemy. With Beidou Haiyan gone, certain things became easier. Skill embodiment. Beidou Haiyan's unique talent had always required enormous time and focus to master. The gap between normal players and someone like Beidou Haiyan, who had perfected it, was enormous. But that threat no longer existed. Now I can progress without watching my back for another version of myself. Players only reach true strength after mastering skill embodiment and forming their own unique abilities. If the world had forgotten Beidou Haiyan, Raoul made up his mind. Then I'll bring that name back myself. I'll reclaim everything Beidou Haiyan once achieved. 15 days after Connect officially opened, an announcement spread across the entire player base, shaking the community. First unofficial event in Connect. Recruitment notice for First Night Guild Academy cadets. The free cities of Reuben Kingdom, already known for having large numbers of well-prepared players, instantly became the center of attention again. The First Night Guild had introduced a new set of major rules. They had opened a special academy dedicated to training players and were accepting their first round of students. Any player who had completed their first job change could apply. All types of players were welcome. The academy would accept 600 students divided into 4 groups of 150 each, with each group specializing in different areas. Training would last 3 months and cost nothing. Graduates would become honorary guild members, gaining first priority for guild-related missions. The highest-ranking students would earn a chance to take the official guild membership test. Those who passed would receive exclusive gear, financial support depending on their rank, and advanced training sponsored by the guild, tailored to their class. Registration opened on February 1st, and the deadline was approaching quickly. The moment the announcement dropped, the entire Connect player community erupted with chatter. This is insane. I need better gear. I'm heading there right now. Too late. Didn't you hear? They blocked free teleportation between cities. I knew this would happen. I went to Reuben last week. This is so unfair. This is going to completely break the balance. Someone's always complaining. Just deal with it. Have you seen the First Night Guild members up close? Their equipment is incredible. I'm getting in for sure. You're right. I'll be the one accepted. You two don't stand a chance. You're all dreaming. Better hurry. If you want a shot, you'd better sign up before everyone else. If you don't get into the academy this time, you're done for. The competition is already rough, and it'll only get worse, someone insisted. Another voice agreed. Exactly. Connect Corp announced they're adding 3,000 new players every week. In 3 months, we'll have 40,000 more. Someone else questioned the timing. Why run an event like this so early? Shouldn't they wait for more players first? Another replied. Then go complain to the First Night Guild. The admins aren't the ones hosting this. Raoul watched all the lines of text scroll down his monitor. One particular comment grabbed his attention. Hey, Connect admins, are you seeing this? Open events in other countries too, or I'm going to cause a scene at your office. The responses came instantly. You wouldn't even get past security. The admins can't do anything. The announcement already said they only interfere in special cases. I heard their office lights have been on all night because they're scrambling to figure things out. Raoul allowed himself a small smile as the arguments continued. Players blaming administrators, nothing ever changed. No matter how balanced an event was, someone always found a reason to complain. He leaned back and considered everything as a whole. Events designed to help newcomers always made experienced players upset. Harder events frustrated casual players. That was the cycle when companies focused on profit put people in charge. Pleasing everyone was impossible. His expression shifted into something more focused. The First Night Guild Academy. This is something I've been preparing for a long time. He remembered the agreements he made with the mayors of the free cities, arrangements that allowed these player support rules to even exist. Of course, players will flock to Reuben's free cities. That's where their chances are best. And when they arrive, the First Night Guild will pick the strongest candidates. His eyes sharpened. But this situation needs close management. Even if I can't see them directly, the Connect administrators are moving behind the curtain, controlling everything. To Raul, they were no different from any other enemy, especially once the game progressed further. Connect management hadn't always been like this. They started as a neutral oversight group, ensuring fairness, but over time, they had turned into tools for powerful individuals and corporations. Events meant to be fair were rigged for guilds backed by massive companies. Sudden tournaments were used to promote guilds supported by entire nations. Connect's AI did what it could to hold the management back, but its influence had limits. The administrators clearly swayed the direction of the world. But this time will be different, Raul decided. The recruitment event wasn't just a way to gather talent or make the First Night Guild look impressive. It was a test, a way to measure how much one event could reshape Connect as a whole. Normally, the management planned and controlled every game event, but Connect was supposed to be a world of free will. As an NPC, Raul was pushing boundaries. He was creating events independently, handing out quests without permission, and so far, no one had stepped in to stop him. The First Night Guild had managed to host major events that directly influenced players, and they had done so without anyone interfering. This revealed something crucial. Inside Connect, it was completely possible to shape the actions of players, and no one, not even the administrators, would stop it. The administrators likely believed they would always maintain full control over the system, but they were mistaken. This time, things wouldn't follow their expectations. Raul allowed himself a brief smirk at that thought. The scene shifted to the free city of Mira. Inside the mayor's grand residence, the brightly lit hall shimmered with polished floors and ornate decorations. The mayor greeted his important guest with enthusiasm. "Oh, welcome, young Master Raul," he said with a cheerful tone. "No, Viscount. My apologies." Raul nodded in return. "I hope I'm not disturbing you. I know you're busy." The mayor waved dismissively. "Not at all. No reason for such formality." Raul studied the man quietly. The mayor was in excellent spirits, and it wasn't hard to understand why. A year ago, Mira had been a small, quiet town. Now it had become a major hub of trade and activity. The mayor clearly saw Raul as a major contributor to that growth, a benefactor who had helped transform the city almost overnight. So, the mayor asked, "What brings you here this time?" "Whatever it is, Viscount Raul, I'm sure I can manage it." Raul turned slightly and gestured to the figure standing beside him, a person draped in a black cloak that covered their face. "I want you to meet someone," Raul said calmly. The mayor's interest sharpened. "Ah, this must be important. You wouldn't bring just anyone to see me." Raul nodded. "This player will be working with me. His name is Crash." The cloaked figure lowered his hood, revealing a sharp, confident look. "It's an honor to meet you, Mayor. I am Crash." The mayor examined him briefly, then broke into an enthusiastic smile. My, it seems I should be asking you for assistance. You'll be an excellent addition to our city." Crash and the mayor continued talking. Raul stayed silent, simply observing. Later, Crash stepped out of the office. The mayor, still in high spirits, called after him. "If there's anything you need, please tell me. I'll gladly help." Crash answered politely. "Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I'll see you soon." Once he was gone, the mayor turned to Raul with a light chuckle. "You really are always ahead of everyone. How did you find another outsider so quickly?" Raul answered with a small smile. "It happened naturally. He's skilled, capable, and has potential I couldn't ignore. I thought you should meet him." The mayor laughed again. "You truly have a talent for spotting good people. That's all I need to hear. I'll keep an eye on him." As Raul prepared to leave, the mayor walked him toward the entrance of the mansion. "Safe travels, Viscount." "Thank you for the hospitality," Raul replied before stepping into the carriage. Inside, Crash was already seated. As Raul sat down, Crash asked, "What did the mayor think?" Raul smirked. "He doesn't fully trust you yet. He'll be observing everything you do." Then the truth came to light. Raul had been the one disguised as Crash. Cain, who had been disguised as Raul, sat across from him. "Your disguises are unbelievable." Even the mayor didn't suspect a thing. Cain returned to his usual appearance and said, "I'm just glad I could assist." Raul removed a small ring from his finger. It shimmered, and his real appearance emerged. "This little item works perfectly," he said. It's the ring I received from Vice-Chancellor Gray back at the Academy. A transparent system window opened in front of Raoul, displaying information about the ring. Gray's polymorph ring description perfectly alters the wearer's physical form to match any selected appearance. Another window followed. Second identity, grade. Unique description grants the user an additional identity that can be switched to freely. Useful for rank calculations, group activities, and quests. Limitation. Experience and achievements are recorded separately for each identity. Differences in skill proficiency between identities may become noticeable. Raoul let out a small smirk. So, this update finally added the second ID system. It's pricey in the player's shop, but worth every coin. With the ring and the new system, he had created an entirely separate persona, Crash. Now he could move around Connect as a player without restrictions. All right, Raoul said, his tone sharpening. Let's get back to the real operation. Meanwhile, on Earth, inside the massive Connect headquarters building, one of the largest meeting rooms was filled with tension. Employees sat around a polished table, murmuring among themselves while waiting for an explanation. Section Chief Kim, do you have any idea what this is about? Someone finally asked. Kim shook his head. None. We were all called here suddenly, and nobody told us anything. A woman with brown hair tapped her fingers on the table. What could require an emergency meeting like this? Beside her, a woman with red hair leaned closer, whispering, do you think this has something to do with the First Night Guild Academy? Speculation continued, but uncertainty hung over the room. The door opened. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the entrance. A man in a clean suit and glasses walked in, moving with steady confidence that silenced the room. Is everyone here? He asked. His voice was calm and controlled. Good. This emergency meeting concerns something extremely important. The man was Chai Li Huan, the planning director and head of Connect headquarters. He checked his watch, then turned to the large projector screen behind him. The lights dimmed, and the presentation began. Across the screen, bold letters appeared. First Night Guild Academy Entrance Exam Special Course. Combat Assessment Live Broadcast Scheduling and Advertisement Negotiation. Soft murmurs spread through the room, but Chai Li Huan spoke before anyone could raise a hand. I'm sure you've all heard about the upcoming entrance exam for the First Night Guild Academy, he said. One part of the exam, the combat assessment, will be broadcast live by Connect. He paused briefly, and here is what will surprise you. This broadcast proposal wasn't created by us. The idea came directly from the First Night Guild, specifically from their guild master, Raoul Ashton, through his representative, Crash. He continued, and even more surprising, the president approved the plan personally. The room fell into shocked whispers. The First Night Guild proposed it, someone muttered. Another asked, completely bewildered, wait, the in-game characters submitted the plan? A third person added, and the president himself approved it? The confusion only grew as the implications sank in. The tension in the room climbed even higher when one irritated employee struck the table with his fist and snapped. This is absurd. How can a game character be the one submitting proposals instead of an actual employee? Who allowed this? The entire room froze. The weight of the situation landed heavily on everyone. The scale of what had just unfolded finally became clear. Chai Li Huan said nothing, holding the printed proposal so firmly that the edges bent out of shape. His jaw settled into a hard line as he examined the document. So this bizarre proposal made it through without a single discussion, he thought, his agitation barely kept in check. He shifted his eyes toward the screen again. What is the president planning? The scene shifted to Myra's central square, the bustling gathering hub buzzing with activity. Voices rang out one after another. One slot left for the street dog elimination quest. Prefer warriors. Another shouted, selling warrior two-handed axes and leather gloves. Good deals here. A different call arose. Need a party? Level 17 archer ready. Players crowded every corner, moving, shouting, trading, and forming teams, turning the area into a loud and lively mess. Amid the noise, Raoul, currently disguised as Crash, sat on a bench watching the flow of players. As he observed the crowd, a thought surfaced, blending in with players while using my old life's appearance. It almost feels like I never reincarnated. A strange familiarity settled over him, and he muttered, feels oddly natural. Beside him, Ravel, his contracted fairy, was busy scrolling through the Connect game's homepage, checking the latest posts. Something made her pause. and she quickly turned toward Raul. Raul, a new announcement just went up, and there's a commercial attached. Raul lifted an eyebrow. Oh, what's it about? Ravel's wings moved rapidly as she browsed through reactions across the online communities. It looks like it's blowing up. Every forum is talking about it. A grin touched Raul's lips. Perfect. We just have to stay alert. Keep tracking the main page and the player cafe. Tell me the moment anything changes. Understood, Raul, she replied with a firm nod. Raul leaned back on the bench, letting his thoughts wander. Everything's been running smoothly so far. Honestly, I expected more complications. I wasn't even sure an NPC-led guild could pull off formal negotiations, but the talks turned out better than expected. Connect will push this hard. It's the perfect chance to turn public complaints around and boost their numbers. They'll prepare thoroughly. Everything is lining up. His anticipation rose. I'm curious how this will unfold. But behind it all, one major issue refused to disappear. I'm pretending to be a normal player. Crash doesn't exist outside the game. If Connect ever asks for an in-person meeting, I'm stuck. At that moment, Ravel, still focused on the system window, spoke up. You said an AI manages Connect system, right? Can't we just contact the AI directly? Raul blinked. That could work. But I've never heard of anyone reaching out to the AI itself. We usually talk to customer support, not the system administrator. Ravel tilted her head and pointed at something on her screen. Really? Then why is this button here? Raul leaned in, trying to see what she was looking at, but nothing stood out to him. I'm not seeing anything. What does it say? It says call system admin. Raul's eyes widened. Wait, seriously? His pulse picked up as a wild possibility formed in his mind. Call system admin. I can actually reach that AI. If that's possible, maybe I can figure out how I ended up reborn in this world. The Connect system's administrator might know something. Before he could react, Ravel announced cheerfully, I'm pressing it. A large system window blinked into existence right in front of Raul, glowing intensely. Message from Connect system admin to Raul D. Ashton. Authorized level 4 access. Type a message. Each message costs 100 coins. Raul stared at the display, stunned. This is actually functioning. Without pausing, he typed, Who are you? A response came right away. I'm system admin, 100 coins deducted. Raul typed again. What's your real identity? I'm system admin, 100 coins deducted. He typed even faster. Where are you? This time, there was no direct answer. A new system notice replaced it. Access denied. 100 coins deducted. Raul tried again. Access denied. 100 coins deducted. Another message followed. Would you like to continue the scenario? Ravel, standing beside him, said, Raul, stop wasting coins. Ask what you actually need. Fine. He exhaled and typed, I have a suggestion for Connect. Can I submit it here? A fresh message appeared. Upload your suggestion here. 200 coins deducted. Raul stared at the deduction notice, his irritation growing. 200 coins for 2 lines of text. Still muttering to himself, he held up a handwritten note with his idea and paused in front of the glowing window. Can I just show this? As soon as he lifted the paper toward the light, a bright blue scan passed over it instantly. A final message appeared on the display. Your suggestion has been submitted. 1,000 coins have been deducted. You'll receive a reply within 24 hours. Ravel checked the system window and noticed something missing. The call system admin button was gone. She told Raul immediately, and he dropped onto the bench, rubbing his forehead. I think I just got played. But the next day, a reply arrived. Not only had his suggestion been accepted, but the message also included a scheduled meeting. He felt relieved when he saw it wouldn't require a meeting in person. It would be held online. What he didn't expect was that CEO Mak Jawo would attend it himself. The meeting went smoothly. The first guild officially became a partner, and they finalized how the earnings from the Academy broadcast would be shared. As things were wrapping up, Mak Jawo lifted his hand. Hold on. You said your name was Crash. Raul, staying in his Crash persona, nodded. Yes, he answered while scrambling for a plan. Did he notice something? Right at that moment, a system window appeared in front of him unexpectedly. Mak Jawo continued speaking. This is my direct contact information. I have a feeling our paths will cross more often. Back in the present, Raul sat on the same bench in the gathering square, running the CEO's words through his mind. What was he implying? He stayed quiet the entire meeting. What was that supposed to mean? Before he could think further, loud voices cut through the area. There's a new announcement. It's about the Academy. Players jumped to their feet as a shared system message appeared in front of them. Really? Someone read it. What's the exam like? Any details? After scanning the notice, the crowd stirred with excitement. This is huge. No time to waste. I'm grinding right now. Another shouted, need one more for a street dog party, going after Thornwolf. Raoul let out a long breath and placed a finger in his ear to dull the noise. Quite the reaction, he muttered. Push hard, everyone. A lot more people will flood in soon. His tone shifted. Time for me to start moving. The scene shifted back to the Connect headquarters. Inside the CEO's office, Mak Jawo stood by his desk, looking out over the city from behind the glass. Without turning around, he asked, how are the preparations? Chai Li Huan answered steadily. Everything is proceeding as planned. Ma Jawo gave a brief nod, but added, we're close to the promotion announcement. Make absolutely sure nothing is overlooked. Chai Li Huan hesitated before responding carefully. Boss, this direction carries too much risk. The entire operation is being guided by a computer character and a single player. We still have time to withdraw from this partnership. Ma Jawo's tone stayed firm. That isn't possible. Taken aback, Chai Li Huan frowned. But why, sir? Ma Jawo exhaled once and said, you're missing the full picture. I didn't decide this alone. The higher-ups approved it as well. Chai Li Huan froze. The higher-ups? Did the chairman personally authorize it? Ma Jawo continued. Not only that, he's developed an interest in Crash. Hearing that, Chai Li Huan's posture stiffened. The chairman taking interest was beyond anything he expected. Ma Jawo's tone grew heavier. I know the situation seems unusual, but our task is to ensure this plan succeeds. Is that clear? After a brief pause, Chai Li Huan answered, understood. Meanwhile, in Myra's central district, players and computer characters were focused on their various tasks throughout the busy square. Near the plaza, inside the first guild's weapon shop, a sturdy blacksmith greeted Raoul, still operating under the name Crash. I got word from the master. You want every basic weapon we produce? Raoul nodded. Yes. The blacksmith studied him for a moment, his gaze stopping on the marks along Raoul's hands. Those aren't ordinary marks, he thought. But instead of saying aloud, he said, follow me. We need your grip and size checked. All right, Raoul replied, walking after him. Inside the shop, the blacksmith laid out several weapons. These are the standard ones we craft here. Raoul picked up a sword, testing its weight and the quality of its edge. This feels impressive, he thought. The blacksmith leaned in close and whispered near his ear, they're flawless. Like the master said, they might look simple on the outside, but our top workers built each one. We also engraved the first guild's emblem on all of them. A small smile crossed Raoul's face. Your master must be pleased. These are seriously impressive. The blacksmith let out a short laugh. You think so? Take your time with the sizing. This part won't be quick. Raoul nodded and stepped out of the shop. See you next time, he called over his shoulder. See you later, the blacksmith replied. Walking through Myra's streets, Raoul mulled over his next steps. I need to find a place to start producing armor soon. Connect doesn't have notable brands yet, so if I start putting brand names on items, people will notice. This event is going to blow up worldwide. Connect is expanding fast. I'm going to make sure our name spreads everywhere. A major announcement went live on the official Connect site, instantly catching the attention of players and gaming fans around the globe. First Guild Academy. The ultimate challenge begins. 600 participants will enter. Only 16 will advance. A non-stop tournament where power, technique, and strategy determine who earns a place in the academy. Fight. Win. Claim your shot at greatness. The broadcast will reach audiences around the world, showcasing intense competition and supporting all academy applicants. Connect announced that they would cover every participant's travel costs to and from Mira, ensuring everyone has a fair chance to pursue their goal. The moment the announcement went public, the gaming community exploded with excitement. Soon after, an advertisement dropped, amplifying the hype even more. Social networks, forums, and gaming sites overflowed with reactions. Some of the comments being posted were, yes, this is what we've been waiting for. If you win this, you're instantly famous. There are only 10,000 players and the whole world gets to watch it, but it's not even on normal TV. Guess it's not meant for kids. Okay, I take back every complaint I made about the developers. No way I'm leaving Mirror, even if I lose. Nice try. But if you lose, they kick you out right after the entry test. I doubt people will watch this. No game broadcast has ever stayed popular. You don't get it. This isn't a regular game. It's practically real life, not some cartoon world. For those calling it a sport, no, it's not. Mark my words. People are already placing illegal bets. This isn't the same as past games. Look at how much revenue it earned this year. Yeah, and parents are absolutely going to hate this. Inside Connect's planning office, The tension was intense. Chai Li-wan paced in front of his team before slamming his hand on the table. His voice came out sharp and forceful. This isn't enough. We need more people talking. It doesn't matter what they say. Just make sure they're saying something. Start trouble if you have to. Spark arguments. Spread negative opinions if needed. It doesn't matter if the press is bad. What we need is attention. Attention. He looked around the room before giving his next directive. Hire reporters. Bring in well-known online personalities, bloggers, even random commenters, anyone who can stir conversation. Flood the forums. I don't care how you manage it. Just make sure people are talking. His team, already aware of the intense strategy, answered together. Yes, sir. Li-wan let out a long breath. Only 5 days left until the Academy event. Planning this has already been difficult, but I can't slow down now. Even the people above the CEO are watching every step. The chairman, who never shows himself publicly, is personally paying attention. And that player, his expression hardened. If he stirred all this chaos for nothing, I won't let it go. One of his staff members approached. Boss, everything's ready. We upgraded the computer server, just in case, he reported. Li-wan nodded. Good. He looked to another worker. What's the status on their side? The woman replied, We finished gathering all the data and organizing it. Another staff member with brown hair added, The advertising team is fully prepared. Li-wan clapped his hands once. Perfect. Let's move to the next phase. I need everyone focused. Yes, sir, the team responded. The scene shifted back to Raul. He sat at his desk, carefully reviewing his stack of documents. His attention stayed locked on the details in front of him. Suddenly, an excited voice broke through his concentration. Raul. It was Ravel, his contracted fairy, circling in front of him with energetic movements. Her wings flickered rapidly as she delivered the news. There's an announcement. A system window appeared on Raul's screen at that moment, displaying a fresh update. Second promotion video for the Academy battle released. Raul examined the display closely. A slow, knowing smile formed as he read the message. This is only the start, he murmured, excitement building inside him. The video began with a wide shot of a battlefield. Dalton and Jake stood in formation with the knights of the First Guild. A wave of goblins emerged from the shadows, their twisted grins visible under the faint light. A low, rumbling sound rolled through them as they focused on knights. Seeing the incoming attack, Dalton and Jake braced themselves. Dalton, recognized for his speed with dual blades, charged ahead first. His swords flashed as he sliced through goblins with ease. Every strike flowed cleanly, cutting down enemies as if nothing could slow him. Jake came right behind him, gripping his long sword. Unlike Dalton's swift movements, Jake relied on powerful swings. Each attack sent goblins crashing backward with a single strike. Behind the front line, alchemist Nakia lifted her hand, magic forming instantly. She spoke a short chant, and binding magic swept across the field, locking the goblins in place. Their movements slowed, trapped by invisible restraints. Taking full advantage, Philip, Josh, and Pierce rushed in. Their coordination was seamless as they struck the immobilized goblins, each hit precise and effective. Then the camera shifted, revealing the horizon. The pounding sound of horses echoed across the battlefield. Their commander rode forward, steady and confident, taking full control of the moment. He tugged on the reins, bringing his horse to a halt atop a small rise where the entire battlefield was visible. Raul let out a confident smile and called out, Do you want to be the one who stands out the most here? His soldier knights answered instantly yes, lifting their weapons high. Raul drew his sword in one swift motion, the bright blade catching the light over the chaotic field. Then push hard and claim that place. Anyone can rise to the top. With that, he rushed into the battle, leading the charge. The screen faded to black before bold letters appeared. Connect's first event battle. As soon as viewers watched the video, the gaming community exploded with excitement. One person said, Did you see that? Who was the person at the end? He looks better than any actor I've seen. Someone else replied, Didn't you read the caption? He's a character inside the game. Probably one of the major quest givers. The excitement doubled when Connect introduced their new online meeting board where all comments could be auto-translated. Immediately, posts started flooding in. The Connect battle event is starting. Who will be the first champion? This game that used to be just local is now worldwide. Who's going to take the win? Seeing all the reactions, Raul let out a quiet laugh and leaned back in his chair. The developers aren't as hopeless as I thought. Beside him, Ravel scanned the fast-moving online messages, her energy rising. Everyone's going wild. It's a good thing we made that video to draw them in. Raoul gave a small grin. Filming that took plenty of effort. Ravel pointed at another discussion thread. They can't stop talking about the battle. Raoul exhaled slowly. What Connect offered us is far better than what the video required. Then he noticed a new notification and opened it. First Guild Academy Special Exam. Official rewards. We sincerely thank all players for their support. Below are the rewards. Prizes for individuals top 64 players. 1 month free Connect subscription top 16 players. 5% share of the live broadcast revenue champion. 10 million Korean won and a 6-month role as Connect's official representative. Special national rewards. Nations with players in the top 16 will receive 1% of a pool of special game items. For example, if 3 players from Nation A reach the top 16, Nation A will receive 90 items out of 3,000. The champion's country will receive 10% of the special items. All players from the champion's country will get 1 month free subscription. Connect has prepared these rewards to build the future of the game together with its community. Good luck to all participants. Enjoy the battle. Raoul's expression turned thoughtful as he planned his next moves. Splitting the reward across an entire nation. That's a clever strategy. If this becomes a national contest, even people who never play games will start watching. The discussion board was already overflowing. Arguments, theories, predictions, endless chatter. Curious, Raoul opened the live rankings for Connect players. A new window appeared, showing the updated leaderboard. First place, Bait Do-hyun, level 23, South Korea. Second, Lewis Blake, level 21, United States. Third place, Li Jincheng, level 21, China. Looking at the top-ranking players, Raoul's eyes brightened with anticipation. I can't wait for that day to arrive, he said. The scene shifted to the main building of the First Night Guild, where thousands of players had gathered for the Academy entrance test. Raoul and Ravel stood beside a large window, gazing down at the enormous crowd below. Ravel's eyes widened. There's so many people. Raoul continued studying the players. A total of 6,500 had applied for the Academy test. Nearly every player above level 10 had signed up. After strict evaluation, only 2,000 were accepted. From those, 1,600 would enter the battle, chosen according to very precise rules. Then, complaints rose from the crowd. How am I supposed to handle this? I work full-time. Why'd someone lower level than me get picked? Raoul's gaze sharpened. He had predicted this reaction exactly. Level and consistent playtime. That was the criteria. Players who started at the same time as others but played less, leveling slowly, were cut. Talent and personality matter, but dedication matters more, Raoul thought. We don't need players who appear only occasionally. Lack of talent isn't the issue. What I want is someone who logs in constantly with steady determination. Inside the guild's main hall, a group of mayors from the free cities of the Reuben kingdom arrived, looking quite satisfied. Count Raoul, congratulations on launching your academy. Raoul turned and gave a respectful nod. Mayors, thank you for coming. Reynaldo smiled. Not all. We appreciate the invitation. It's an honor to take part in this. Raoul's attention moved toward 3 individuals standing apart from the rest. They looked uneasy, whispering among themselves. Those are the mayors who rejected my proposal, he thought. They underestimated me, but now they must realize what they missed after seeing what the others gained. A familiar voice drew him back. Master, all the players have arrived. Raoul looked and saw Bernard, his devoted butler, waiting respectfully. Raoul's smile grew slowly. They're waiting for us. Let's begin. Palmer walked onto the stage with confidence. He stood before thousands of players who had gathered for this major event. The crowd quieted instantly, waiting for his words. Palmer gave a bright smile and projected his voice. Thank you for waiting. The first Academy entrance test, the battle begins now. A massive cheer erupted from the players. Arms rose, voices rang out. Excitement rippled across the entire hall. Palmer waited until the noise settled before continuing. Hello, everyone. I am Palmer, head of the Mira branch of the First Night Guild. Before we begin, allow me to explain the rules. The crowd fell silent again, their enthusiasm shifting into focused attention. For the first round, 1,600 players will be divided into 8 groups. Each group will consist of 200 players. All groups will be transported to a battlefield where they will fight until there is only one remaining. In the crowd, a man leaned toward a woman beside him. I figured it would be something like this, but a battle this huge? The woman folded her arms. Then how do they decide who passes? Palmer responded as if he had heard their conversation. Only 8 players from each group will advance to the next stage. Here's how they'll be selected. The final player left standing moves on automatically. The next 5 spots go to those who defeat the highest number of players. 2 additional players will advance by doing something special. A steady murmur spread through the audience as everyone tried to guess what that special task might be. Palmer lifted his hand, bringing the room back to silence before explaining. Hidden across the battlefield are statues. The first 2 players to collect 5 statues each will earn a place in the next round. A wave of surprise rippled through the players. Palmer continued, but pay attention. Once someone gathers 5 statues, a bright light will flash from them for 5 seconds. Everyone nearby will notice. Then you must protect your statues for a full minute to secure your spot. If you fall or lose your statues, they vanish. Keep that in mind. Some players swallowed nervously while others already formed strategies. Palmer went on. You'll have 100 minutes for this fight. If time runs out and more than one player is still alive, or if no one collects 5 statues, then the top 8 players with the highest number of defeats will move on. Finally, there are several secret rules to ensure fairness. You'll see them for yourselves. The atmosphere grew heavier as the players absorbed how much was at stake. Palmer clapped his hands once and gestured toward a huge screen that appeared behind him. Now, these are the group assignments. Good luck to all of you. As the screen lit up with names, the players rushed forward, scanning for their own. Players in Group A, follow the staff who will guide you, Palmer announced. Kim Il-woo let out a small, nervous laugh. Group A. He had hoped to watch the earlier battles first, to study different tactics before he had to jump in. That plan was gone now. He opened his game menu and checked the roster in his group. All right, strongest player is level 25, another at level 24, about 30 at level 23. Good. The top-ranked elites aren't here. But then he saw 5 names that made him tense. Those 5 are dangerous. Ranks 7, 13, 16, 25, and 31. I have to keep an eye on them. While he was marking their names, someone approached him suddenly. Hey, are you Korean? Kim Il-woo turned to see a player, smiling openly at him. He nodded. Yes. The player's smile widened. Great. Come talk with me for a moment. Kim Il-woo frowned, unsure why. Before he could answer, the player grabbed his arm and started pulling him along. Just come. We need to talk strategy. Kim Il-woo let out a resigned breath. Fine. After a short walk, he found himself standing before a group of Korean players gathered together. The man standing at the center gave him a relaxed smile. Hello, I'm Park Sun-ho. I already feel safer surrounded by people from home. Hearing the name, Kim Il-woo quickly checked his ranking. Park Sun-ho, level 19 global rank, 357 local rank, 27. Park Sun-ho continued speaking, his tone steady and confident. As you all know, this kind of battle usually shifts into team play. Let's be honest, no one wants to fight alone. A female player folded her arms. So what? You're saying we should team up? Park Sun-ho grinned. The other groups will form teams too. Getting early kills won't mean anything. One person can't take on a full group. Instead of wasting energy fighting each other, we should stay alive and eliminate other players as a group. The girl stayed silent, thinking over his words. Kim Il-woo watched the exchange carefully, his thoughts racing. He's right. No single player can win this alone. Right then, Park Sun-ho suddenly called out, Is Kim Il-woo here? Kim Il-woo raised his hand. That's me. What is it? Park Sun-ho's eyes brightened. Kim Il-woo, the global rank 16 player. It's an honor. A wave of whispers spread through the group. Rank 16? How much does he play? Kim Il-woo frowned. Why is he making me sound like some big deal? Park Sun-ho continued. As you know, this test affects our country's standing. More Korean players reaching the next round would help our ranking. Kim Il-woo felt a bit uneasy. Okay. Park Sun-ho's voice stayed casual, but his words carried weight. Can you share your kills with the rest of us? If one person takes too many, fewer Koreans advance. If we split the kills, more of us move forward. Kim Il-woo's eyes widened. What am I hearing? Park Sun-ho smiled. I'll do the same, of course. What do you all think? The players around them hesitated for a moment, then nodded one after another. Sounds fine to me. Yeah, let's show we're working together. Kim Il-woo clenched his teeth. If they really wanted Koreans to succeed, they'd let the strongest Korean collect everything. They're just trying to keep me from getting too far ahead. Park Sun-ho turned back to him. So what do you say? Are you with us? Kim Il-woo felt the group's attention land on him. It was a quiet warning. Refuse, and they'd treat him as a threat before the match even began. He didn't actually have a choice. He forced out a sigh and a polite smile. All right, I'll go along with the plan. Park Sun-ho clapped once. Great. That's exactly what I hoped for. Kim Il-woo narrowed his eyes. I agreed, but I'm not treating this seriously. This is a competition. I'll use them when I can, and then I'll break away. While the group cheered, he let out another sigh. The match hasn't even begun, and I already dislike this. This is going to be rough. Soon after, all players entered the battle zone. Their footsteps echoed against the stone floor. Kim Il-woo scanned the area quickly, absorbing every detail. So this is the battlefield. Smaller than I expected. Maybe this is just the waiting area. The atmosphere grew heavier as players eyed one another, trying to gauge who the real threats were. High above the arena, in the section reserved for observers, Mayor Ronaldo of the free city of Mira surveyed the massive crowd. He was searching for one person in particular. When Count Raoul entered, a broad smile formed on Ronaldo's face. Count Raoul, I've been waiting. Raoul, as steady as always, nodded and took his seat. Looks like Group A is ready to begin. Ronaldo chuckled. I hear you personally designed this test. Quite impressive. Down below, Kim Il-woo kept scanning the battlefield. The size still bothered him. Something's off. A free-for-all battle needs more space than this. There's something I'm not seeing. As if reading his thoughts, Ronaldo spoke again, gesturing toward the arena with a playful tone. The area does feel a bit small for a real fight, don't you think? Raoul, completely unfazed, gave a small smile. No need to worry. Special systems are installed for this test. Ronaldo laughed loudly. Naturally, if Count Raoul designed it, there's no way it's as simple as it looks. While the players continued their preparations, Ronaldo leaned over. Shall we place a bet on who wins? His idea immediately drew the interest of the other mayors nearby. That sounds entertaining, one of them agreed. Ronaldo turned to Raoul with a grin. You should join in too, Count Raoul. Raoul considered it briefly and nodded. That does sound enjoyable. He looked out over the battlefield again, studying the players. As he expected, groups were already forming. That didn't surprise him. Among the crowd of skilled participants, one person stood out to him. This player stayed slightly apart from the others, composed and focused. Raoul recognized him instantly. Kim Il-woo. Raoul kept his expression neutral, but his thoughts sharpened. I didn't expect you here, Kim Il-woo. Ranked 16th worldwide, from Korea. To most people, he would look like just another strong competitor. But Raoul knew otherwise. In this world called Connect, Kim Il-woo was an anomaly, someone who shouldn't even be here. In his previous life, Kim Il-woo had been the only friend Raoul ever trusted. They grew up together in the same orphanage, more like brothers than friends. While Raoul spent all his time in Connect, Kim Il-woo lived a normal life, working in a small company, getting married, never touching this game. Kim Il-woo had been Raoul's only safe place, the one person he could talk to, the one who never criticized him for living inside a virtual world. So why was he here now? The Kim Il-woo he knew would never have played Connect. His life had been set on an entirely different path. Had Raoul's existence in this world altered what happened to Kim Il-woo? He believed that being reborn didn't affect the real world at all, but he was wrong. What am I supposed to do now? Should I try to push him out before he gets dragged in too deep? Or should I focus on helping him stay alive since he's already part of this? I can't tell which choice makes sense anymore. Before I could think further, Palmer's voice blasted across the entire field. Everyone, pay attention. The test begins the moment the number on the screen hits 0. A massive countdown lit up above the platform. The participants shifted uneasily, gripping their weapons while they waited. 10, 9, 8. The atmosphere tightened. People scanned the area in a hurry, trying to catch anything suspicious before things officially started. 3, 2, 1. The test begins, Palmer declared. Bright crimson magic circles formed all around the battleground, shining in an intense, unsettling way. The players muttered between themselves, instinctively preparing for whatever was coming next. Out of nowhere, a powerful red flash exploded, washing over the entire area. Il narrowed his eyes as the glow swallowed everything. The instant after, the world turned pitch black. When his sight returned, he was standing inside a small wooden cabin, completely by himself. Where's everyone else? Did they scatter all of us? If that's what happened, then all the talk about sticking together didn't matter at all. He let out a quiet laugh. I wonder what kind of reaction he's having right now. Then something bright slid in from a narrow gap in the wall. Golden light. Curious, he stepped over. What is that? He reached inside and pulled out a golden hawk. Il stared at it, pleased. This is good. This test might turn out better than expected. He stored the hawk in his inventory. Right after, something unusual appeared. A new icon blinked into view. Huh, I've never seen this feature before. He tapped it, and a small map unfolded. The map was divided into 11 separate zones, and Il was currently in Zone 4. I should check the other areas. He looked through the window. Outside, the surroundings were oddly silent. Is it fine to step out? Or is someone waiting just beyond this door? Up in the section reserved for special guests, influential figures observed everything with interest. One of them spoke. Incredible. How did he manage that? Someone beside him laughed. Young ones always find unexpected approaches. Count Raoul joined in with a laugh of his own. I only built the framework. None of this would exist without Sage Grey. A guest nodded. Ah, so Sage Grey was the one behind it. We're seeing every part of what's happening inside as it unfolds. Raoul looked at the screen, satisfied. This is exactly the response I hoped for. Constructing this battleground required a huge amount of funding, but it'll be valuable even after the test ends. Worth every coin. Ronaldo glanced over at him, intrigued. I'll admit, splitting the players apart was clever. But since none of them are leaving their assigned areas, won't that turn into trouble later? Raoul gave a small grin. Obviously, if everyone stays planted in one spot forever, nothing progresses. That's why we built in something extra. It should activate any moment now. Right then, red markers appeared across the small maps, each revealing nearby players. Crash kicked the cabin door open and immediately rolled off to one side, bow already raised. Twang! His arrow shot forward and struck an opponent's arm before the man could respond. Wu dashed in, lifted his shield, and slammed into the wounded player, sending him crashing to the ground. He didn't get a second to breathe. Whoosh! Arrows sliced past his head, barely missing him. His instincts kicked in. He hurled himself behind a tree and used the trunk for cover. From there, he spotted one opponent off to his right and the archer straight ahead. A red system notice blinked to life. System alert. Movement penalty warning. Remaining in the same spot for over 5 minutes will reveal your location to all players for 30 seconds. Wu narrowed his eyes. They should have mentioned this before things began, but it wasn't the worst thing. If his position was exposed, then everyone else's would be too. Meanwhile, the distant archer hiding far away was getting tense. The penalty had ended a while back, yet Wu still hadn't moved. A sudden rustle. The archer spun toward the bushes behind him. Too late. Swish. Wu burst out with a short blade and slit his throat before he had time to react. The man let out a strained scream as he collapsed. That cry echoed, reaching another player hiding behind a nearby tree. Panic grabbed him. Nope, I'm not sticking around for whatever that was. I'm burning everything now. He began chanting, flames gathering around his hands. But before he could finish, a blade pressed against his neck. Unfortunate, Wu said flatly. A lone magic user isn't going anywhere. He ended him quickly. Wu took a slow breath. His pulse was racing. That had been close. He wiped his forehead and let out a brief laugh. This was only the beginning. So far, he'd taken out 3 players and secured 1 special item. Suddenly, the ground shuddered beneath his feet. He froze, thrown off by the shake. What now? He shouted, scanning the area and gripping his weapon harder without even thinking. A red system window appeared. System alert. 10 minutes have passed since combat began. The zone with the highest number of surviving players will be removed. Time remaining, 1 minute. Players in the affected area must relocate before time expires. Affected area, Zone 7. Ilwa's eyes widened. So they're forcing movement, he muttered. Without hesitation, he climbed a sturdy tree and pulled himself up quickly. He balanced on a broad branch and surveyed the battlefield. There it was, Zone 7 now wrapped in an ominous red glow. Below, chaos spread as players in Area 7 sprinted toward the closest safe zone. But the moment they neared the border, hidden attackers perched in the trees unleashed arrows from above. Trapped between the collapsing zone and incoming fire, many fell before they could escape. Moments later, a new alert appeared. System alert. Time is up. Area 7 will now be removed. A desperate shout echoed across the field. Wait, I'm still inside. Too late. A wave of red energy surged outward, engulfing the entire section. In a single sweep, Area 7 vanished. The ground trembled again, even harder this time. Another notice surfaced. System alert. Battlefield shift in progress due to area removal. High above, Reynaldo watched with disbelief. The terrain is changing during combat. Raoul let out a calm laugh. Now, they'll realize staying hidden won't carry them through. Reynaldo shook his head slowly. No one could have predicted this. The entire map must be in complete disorder now. Raoul remained steady. Exactly. The environment down there must feel overwhelming. The view shifted to Park Sun-ho. His posture was rigid, his movements sharp, revealing his irritation. Who designed this insane test? He thought. Gathering the Korean participants hadn't been difficult. Most of them were high-ranked, and simply having so many skilled players together should have given them a massive edge. But the system scattering everyone at the start had ruined their setup. Even so, he had prepared an alternative. If planning beforehand wasn't possible, regrouping after the match began was the next best strategy. And with the game's auto-translation, he didn't have to search only for Koreans by language. After moving around for most of the early phase, he had finally collected 5 reliable teammates. Now it was time to execute their plan. He opened the live rankings. First place, Brent, USA, 7 kills. Second place, Kim Il-woo, Korea, 5 kills. Third place, Bang Jiyun, China, 5 kills. Sun-ho's focus tightened the moment he saw the second name. Kim Il-woo. How did he manage that many? He wondered. He must have gotten a favorable starting point. If I'd spawned there, I'd be leading. But the match wasn't finished. With 5 solid teammates guarding him, his plan was still in motion. Enjoy the lead while you can, Il-woo. I'm catching up soon. Just as everything was lining up, light burst from the ground beneath their feet. A massive magic circle lit up with an eerie glow. Moo! Sun-ho shouted. Before anyone reacted, teleportation triggered, and the group vanished instantly. When Sun-ho's vision returned, he was standing alone. A new message appeared. System alert. Unauthorized teaming detected. Unfair play confirmed. As a penalty, players have been scattered to random locations. Sun-ho's stance tightened as he read the notice. He kicked the wooden fence beside him and shouted, "What is this supposed to be? Whoever made this setup is definitely watching and laughing. Rotten jerk hiding somewhere." Up above, Raoul sneezed and rubbed his nose. "Someone's talking about me," he muttered. Sun-ho let out a sharp breath. Meeting up with anyone again was now impossible. And even if he tried, catching up on kills would be a tough climb. Before he could think of what to do next, a voice sounded behind him. "What are you doing out here alone?" Sun-ho froze for a split second. He recognized that voice instantly. Turning around, he saw Kim Il-woo standing there, calm and unreadable. Even more concerning, Woo was slipping something into his pocket. Sun-ho quickly shifted his tone, plastering on a relieved smile. "Mr. Woo, you're safe." "That's good to see." Woo lifted his blade a little. "Don't move." Sun-ho forced out a disappointed tone. "Hey, don't be like that. Koreans shouldn't be fighting each other. Since we ran into each other again, why not work as a team?" Woo sighed internally. He couldn't believe Sun-ho was still saying things like this after what he tried earlier. "Let's just go our own ways," Il-woo replied simply. Sun-ho's jaw tightened. "Please think about it again." He suddenly stopped talking. His body trembled slightly. "Mr. Il-woo," he whispered. "Behind you." Il-woo sent something off and turned just enough to see a towering fire dragon forming behind him. His pulse jumped. What is that supposed to be? A level 20 player can't deal with that. Before he could move, the dragon lunged at him, then phased straight through. His eyes widened. "It's fake." The illusion faded, but before he could act, a sudden stab hit his back. Il-woo sucked in a breath as pain shot through him. He staggered and looked behind him to see Sun-ho standing there with a cruel grin. "You really are an idiot. This is the end for you." Park Sun-ho's unique ability, the trickster, was rare and dangerous. It gave him exceptional talent in lying, creating illusions, and misleading others. His words could alter perception, and his illusions were strong enough to fool even careful opponents. The fire dragon was one of those illusions. Sun-ho pushed the blade deeper. Stupid. The real hit was always this one. Woo had fallen for the illusion and never noticed the real threat. Sun-ho's sharp attention had already locked onto the stone statues Woo carried. There were several of them. "Since I already have 3, taking his will give me enough to reach the next stage," Sun-ho thought. But before he could enjoy the moment, something unexpected occurred. Woo slid away. Sun-ho's smugness vanished in an instant. How is he still standing? Then he saw the truth. Woo hadn't been stabbed at all. He had activated his shield skill at the last moment, blocking the blow while faking the injury. Il-woo's voice came out almost amused. "Did you honestly think you were the only one who could fool people? You're even more clueless than I imagined." Before Sun-ho could react, Woo lifted his knife to strike, but the blade halted mid-swing. Sun-ho tried to say something, But Ilwood didn't stop. The blade flashed, and Sunho fell instantly. Wu crouched beside the body and went through his belongings. His hand closed around the golden phoenix statue Sunho had kept hidden. He gave a short, satisfied mutter. This is why playing clean matters. He checked his collection. That makes 5. He had completed the statue quest. Soon after, the list of players who passed from Group A appeared. First place was Brent from the USA with 11 kills. Those who cleared the statue quest were Kim Il-woo from Korea with 7 kills and Yang Wang from China with 4. Next were the highest kill counts among players who hadn't already qualified, ranked by how long they stayed alive. First place, Bang Zhou-yun from China with 8 kills. Second, Satoshi from Japan with 7. Third, Manninger from Germany with 6. Fourth, Vasily from Russia with 5. Fifth, Marcos from Mexico with 5. And with that, the first day of early matches came to an end. Once the Group A and Group B matches wrapped up, online forums exploded with activity. People were posting things like, do these graphics look like real life? Is this even just a game? Because of what everyone saw that day, countless new players started joining. Comments appeared saying, the new folks in the forums don't know anything yet, but that was incredible, and I thought the test would be all about numbers, but the design was actually balanced. Nice work to the developers. Others voiced concerns. But isn't it unfair that they don't explain the rules properly? Punishing players for grouping feels wrong, someone said. Another replied, you must be new. This isn't a team event. It's survival. Rules like that are normal. Someone else added, it's not just foreign players who were confused. Plenty of people in Korea didn't get it either. Another comment read, one guy tried shady tricks, and look how he ended up. Yeah, he talked tough, but he died like a clown, another user wrote. The broadcast had massive reach. News outlets reported on the event, and articles about the match flooded the internet. But while the world debated what happened, the players inside Connect kept working. The Chinese participants especially were focused on a new discovery, the forced portal that teleported players. The scene shifted to the top finisher from Group B, Li Zhongqing's from China, level 21. He was speaking into a communicator. So, did you figure out how the penalty works? He asked. A voice answered, yes. I finished analyzing the footage. You were correct. There's a pattern. Li Zhongqing let out a confident sound. Exactly what I expected. The voice continued, we don't have many recorded examples, but from what we've seen, if more than 5 players stay together for over 3 minutes, the forced portal activates. Li Zhongqing attention sharpened. Good. Then we'll turn that rule into our weapon. He grinned. Tomorrow will be the perfect moment to show everyone China's strength. The long-awaited second day of the first test began. Because of Li Zhongqing's planning, the Group C matches ended with a sweeping victory for China. Out of the 8 qualifiers, 5 were Chinese. Not a single Korean participant made it through. The Chinese players had coordinated ahead of time. They agreed on meeting spots in each zone of the game map. For instance, the players in Areas 1 and 2 chose the tallest building in Area 1 as their rendezvous point. Once they met, they always traveled in teams of 4. When larger battles broke out, they linked up with nearby teams in a structured way. This organized style worked flawlessly. The Chinese players overpowered the competition and dominated the first-round matches. Spectators were stunned. After the Group C rounds, there was a lunch break before Group D began. This gave players from other countries a chance to rethink their strategies. One player muttered, if they keep pushing like this, we're finished. Another replied, we don't have a choice. We have to work together, even with players from other countries. The desire to advance pushed people to cooperate. By the time Group D started, most participants were moving in groups of 4. The survival match had essentially turned into a team-versus-team war. Raoul observed the shift with a slightly satisfied look. Exactly as expected. The Chinese players just acted sooner than I predicted. But which nation won didn't matter to him. His real objective was simple: raise the players' popularity through these battles. In strict one-on-one fights, standout moments were limited. In huge team fights, individual skill was often buried. Groups of 4, however, struck the perfect balance. Strong players could still shine, and so far, his idea was proving correct. Aside from China's incredible performance in Group C, no other region had completely dominated. Skillful players from every country had managed to qualify. But as the Group G matches were about to begin, the number of qualifiers from each country was as follows. China, 14 players USA, 8 players South Korea, 5 players Japan, 4 players Russia, 4 players UK, 2 players. Online discussions were intense again. I knew this would happen, but it's worse than expected. Almost 200 Koreans entered, and only 5 passed. They had higher average ranks, but it didn't matter. After Group C, the fun dropped. I wanted more impressive solo plays. Hold on, the last group still has South Korea's strongest player, right? The scene shifted to Raoul disguised as someone named Crash, browsing the comments. Raoul smiled to himself. The main character always arrives at the very end. He closed the discussion window and thought, everything is lining up perfectly. If I move now, no one will be able to ignore it. Until now, he had focused on staying unnoticed. Keeping a low profile had always been simple. He worked quietly behind the scenes, careful not to draw attention or cause any waves. But things had changed. His mindset, his purpose, none of it matched the old approach anymore. The path he used to walk no longer suited what he wanted. This time, he intended to take a completely opposite direction from before. He wouldn't remain the quiet figure hidden in the background. He would step onto a stage large enough for everyone to see him. From this point on, he wanted to become someone whose actions influenced others, someone people followed, someone they remembered. If he wanted real impact, he had to make his presence undeniable. That was why he, Do Hyun, needed to prove he existed on a level completely different from the others. Fortunately, the situation had unfolded exactly in his favor. The first test, originally meant to be all about individuals, had shifted into a contest between teams. The Korean players who were expected to dominate had performed poorly, leaving everyone disappointed. When people were frustrated and losing faith, that opened a perfect opportunity. If he stepped forward now and showed them something beyond their expectations, disappointment would flip into excitement. Every eye would be drawn toward him. Of course, attention came with risks. The more people watched him, the more closely they would analyze him. And once that started, questions would appear. After all, Do Hyun wasn't real. The identity was carefully built, but it existed only as a constructed persona with no background to support it. The more famous the name became, the sooner people would look deeper. If anyone uncovered the truth, the entire identity would collapse. But he wasn't concerned. Everything necessary had already been prepared. He had planned for these problems long before taking the first step, putting things in place so every move would bring him closer to his goal. One key part of that preparation was joining forces with Ravel. With Ravel backing him, he had the strength needed to handle whatever obstacles came next. In the past, he never looked this far ahead. He never planned with this much precision or considered the future so seriously. But that version of himself was gone. Now his view was sharp and his direction was clear. With all the pieces ready, he whispered, "All right then, let's start the real game." For a moment, Raoul forgot that Ravel wasn't just some ordinary fairy he had hired. She was a being who had spent thousands of years absorbing knowledge from an ancient library, carrying insight built from ages of study. When she first became curious about Earth, she explored it slowly, browsing the internet little by little. Even then, her curiosity brought a strange energy to everyone around her. "This is easy," Ravel said, her wings fluttering. "The internet looks like a massive web of magic circles and barrier spells. The way information travels is the same as mana flowing through a complex ritual. And your security systems, those are just strong magical defenses." Raoul had to admit that at some point she seemed to understand the internet better than real-world experts. It was like she saw the entire system from another dimension. "You said you were having problems because you don't have an official identity, right?" Ravel asked one day, sounding completely certain. "Give me Do Hyun's personal details. I'll handle it." Raoul hesitated. "That's not something you can just fix. Korea's laws on identity records are strict. Just give it to me," she insisted. He reluctantly shared the information, thinking she might drop the idea once she saw how impossible it was. But shortly after, Ravel announced in a cheerful voice, "All done. Check your item window." Raoul opened the system and froze. A digital ID card had appeared. Do Hyun, complete with official data. Still stunned, he looked at Ravel. She let out a light laugh. "A small present. I sent everything to your email. You won't need a physical card. Even if it's a part of your life you can't return to, it's still something worth keeping." Raoul stared at the ID, thoughts growing heavy. Ravel had lost her home and everyone she knew, just like he had. He could still read modern Earth news online, but none of it mattered to her anymore. This world inside Connect was the only place she could call home. Her gesture wasn't just helpful, it was personal, a quiet sign of care. "I'll find your family someday, Ravel. I swear it. Ravel replied with a playful tone. Don't worry about what might happen, Raul. Go for it. Show them who Beidou really is. Raul bowed slightly. As you wish. The day had finally arrived. The first entrance exam for the academy was beginning. The notice board overflowed with new updates. Hey, someone new got added to the list, a player shouted. It's a team event, another replied. We need to form groups. Raul, now acting as Beck and trying not to stand out, observed the crowd. Everyone was too focused on their strategies to notice him. Then a voice from behind said, Are you Korean? Raul turned and saw a girl smiling at him. Yes, he replied. Great. Come with me. Everyone's gathering over here. She led him toward a cluster of Korean players. A silver-haired player looked up as Raul approached. You're the last one. Welcome. I'm Park Sungjin. Nice to meet you. I'm Beidou Hyan, Raul said with a small nod. Several players exchanged uneasy glances, their postures tightening. Now that everyone's here, let's continue, Sungjin said. I'm taking the lead for now. Is that okay with you, Do-Hyan? That's fine, Raul answered. But before we go any further, I want to say something. Sungjin motioned for him to speak. I intend to play this match on my own. I'd prefer not to be included in your team strategy. The once light atmosphere shifted instantly. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. So you're planning to fight against us? One player asked, sounding irritated. Raul shook his head. No, I won't interfere with any of you. At least not until I eliminate the non-Korean players. I only have two requests. First, take down as many opponents as you can at the start. Second, if things go wrong, or if you obtain 4 pieces, head to the first safe zone the moment it appears. With that, he turned away. That's all. See you inside. The girl who brought him over, along with a few others, watched him leave with clear unease until he disappeared from sight. A short while later, Raul opened his system screen and focused on something important. Gray's polymorph ring +5. This uncommon and powerful item allowed the wearer to change appearance at will. Now that it was enhanced to +5, its functions were even stronger. Raul could adjust his own abilities freely, lowering or raising them from 5% to 80% of the original values. More importantly, the old drawback, having all stats reduced by 30%, was gone. He had removed it using a special scroll purchase from the system shop. The only remaining weakness was that he would revert to his real appearance if his mana ever dropped to 0. There was also a hidden effect that allowed the creator, Gray, to be summoned once, though Raul still didn't know how to activate it. Fully disguised, Raul now appeared exactly as Beidou Hyan. He had adjusted every ability to match the persona he created. Even though his actual level was 84 in the hardest difficulty mode, the system now displayed him as level 23. His real class titles, Intermediate Psychokinetic Sword Expert and Advanced Knight, were concealed under the simple label of Beginner Psychokinetic. His ties to the Ashton noble family and his position as Lord Abbess were erased from view. His affiliation now read, None. These were his rewritten stats: Strength 41, original 75, Agility 45, original 79, Stamina 42, original 76, Intelligence 34, original 71, Mental Strength 48, original 80, Mana 46, original 79, Spiritual Power 49, original 82, Senses 48, original 81. He also possessed a special skill called Telekinetic Meister, grade S+, along with 4 hidden abilities. It lines up perfectly with Beidou Hyan's supposed level, Raul thought. With the polymorph ring and the fake ID working together, uncovering his real identity was nearly impossible. Some players could inspect other people's stats, so this level of preparation was necessary. I'll limit myself just enough so nothing looks strange, he decided. If the ring was upgraded further, he might even raise his stats instead of lowering them. But special enhancement scrolls cost 10,000 coins each. He had been fortunate this time, but pushing for more upgrades would be too dangerous. In the past, Raul could earn coins easily by clearing high-ranked missions as one of the top players. But now the competition was wider, and victories weren't guaranteed. Just then, the system announcement echoed. Preparing for Group H match. The game will begin when the timer reaches 0. Raul looked up at the massive screen where the countdown appeared. This was the final match. 10-9-8. The numbers dropped while Raul maintained calm, steady breaths. 3-2-1-0. A red magic circle lit up beneath everyone. The test began. In an instant, all players were transported to the battleground. Raoul appeared in a narrow district lined with thin, unfamiliar buildings. A shop sign decorated with a dragon made him stop briefly. "So this is the arena," he murmured, closing his eyes for a moment. His special senses and telekinetic abilities were weakened, but he could still perceive anything within roughly 10 feet and detect movement within around 30. "And that's being generous," he noted. "Let's show these newcomers what it's like to face someone on a different level." Raoul lifted off the ground and shot upward at incredible speed, a blur against the gray sky. He landed smoothly atop a tall building, boots tapping lightly against the roof. He scanned the surroundings, then focused on a balcony not far away. Someone was crouched in the shadows, trembling where they hid. Raoul let out a quiet chuckle and pulled a polished crossbow from his bag. "That's their hiding strategy? Must be a beginner. Definitely not trained." The panicked player kept glancing around, hoping they wouldn't be spotted. Before they even shifted positions, Raoul's arrow streaked through the air and struck them cleanly in the head. Instant kill. He didn't bother watching the fall. He stored the crossbow and summoned a long spear into his hand. At that moment, another player on the next rooftop spotted him. Their eyes met for a brief second. Raoul adjusted his hold, letting the spear float beside him, suspended by unseen force. With a single thought, he launched it. The spear sliced through the air, grazing the player's arm before embedding itself deep in the wall behind them. The impact knocked the person backward, their sword clattering across the rooftop. Raoul stepped off the building and dropped down. The injured player looked up, their face drained of color. Raoul didn't give him a moment to speak. A small knife formed in his hand, and with a single swift motion, he cut their throat. Blood burst outward as the body collapsed. Raoul glanced at the corpse, then scanned the surrounding rooftops. "Seems like this section is nearly empty," he said. He let out a quiet chuckle. "Well then, let's keep going." In another part of the battleground, light footsteps echoed along a deserted street. A small white fox, luminous and graceful, walked across the damaged pavement. After sniffing around, it leapt through a shattered window into an abandoned building. Inside, a young woman was already waiting. She hurried over and held the fox close. "You did well, Yun Bai Yal," she whispered. Han Seo Yun, the same girl who had approached Raoul earlier, was one of the Korean players. She possessed a rare and powerful ability, the summoning of mythical creatures. Yun Bai Yal the White Fox was one of her closest companions. A voice came from the corner. "How's everything looking?" Soo Hyun looked at her team leader. "This block is clear. I don't see any enemies nearby." The leader nodded in relief. "I used to think that Fox was just for looks, but it's actually great at scouting." Another player laughed. "Perfect. We can stay put for a while then." But Soo Hyun wasn't pleased. "What if we head out and start fighting now?" The leader frowned. "We've already discussed this. Our strategy is to survive first. That's what we agreed on." "I never agreed," Soo Hyun replied calmly. "I said we should be more aggressive." The leader's tone hardened. "Enough. No matter what you think, we're not moving. If you want to throw yourself into danger, go alone." In the back, two players whispered. "She talks big because she only supports from behind. She thinks we'll listen just because she's pretty." Soo Hyun held in her frustration. "There's no use arguing. Staying with them means 0 kills. But going alone is risky too. If things go bad, or if I find 4 fragments, I'll head to Area 1 when it opens." That's what he told me. "And if nothing else works, I still have the 2 statues Yun Bai Yal found." Just then, the leader opened his system window. "The next danger zone is about to be chosen. Move out. Stay in formation. Also, the live kill rankings should be updated now." He checked the screen that appeared. A moment later, everyone froze in place. The live rankings revealed a huge and shocking gap in performance. At the very top was Bae Do Hyen from Korea, with an overwhelming 21 kills, far ahead of all other players. His lead wasn't just big. It looked almost unreal, especially when compared to second and third place. Second place, Shoichiro from Japan, 3 kills. Third place, Gao Xiang from China, 3 kills. The rankings also showed a large number of players already eliminated, leaving only 137 survivors. 21 kills, already, someone whispered, stunned. Across the battlefield, every group stared at the rankings in disbelief. "This is insane," a player muttered. "It hasn't even been 10 minutes. Koreans must be cheating," another snapped. "They must have figured out a way to group up," someone else said, glancing nervously at the armored figure standing nearby. The one in second place. Shoichiro. The Japanese players immediately turned toward him. "Don't worry, Shoichiro. "We got a solid plan," one said. "Even if things go terribly, we all agreed to put our lives on the line for you," another added. Shoichiro's expression hardened. "That won't be enough. We need to move faster. Beidou Haiyan's kill count just made things dangerous for all of us." "But isn't it too early to—" someone started. "Idiot," Shoichiro cut in sharply. "The more players he wipes out, the more everyone else will panic and form teams. We have to get kills now, before all the easy targets disappear." He turned to one teammate. "Why are you standing there? Recon, go." "Yes, sir," the scout replied and sprinted off. Shoichiro's thoughts churned. "Will that guy slow down? No, not at this rate. If he keeps going, the field will empty too quickly. There won't be anyone left to pick off." He clenched his fists. Just what kind of monster is Beidou Haiyan? Meanwhile, in another section of the battleground, a swordsman lay dead on the ground. His surviving teammates charged toward Raoul, filled with fury. An archer fired an arrow, but Raoul tilted slightly, letting it fly past him. Another player rushed in with a shield raised, attempting to slam him against the wall. But Raoul vanished right before impact. The shield slammed into stone instead, causing a shock wave that blasted debris everywhere. Dust clouded the air, and the archer lost sight of his target. Raoul appeared behind him. Crack! One heavy strike with a club shattered the archer's back, sending him to the ground. The last enemy, a spearman, watched in fear. "This guy isn't human," he whispered. Raoul let out a low laugh as he walked toward him. "Seriously, what's the point of having positions if none of you know how to use them?" The spearman stepped backward. "If you're the defender, you're supposed to hold the center and cover the rear line, not wander around. Your swordsman should have been behind you, not sprinting ahead." "Shut up, freak!" the spearman yelled and lunged with his weapon. Raoul caught the spear midway through its thrust with one hand. The spearman froze in disbelief. "So rude," Raoul muttered. He leaned in slightly, his voice steady and low. "Listen closely. I'm about to give you something useful. Advice you won't hear from anyone else." He smiled. "Think of it as a gift from someone more experienced. I can tell you I can show you how it." After crushing the opposing party, he stood over the broken bodies, exhaled deeply, and finally lowered his weapon as the dust drifted back to the ground. For a fleeting moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie stillness, and his thoughts slipped backward, returning to a distant memory from his previous life. He remembered the day he first logged into Connect, the endless stretch of brutal training that followed, and how he had driven himself to exhaustion to master swordsmanship and polish every flaw in his abilities. Thinking back on it now, he let out a quiet chuckle, laced with bitter self-mockery. Back then, he really had been pathetic, someone with no right to judge anyone else. Players did have potential, he admitted, but most of it remained unshaped and crude. None of them had ever experienced real combat or stood face to face with death. If these players were ever going to be useful for something meaningful, things could not stay the way they were. Anyone who wanted to stand beside him had to discard their dependence on flashy skills and shallow techniques. That had always been the Academy's true purpose. Yet most of those gathered here had not come to truly learn. They were lured in by rewards, privileges, and recognition, flocking together without understanding why. And that was exactly why he needed to show them that there was something beyond levels and dazzling abilities, something far more real and far more terrifying. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Shoichiro gasped for breath as he stared at the lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground, soaked in blood. Disbelief washed over him as he took in the carnage, his thoughts spiraling as he tried to make sense of what he had just witnessed. At that moment, a system window flickered into existence, displaying the live rankings. Standing in the middle of a ruined street, he locked his gaze onto the floating display, his jaw tightening as the numbers sank in. Beidou Haiyan's record was absurd, 12 kills in just 10 minutes. Shock crossed his face as he reasoned that something like this could not have been done alone, convinced that multiple parties must have been dragged into the slaughter. Soon after, the system's broadcast echoed through the area, announcing that 20 minutes had passed since the battle began and that the zone with the highest number of surviving players would soon be eliminated. Shoichiro's expression darkened when he realized that more than half the participants had already been wiped out in only 20 minutes. Nearly 20 people were following him now, and if they attacked together, defeat would be unavoidable. A subordinate hurried over and reported that Beidou Haiyan had been found. Shoichiro's focus snapped over instantly as the man explained that he was 2 blocks ahead, near a collapsed building, currently fighting another party. Shoichiro immediately asked how many people were with him, already convinced that several teams had to be involved. After a short hesitation, the subordinate admitted the truth. Beidou Heian was alone. Shoichiro froze, disbelief flashing across his face as he flatly rejected the idea, insisting there had to be a hidden group nearby. The subordinate firmly denied it, stating that the area had already been swept and that there were no signs of allies or ambushes. He even claimed to have personally seen the protagonist fighting for opponents by himself. Rage and confusion twisted Shoichiro's expression before slowly hardening into something cold and resolute. Even so, he decided to verify it with his own eyes, ordering his men to move in and strike from behind while Beidou Heian was still occupied. The subordinates responded without hesitation. Shoichiro's thoughts sharpened as he resolved to bring him down, brushing aside any concern about the secret behind those ridiculous numbers. If Beidou Heian truly stood alone, then he was nothing but a jackpot. His eyes widened with anticipation as he convinced himself that killing him would guarantee victory. A twisted sense of gratitude welled up as he thought of the 33 kills waiting to be taken, believing that in the end, only one person would stand at the very top, and that person would be him. Back on the battlefield, the hero sensed danger closing in as flames ignited the air and an enemy mage hurled a blazing fireball straight toward him. He reacted without delay, adjusting his stance and slicing cleanly through the spell with flawless precision, dispersing it into nothingness. The mage screamed in disbelief, left completely stunned as he struggled to understand how such a powerful attack had been erased so easily. Beside him, a warrior let out a weary sigh as their strongest move failed, realizing there was nothing more they could do. The mage lashed out in frustration, yet clearly had nothing stronger left to offer. The warrior sighed again, cursing his own foolish expectations, and abandoned the trembling mage behind him. Without hesitation, he charged forward, slamming his shield ahead with all his strength. Raoul blocked the impact and surged forward in the same motion, unleashing a crushing counterattack. The warrior grit his teeth as he fought back, convinced that closing the distance against a polearm user would give him the edge. When Raoul paused for a split second, the warrior seized a chance and charged once more, activating his shield charge skill as dark purple energy erupted violently from his body and swallowed the surrounding space. Amid the chaos, the main character let a smirk curl across his lips, a sight that deeply unsettled his opponent. The warrior's eyes widened as confusion took hold, completely unable to understand why his enemy was smiling at a moment like this. Before he could even react, Raoul's spear flashed low, sweeping his legs out from under him and slamming him into the ground. Shock rattled through his body as he trembled beneath the overwhelming force, his mind struggling to grasp when such a devastating strike had landed. Raoul stepped over him, the spear angled calmly toward his throat, coldly pointing out the fatal flaw in the warrior's approach. Even so, he acknowledged that it hadn't been a bad move, and then he drove the spear down without hesitation. Blood sprayed violently across the ground as the warrior's resistance was erased. After dispatching him with ease, Raoul shifted his gaze to the mage. Panic seized the man, and he turned to flee. Raoul remained composed as several blades, suspended by psychokinesis, shot forward like arrows. They pierced straight through the mage, cutting off his escape as a groan of pain spilled from his lips. Raoul exhaled slowly and glanced down at his spear, noting that the shaft had completely bent. It was a waste, but at least it had endured a full-force charge. Suddenly, a sharp sensation crawled across his senses. He felt multiple presences above. Lifting his head, he spotted figures moving swiftly across the rooftops, far more than just a handful. The situation was clearly more troublesome than he had expected. His eyes narrowed as his focus locked onto one familiar presence, instinct screaming in warning. Recognition settled in, his gaze turning cold as he realized who it was. Shoichiro had arrived. The main character recalled that Shoichiro was a self-proclaimed otaku, someone who had been obsessed with ninjas long before Connect had ever existed. When the game finally launched, it was as if his lifelong fantasies had been given flesh and form. With the backing of powerful sponsors in Japan, he founded the guild Raku and climbed rapidly through its ranks, eventually becoming one of its top executives. As expected, he poured that obsession straight into the game, creating a fully realized ninja squad that answered only to him, an elite unit built for absolute precision and ruthless control. The problem was never the existence of the squad itself, but how it was used. Shoichiro did not hide behind the shadows as a distant commander. He led from the front, personally taking part in ambushes and singling out solo rankers through filthy methods like poison, sabotage, and perfectly timed surprise attacks during hunts. That was only the beginning. He even crossed the line by kidnapping quest-related NPCs, using them as bait to lure powerful players into carefully constructed death traps. Raoul had been one of their main targets, and more than once, his quests had been deliberately destroyed by that so-called ninja squad. They never revealed themselves openly, and no matter how relentlessly Raoul hunted them down, he only ever managed to catch disposable pawns. The true culprit, Shoichiro himself, always slipped away like smoke. As Raoul reflected on it, a faint smile crept onto his face. That persistent nuisance had followed him throughout his past life. This time, however, Raoul was no longer unprepared to greet an old companion. It was finally time for Shoichiro to taste everything he had once inflicted on others. From the rooftops above, Shoichiro silently surveyed the area before lifting his hand in a sharp signal. His ninja squad responded instantly, notching their arrows and taking aim at Raoul, who stood alone in the street below. Confident in his setup, Shoichiro saw no reason to risk close combat. He believed that no matter how skilled an opponent was, no one could endure a perfectly synchronized volley. With a small gesture, he gave the command. In response, a storm of arrows was released, fast, precise, and lethal. In the very next moment, their target vanished. Shoichiro's eyes widened as the arrows slammed uselessly into stone and dirt. Before the squad could even process what had happened, an arrow shot out from the shadows and struck one of the operatives cleanly in the shoulder. The man screamed as he was knocked off balance and crashed to the ground. Shoichiro watched the sudden counterattack unfold, shock flashing across his face as the situation slipped out of his expectations. Confusion crept in as his eyes narrowed, and Shoichiro immediately ordered his men to search the house, convinced that Raoul had slipped inside. One squad member jumped down and forced his way into the nearest structure, while Shoichiro followed close behind, telling another operative, Kinta, to remain outside on watch. Glass shattered as Shoichiro burst through a second-floor window and landed inside the building. It was empty. His focus shifted the moment a subordinate called out, reporting that the target was nowhere to be found. Their words were cut short by a chilling scream from outside. The operative stationed outdoors was groaning in agony, clutching his wound. Shoichiro rushed back to the window, just in time to see Kinta collapse in the street below, his back riddled with arrows. His thoughts spun wildly as realization struck. The attack had come from behind, something he had believed was impossible. For a split second, he wondered if Raoul was using some kind of cloning technique. Before he could think any further, another arrow whistled past his ear and struck the scout who had entered the building earlier. The man staggered and screamed desperately for help. Shoichiro's expression darkened as he finally understood. It was a trap. The wounds were intentionally non-lethal, aimed at limbs instead of vital points. Raoul wasn't trying to kill them. He was baiting him, dragging him out piece by piece. Anger surged through Shoichiro as he bared his teeth and shouted curses into the air, demanding that Raoul stop hiding behind such filthy tactics and face him head-on. From a distance, Raoul answered calmly. In the next instant, blades shimmered unnaturally above as psychokinesis activated, multiple swords hovering under his control. Fear seized Shoichiro as his eyes widened in disbelief. The blades dove down in a violent rush. Shoichiro barely managed to leap aside, but two strikes still landed. One blade tore into his arm, another slashed deep into his leg. He staggered back with a cry, while his remaining comrade was far less fortunate. A blade pierced straight through his head, ending his life on the spot. Rage flooded Shoichiro as he cursed and swore revenge, spinning toward the rooftops, only to feel Raoul's presence materialize behind him. The protagonist faced him calmly, forcing Shoichiro to taste the same helplessness he had once inflicted on others. Panic flickered across Shoichiro's face as he whirled around and lashed out wildly, shouting in desperation, demanding to know who his opponent was and whether they had crossed paths before. Raoul answered with quiet certainty, slipping past the attack as if it were nothing before driving a clean punch into Shoichiro and sending him crashing violently to the ground. Shoichiro grit his teeth and trembled as he tried to rise, his mind still failing to grasp what was happening to him. Raoul looked down at him with unmistakable disappointment, then followed up with a brutal kick that sent him skidding helplessly across the floor. Even then, Shoichiro continued to posture, clinging to the illusion that he still had a chance. He spat venomous curses, screaming promises of revenge. Raoul's gaze turned cold as his psychokinesis flared once more. Several swords lifted into the air, hovering ominously before tilting downward in unison. There was no hesitation. The blades fell. Shoichiro's body went completely still as blood sprayed violently across the ground. Raoul stepped back and stretched lightly, letting out a slow breath. His face faintly flushed as he found the result oddly refreshing. He opened his system window and glanced over his updated statistics, noting how low the numbers had dropped. As the battlefield shifted yet again, he looked through the shattered window and felt the timing click into place. It was time to move. The long-awaited Zone 1 was finally about to open. Moments later, the main character arrived before the gate of Zone 1 and opened his system window, quietly checking the display. 81 survivors remained. He noted that if even one more participant were eliminated, the gate would open immediately. The space had clearly been engineered to sharpen the brutality of the exam. With artificial terrain, where claiming a position early meant gaining an overwhelming geographic advantage. Once the final 10 minutes began, every area except Zone 1 would vanish, forcing all remaining participants to converge there whether they wanted to or not. Raoul pulled a small stool from his inventory and calmly took a seat beside the gate. He waited, wondering how long it would take for the others to finally show themselves. At that moment, an arrow shot straight toward his head. He avoided it effortlessly, tilting his head just enough for it to pass by. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he realized a simple truth. Anyone who wanted to reach the gate would have to go through him first. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Han Seo-hyun ran alone, fleeing as another group of players closed in on her. To buy herself time, she summoned her beast, Umbayal. The small white fox lunged forward and bit into the leader of the pursuing party, briefly breaking their formation. She seized the opening and pushed herself harder, quickly realizing that the pursuers were a Chinese team with more than 10 members. Umbayal had only bought her moments, and she knew they would catch up soon. Her former teammates were already gone, leaving her completely alone. Now, the only thing she could cling to was the promise that Man had made earlier. She vaulted over a wall and reached the bridge leading to Zone 1. Her expression twisted the instant she spotted someone sitting openly beside the gate. When she recognized Raoul, panic surged through her chest. If she went any farther, he would be dragged into danger because of her. Even so, she clenched her teeth. There was no other choice. Extending her hand, she activated her skill, her eyes shining as pink energy spiraled around perception of redemption. The ability allowed her vision to pierce through walls, and as the glow expanded her sight, she sprinted toward the gate. The Chinese party noticed her movement and burst into the open terrain, raising their long-range weapons. Arrows rained toward her in rapid succession. She dodged most of them, but as her skills slipped into cooldown, one arrow finally struck her arm. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself onward, knowing the gate was only a short distance away. Raoul's attention shifted toward her as the enemies closed in, arrows cutting through the air. As another strike grazed her, she shouted a warning about the danger behind her, briefly cursing her own stubbornness for choosing caution instead of asking for help outright. Before she could do anything else, Raoul suddenly vanished and reappeared beside her, catching her completely off guard. He told her to run straight to the gate and not look back. The timing left her stunned, and for a split second, she wondered in awe when he had crossed such a distance. At that exact moment, a system announcement rang across the battlefield. The number of survivors dropped to 80, and the sealed gate of Zone 1 finally opened. The pursuing party immediately noticed Raoul and reacted with open hostility. But before they could properly respond, he moved with terrifying speed, cutting down 3 of them almost instantly. The remaining enemies froze, shaken by the sudden reversal, and unsure how to proceed. Seo-hyun reached the gate safely and quickly checked on him. He reassured her calmly, telling her the remaining enemies would no longer rush and so carelessly. She crossed over, bowing slightly as she thanked him and apologized for dragging danger his way. Raoul waved it off, reminding her that he had already accepted that responsibility long before the exam even began. He urged her to tend to her wounds first, warning that excessive bleeding would be fatal if she ignored it. She asked why he had chosen to stay at the gate at all, pointing out that with his overwhelming kill count, there was no need for further combat. Raoul replied that he simply wanted to test himself. Chances to fight so many opponents without restrictions were rare, and he didn't want her to misunderstand his actions and think he killed without reason. Seo-hyun listened quietly, admiring the confidence in his voice. She realized it wasn't arrogance, but something built on real strength. She wondered if she could ever reach that level herself through training at the academy. With her resolve renewed, she reminded herself that passing the exam came first. Remembering Raoul's earlier advice about collecting 4 fragments before entering Zone 1, she tried to ask him about it, but he stopped her midway, his gaze shifting as he sensed someone approaching. Moments later, Park Sung-joon and his party arrived, only to be immediately targeted by another enemy group shouting for them not to let the Korean team approach the sacred gate. As the incoming assault took shape, Han Seo-hyun turned toward Raoul, waiting for his decision. After a brief glance, he spoke calmly, deciding that for now, they would cover Park Sung-joon's party. Park Sung-joon's group moved as one, shields rising together as they locked into a tight defensive wall. 4 of them abandoned all thought of attack and poured everything into holding the line, while Park Sung-joon stayed just behind them, calmly raining arrows from the rear. Han Seo-hyun watched the formation in quiet awe. Their timing was precise, their movements clean, as if they had rehearsed this moment countless times. Just as Park Sung-joon drew his bow again, a crimson magic circle bloomed above the enemy ranks. Han Seo-hyun caught it instantly. Her breath hitched, but before she could even shout, Park Sung-joon had already turned. The arrow left his string without hesitation, slicing straight through the air and shattering the circle mid-formation. A violent crimson explosion erupted where it had been, swallowing the spell before it could ever be completed. Raoul observed everything in silence. He realized then that Park Sung-joon wasn't merely suppressing the enemy advance. He was reading the battlefield, predicting spell timings, and cutting magic down before it could breathe. Countering spells with arrows wasn't something ordinary talent could explain. It was either an extraordinary skill or terrifyingly sharp judgment. After a brief but intense struggle, the group finally pushed through and crossed into Zone 1. Once the immediate danger passed, Raoul approached Park Sung-joon and spoke plainly, acknowledging his decisions during the fight. Park Sung-joon scratched his head and answered modestly, insisting luck had been on his side and admitting that if they had been forced into close combat, reaching the gate would have been far harder. Raoul didn't argue. Advancing under that kind of pressure took courage, and in his heart, Raoul silently confirmed that Park Sung-joon had passed. Then the protagonist called both Han Seo-hyun and Park Sung-joon over. They had come this far together, and now, at last, he decided it was time to reward them with a gift. Raoul stepped forward, his presence calm, yet heavy with authority. He acknowledged their achievement in reaching Zone 1, his expression steady, betraying neither excitement nor doubt. Sliding a hand beneath his cloak, he slowly drew out an item and revealed it to them. A stone bird statue, its surface faintly pulsing with a restrained, living energy. His gaze shifted between Seo-hyun and Park Sung-joon as he asked whether they had nearly completed their collections of stone statues. Seo-hyun swallowed and answered honestly, admitting she had gathered 4. Park Sung-joon followed, confirming that his group had also secured 4. Without hesitation, Raoul took out 2 more statues and stated that he would give 1 to each of them. He placed a statue into Seo-hyun's hands, then handed the other to Park Sung-joon. Seo-hyun's expression stiffened as concern crept in. She pointed out that the statues originally belonged to Raoul. He waved away her hesitation, explaining that he was merely honoring the promise he had made. He reminded them that he had instructed them to collect the stone statues and meet him in Zone 1, and reasoned that other parties would likely consolidate their statues under a single representative as well. He advised them to do the same and send 1 teammate onward to Zone 1. Park Sung-joon accepted the explanation without a second thought. Seo-hyun, however, hesitated. After a pause, she revealed her conflicted feelings. She believed staying behind to support Raoul until the very end was the right decision. Yet she knew that in her current condition, she would only slow him down. Raoul was momentarily taken aback by her honesty. Though frustration flickered across her face, Seo-hyun accepted his help for now, resolving in her heart to repay the debt someday, as she despised receiving aid without giving something back. Raoul acknowledged her resolve, and the two exchanged a firm, sincere handshake. Raoul then turned to Park Sung-joon, recognizing that he, too, had already made his choice. He warned everyone to brace themselves, as a massive enemy force would soon descend upon the castle. Sung-joon responded instantly, his voice sharp with readiness. At that moment, 2 radiant pillars of blue light burst forth from the ground in Zone 1, shooting straight into the sky. Far away, Gao Jiaoyang noticed the phenomenon and narrowed his eyes. The sight of 2 pillars instead of 1 intrigued him. When a subordinate asked whether they should advance toward Zone 1, Gao Jiaoyang calmly dismissed the suggestion. He concluded it was already too late and ordered a messenger to summon the southern forces instead. There was no need to rush. To him, the opposition was nothing more than a scattered mass, no match for the power of unity. Soon after, the low, piercing sound of bamboo horns rolled across the fields, carrying Gao Jiaoyang's command far and wide. In response, Chinese players scattered throughout the surrounding areas began moving as one, converging toward his position. Gao Jiaoyang calmly assessed the gathering force and estimated that nearly 30 players had assembled. It was more than enough, in his eyes, to wipe away any remaining disorder on the battlefield. His thoughts then shifted to a single figure. Malice filled his gaze as he wondered how Raoul intended to defend the castle against such overwhelming numbers. Back in Zone 1, corpses were strewn across the ground. Blood splashed everywhere as silent testimony to the brutal battle that had just ended. Standing amid the carnage, Raoul summoned his system window and checked the real-time rankings. His name sat firmly at the top with 50 kills. Gao Jiaoyang followed with 10, and Park Sung-joon ranked just behind with 9. Only 34 survivors remained. Raoul narrowed his eyes, fully aware that every territory except Zone 1 would soon collapse. The final phase was rushing toward them. As Raoul turned to leave, a concerned voice called out from behind. Park Sung-joon spoke firmly, pointing out that Raoul had accumulated an overwhelming number of kills in the last battle, and that the next fight would begin soon, leaving no time to recover. Raoul stayed silent, his thoughts drifting back to what had just occurred. They had barely managed to hold the pillar for 10 minutes against a relentless swarm. Although they had protected the completed statue, the cost had been devastating. Too many allies were gone. Worse still, their reduced numbers were no secret anymore, and Raoul understood exactly why Park Sung-joon was uneasy. Even so, Raoul remained composed. He reassured Sung-joon that the next battle would also be the last. Sung-joon stared at him, confused by such unwavering certainty. Raoul reflected quietly that if a certain companion truly lived up to his expectations, then that person would gather the remaining allies and bring them all to Zone 1. Sung-joon's surprise was obvious, as he wondered who Raoul could be referring to. But before he could ask, one of his subordinates rushed over in a panic. The man reported that the enemies were almost upon them. Sung-joon immediately turned and asked whether the attack had already begun, pressing for details on their numbers. The subordinate hesitated, then admitted that the enemy force was advancing in massive numbers, far too many to count. Sung-joon visibly tensed at the report. The situation was dire. Yet Raoul's expression did not change. He calmly drew his weapon, his thoughts crystal clear. The enemy had finally arrived. Gao Jiaoyang had come. Gao Jiaoyang was a name known across the servers, spoken with caution and resentment alike. He was an elite tactician and a high-ranking executive of the massive Chinese Super Overlord Guild. His combat strength alone was already formidable, but what truly made him dangerous was his mind. Under his command, even low-ranking guild members performed beyond their limits, and countless players had been crushed after walking straight into his carefully laid traps. He had always hidden behind the battlefield, moving from the shadows. In Raoul's previous life, there had never been a real chance to confront him directly. This time was different. This time, Raoul intended to face him head-on. Watching the enemy movements, he could tell how thoroughly Gao Jiaoyang had prepared despite the short time frame. The speed at which a large force had been organized made one thing clear. Gao Jiaoyang intended to erase him through sheer, overwhelming numbers. As Gao Jiaoyang's mages began chanting, a massive crimson magic circle slowly spread across the sky. Before the spell could fully take shape, an arrow ripped through the air and pierced one of the mages cleanly, dropping him instantly. From above, Park Sung-joon and the Korean players raised their bows in unison, releasing a coordinated volley that rained down relentless covering fire. Raoul felt his resolve ignite. This time was different. For once, he wasn't fighting alone. He knew better than anyone that no formation was perfect. Even the tightest ranks had weaknesses. When players packed themselves together like this, their greatest strength, individual skill, was dulled. Their potential was being smothered by their own numbers. It was time to remind them what properly unleashed skills looked like. Raoul activated his teleportation skill, enhanced by telekinesis, and vanished without warning. In the next instant, he reappeared deep behind enemy lines. Using the same technique that had once shattered Shoichiro's sanity, he unleashed Swallow Waltz. A violent storm of dagger slashes erupted outward, blinding and merciless, tearing through the enemy ranks like a living disaster. The skill once passed down to Cain, the legendary dagger specialist, now belonged entirely to him. The enemy formation wavered as panic spread. Raoul moved with lethal precision, cutting down one opponent after another without slowing. Watching from above, Park Sung-joon could only stare in stunned silence at the overwhelming gap in power and quietly acknowledge Raoul's true strength. But Raoul didn't stop. His gaze shifted to the flanks, where two heavily armored energy warriors stood firm behind massive shields. Their defense was solid, but it was already meaningless. They had sealed their own fate. Scanning the battlefield once more, Raoul pressed forward, weighing his next move. He considered carving a straight path through the remaining ranks, pushing forward without restraint, until he reached Gao Jiaoyang himself. Strategist Gao Jiaoyang stepped into Zone 1 and froze the moment his eyes took in the scene before him. Corpses littered the ground in every direction. The lifeless bodies of his comrades sprawled across the battlefield like discarded debris. Horror flooded his widened eyes, his body trembling as his mind struggled to accept the devastation. He turned toward Raoul, his voice shaking as he demanded to know how a single individual could have caused such absolute destruction alone. Raoul watched him quietly, noting every tremor that betrayed Gao Jiaoyang's shattered composure. With a calm, almost bored tone, he asked whether Gao Jiaoyang planned to fight or simply stand there in shock, warning that hesitation would only reduce him to a meaningless obstruction. The words struck like a spark to dry tinder. Rage exploded across Gao Jiaoyang's face as he activated his wind magic, violent currents surging outward. Fueled by fury and arrogance, he unleashed the attack straight at Raoul without restraint. Raoul moved effortlessly. His twin daggers flashed once, slicing cleanly through the incoming magic and dispersing it completely before it could even reach him. The spell collapsed as if it had never existed. Gao Jiaoyang was left speechless, his confidence evaporating in an instant. Before he could react, Raoul hurled one dagger aside and closed the distance in a blink. Grabbing Gao Jiaoyang by the collar, Raoul leaned in, his expression chillingly calm. He remarked that he had finally seen his face up close, and with a single swift motion, the fight ended. Gao Jiaoyang's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Almost immediately, a system window appeared before Raoul, displaying the successful candidates of Group H. The final results showed his name at the top, with a staggering total of 80 kills. Fragment completion records followed, listing Han Xiao-hyun with 4 kills and Li Jicheng with 3. Among the highest kill counts, excluding the already qualified first place, Park Sung-jun of Korea ranked first with 11 kills, followed by Gao Jiaoyang in second with 11, Zhang Yulong in third with 8, and Deng Xiaoyuan and Mao Yuan tied at 7 each. Raoul gave the results a brief glance, calmly evaluating the overall difficulty of the preliminary examination. To him, it had been far too easy, almost disappointingly so. The moment the preliminaries concluded, news articles flooded online platforms, igniting a storm across the gaming community. Headlines proclaimed the birth of a true predator in the final preliminaries, revealing the name Bei Du-hyun to the world. Viewers praised Group H's match endlessly, left utterly stunned by the overwhelming performance that had unfolded before their eyes. His skills left viewers in awe, and before long, many began to believe they were witnessing the rise of the ultimate victor. Yet doubt spread just as quickly. Skeptics argued that such power might be nothing more than an illusion born from circumstance. Above all else, one question echoed across every discussion board and broadcast alike. Just who was Bei Du-hyun? At the same time, deep inside Connect's headquarters, within a pristine executive office, the director slammed his fist against the table in open frustration. The report in front of him confirmed the worst possibility. The player was completely untraceable. A subordinate stood calmly across from him and explained that any further investigation was beyond the authority of the intelligence team. All core data was controlled by the system administrator, and without exceptional circumstances, not even Connect itself could access individual user profiles. Grinding his teeth, the director reasoned that if the player had logged in, then a capsule must have been issued. Since capsule distribution was handled by Connect, delivery records should have provided answers. The subordinate shook his head and reported that no delivery record existed under the name Bei Du-hyun. The conclusion was obvious. The individual was almost certainly tied to the VIPs, who operated under an entirely different set of rules. The moment he heard that, the director understood that the matter was completely beyond his reach. The subordinate added that the director already knew how the VIPs functioned and confirmed that their team would not pursue the case any further. With that, he turned and left the office, leaving the director alone in silence. The director stared down at the report, muttering curses about the true nature of the company. Though Connect proudly carried its name in public, in reality, everything was governed by artificial intelligence. The company merely ran the game. The CEO, Mok Jae-woo, whom he himself had installed, was nothing more than a puppet. True authority rested with the AI, the enigmatic chairman, and the VIPs who operated from the shadows. Those few controlled the shares, received the profits, and enjoyed privileges no one else could touch, including direct capsule delivery from the true headquarters. Even Connect's headquarters was nothing more than a facade. Real power could only be obtained by gaining access to the real headquarters. His thoughts drifted back to Raoul. That individual would rise without question. Even if his true identity remained hidden, the director was certain he held the key, and resolved to watch him far more closely. The scene shifted to the capital of Ascension County, within Confort Castle. Raoul walked through the crowded streets, quietly taking in his surroundings, a deep sense of nostalgia settling in his chest. It had been nearly 9 months since he had last returned home. Despite the chaos the gate incident had caused not long ago, the town showed no sign of lingering fear. People laughed openly, voices overlapping as they chatted in the streets, and the familiar warmth of the city remained unchanged, as if nothing terrible had ever occurred. As Raoul passed by the local arena, old memories quietly resurfaced. This was where he had once fought in the entrance tournament for the Royal Academy. Time had moved on, and so had he. Yet the arena itself felt untouched, frozen in place. A strange sense of familiarity settled over him, the kind that only came with returning to one's hometown. Before long, Raoul stood before the Ashton family mansion. The loyal butler, Ivan, was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing the young master, the elderly man bowed deeply. Raoul smiled and stepped forward, embracing him warmly and asking after his health. Ivan answered that he was well, relief evident on his face as he expressed how glad he was to see Raoul return safely. He added that a carriage could have been sent, but his lordship had chosen to wait instead. Raoul acknowledged this calmly, explaining that he had come because his father had summoned him and asked to be taken to him at once. Ivan led the way through the familiar corridors and stopped before the study. He knocked, and a deep voice answered from within. The door opened to reveal Count Melvin Ashton standing behind his desk. Ivan quietly excused himself, wishing them well before leaving the two alone. Raoul stepped forward, only to pause as a heavy pressure filled the room. Without warning, the Count's voice thundered out, sharp and unforgiving. Raoul immediately straightened, responding with respect, even as fear crept into his limbs. Count Melvin's eyes burned as he demanded to know whether Raoul truly understood the gravity of his actions and the weight of the sins he carried. Raoul froze under that gaze, his expression tightening as sweat slid down his face, and with difficulty, he managed to ask for forgiveness. Count Melvin Ashton's anger continued to burn as he pressed Raoul further, yet Raoul could only stand there in confusion. He had no idea what his father was accusing him of. His thoughts spiraled as he replayed everything that had happened recently, wondering if he had relied too much on the family's resources, or if the problem lay with the Imperial base he had raided and then erased from existence as if it had never been there. As those possibilities surfaced, a quiet sense of guilt crept into his chest. Then, without warning, his father's hand came to rest on his shoulder. The sudden calmness of the gesture was more unsettling than the anger itself. Standing beside him, Count Melvin asked in a stern voice how Raoul could leave the mansion unattended for such a long period when he was now officially the lord of the territory. Raoul's eyes widened, his mouth falling slightly open as realization struck him. His thoughts drifted back through recent months. Ever since the open beta had begun, he had spent far too much time living as Beidou Hyun. Even today, after advancing through the round of 32, he had once again left all mansion affairs in Bernard's hands. No matter how busy he had been, it was only natural that his father would notice. Count Melvin continued, his tone heavy as he reminded Raoul that he must never forget his responsibilities as the head of the land. A bead of sweat formed at Raoul's temple as everything finally clicked into place. This was the true source of his father's anger. He had disappeared for far too long, without a word. Filled with remorse, Raoul bowed deeply, his apology sincere as he vowed that it would never happen again and promised never to leave the mansion without informing his father. Count Melvin responded with a cold warning. If Raoul repeated the mistake, he would be confined to the mansion for an entire month and subjected to special training. Raoul grimaced inwardly at the thought. A full month under his father's training would be nothing short of torture. After a short while, Dylan entered the room after being summoned. Raoul turned toward his older brother and smiled, relieved to see him after so long. The reunion was brief. Count Melvin announced that he had called both of them for an important discussion, adding that it would have been better if Lorenz had been present as well, but the boy had ignored the summons. With no choice left, he instructed them to sit. An invisible tension settled over the room, and Raoul felt his nerves tighten as he wondered what his father was about to reveal. Count Melvin leaned forward, his voice steady as he spoke of the unrest spreading across the continent. He admitted that he had hoped to delay this discussion until things stabilized, but the world no longer afforded such patience. As both brothers listened in confusion, Count Melvin placed a small, ornate box on the table. The instant Dylan saw it, his body stiffened. His eyes widened in shock as recognition hit him. Inside lay the emblem of House Ashton, the family seal. The air grew heavy as Count Melvin declared that from this day onward, Dylan would serve as the official heir and head of House Ashton. He entrusted him with the title of Count and all the responsibilities that came with it, stating his complete faith in Dylan's strength and resolve. Silence followed. Both brothers sat frozen, shaken by the weight of the announcement. Raoul immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Dylan may have been treated as the heir in practice for years, but formally naming him was an entirely different matter. Dylan broke the silence, questioning the sudden urgency behind the decision. Count Melvin answered calmly, explaining that he would be stepping away from his position for a time. Shock flashed across Dylan's face as he leaned forward, pressing for an explanation. The Count then revealed, without embellishment, that he had reached a critical threshold and that the next stage was finally within reach. Raoul's heart skipped a beat as realization struck, and Dylan was no less stunned. Raoul wondered if his father had chosen to walk the path of a swordmaster. Count Melvin continued, explaining that with turbulent times ahead, he needed power beyond what he currently possessed. Dylan admitted that he had never known of his father's resolve and asked how he could help. Count Melvin replied that nothing was certain yet, and there was no need for concern. He explained that he would leave for roughly 2 months, retreating to a secluded place to fully digest the insights he had gained, then asked Dylan if he believed he could bear the responsibility in his absence. Dylan paused only briefly before accepting without hesitation. Raoul congratulated his brother, genuine relief washing over him. With Dylan formally taking command, the household would finally regain its balance. The chaos that had once consumed the estate, when their father fell ill and the line of succession remained uncertain, would never return. At last, Count Melvin turned his gaze toward Raoul, reminding him that no matter how busy or far he strayed, he was still a son of House Ashton. Raoul was told to stand beside his brother and share the responsibility of the land. He bowed deeply, acknowledging the order without hesitation. Just as they were about to be dismissed, Count Melvin added that there was one more matter he wanted both of them to help with. The brothers exchanged brief, puzzled looks, a quiet sense of curiosity stirring over what awaited them next. Not long after, the estate's training grounds rang with a violent clash of steel. Dylan and Count Melvin were locked in a fierce spar, their swords colliding with thunderous force. Each strike sent ripples through the air. Off to the side, Raoul knelt on one knee, struggling to catch his breath after his own bout with their father. Sweat streamed down his face as irritation churned inside him. Of all things, it had to be sparring. Watching his brother and father exchange relentless blows, Raoul questioned what kind of merciless training this was supposed to be. It had been over a year since he last crossed swords with his father, back before he left for the academy. He had believed he'd grown far stronger since then, but reality hit him without mercy. As he turned his eyes back to the battlefield, the air itself trembled under the sheer force of Dylan and Count Melvin's strikes. Sword auras collided violently, detonating into a shockwave that tore across the training grounds. Raoul stared, stunned, wondering if his father was even human. Count Melvin snapped at Dylan for relying too heavily on brute force, while Dylan shot back that without overwhelming sword aura, the result would have been different. Raoul could only grit his teeth. To him, they were exactly the same, charging through everything with sheer physical power. Even after reinforcing his body with mana and psychokinesis, he had been blown away effortlessly. Determination flared in Raoul's eyes. He realized that his current approach was no longer enough. As Count Melvin scolded him for relying on tricks instead of proper combat, and Dylan mocked him for neglecting physical training, Raoul's frustration boiled over. They understood nothing beyond raw strength. His fists clenched tightly. Rising to his feet, Raoul activated his bright light aura. Golden radiance surged outward as several luminous swords materialized in the air around him, their edges gleaming sharply. A massive aura swirled around his body as his gaze hardened. The warm-up was over. Now, the real match would begin. Sometime later, the swords Raoul had summoned lay in ruins across the training grounds, their shattered fragments scattered like the aftermath of a brutal battlefield. Raoul bent forward, gasping for air, his expression drawn tight as sweat ran steadily down his face. As he fought to steady his breathing, the clash replayed in his mind with merciless clarity. He had used everything he had: expert-level swordsmanship, level 8 intermediate telekinesis, fully stacked buffs, even psychic skills like flicker. Yet he had still been utterly defeated. The image of his all-out assault being dismantled so effortlessly burned into his thoughts. In his previous life, he had crossed blades with sword masters, and yet the presence standing before him now felt even more overwhelming. That realization unsettled him deeply, especially knowing that such power had been displayed without even stepping into a formal class advancement. When he recalled his father's status window, the number 99 etched clearly in his memory, Raoul felt a chill run through him. If this was his strength now, what kind of monster would Count Melvin become once he truly ascended as a sword master? The thought alone was terrifying. Sensing the weight in Raoul's expression, Count Melvin approached with a far lighter demeanor, already understanding the source of his son's grim mood. Raoul shook his head and forced a faint smile, making it clear that his frustration had nothing to do with losing to his father. Melvin answered with quiet warmth, resting a firm yet gentle hand atop Raoul's head. He acknowledged how much Raoul had grown, admitting that his progress had far exceeded expectations. Had he recognized Raoul's talent sooner, he said, his son might not have been forced to endure so much on his own. Raoul dismissed the sentiment, calmly stating that everything he had experienced was precisely what had shaped him into who he was now. Dylan joined them then, looking slightly awkward as regret flickered across his face. He admitted that he wished he had stepped in earlier or shared his physical training methods. Raoul inwardly chuckled, thinking that such training would have probably killed him outright. As dusk crept over the estate, Count Melvin suggested they head back inside, bringing the day to a close. Later that night, within the quiet of the study, Raoul sat across from his older brother and asked whether Dylan had managed to get in touch with Lorenz. Dylan replied that the knights stationed with him had been sending regular reports. When Raoul asked where Lorenz was currently posted, Dylan explained that he had remained at the wall ever since the gate incident. Hearing this, Raoul's eyes widened as memories from a brutal war decades earlier came rushing back. When the Kingdom Alliance had driven the Empire into the continent's northwest, the conflict had finally ended near the Grand Canyon of Despair. The only land route connecting the two sides had been a bleak passage known as the Corpse Road. To seal it off, the Alliance had erected a colossal fortress wall, completely blocking the path. Over time, that structure had come to be known simply as the Wall. Raoul immediately asked why Lorenz had been stationed in such a dangerous place. Dylan explained that he was likely hunting monsters, adding that ever since the gate incident, abnormal surges had been occurring beyond the wall. Monsters were now violently clashing with the Empire's experimental undead units. According to the Knights' reports, the situation was not only dangerous, but deeply unsettling. This was the same region where the Empire's undead experiments constantly surfaced, and since the gate had opened, the monsters spilling out had begun fighting those undead forces head-on. As Raoul muttered under his breath, Dylan cut him off and turned away. His expression was difficult to read as he quietly wished that Lorenz would return home instead of continuing to fight alone. Raoul's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. When he had visited the wall back then, he had arrived too late, finding nothing but ruins and lingering traces of destruction. This time was different. He knew he had to move before history repeated itself. According to the scenario etched into his memory, a massive catastrophe would unfold there once the Empire's invasion began. If he failed to intervene, something irreversible could happen to his second brother. With his resolve set, Raoul decided he could no longer remain idle. Without warning, Raoul brought up the proposal he had made earlier, reminding Dylan of it. Dylan looked at him in confusion, but Raoul pressed on, firmly and earnestly asking him to become the advisor of the First Guild. Dylan immediately refused again, clearly uncomfortable with the idea of joining Raoul's personal organization. Raoul waved off his concerns, telling him not to overthink it. He suggested that it could simply be a way for them to stay connected, while also allowing Dylan to fulfill his duties overseeing the county. After a brief silence, Dylan let out a heavy sigh and finally agreed. A wave of genuine relief washed over Raoul. Then, with a grin, he casually revealed that Dylan's wife had already joined the guild long ago and had been waiting for him. Dylan froze in utter disbelief. Raoul responded cheerfully, giving a dramatic wink as he explained that the system allowed instant communication and location tracking. As Dylan processed this, a sinking feeling crept in. He realized he was already starting to regret his decision. Raoul, however, felt at ease. With dangerous forces beginning to stir, bringing his family under the guild's protection was no longer optional. It was necessary. If his brother's raw physical strength could be combined with dual-type skills, a new pillar of power would soon rise within the county. At last, everything was beginning to move in the right direction. The scene shifted abruptly to a roaring stadium, its massive arena shaking with sound. A colossal screen blazed with dazzling lights as an announcer's voice boomed across the venue. He greeted the audience with practiced enthusiasm, introducing himself as Caster Park Jin-won, the man who would be guiding viewers through the electrifying semifinal match. The Academy entrance exams battle phase had reached its 8th day, and anticipation exploded through the crowd. Park Jin-won cheerfully announced the first matchup, Bae Do-hyun of Korea versus Blake of the United States, explaining that victory here meant a ticket to the finals. This match mattered. The system immediately reflected the surging excitement as viewers openly rallied behind Bae Do-hyun. The spotlight fell on a rising star from Korea, and the stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. Across from him stood Blake, an explosive martial artist from the United States, famous for his aggressive and dynamic combat style. As the two stepped into the arena, the air itself seemed to tighten. Park Jin-won wondered aloud what kind of spectacle these two would unleash before declaring the match officially underway. Blake moved first. He charged forward in a blur, closing the distance in an instant. A master of multiple martial arts, he unleashed a relentless storm of strikes, fists tearing through the air in devastating combinations meant to crush his opponent outright. Yet Bae Do-hyun barely shifted his stance. With minimal movement, he slipped past every attack as if he were gliding. Blake's eyes widened in shock. He leapt backward, flipping through the air just in time to avoid a sudden kick that slammed into the ground and shattered the stone beneath it. Bae Do-hyun answered with a strike of his own. Blake managed to evade, but the moment clarity struck him, his expression changed. This opponent was nothing like before. Despite clearly possessing the power to end the fight instantly, Bae Do-hyun was allowing him to unleash everything he had. When Blake hurled another full-power blow, Bae Do-hyun caught it with crossed arms, the impact echoing throughout the arena. A confident grin crept across his face as the flow of the battle tilted in his favor. It was finally time, he thought, to have some fun. Blake had stepped into the arena, expecting nothing less than a savage exchange of blows. A pure slugfest. Yet as the fight dragged on, it became painfully clear that the balance was shifting and not in his favor. From Blake's point of view, Bae Do-hyun had always seemed like a cold, merciless fighter, someone who crushed opponents without hesitation. But as the match unfolded, that image began to crack. Something was off. Bae Do-hyun was holding back. Blake clenched his fist, tension winding tight through his body as he prepared to unleash another full-power attack. At his current level, he should have been able to pour everything he had into this fight. That realization only made the situation more unsettling. Why was his opponent allowing this? Refusing to back down, Blake pushed forward. His body cut through the air like a sharpened blade, movements explosive and precise, driven by speed and overwhelming force. The moment he closed the distance, Bae Do-hyun suddenly dipped low. The movement was subtle, almost casual, yet it instantly set off alarms in Blake's mind. Acting on pure instinct, Blake sprang backward. It wasn't enough. In the next heartbeat, Bae Do-hyun vanished. A chill ran down Blake's spine as he sensed something behind him. Too late. Overwhelming power crashed into him as Bae Do-hyun reappeared in front of his vision, already mid-motion. Calmly, he remarked that they should duel again if they ever met in the future. Then the blow landed. It was a punch fueled by pure force, fast, clean, and absolute. Blake's eyes rolled back as it struck his face dead on. His body twisted slightly through the air before slamming onto the arena floor. His consciousness vanished instantly. The announcer's voice rang out across the stadium, highlighting the flawless execution of the finishing strike and declaring Blake's defeat. With that single blow, Bae Do-hyun claimed victory and secured his place in the finals. Sometime later, Blake slowly regained consciousness. His pride remained, but it had been tempered by something new, genuine respect. He approached Bae Do-hyun and thanked him for holding back during the match, then earnestly asked for another chance to spar in the future. Bae Do-hyun accepted without hesitation, acknowledging Blake's skill. Slightly embarrassed, Blake asked for his contact information, which was given without fuss. The two parted on friendly terms, the battlefield tension replaced by mutual recognition. As Bae Do-hyun walked away from the arena, his thoughts quietly turned inward. There had been a reason he held back. By easing the pressure, by earning Blake's respect instead of crushing his spirit, recruiting him into the first guild became a real possibility. Step by step, everything was beginning to line up exactly as planned. Just then, a system window appeared before him, displaying the outcome of the other semifinal. Li Jinsheng had fallen. Wang Tianming stood as the victor. The announcer's voice echoed through the stadium once more, officially confirming Wang Tianming's advancement to the finals. As Raoul absorbed the result, his brow subtly furrowed. It had been a long time since he last thought about that name, yet it remained etched into his memory with uncomfortable clarity. Wang Tianming was one of China's top players, a stubborn soloist who refused to join any group until the very end. From the earliest days of Connect, he had consistently ranked within the top 100, and he had maintained that position all the way up to Raoul's death. Raoul remembered him well. Wang Tianming's Qi swordsmanship had once been among the most dangerous techniques in the entire game. There was no doubt about his talent. He had the potential to reach the peak. The problem was his personality. He was unpredictable, completely consumed by the image of a self-styled martial hero. Raoul recalled how Wang Tianming would constantly speak about bringing honor to Mirim within Connect, clinging obsessively to that fantasy. It had led to more than a few clashes between them. Raoul had never been able to tolerate that level of fixation. He let out a quiet breath and pushed those memories aside. Too much time had passed. Whatever they once were to each other no longer mattered. Now, they were little more than strangers. There was no reason to dwell on the past. Later, inside the arena's waiting room, Wang Tianming approached Bei Du-hyun with an air of nobility and extended his hand. He praised the earlier match and expressed admiration for Bei Du-hyun's abilities. Bei Du-hyun accepted the handshake politely and returned the compliment, acknowledging Wang Tianming's swordsmanship. But the atmosphere shifted in an instant. Wang Tianming's grip tightened, his expression hardening as he spoke. He criticized Bei Du-hyun's methods, declaring that true strength required dignity, compassion, and respect for the weak, not shameless displays of overwhelming power. Bei Du-hyun knew immediately. Wang Tianming hadn't changed at all. Suppressing a sigh, he tightened his grip just enough for Wang Tianming's arm to tremble. Keeping his composure, he brushed aside the accusation, calmly stating that he had never considered himself especially strong and had merely fought to the best of his ability. Wang Tianming yanked his hand free, his displeasure obvious. His voice hardened as he declared that Bei Du-hyun's way of fighting was fundamentally wrong, vowing to prove it himself in the finals. Bei Du-hyun answered with an easy smile, welcoming the challenge and reminding him that proof should be shown through skill, not words. Clearly irritated, Wang Tianming turned sharply and walked away without another glance. As he watched him leave, Bei Du-hyun reflected that Wang Tianming wasn't a bad person. His world, however, was far too narrow. This time, he decided, he would make sure Wang Tianming shattered that stubborn shell quickly. His fist tightened as his resolve settled. In that sense, beating him first was the only answer. Soon after, the announcer's voice thundered through the arena once again, declaring the start of the First Guild Academy Special Admission Test's final battle. The long-awaited showdown had finally arrived. The system displayed soaring anticipation as viewers openly chose sides, while a warning message flashed through the chat, urging spectators to refrain from excessive profanity. Complaints followed instantly as the chat exploded with activity. With excitement at its peak, the announcer introduced the matchup everyone had been waiting for. Representing South Korea, Bei Du-hyun stepped into the arena. Opposite him stood China's Wang Tianming, revered by many as a grandmaster. The crowd erupted as Wang Tianming performed a formal martial salute, boldly declaring his intent to claim victory in the name of justice and honor. Bei Du-hyun let out a quiet breath, already weary of Wang Tianming's relentless martial zeal. Still, he decided to indulge him. In battles like this, he believed the one who lost momentum was the one who lost everything. Reaching into his inventory, he drew his sword and calmly lowered its tip to the arena floor, carving a clean, precise circle into the stone. Before the match could officially begin, the announcer reacted in surprise at the unexpected move. Facing his opponent, Bei Du-hyun spoke evenly, explaining that the gap between them was too great for an ordinary match. He declared that throughout the final battle, he would not step outside the circle he had drawn, and that the moment he did, even once, he would concede defeat on the spot. A wave of gasps rolled through the arena as the tension spiked instantly. Wang Tianming's eyes burned wide with fury, his rage unmistakable as he swore to crush Bei Du-hyun for such blatant arrogance. Bei Du-hyun met that glare head-on, his eyes narrowing as he accepted the role being forced upon him. If Wang Tianming wanted to stand as a self-proclaimed hero of justice, then he would become the villain without hesitation. Calm and resolute, he decided to see just how far those lofty beliefs could truly carry him. Wang Tianming pressed forward without mercy, his blade tearing through the air from every angle in a storm of deliberate, calculated strikes. Each swing hunted for an opening, Each step carried killing intent. Yet every attack met the same result. Calm. Perfect defense. Bae-do Hyun parried every blow with effortless precision, his movements smooth and unbroken, as though he were guiding the flow rather than reacting to it. Frustration slowly crept into Wang Tianming's focus. No matter how fiercely he attacked, not a single strike landed. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself onward, suddenly springing into a dazzling mid-air flip. He landed behind Bae-do Hyun in an instant and unleashed a powerful slash aimed squarely at his back. It changed nothing. Bae-do Hyun moved as if he had already seen it coming. Without haste or panic, he blocked the strike with the same seamless precision as before. Wang Tianming froze, disbelief washing over his face as confusion and irritation collided. Bae-do Hyun straightened calmly, his expression unreadable as he quietly observed the unfolding struggle. The crowd, unaware of the storm building inside Wang Tianming, roared with excitement at the spectacle before them. Wang Tianming clenched his teeth, his grip tightening around his sword as unease seeped into his thoughts. Still, he reminded himself that he had prepared for this. He had studied Bae-do Hyun's past matches, analyzed every scrap of tournament data available. From everything he had seen, Bae-do Hyun's abilities were limited: psychokinesis, short-range teleportation, and solid but unremarkable weapon mastery. None of those should have been overwhelming alone. Psychokinesis relied on timing and positioning. Teleportation had clear cooldowns. His weapon skills, while refined, were not supposed to be dominant. There had to be an answer. With a sharp breath, Wang Tianming activated his chi sword technique. A violent crimson aura exploded around his blade, wrapping his body as he poured everything he had into a single, decisive strike. Gathering absolute force, he brought his sword crashing down, fully intent on ending the fight in that moment. The blow was parried, just as easily as all the others. A stunned silence rippled through the crowd. Before Wang Tianming could even comprehend what had happened, Bae-do Hyun retaliated with a swift horizontal slash. The impact forced him to stagger backward several steps, his balance breaking as realization slammed into him. The power behind that strike was unmistakable. This wasn't a trick, not timing, not deception. Mana had been infused directly into the weapon, and the strength behind it was terrifyingly real. As Wang Tianming struggled to steady himself, a rope suddenly snapped tight around his ankle. With a sharp yank, his balance was torn away, and he crashed hard onto the arena floor. Before he could even draw a breath, his body was dragged mercilessly across the stone, pulled straight toward Bae-do Hyun. Bae-do Hyun leaned down as Wang Tianming was hauled closer, his posture relaxed, almost casual. A faint smile played across his lips as he looked down at him. While confusion twisted Wang Tianming's expression, he was given no chance to recover. A brutal fist slammed directly in his face, landing clean and heavy. Then came another, and another. A relentless barrage followed, each strike precise, controlled, and utterly overwhelming. Fists rained down without pause, crushing any hope of resistance. From the caster's platform, the commentator shouted in disbelief, emphasizing that Bae-do Hyun wasn't finishing the fight with his sword at all. He was dismantling his opponent with nothing but his fists. Desperation took hold as Wang Tianming tried to raise a trembling hand in surrender. Before the gesture could be completed, Bae-do Hyun forcefully pressed him back down and continued without hesitation. The message was clear. Wang Tianming had attacked without restraint from the very beginning, and now he was being repaid in full. Bae-do Hyun calmly noted that within Mira, revival carried no penalty. Rather than letting him endure the blows and withdraw, Wang Tianming would be beaten down completely before returning to life. The punishment continued, blow after blow crashing down, until Wang Tianming finally went limp. His body lay broken and unconscious on the arena floor. Bae-do Hyun slowly straightened, wiping sweat from his face as the battle reached its inevitable conclusion. The caster, still stunned, officially declared Bae-do Hyun the victor. He was crowned the champion of the first Guild Academy Special Admission Tournament and named the representative of South Korea. The stadium exploded into deafening cheers as Bae-do Hyun stood over his fallen opponent. A faint smirk crossed his face. After a defeat like that, Wang Tianming wouldn't be boasting so confidently again. Not long after the finals ended, the list of successful applicants to the first Guild Academy was released. Around 600 players were accepted into the Academy's first official class, including more than 60 non-combat personnel. Those who passed were given treatment befitting elites, Luxurious accommodations awaited them, meals rivaling those of a five-star hotel, and fresh, immaculate clothing delivered every single day for 3 full months. From the moment they were accepted, comfort was no longer a concern. The 16 players who had survived the final matchups were rewarded on an entirely different level. They received upgraded private housing, custom gear crafted specifically to match their individual traits, and unrestricted portal access between the starting city and the academy grounds. On top of that came special permits granting entry into the capital itself, a privilege that had once been reserved exclusively for high-ranking players. For them, the rules had clearly changed. This marked the opening of a new era for Connect. As the tournament went viral, the game rolled out an advanced personal broadcasting system, allowing players to stream their gameplay in real time. Platforms around the world rushed to support it. And yet, despite Bae Do-hyun's channel clearly stating that no live broadcast would ever take place, it surged ahead with the highest subscriber count by an overwhelming margin. Videos capturing his actions during the matches exploded in popularity, racking up hundreds of millions of views almost the moment they were uploaded. The reactions were instant and explosive. With Ravel sharp editing, the content continued to climb, pulling in hundreds of millions more views within days. As the tournament champion, Bae Do-hyun received one final reward. Completion of the academy curriculum was no longer required. Guild membership was granted immediately, along with full access to official quests. Raoul watched the announcement in silence, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. He understood the truth. This was merely a facade, an excuse that allowed him to move freely under another identity. Attendance at the academy would be little more than symbolic. He would appear only for select exercises and final evaluations. There was far more important work waiting for him beyond those walls. His thoughts were interrupted when a red-haired man approached and bowed, reporting that preparations for the conference were complete. Raoul stood and asked whether Cain had arrived. When told that everyone was already waiting, he adjusted his collar, his expression sharpening as focus settled in. With that, Raoul turned and headed toward the conference room, leaving the celebrations behind as he returned to his true responsibilities. The scene shifted to the conference room, where Cain stood before a group of key figures and calmly delivered his report. He concluded by stating that abnormal activity had been confirmed across 3 territories, based on multiple eyewitness accounts. According to those reports, a mysterious order of knights, dozens of unidentified warriors, had been sighted moving under the cover of night, driving monsters away and securing major roads with unsettling efficiency. Raoul's expression hardened as he listened. The barony had barely survived the gate incident by scraping together what little strength remained, and now another complication had surfaced. His thoughts immediately turned darker. There was a real possibility that this was a calculated move by another noble house, exploiting their weakened state to tighten its grip on the territory. Breaking the silence, Raoul asked whether the origin of this knight order had been identified. Cain shook his head. He explained that no crests were visible on their armor or weapons, and whenever scouts attempted to observe them more closely, the knights vanished without leaving behind a single trace. Raoul frowned. Knights took pride in their bloodlines and affiliations. To conceal a crest was almost unthinkable. That alone told him something was deeply wrong. Cain continued, concern evident in his tone, pointing out that there was no realistic way a mere barony could mobilize such a large force of knights on its own. There had to be a powerful backer, or an accomplice, operating behind the scenes. Raoul pressed further, asking whether any noble houses or factions had shown suspicious movement recently. Cain replied that Duke Templeton's house and Marquis Greer's house remained quiet, which was hardly surprising given their long-standing habit of avoiding political entanglements. However, House McNeil had acted with alarming speed. Chaos within its territory had been suppressed almost immediately, and reports suggested that the Marquis himself had taken direct action, as if preparations had already been in place long before the unrest began. Raoul's gaze darkened as he considered House McNeil. From the Ashton family's perspective, Randall might have been an annoyance, but on the scale of the entire kingdom, McNeil was the house that demanded true caution. Memories surfaced, memories of how they had once been branded traitors to the kingdom. When the Empire had invaded in the past, Templeton had led the resistance, while McNeil had refused to join the alliance and instead sided with the Empire. Disaster had only been avoided because of a whistleblower. Even then, the power vacuum left behind had never truly been resolved. The real issue was timing. When had the Empire turned them? If contact had not yet been reestablished, there was still a chance to pull them back. But if they had already renewed their allegiance, then hesitation would be a mistake. All ties would have to be severed immediately. Cain concluded that the most suspicious parties were House McNeil and Count Randall's house. He added that Viscount Jaden was also deeply unsettling, a name Raoul himself had brought up before. When Raoul asked about his uncle, Cain explained that Jaden had recently returned to the capital and begun coordinating with several relatives from his faction. Those movements, he believed, were directly tied to the disturbances now unfolding. Raoul nodded slowly. The unidentified knights appearing near their borders had to belong to one of these factions. Whoever they were, it was clear they intended to make their first move there. The only question was whether things would truly go as smoothly as they expected. Turning to Philip, Raoul issued a firm order. The knights were to remain on full alert, ready to activate the portal at the first sign of an emergency. Philip accepted without hesitation. Raoul then addressed Jake, instructing him that the guild's direct forces would take full control of gate management and monster extermination, relieving the Knight Order of those responsibilities. Jake acknowledged the command with confidence. Raoul looked around the room and spoke to everyone present. Their enemies were finally moving because they believed them to be weak, easy prey. That belief needed to be punished. They had to show exactly what happened when someone challenged forces they could not handle. When the meeting ended and the others departed, only Bernard remained. Raoul called him over and informed him that he would be staying in the capital for the time being. If anything occurred at the estate while he was unreachable, Bernard was to follow the instructions already given. Bernard bowed and confirmed that Miss Nakia was to be escorted back to the estate in the event of an emergency. Raoul agreed, adding one more condition. Any requests for cooperation or orders coming from the estate were to be ignored unless they came directly from Brother Dylan. As Bernard prepared to leave, Raoul's thoughts lingered on the unseen threat. The Empire's collaborator, likely still hiding within the estate, had yet to reveal themselves. Until that danger was exposed, they would need to remain ready for every possible outcome. The real target was likely his father. As long as Count Melvin's power remained intact, he was a threat that could not be ignored. If he were to fall, the entire family would be thrown into chaos. They couldn't afford to move forward while leaving an enemy buried within the main house. Raoul considered the situation carefully and realized that this incident might be the perfect chance to expose every hidden blade lurking within the family. Later that day, Raoul arrived at the Turium branch of the First Guild. Ilias, the branch leader, greeted him with genuine warmth. Raoul returned the greeting and studied him with quiet approval. He remembered how Ilias had once been a trainee knight of the Golden Bear Knight Order, one of the original 6 who had followed him from the very beginning. Now, Ilias had reached expert rank and risen to the position of a high-ranking guild executive. The Turium branch alone commanded 500 trained guild troops, along with nearly 20 station knights. It managed several dungeons under royal authority, while also handling commissions from both nobles and civilians alike. Its influence within the region was undeniable. Ilias led Raoul deeper into the headquarters, where 3 knights stepped forward at once, greeting him with familiar smiles. Raoul recognized them immediately. They were former academy classmates who had joined the First Knight Order alongside Dalton. Each of them had once been S-class candidates, blessed with exceptional talent, and under the guild system, they had grown rapidly, now hovering just below mid-expert level. Raoul brought up the matter of the ancient dungeon he had heard about and asked for details. One of the knights explained that it had been discovered by a wandering adventurer. Because it was located near a dungeon already under their jurisdiction, the guild had been able to secure it without delay. Raoul's thoughts sharpened. They had finally found one. Within Connect, dungeons were divided into 2 distinct categories. The first were unstable, improperly sealed gates that fused with the world itself, endlessly spawning monsters and requiring specific conditions to be shut down. The second category was far rarer. These were natural dungeons that had existed long before the appearance of gates, hidden sanctuaries, ancient mage laboratories, dragon lairs, and other remnants of lost eras. Collectively, they were known as ancient dungeons. Unlike ordinary dungeons, which functioned as portals to other dimensions, ancient dungeons were part of Connect itself. They did not announce their presence and were notoriously difficult to locate. The knight continued, adding that based on their findings, they believed the site to be Janak's dungeon, an ancient dungeon whose entrance had vanished without a trace 5 years ago. When Raoul asked about its current status, the knight explained that the area was under strict secrecy, guarded at all times by both knights and soldiers. Janak's dungeon was infamous for its danger. Even though only the entrance zone had been partially explored, a number of powerful relics had already been recovered. However, almost everyone who had attempted to push deeper had never returned alive. The most recent expedition had ended in disaster. A team dispatched by a noble house had entered the dungeon, only for the entrance to collapse behind them, sealing them inside permanently. Raoul listened in silence, reflecting on the irony. After disappearing for years, the dungeon had resurfaced, yet in an entirely different location. Another knight spoke up and asked whether Raoul intended to conquer it himself. Raoul answered without hesitation. He would enter before rival factions had time to react, bringing only a small, elite team. When they asked who would be accompanying him, their eyes lit up with expectation. Raoul noticed immediately. He offered a brief apology and explained that the team had already been decided. Then he turned his gaze toward Cain and asked for his opinion, casually questioning whether Cain believed he had what it took to clear an ancient dungeon. Caught completely off guard, Cain stiffened, his composure faltering as he struggled to respond to the sudden challenge. Cain answered without hesitation, his voice steady as he declared that he absolutely wanted to join. Before anyone else could even react, Raoul made his decision clear. Among all the knights, only Cain would accompany him. He asked the room whether anyone objected. A few showed brief hesitation, but in the end, they all nodded in agreement. If it was Cain, they said, then there was nothing to dispute. Smiles followed, along with sincere congratulations. Raoul looked at Cain quietly, his thoughts already moving ahead. Among the 10 members of the First Knight Order, Cain stood second only to Dalton. He was the only one who had reached the intermediate stage of expert rank. Though smaller in build, his body was lean and sharp, perfectly suited for speed and precision. More importantly, his mana control was exceptional, refined to the point where he could push far beyond his limits. He wasn't just a good choice. He was the linchpin of the raid. Raoul found himself genuinely looking forward to seeing how Cain would perform inside an ancient dungeon. Later that day, the two sat across from each other in a quiet meeting room. Raoul poured tea and asked calmly whether anything about life in the Knight Order felt uncomfortable. Cain replied immediately, saying that with the training methods and facilities provided, there was no better place for growth. Raoul noted the answer with faint amusement. It was reliable, reserved, exactly what he expected. Though they had graduated from the same academy, this was the first time he felt they were truly speaking face to face. He told Cain that if there was ever anything that needed improvement, he should say so. The Knight Order was still young, still imperfect. Cain agreed without the slightest hesitation. Raoul then leaned forward, his tone shifting. He explained that the real reason he had called Cain here was to ask whether he knew why he had been chosen for the ancient dungeon raid. Cain hesitated, then apologized and admitted that he didn't know. Raoul's expression hardened. Before they could discuss the dungeon, there was something else that needed to be addressed. He spoke Cain's true name, Lady Kaylee de Greer. Cain froze. Shock washed over her as her thoughts spiraled, her mind scrambling to understand how Raoul could possibly know her real identity. Raoul, meanwhile, reflected calmly on House Greer, one of the 5 great martial houses of the Reuben kingdom, ruling the southernmost coast and famed for its peerless spear techniques. A lineage that had produced countless prodigies, standing as one of the most prestigious martial families in the realm. Yet the house had weakened after the Great War. It had lost both its head and its heir, along with portions of the martial techniques it had guarded so fiercely for generations. Retreating from politics, the family chose isolation, focusing solely on survival and restoration. Given those circumstances, it was hardly surprising that a noble daughter would disguise herself as a man just to enter the academy. With steady resolve, Cain lowered her head and apologized sincerely, explaining that deception had never been her intention. Her hands trembled slightly under the weight of the moment, as she added that if ordered, she would leave the Knight Order immediately. Raoul, still calmly sipping his tea, asked whether she truly intended to step down. Her answer came without hesitation. She did not. No matter what followed, she would remain a knight. She understood better than anyone that most knight orders in the Reuben kingdom did not acknowledge female knights, and that desire alone was never enough to change that reality. Raoul then asked why she spoke as though she were already prepared to leave, questioning whether something within the Knight Order had disappointed her. Her expression shifted instantly as she denied it, instead asking if he truly meant what he had said, that she could stay. A faint smile touched Raoul's lips as he replied that it was obvious. No Knight Order would willingly discard someone who had reached the intermediate stage of expert rank at such a young age. Cain hesitated before revealing the truth. She was a daughter of House Greer, a long-standing rival of House Ashton. Raoul answered without pause, stating that it made no difference to him. Even if complications arose, he would take full responsibility. Her voice wavered as she asked whether her gender and lineage truly meant nothing. Raoul met her eyes directly and answered that only her will mattered, and that she would prove it through her actions. Ken rose to her feet, then dropped to one knee before him. With unwavering resolve, she declared that she, Knight Ken of House Greer, pledged her loyalty once more to Viscount Raoul de Ashton as her master. Raoul stood as well, stepped forward, and gently placed his hand upon her head. He accepted her loyalty with solemn calm, vowing in return to fulfill his duty as her commander. As she remained kneeling, Raoul allowed a faint smile to form. They had come a long way, and at last, the peace he had been waiting for was finally in place. Raoul was certain now. This was the talent he had been searching for ever since his academy days. Kaylee was the first female knight to reach master rank in Connect, a genuine prodigy with S-rank potential. Even though Faye had led her to serve under Dalton first, he felt no regret. What mattered was that they had finally arrived at this point together. Noticing the faint smile he wore, Kaylee grew flustered and quickly interrupted, asking whether she should now reveal her true identity and gender to everyone. Raoul gently shook his head and told her that the choice belonged to her alone. Relief spread across her face as she replied that she wished to remain as she was. Raoul returned her smile and smoothly shifted the conversation back to the dungeon raid. Once their preparations were complete, Raoul's party arrived at the entrance of the ancient dungeon. The knights who had escorted them stopped at the threshold, offering quiet words of luck before stepping aside. Raoul nodded in gratitude and led the raid team forward. Josh, barely able to contain himself, exclaimed that he still couldn't believe he had been chosen for the dungeon raid, and said it was an honor. Kaylee glanced at him in disbelief, remarking that he was acting as though they were heading out for a picnic. Josh only laughed, saying that missions outside with their master always made his heart race, proudly lifting the magic lamp Raoul had once entrusted to him. Raoul chuckled softly, commenting that it was good to see Josh so full of energy, then added that he had brought something even better. With a simple motion, he summoned Ravel, the forest fairy. She drifted forward and released her magic, bathing the dungeon entrance in a warm green glow. Ancient power shimmered along the corridor as everyone paused to take it in. Satisfied that the visibility was more than enough, Raoul raised his hand and gestured forward with calm resolve. The raid had begun. As they pressed deeper into the dungeon, a spectral blue wolf suddenly manifested before them. Ken reacted instantly, driving his spear forward with flawless timing, but the weapon passed straight through the creature, as if striking empty air. The wolf let out a low, echoing growl before dissolving into nothingness. Ken stared in disbelief, frustration creeping in as the reality set in. Just as Raoul had warned, this dungeon was different. Most of the monsters here were spirit-type beings, completely immune to physical attacks. Only psychic power could harm them. At the front of the group, Raoul calmly raised a hand and released his power. An invisible force surged forward and erased another spirit blue wolf in an instant. After a short pause, he shook his head and told Josh to place his hand against the wall to the left. When Josh did as instructed, the stone surface rippled, revealing a hidden passage filled with faintly swirling blue mist. Ken stiffened, realizing it was a concealed path, and could only watch in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how Raoul saw through the dungeon's tricks so effortlessly. Raoul reflected quietly. He knew this place because he had been here before, in his previous life. Janak's dungeon had been the very first dungeon he had ever cleared as his former self. The reason he had succeeded alone, when so many others had failed against its brutal difficulty, was simple. This dungeon had been designed for espers, those who wielded psychokinetic power. Janak, known as the Ancient Fist Master, or the Combat Master, had been an esper himself. The dungeon was meant to serve as a proving ground for those like him. But as espers gradually disappeared from the continent of Connect, conquering it had become nearly impossible. One of Janak's closest companions had also been recorded in history, the ancestor of House Marquis Greer. Moving forward, the narrow passage slowly opened into a vast space bathed in shimmering light, the air itself swirling as though alive. Ahead of them rose an enormous stone mansion beneath an enchanted sky, creating the illusion that they had stepped outside. Josh and King gasped in confusion. Raoul calmly confirmed that they were still inside the dungeon, explaining that ancient dungeons were inherently unpredictable. Ken examined the towering stone walls and ancient carvings in silence, a strange sense of familiarity stirring within him. Then Josh suddenly shouted in excitement, pointing ahead toward a massive arena-like space where two towering statues stood facing one another. He insisted that whatever awaited them there was important. Ken froze on the spot, his breath catching as his eyes locked onto one of the towering stone statues. Recognition struck instantly. It was the bronze statue, The design was unmistakable, burned deep into his memory. The scene shifted back several days, to the meeting room of the Turian branch. Raoul had brought the discussion back to the dungeon raid, and asked Cain whether he had heard the rumors about the hidden legacy left behind by the ancestor of House Greer within Janak's dungeon. Cain had nodded solemnly. Most of the artifacts recovered from past expeditions, he explained, were tied directly to House Marquis Greer. Each time the dungeon resurfaced, the Marquisate had attempted to reclaim it. Each time, the losses were catastrophic. Knights and mercenaries entered, and almost none ever returned. Cain's voice had grown heavier as he spoke of the most recent attempt. 5 years ago, when the dungeon had appeared near the academy, his older brother, Sean Greer, the heir of the house, had led the expedition himself. Knights and soldiers had been mobilized in force. Not a single one had come back. Cain had said then that no matter the cost, he had to go. For his brother. For his family. Back in the present, Cain remained motionless before the bronze statue. Raoul asked quietly whether he truly believed the rumors were real. Stepping forward, Cain answered without hesitation. The statue depicted Jeremiah de Greer, the founding ancestor of the Greer Marquisate. The three of them moved closer together. Suddenly, a glowing system window appeared before Raoul, stopping him short. The warning was absolute. This area was designated as a Force Quest Zone. Unauthorized entry could result in death. Recommended qualifications were listed clearly. Spear techniques of rank B or higher, proficiency level 1 or above, and a direct bloodline connection to House Greer. Raoul turned his gaze to Cain. Cain met it head-on and nodded firmly. It was finally his turn. He asked whether he could be trusted to handle the trial. His eyes burned with resolve as he answered that his master could leave it to him. Cain stepped forward toward Jeremiah's statue. The moment he crossed into its activation range, the statue's eyes ignited with blinding light. Metal echoed through the chamber as the massive body shifted, slowly raising its spear. A deep, ancient voice thundered through the space, demanding to know who dared disturb its eternal slumber. Cain lifted his spear and settled into a firm stance, announcing himself as kin of the Greer Marquisate and formally requesting the founder's teachings. The statue answered with a low, mocking chuckle. It acknowledged his bloodline, then warned him coldly that it would show no mercy. If he sought the Greer legacy, he would have to earn it with his life. In the very next moment, the statue surged forward with impossible speed. Cain met the strike head-on, blocking it with raw force as his concentration sharpened to its limit. His eyes followed every motion without blinking. He recognized the technique instantly. The legendary Greer spear art, Fury Wave. One mistake would be fatal. He couldn't afford to overlook even the smallest movement. As their weapons collided, the sound rang through the arena like thunder. Watching the exchange, Raoul allowed a faint smile to curve his lips. This trial belonged to Cain. Turning his gaze toward the second statue, he maintained that same calm expression, fully prepared to face his own challenge while Cain confronted his fate. As Raoul moved forward with Ravel at his side, another system window materialized before him, repeating the same warning. This area was a Force Quest Zone. Unauthorized entry could result in death. The required qualifications were listed clearly: combat skill rank B or higher at intermediate +1, and psychic skill rank B or higher at intermediate +1. Raoul didn't even slow his steps. He dismissed the warning without a second glance and continued on. Without warning, the statue of Janak began to glow. Cracks spread across its surface, stone breaking apart as an overwhelming presence awakened within. The shell shattered completely, and the figure moved, its aura flooding the chamber as its gaze settled on Raoul and the small forest fairy hovering beside him. A deep, ancient voice reverberated through the space, demanding to know who had dared disturb his long slumber. Then came a low, amused chuckle. Janak remarked on the strange pairing of a fairy and a young psychic, adding that a reward would be granted if they could endure his trial. Raoul accepted immediately. He remembered this fight well. In his previous life, he had barely survived with nothing more than intermediate level 3 telekinesis. This time was different. He was far stronger. With a simple wave of his hand, psychic energy surged outward, and countless telekinetic swords formed in midair, suspended around him. Janak's eyes narrowed in surprise. The strength of Raoul's intermediate psychokinesis defied common sense. Still, Janak dismissed it as nothing more than inflated numbers, not true power. Surrounded by a massive aura, Raoul let out a faint chuckle, anticipation flickering in his eyes. He advanced calmly. Janak moved first, lunging forward as his fist ignited with a glowing green martial aura. Raoul extended his hand and sent his blades flying, but Janak twisted through them with inhuman speed and countered instantly. Ravel reacted at once, erecting a mana barrier, yet the reinforced fist tore straight through it. The blow struck Raoul squarely in the torso, sending him staggering backward as pain exploded through his body. Raoul understood immediately. It was an advanced penetration fist technique. Blocking was meaningless. Only evasion worked against it. At that moment, another presence surfaced from within the regulator armor. A calm voice assessed the situation, commenting dryly on the opponent. Raoul grimaced inwardly. Janak's attacks cut through defenses as if they didn't exist. Simply dodging would never turn this into a real duel. Carl spoke with certainty. Against a master penetration fist, there were only two options: deflect the attack, or stay completely out of range. Janak pressed the attack without mercy. Raoul barely slipped past two crushing blows, the second passing so close that the pressure ripped across his face like a blade. Janak shifted his stance then, the change unmistakable. The warm-up was over. Dense green martial energy coiled tightly around his fist, gathering with terrifying intent for a decisive strike. Raoul clenched his teeth, frustration flaring as an old realization surfaced. In his previous life, Janak had truly been holding back. Now, as the green aura churned violently, Raoul recalled exactly why. Janak possessed two psychic abilities: flame manipulation and body reinforcement, skills that amplified both offense and defense to extreme levels. Combined with master-level martial arts, Janak stood among the most dangerous duelists Raoul had ever faced. When the next killing blow came, Raoul activated Flicker. His body vanished in an instant, reappearing high above the arena and leaving Janak momentarily stunned. From the air, Raoul's aura exploded outward as a fresh ring of psychic swords formed around him, glowing fiercely with reinforced energy. This was his domain. Aerial combat was where a telekinetic truly dominated. The blades fell like meteors as Raoul activated Infinity Sword. Janak met them head-on. Flames erupted around his body as his aura flared violently, scorching the stone beneath his feet and driving the pressure inside the chamber to suffocating levels. From the sidelines, Josh stiffened, instinctively sensing the terrifying surge in power. Even Ken, still locked in combat with the statue, felt it ripple through the dungeon. Janak scoffed coldly, declaring the sheer numbers would never overwhelm him, and swung his arm with explosive force, shattering blade after blade with ease. Then one sword cut into his forearm. Janak froze for a split second, shock flashing across his face. These weren't crude projections. The blades were mana constructs fully infused with psychic energy, carrying power far beyond what a novice should possess. Rage ignited instantly. Janak unleashed a violent psychic pulse, forcing the remaining swords to collide and explode midair. Raoul frowned. His mana blades had been overpowered. They needed further reinforcement. Before he could adjust, Janak raised both hands, raging flames spiraling together as they formed a massive dragon-shaped construct of aura and fire. The attack surged forward like a comet. Raoul's pulse spiked. He knew he couldn't outrun it. No matter where he fled, he would burn. At that critical instant, Carl appeared at his side once more, calm and unshaken. He told Raoul to steady his breathing, to open his eyes and truly look. The dragon, he explained, was not a true construct, but a compressed flame aura, one with a single, fatal weak point hidden at its core. Raoul narrowed his focus, his vision cutting straight through the chaos as he locked onto the swirling orb of mana hidden within the dragon's open maw. Drawing deeper into himself, he pulled forth sharper, denser psychic blades, their edges vibrating with compressed power. With a single decisive motion, he sent them straight into the core. The moment they struck, the arena erupted. A violent explosion tore through the space as flames and smoke swallowed everything in sight, the shockwave rolling outward with overwhelming force. When the smoke finally thinned, Raoul stepped forward, completely unharmed. Janak stared at him in stunned silence. In that instant, he understood it. Raoul had crossed into a realm that lay beyond his ability to measure. Psychic swords hovered menacingly around Raoul, all pointed toward Janak, as an immense aura surged and twisted around his body. After a long pause, Janak let out a low breath and acknowledged the truth. The duel was over. The victory belonged to Raoul. The statue of Janak spoke one final time, his voice carrying a quiet sense of fulfillment. He expressed his satisfaction at encountering such an outstanding junior and stated that he could now rest without regret. As his words faded, a system chime echoed through the chamber. announcing the completion of the forced quest. The rewards appeared clearly. A Type B mansion warehouse key, 50,000 player coins, a massive amount of experience, and a special title granted to one who had earned Janak's acknowledgement. As Raoul read the notification, golden light began to glow from the statue's chest. A radiant golden core slowly rose into the air, hovering before him. Janak's voice followed, saying that he looked forward to the day Raoul's psychokinesis reached true mastery, and that he hoped the experience gained here would serve as a guiding light on that path. With those final words, the statue fell silent, returning to lifeless stone. Raoul frowned slightly, confused. This reward hadn't been part of the predetermined outcome of the hidden quest. Something had changed. At that moment, a voice from behind pulled his attention away. When Raoul turned, he saw Jeremiah's statue halting mid-swing against Cain. The massive figure conceded calmly, acknowledging that Cain had lasted far longer than expected and declaring that he had passed the trial. Josh immediately erupted in cheers, celebrating both Raoul's and Cain's success. Another system notification flashed before Raoul, repeating the quest rewards. A faint smirk crossed his lips. Cain had succeeded as well, and everything was unfolding exactly as planned. Later, when they entered the Greer mansion, Josh couldn't hide his amazement, openly marveling at the sheer scale and grandeur of the place. Raoul simply noted that they had earned it. He told them to rest, and informed them that he would contact them later through the guild channel. Josh and Cain both thanked him sincerely before leaving him alone. Once the room fell quiet, Raoul opened his system interface and began sorting through the rewards. The newly acquired title immediately caught his attention. It increased combat power, psychic strength, and overall skill proficiency by 20%. He briefly noted that a boost to swordsmanship would have been nice, but reasoned that such an enhancement could be obtained elsewhere. He then retrieved the golden core from his inventory. The system identified it as an S-grade spiritual core of Janak, a rare item that enhanced psychic abilities and granted unique growth effects based on the user's choices. Raoul stared at it in genuine disbelief. In his previous life, the best reward he had ever obtained from this dungeon had only been Grade B, with later runs yielding nothing but degraded Grade C items. This outcome was on an entirely different level. Without hesitation, he swallowed the core. Golden light surged through his body as the system chimed, announcing the successful consumption and informing him that he must now choose 2 growth effects aligned with his aptitude. 3 options appeared before his eyes. The first enhanced psychokinesis power, multiplying the total movable weight by 10. The second enhanced psychokinesis control, increasing the number of objects he could manipulate tenfold while drastically refining precision. The third expanded psychokinesis range, doubling both detection distance and the reach of spirit projection. Raoul's eyes widened, excitement flashing through him as he steadied his breathing and examined each choice carefully. Power meant overwhelming force and faster manipulation of massive objects. Control meant true multitasking and surgical precision. Range meant dominance over space itself. After only a brief pause, his decision was clear. He chose range growth and control growth. Golden light exploded outward. His eyes burned with a radiant gold as the power took hold. Every object in the room rose into the air at once, floating and rotating in flawless synchronization beneath his will. Raoul felt it instantly. This was nothing like the sensation of reaching master rank in his previous life. In a psychic duel, he knew without doubt that his former self would be crushed effortlessly. With calm certainty, he accepted that victory was now something he could secure without question. With a single thought, he returned everything gently to its original place. As the room settled, Raoul reflected in quiet disbelief. He had just obtained spiritual power that had taken him 15 long years to cultivate in his past life through the quickest meditation arts from Mira. And yet, this time, his power and control had surpassed those old limits entirely. Soon, he sensed a faint but unfamiliar aura nearby. His thoughts sharpened. If he had received a hidden reward, then Jeremiah must have granted one as well. Cain had received a ring and a spear, and now that Raoul looked more closely, both items carried a subtle difference. Something within them had changed. Cain's latent potential had clearly been awakened. A faint smile touched Raoul's lips. Then the moment shattered. The door burst open as Josh stumbled inside, pale and gasping for breath. Raoul turned sharply, instantly alert, as Josh reported that something was wrong. When Raoul demanded an explanation, Josh swallowed hard and said that while resting and wandering behind the mansion, he had found an area that looked disturbingly like a graveyard. Soon after, Raoul, Cain, and Josh rushed toward the rear grounds of the mansion. The air grew unnaturally heavy with every step, the silence pressing down on them like a weight. When they rounded the final corner, all three froze. Scattered across the ground lay hundreds of human skeletons, bleached white and strewn without order. Tension snapped tight through their bodies at the sight. Raoul broke the silence first, turning to Ken with a grim expression and stating that it was even worse than he had anticipated. He then asked quietly whether Ken was looking for something in particular. Ken nodded, his face stiff. Without another word, Raoul stepped forward and raised his hand, activating the power of the spiritual core. An unseen wave rippled outward, sweeping across the field of remains. Moments later, Raoul's senses locked onto something distinct. He moved toward it, and soon Ken spotted the object. A ring still worn on the finger of a skeleton clad in shattered golden armor. The instant he saw the crest engraved upon it, Ken recognized it as belonging to House Greer. He staggered forward, and as he drew closer to the corpse, his strength gave out. Ken collapsed to his knees, despair crashing over him. At the same time, Josh approached while holding a bundle of weathered papers he had discovered near the body. Raoul took them and carefully read through the faded but still legible writing. The journal recorded that on September 7th, the writer had heard from Fabian about Janak's dungeon and had felt uneasy about the proposal due to their strained relationship. On September 10th, Fabian of House McNeil claimed he wished to reconcile and suggested exploring the dungeon together, without involving adults. By September 12th, the writer decided to accept, believing that waiting for support from his family would take too long. He resolved to reclaim the family's secret art with his own strength inside the dungeon. On September 15th, they entered the dungeon accompanied by escort knights and soldiers, and at first, Fabian appeared cooperative. By September 19th, however, the situation had worsened after encountering spirit-type entities immune to physical attacks. On September 21st, the writer confessed that betrayal had taken place. Fabian and his group vanished overnight, and shortly after, the guide and priest they had hired disappeared as well. It became clear they had been involved from the beginning. Not long after, their bodies were discovered, almost certainly killed by Fabian's hand. The dungeon entrance then vanished without a trace, leaving only one knight behind with the writer. As they attempted to escape, the knight cursed the dungeon, writing that they never should have entered it at all. Raoul lowered the paper slowly, noting that the remaining entries were illegible. The writer's sanity had clearly unraveled by that point. Ken pushed himself upright, his body shaking violently. Rage poured from him, his eyes burning red as fury finally broke through his grief. Raoul's thoughts drifted to Fabian of House Marquis McNeil, the spoiled late-born son of Marquis Clifford McNeil, a man who had been handed command of a night order despite lacking the talent to deserve it. The situation felt uncomfortably familiar, stirring echoes of Raoul's own past. Power granted without merit always left rot behind. Turning back to Ken, Raoul expressed his condolences for what he had lost. Ken cut him off before the words could settle. With his voice trembling yet resolute, he pledged his loyalty, declaring that he would never stain his master's name with personal vengeance. Instead, he asked for a single thing, that if conflict ever arose between Raoul and House McNeil, he be allowed to stand at the very front. Tears pooled in his reddened eyes as he spoke. Raoul studied him for a brief moment, then answered firmly. That chance would come, but it would have to be earned through strength. Ken bowed deeply, vowing that he would never bring dishonor upon him. Raoul knew that killing Fabian would be easy. Too easy. There was no reason to rush. A clash with House McNeil was inevitable, and when it came, it would not end with a single death. His expression darkened as he reminded himself that they were not the only ones capable of playing dirty. When the time arrived, every debt would be repaid in full. In the weeks that followed, the dungeon expedition officially came to an end. Using the extraordinary reward he had obtained, Raoul relocated Janak's dungeon entirely to Calypse territory. The Grade 10 Dungeon Core granted him full administrative authority over the ancient dungeon, allowing him to create or seal entrances at will. Destroying the core would erase the dungeon's existence completely, but knowledge of such cores was one of the world's most tightly guarded secrets. Even Raoul, who had once worked as an intelligence operator, had never heard of them before. With the core in hand, Raoul salvaged every treasure within the dungeon and reorganized it into a private training ground under the guidance of the two ancient masters. Even Bernard, the Wind Mage, made use of the opportunity, pushing his psychic abilities to a higher level. Once that was complete, Raoul shifted his focus to strengthening his knights and preparing his forces for the conflicts he knew were drawing closer. A month later, at the Mira First Guild Academy, Dalton greeted Raoul with his usual cheer remarking on how long it had been since they last met. Raoul returned a faint smile, saying it was good to see him again after so long, and asked about the trainees. Dalton laughed as he explained that he had met the foreign candidates and had been stunned by their rate of growth, finally understanding why Raoul had taken such a keen interest in them. At present, Dalton served as both headmaster and swordsmanship instructor, personally overseeing the trainees' growth. Every lesson, every clash of steel, passed under his direct watch. As they walked through the academy grounds, Raoul asked about the state of guild recruitment. Dalton explained that he had been focusing solely on individuals with genuine talent, though interest was lower than anticipated. Raoul nodded, unconcerned. That was fine. As long as Dalton secured the people he had already specified, nothing else mattered. Dalton answered without hesitation, stating that he would never handle his future subordinates carelessly. Within the Connect system, each player was normally restricted to joining a single guild. However, there was one exception. Raoul recalled a rare item he had obtained long ago, a special consumable earned from a main scenario quest. It allowed its holder to establish a second guild, completely bypassing the restriction. With it, Raoul planned to create a player-only guild, a hidden organization meant to rival the First Guild and the Purple Guild in sheer strength. The First Guild had already reached the highest level currently possible. If another guild of comparable caliber emerged, it would become a force no other player guild could hope to challenge. Raoul told Dalton plainly that he was counting on him, and that most of the Purple Guild's authority would be entrusted to his hands. Dalton responded with a confident smirk, telling him to leave everything to him. He added that the old noble lords, trapped in their rigid ways of thinking, would never even imagine such a force being built right under their noses. With that, Dalton turned and left on his own. Raoul's body shimmered as his form shifted, transforming smoothly into his former identity, Bei Du Hyun. His expression hardened with resolve as he muttered that it was time to update today's record. Later that day, a student burst into one of the classrooms, face flushed and eyes wide as he announced that Bei Du Hyun had appeared in training arena number 1. The room erupted instantly. One student shouted in disbelief, another wondered just how high he planned to push his score this time, while a third leapt to his feet, insisting they rush over immediately. If they were lucky, they might even get the chance to party with him. It had already been 2 months since the First Guild Academy accepted its first batch of 600 students, and their growth under the Academy's harsh training regime was undeniable. Among all the programs, the most famous by far was the Academy's pride, the Illusion Magic Circle battles. These simulations recreated complex combat environments filled with monsters, designed to test true combat capability rather than theory. Rankings were updated weekly, and the same system would be used for the graduation exam, making it impossible to ignore. Yet from the very beginning, one thing had never changed. The top spot always belonged to Bei Du Hyun. His dominance remained absolute. Inside Arena 1, Bei Du Hyun moved with effortless precision, every strike clean, decisive, and perfectly timed. Outside, students clustered around the ranking display. One stared in awe, muttering that he had broken another record. Another clicked his tongue in frustration. Someone else asked how he kept pulling off such results despite barely attending classes. A nearby student replied that even the instructors had given up questioning it, and that the rumors said he was constantly running missions for the First Guild. Not long after, Bei Du Hyun exited the arena. Several students immediately rushed toward him, Blake among them, eagerly asking for a spar. Before he could even answer, another student cut in aggressively, claiming they had booked him first. The situation escalated when Wang Tianming forced his way through the crowd, shouting for everyone to move and declaring, without restraint, that he would avenge his previous defeat. Bei Du Hyun let out a slow sigh and asked if they ever got tired of this routine. Tianming shot back that he would never stop until he defeated him, and that he couldn't bring himself to graduate after losing like that. Blake snapped back at Tianming, telling him to wait his turn, and teasing that charging in every time out of sheer passion wasn't helping his case. The two immediately began arguing. Watching them, Bei Du Hyun felt a strange sense of familiarity. Despite everything, he had to acknowledge Tianming's persistence. With most of the troublesome recruits gone, they could finally interact like normal people. Stepping in before the argument dragged on, he calmly suggested they settle it with a 2-on-1 match instead. Shocked yet thrilled, they accepted without hesitation, only to be crushed moments later and left sprawled across the arena floor. Wang Tianming ground his teeth in frustration, admitting bitterly that they hadn't even managed to land a single hit, before cursing Bei Du Hyun as a monster. Blake, still lying there, muttered that he felt like an irregular, unable to believe they were even the same kind of player. Burning with irritation, Tianming snapped back that Blake simply wasn't skilled enough and swore that one day, no matter what it took, he would defeat Bei Duhyun. Blake shifted the conversation, bringing up the Purple Guild, which had been steadily gaining attention among high rankers and was even being openly promoted by instructors. Tianming dismissed it immediately, stating that he had already rejected every guild offer back in his home country. Blake admitted that he was seriously considering joining, explaining that the conditions were unusually good. Tianming paused, then turned back and asked what those conditions were, adding bluntly that if he joined a guild, it would have to be the best with the best treatment. He scoffed that even if he built one himself, it still wouldn't surpass the guild Bei Duhyun belonged to. Blake chuckled softly and told him to think carefully. Once the academy ended, chances to meet Bei Duhyun again would be rare. If Tianming truly wanted to defeat him someday, joining the same guild and waiting for the right moment might be the smarter move. Tianming fell silent, picturing the day he could finally win. After a moment, he asked whether Blake still had the guild brochure. Blake replied that Tianming should already have one. Tianming admitted, irritated, that he had thrown it away in a fit of anger after losing to Bei Duhyun. Blake told him to grab another from an instructor and added that Tianming seriously needed to rein in his temper. Flustered, Tianming snapped back immediately, telling him to mind his own business. The scene shifted to the mirror branch of the first guild. A blonde-haired guild member approached Raoul and reported that their business targeting outsiders was finally turning a profit. Raoul offered a faint smile, saying it was good news. The man explained that they expected an influx of newcomers and were planning to expand the shop, as manpower and funding were no longer issues. Raoul assured him that the guild would cooperate fully if anything was needed. The man bowed, thanking Raoul sincerely for his direct support. At that moment, a system window flashed before Raoul, signaling an incoming guild audio message. He opened it, and Bernard's urgent voice came through, reporting that something had gone wrong. The report hit hard. Their informant inside Confort Castle had confirmed that Count Melvin had collapsed. Raoul's expression darkened instantly as he cursed under his breath. Had it already begun? Just as he had feared, the scenario he remembered might have started moving sooner than expected. Without wasting a second, Raoul activated an emergency transmission to the entire guild. His voice carried no room for hesitation as he ordered all members to enter maximum alert, treat the situation as a state of war, and prepare accordingly. The responses came back at once, unified and resolute. Raoul moved swiftly down the corridor with knights flanking him, issuing further commands as he walked. Every knight of the Mirror Branch was to head immediately to Confort Castle, and an officer meeting would be held that very night. Until further notice, everyone was to remain on standby. Ending the transmission, Raoul stepped into a room where Nakia, Dalton, and Cain stood beside an active portal. He asked for an update. Cain reported that Count Melvin had yet to regain consciousness, though healers and priests were already administering treatment. Raoul made his decision on the spot. Cain would accompany him to the main estate. Dalton was to head to Confort Castle and join Bernard, bringing Nakia with him. Both accepted without question. Raoul then turned to Nakia and told her that he had a special task for her. Without speaking aloud, he delivered a confidential order directly into her mind through a secure transmission. Once it was done, he motioned to Cain and told him they were leaving immediately for the main estate. As they moved, Raoul's thoughts burned with resolve. He remembered the vow he had made the moment he awakened as Raoul Ashton, to accept this life fully and confront whatever awaited him. No matter the cost, he would stop the tragedy closing in on the Count's family. This time, he would not be too late. The scene shifted to Confort Castle, the seat of House Ashton. Raoul strode through the main gates with Cain at his side and immediately called out for Ivan. The elderly butler rushed forward, trembling as he bowed deeply, his voice breaking as he confessed that he had failed to serve the Count properly. Raoul stopped him at once, telling him not to shoulder the blame. What mattered now was his father. He demanded to be taken to him immediately. With a sharp gesture, Raoul summoned Philip, one of the household retainers. Philip stepped forward without delay and led them toward the Count's chambers. Knights in full armor stood guard outside, the Ashton crest gleaming proudly on their breastplates. Raoul entered without hesitation. Inside, Count Ashton lay unconscious on the bed, the air thick with incense. A healer and a priest worked tirelessly at his side, while Lady Estella, Dylan's wife, stood nearby, her face streaked with tears as she sobbed uncontrollably. She turned toward Raoul with reddened eyes and asked what they should do. Raoul did not answer right away. He sat beside his father, his jaw tightening, then turned to the healer and priest and demanded to know exactly what had happened. After a brief hesitation, the priest admitted that the cause was unclear, but the symptoms pointed toward mana backlash. Raoul's eyes widened. Knights possessed only a single mana path within their bodies. If mana flowed in reverse, backlash occurred, a condition that was almost always fatal, and for the rare survivors, one that left permanent crippling damage. The priest explained that although this case was abnormal, mana backlash was the only explanation they could offer. Raoul pressed them harder, demanding to know if there was any treatment, and ordering them to stabilize his father at all costs. The priest answered with regret, saying that divine power was ineffective, and that all they could do was maintain blessings and support. Raoul nodded firmly and told them to do everything possible. When the others finally stepped back, Raoul remained seated by the bedside. A calm voice suddenly spoke beside him, remarking that the council was extraordinary and that he must be enduring unbearable pain. Raoul stiffened as a shimmer rose from the armor. Carl, the sealed spirit, revealed himself. Raoul turned at once and demanded to know if there was any way to save his father. Carl replied that he needed to borrow the count's senses. Without hesitation, Raoul placed his hand gently on his father's head as Carl began his examination. Carl soon broke the silence, noting that the condition was strange and unlike any mana backlash he had encountered before. Raoul immediately asked if that meant there was still a chance to treat it. Carl answered cautiously. The situation was far more complicated than a normal backlash. At the count's current mana level, he should have already broken through to intermediate master rank. Instead, his natural mana was colliding with a reversed flow, creating an unstable deadlock. It was a balance that could not last forever. Hearing this, Raoul felt a chill run through him. Carl then explained the two possible methods. The first was to locate the source of the abnormal mana flow and seal it off, allowing the natural circulation to recover on its own. The second was far more dangerous, to forcibly block the reverse mana directly. That would require a master-level manipulator with extreme precision, and even then, the risk was enormous. There was no certainty that the count would stabilize. In either case, Carl warned, the worst possible outcome could not be completely ruled out. Some time later, Raoul walked through the castle corridors beside Ivan, his thoughts tangled and heavy. He asked why his eldest brother still had not returned. Ivan explained that several days earlier, 2 teams had gone missing inside a strange dungeon, and the eldest young lord had personally gone to investigate. Raoul frowned. That explained why the missing group had never responded to the guild's messages. He asked if there had been any word since. Ivan shook his head and added that the dungeon was located at the very edge of the count's territory. Raoul's eyes widened slightly as his expression hardened. He sharply asked about the knight commander and Viscount Ernest Bozel. Ivan replied that the knight commander had entered the dungeon alongside young Master Dylan, while Viscount Bozel had been away for more than a week conducting mobile training. Raoul's jaw tightened as he asked who was currently overseeing the estate and castle defenses. Ivan answered that the main estate was under Baron Carlo de Ashton, commander of the Silver Bear Knights, while the castle itself was guarded by Baron Dwayne de Ashton, head of the security forces. Raoul muttered under his breath that this explained why the Silver Bears had been assigned to escort duty. The county maintained 4 knight orders. The Golden Bear Knights were elite warriors serving House Ashton directly. The Silver Bear Knights were made up mostly of Ashton family members. The Iron Bear Knights consisted of skilled fighters of common or foreign birth, and the Chain Knights were still in order and training. Despite the prestige of their name, the Silver Bears were widely regarded as weaker in actual combat than the Iron Bears. Raoul made his decision without hesitation. He ordered Ivan to dispatch a messenger at once and summon the Golden Bear Knights, instructing them to fill any gaps alongside the Chain Knights. At the same time, he commanded Baron Dwayne to place the castle under full lockdown, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving until further notice. Ivan accepted the orders immediately and moved to carry them out. As they walked, Raoul's thoughts churned relentlessly. The timing was far too perfect. Everyone else might believe his father's collapse was a tragic accident, but Raoul didn't. It was too convenient that it happened while his brother and most of their forces were absent, leaving the estate exposed. Without his informant inside the main house, he would have arrived too late. If his father had died, the county would have plunged into chaos. They had escaped disaster by a narrow margin. Now, there was no room for hesitation. Raoul opened a private guild channel and began issuing orders in rapid succession. Jake was instructed to open a private portal and begin transporting knights and guild members directly to Confort Castle. Dalton was ordered to head to the mansion as well, bringing Nakia and Ken with him. Each response came back instantly, firm and unquestioning. Raoul understood that their enemies still had no grasp of the true power he commanded, nor the reach of the First Guild. He intended to exploit that ignorance, positioning his forces carefully while drawing out every hidden traitor lurking in the shadows. Then Cain's voice crackled through an audio message from the castle walls. He reported that 6 baronial families bordering 4 of their territories were mobilizing troops toward the borders, supported by substantial forces that included entire night orders. Raoul slammed his hand down hard. A slow smile spread across his face as his resolve crystallized. So they had chosen to move. Very well. He would make sure those rotten traitors learned exactly what happened to those who dared to stab him in the back. The scene shifted to a secluded mansion, hidden from public view. Inside, a silver-haired man bowed slightly as he greeted Viscount Jaden de Ashton, offering an apology for the crude location they had been forced to use for the meeting. Jaden waved the words away and cut straight to the point, demanding a report on the situation. The man answered promptly. Their spy had confirmed that the Count was on the brink of death, and most of the castle's main forces were currently absent, dispatched on a dungeon subjugation. A cold smile slowly crept across Jaden's face. He remarked that such an end suited the Count well, a fitting consequence for the disasters he had brought upon himself through his own foolish decisions. With visible satisfaction, he added that Dylan had taken the bait exactly as expected. The silver-haired man assured him that there was no one left who could properly rally the Count's forces. He hesitated briefly before adding that Raoul Ashton had appeared at the mansion. Jaden's expression darkened at once. Raoul had become far too active since the incident in the capital. The man quickly reassured him, explaining that troops had already been positioned within Raoul's territory, ensuring he would be forced to rush back. Jaden responded coldly, stating that he had better, reminding him that they had paid a heavy price to move their pawns into place. He ordered the man to monitor Raoul closely and report even the slightest movement. The man acknowledged the command without hesitation. Jaden then turned toward the knights assembled behind him. His voice carried firm conviction as he declared that they had waited long enough. Raising his hand, he announced that their great cause had finally begun. Their task was clear: to set the Ashton bloodline straight by purging the filth that had disrupted the family's order, and to rewrite Ashton history with their own hands. The knights roared in unison, raising their fists as Jaden's smile twisted with chilling intent. In his mind, he saw the Count's lineage being torn down piece by piece. Back at Confort Castle, Raoul continued his preparations without pause. A senior Golden Bear Knight, Whereon, stood before him and firmly pledged his reliability. Raoul accepted the assurance in silence, weighing the knight's loyalty and strength, knowing he was the best possible choice. A day after his father's collapse, knights from nearby territories returned, and after observing them carefully, Raoul entrusted his father's protection to Whereon, placing the Count's life firmly in his hands. At that moment, Baron Carlo, commander of the Silver Bear Knights, stepped forward and questioned whether the precautions were excessive. He asked bluntly if assigning additional guards meant Raoul did not trust the Silver Bears. Raoul answered calmly, without raising his voice. It was not a matter of mistrust toward the Baron. He simply did not intend to trust anyone. Until his brother returned, he would continue reinforcing the guard, and he hoped the Baron could understand that much. Inwardly, Raoul had already finalized his plan. 5 Golden Bear Knights would rotate guard duty on the 5th floor where his father's chambers were located. No one would be allowed entry without his direct approval. His gaze hardened as the realization settled deeper. The conspiracy had begun inside the house itself. Until every shadow was dragged into the light, trust was a luxury he could not afford. Strength alone would keep his father alive. Later, Raoul returned to his father's bedside. Count Melvin lay motionless, watched over by Bishop Alonso of the Xenon Order. Raoul asked quietly whether there had been any improvement. The bishop lowered his head and apologized, admitting that merely maintaining the Count's current state was already pushing his limits. Raoul stood there in silence, staring at his father's frail form for a long moment. Then he spoke gently, thanking the bishop for his efforts and asking him to step outside for now. Alonso bowed respectfully and left the room. Almost as soon as the door closed, Nakia entered. Raoul turned to her and asked for her assessment. She examined the Count carefully before nodding. His suspicion had been correct. It was manipularia. Raoul felt his chest tighten as memories from his previous life surfaced. He had seen manipularia used before, quietly, efficiently, to assassinate key figures across the kingdom. Entire regions had been drowned in blood afterward, with the true cause never uncovered. Even back then, he had suspected it was tied to the downfall of the Count's family. Raoul looked back at Nakia and asked if treatment was possible. She answered without hesitation. Using the data Raoul had provided, she had already formulated cure. Treating the Manhwa itself would not be difficult. What she could not guarantee was the condition the Count would be left in afterward. Even so, she promised she would do everything she could. Raoul told her he was counting on her. If it was Nakia, he believed she could succeed. Nakia bowed and left to prepare. Left alone once more, Raoul's expression darkened. Whoever had done this had crossed the line, and he swore, silently and without mercy, that he would hunt them down. Some time later, Raoul met with Philip and asked whether any enemy forces had been sighted along the borders of the Calypso state. Philip confirmed it, explaining that the movement appeared to be a private night order reinforced by mercenaries. No official declaration had been made yet, but the scale of the deployment made one thing clear. This was no mere show of force. Territorial war was a real possibility. Raoul remarked that formal war would require royal approval, but Philip warned that the enemy had already completed their positioning and could initiate hostilities at any moment. With time slipping away, Raoul decided they would return to the territory at once. Every domain commander would be informed of the movements in neighboring lands, and all-night orders were to prepare for combat. Philip accepted the order immediately and moved to carry it out. Unseen by them, a figure cloaked in black stood atop a nearby wall, listening intently. A twisted smile spread across his face as he absorbed every word. Later that night, 2 Silver Bear Knights stood guard outside the mansion, the silence between them heavy and uncomfortable. One of them stiffened and turned to the other, asking if he had heard something. Before another word could leave his mouth, a dagger flashed through the darkness and pierced his neck. Blood sprayed as his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The second knight fell just as fast, a blade burying itself deep in his throat before he could react. The assassin stepped out from the shadows, his presence cold and deliberate. He calmly introduced himself as Imperial Hounds 6, mocking the pitiful level of security around him. Moments later, one of his subordinates emerged from inside the mansion and reported that everything had been arranged as promised. All the windows had been left open. Imperial Hound 6 nodded in satisfaction and ordered his men to take their assigned positions and wait for a signal. Once it was given, they were to kill everyone inside and burn everything to the ground. The subordinates dispersed instantly, vanishing into the darkness without a word. Imperial Hound 6 let out a low, unhinged laugh. He muttered that he had waited decades for this moment. His grin widened as madness gleamed in his eyes, swearing that with his own hands, he would finally snuff out the last breath of Count Ashton's bloodline. The mansion's windows stood wide open, and the 2 Silver Bear Knights stationed nearby remained completely oblivious to the danger slipping in from the shadows. When a red flare suddenly bloomed in the night sky, casting an ominous glow over the grounds, one of the knights turned toward it in confusion. In that same instant, a dagger shot out from an open window and pierced straight through his skull. He died before he could even cry out, leaving the other knight frozen in shock. The second knight barely had time to draw a breath before a cloaked figure appeared behind him. A hand clamped over his mouth, silencing him, as a blade slid cleanly into his throat. His body crumpled without a sound. The assassins moved with chilling efficiency, and 2 of them slipped into the chamber where Lady Estella, Dylan's wife, slept peacefully. The faint sound of footsteps stirred her awake, but she never had a chance to react. A cloth soaked in a drowsy chemical was pressed tightly over her mouth. She struggled desperately for a brief moment, but her strength faded almost immediately. Her body slackened as she fell into an unnatural sleep. The Imperial Hounds carried her before their leader. Imperial Hound 6's cold gaze swept over her as he confirmed her identity. Once assured that she was indeed the correct target, a quiet, satisfied laugh escaped him. Everything was unfolding exactly as planned. His laughter soon twisted into something unhinged as he reveled in the thought that, from this night onward, the Count's household would begin its slow collapse. At his signal, a subordinate hoisted Lady Estella over his shoulder and leapt out through the window, vanishing into the darkness below. Imperial Hound 6 remained behind, calmly observing the unfolding carnage. The situation was unfolding too beautifully to rush. He lingered, certain the next signal would come soon. Moments later, it did. Flames burst across the mansion as another flare ignited the sky. The Silver Bear Knights finally realized they were under attack and sounded the alarm, but it was already far too late. The Imperial Hounds tore through the defenders with ruthless precision, moving faster and striking harder than the knights could respond to. Fire raced through the corridors, and thick smoke spiraled upward into the night. Satisfied that enough chaos had been sown, Imperial Hound 6 turned away and headed down another corridor. It was time to move on to the next target. But as he pushed open the door to the next chamber, he was greeted by the sharp, unmistakable stench of fresh blood. Rage surged through him as he realized the target had slipped beyond his control. Before he could react further, his eyes widened in shock as a blade tore through the air toward him. He threw himself backward on pure instinct, barely avoiding the strike. What greeted him next made his blood turn cold. 3 of his subordinates lay sprawled, lifeless across the floor. Standing over them was Philip, his sword catching the firelight as he leveled a mocking taunt at the Imperial Hound. The sight locked Imperial Hound 6 in place for a heartbeat as Philip lowered his blade into a ready stance. In that instant, he understood that the situation had completely turned against him. He cursed inwardly. He had assumed Philip had returned with Raoul. Now it was clear he had misjudged everything. With no other option left, Imperial Hound 6 spun around and fled into the smoke-filled corridors. He glanced back once, relief washing over him when Philip did not give chase. It confirmed his suspicion. Philip's priority was guarding the target, not hunting him down. Gritting his teeth, Imperial Hound 6 concluded that Raoul must have quietly stationed hidden forces throughout the estate. He cursed his own arrogance for overlooking that possibility. Even so, he clung to the belief that his side would still seize victory before the night was over. Later, inside a meeting room, the tension finally erupted. A Golden Bear Knight slammed his fist onto the table, demanding to know how such a catastrophe had been allowed to happen. Baron Carlo, commander of the Silver Bear Knights, snapped back instantly, insisting that responsibility did not rest on his order alone. The Golden Bear Knight countered sharply, pointing out that both inner and outer security had been assigned to the Silver Bears, and that the matter would be fully investigated, with accountability enforced. Baron Carlo bristled, retorting that he would not stay silent while his knights, who had defended the estate with their lives, were being insulted. Before the argument could explode further, Philip's presence cut through the room like a blade. The hall fell silent at once. Philip demanded a full report. A Silver Bear Knight stepped forward, voice strained as he delivered it. 30 guards and 5 Silver Bear Knights had been killed in the attack. 1 annex had been completely destroyed, half of the East Garden reduced to ash, and the main building had suffered severe structural damage. Then came the most critical detail. Lady Estella had been kidnapped. The word struck like a hammer. Baron Carlo and Sir Wayron stood frozen, the weight of the report crashing down on them as the room plunged into stunned silence. Baron Carlo stood frozen, shock written plainly across his face, while Wayron let out a bitter murmur, saying he no longer had the face to stand before the Count or young Lord Dillon. Philip cut in at once, asking about the kidnapper's trail. The knight reported that the moment the attackers escaped the inner castle, their traces became nearly impossible to track. Philip gave a grim nod. Everything that could be done would be done. He stated that the gates had been sealed the instant the incident occurred, meaning the enemy was almost certainly still somewhere within the castle grounds. Turning to Wayron, Philip ordered him to guard the Count with absolute priority. Wayron accepted the command without the slightest hesitation. Philip then faced Baron Carlo and instructed him to secure the mansion again from top to bottom, warning that enemy remnants could still be hiding inside. He added that the attackers had deliberately destroyed the outer portal, cutting off the Count's main forces from returning. That alone suggested this was not the end, and that another strike could come at any moment. From now on, constant vigilance was mandatory. With the orders given, the meeting came to an end. The knights dispersed quickly, each moving to fulfill their assigned duties. Once the room had emptied, Philip stepped aside and opened a private guild channel, reporting that every order had been carried out. From the darkness, his master's voice replied calmly, offering approval. The response was short, praising Philip's handling of the situation and noting that the real prey would soon take the bait. With resolve hardening in his chest, the protagonist decided it was finally time to deal with the rats. The scene shifted to a lantern-lit military tent, where Baron Tate burst inside, breathless, delivering urgent news that Dylan Ashton and the Golden Bear Knights had returned from the dungeon. Viscount Jaden looked up at once, his gaze sharpening as he demanded a full report on the enemy's movements. Baron Tate hurriedly spread a map across the table and explained the situation. The commander-in-chief and the Count's central army were positioned in the west and were currently withdrawing from the border of the Forbidden Zone. With the portal destroyed, their return would take no less than 5 days. In contrast, Viscount Jaden's own forces, stationed near Confort Castle within Baron Bennett's territory, could reach the castle in just 2 days if cavalry were deployed. Jaden studied the map in silence before asking about Confort Castle's defenses. Baron Tate replied that the castle's sheer scale made a direct assault extremely difficult. He continued, reporting that the castle was defended by 5,000 soldiers, 60 elite knights, and roughly 100 chain knights. Viscount Jaden measured that against their own numbers, barely 1,500 elite troops. Capturing the castle quickly would be no simple task. Even so, he concluded coldly that no matter how the battle unfolded, the hostages they held would still fulfill their role. Baron Tate allowed himself a thin smile, reflecting on how the captives had been seized right under the Count's nose, while also acknowledging how useful their collaborators had proven to be. Jaden dismissed it as trivial, remarking that the current Count simply lacked the competence to prevent such an outcome. Baron Tate agreed readily, calling the Count far too soft, and stating that Viscount Jaden's decisiveness was precisely what this situation demanded. Rising from his seat, Viscount Jaden declared that the time had come to replace the Count. He stepped out of the tent to find his knights already assembled. At his signal, a horn blared across the camp. With a raised hand, he ordered all forces to begin marching toward Confort Castle at once. The scene shifted again, this time to a quiet riverside. Dylan and the Golden Bear Knights paused there briefly, letting their horses drink as they loosened their armor in heavy silence. Trevor de Hesse, commander of the Golden Bear Knights, approached Dylan and studied him closely. Dylan let out a long breath, his expression still weighed down by frustration and regret over his own failed judgment. Trevor shook his head and reassured him, admitting that even he had not been deceived so completely in a very long time. Dylan clenched his jaw as the memories resurfaced. Reports of a strange dungeon, missing soldiers, and traces that hinted at demonic involvement. Bound by protocol, he and the First Night Order had been forced to respond, only to uncover an empty dungeon devoid of monsters or demons. It had been nothing more than an elaborate trap. The realization burned even more when he recalled the Royal Capital Rebellion, where he had also been misled and failed to hold his post. Being fooled twice by fabricated reports was more than enough to stir a deep, seething fury within him. When the conversation shifted to their next move, Dylan recalled the information Raoul had given him after they exited the dungeon. Raoul had explained that the road ahead split into two paths, one leading straight back to Confort Castle to gather forces, and the other requiring a detour toward a separate location. After weighing the options carefully, Dylan chose the latter without hesitation. Trevor accepted the decision immediately. As they spoke further, Dylan asked what Trevor truly thought of Raoul. Trevor paused, then recalled a time before the Count had entered seclusion. Back then, the Count had once confessed that he blamed himself for failing to recognize Raoul's true nature. He had believed Raoul was someone who would need protection for life, never realizing how far his abilities would surpass the limits of the household. Dylan reacted sharply to the revelation. Trevor continued, explaining that the Count felt caution would have been reasonable if Raoul had been merely talented. But Raoul had never shown ambition for the Count's seat, nor any hunger for power. Despite the danger inherent in his talent, he possessed the potential to raise an entire nation. That was precisely why the Count believed Raoul was far too great to be confined within a single noble house. A faint smile touched Dylan's lips as he wondered when Raoul had earned such deep regard from the commander. Moments later, his expression hardened, resolve blazing in his eyes. He gave the order to move, declaring that anyone who dared betray the Count's house would face retribution. Swinging up onto his horse, he commanded the knights to advance once more, instructing them to leave behind anyone who could not keep pace and to remain on constant alert. The Golden Bear Knights answered at once, rallying without hesitation, ready to follow him wherever the path led. Far away, within an Imperial Hound hideout, Imperial Hound 6 returned with his remaining subordinates. As they passed through the gate, several crimson mana circles flared to life above them, flooding the hall with an ominous red glow. Imperial Hound 6 clenched his teeth as his gaze swept over the remaining survivors. The damage from the previous operation was far greater than he had anticipated. Raoul had left behind variables far more dangerous than expected, pieces on the board that refused to fall quietly. Even so, he forced his thoughts back into place. None of it truly mattered. No matter who survived, the conclusion would not change. The Ashton family would be driven to tear itself apart, blade against blade, until only a single remnant remained standing. Low growls echoed around him as monstrous creatures stirred in shadows. Imperial Hound 6's lips twisted into a maniacal grin. He could feel it now. The moment when he would finally snuff out the last breath of the Count's bloodline was drawing ever closer. From above, Imperial Hound 6 continued to observe the Empire's mana soldiers with grim satisfaction. Standing calmly within the underground chamber, his thoughts raced as he weighed whether deploying the cavalry earlier had been a mistake. He dismissed the idea almost immediately. Revealing their hand too soon would only dull the blade. Whether Baron Jaden succeeded in taking Confort Castle or failed outright no longer mattered. Once the fighting began, their embedded agent would cripple the castle's magical defenses. After that, the portal hidden beneath the chamber would open, pouring reinforcements and cavalry directly into the heart of the castle. The cavalry was being saved for the final act, reserved for the blood-soaked festival he was already savoring. An eerie smile crept across his face as he admitted to himself that he could hardly wait to witness it. His anticipation shattered when a subordinate rushed into the chamber, panic evident as he reported catastrophic news. The captive taken from the Count's family had escaped. Imperial Hound's 6 eyes widened as his composure cracked. He snarled in fury, berating the guards for failing to restrain a single woman, and immediately ordered a full search of the underground passages. The guards answered sharply, moving to comply. Before anyone could act, a calm voice echoed from behind him, cold and cutting, correcting the insult of being dismissed as merely a woman. Fire burned in her eyes. In the same instant, she struck. The subordinate beside him fell dead before a scream could leave his throat. Imperial Hound 6 spun around, disbelief flooding his face as he saw Lady Estella standing there. He shouted for the others at once, ordering them to capture her. 2 men lunged forward with drawn blades, but she moved like a shadow, her strikes clean and merciless. Both attackers collapsed lifeless at her feet before they even understood what had happened. Imperial Hound 6 froze, his heart pounding as dread crept in. Those movements were far beyond anything human. Then her form rippled. The illusion peeled away. The bronze mask came off, revealing a face he never expected to see standing there. It was Cain. His eyes burned with vengeance as he declared that every death of his men would be repaid in full. In that moment, Imperial Hound 6's mind went blank as realization crashed down on him. Cain, the master of the Wings of Freedom Information Guild, stood before him. The kidnapping, the chaos, the entire operation. It had all been turned into a trap. Cain curled his lips into a sneer, openly mocking them for falling prey to the very tricks they prided themselves on using. The humiliation ignited Imperial Hound 6's fury. At his signal, several subordinates surged forward with blades drawn, determined to butcher the intruder inside their own den. Cain kicked off the ground and activated his skill, Swallow Waltz. His daggers whirled through the air like spinning stars of death, carving into heads and shoulders with ruthless precision. Some Imperial Hounds dropped instantly, lifeless before they hit the floor, while others collapsed screaming, clutching shattered bodies. The Imperial Hound captain charged in himself, slashing viciously as he snarled that there was a limit to stupidity, mocking Cain for daring to charge headfirst into enemy territory. He sneered that Cain might have survived this long through sheer luck, but now that he had been exposed, he would die here. He lunged in, and Cain met him without retreat. Steel clashed as their blades locked, sparks exploding into the darkness. More Imperial Hounds flooded in from every direction, but Cain remained unmoved, his expression icy as he taunted them for finally crawling out of their holes. Before the fight could spiral further, the ground itself roared. A violent explosion ripped through the entrance, fire and smoke blasting into the chamber and swallowing everything in chaos. From within the haze came a thunderous command to wipe out every enemy and leave no survivors. Raoul Ashton stepped forward alongside his knights, weapons gleaming as they surged into the fray, cutting down Imperial Hounds and Empire Mana soldiers alike with crushing momentum. Imperial Hound 6 stared in stunned disbelief as the battlefield flipped in an instant. He could not comprehend how Raoul had appeared here. Raoul calmly scanned the scene, immediately identifying Imperial Hound 6 as the one commanding the tunnel network, noting with mild curiosity the Empire's obsession with underground routes. Imperial Hound 6 shouted furiously, demanding to know why Raoul was here and whether he had not returned to his own territory. But Raoul did not even bother to answer. Instead, he observed the chamber with open interest, remarking that it was truly fascinating, and casually wondered aloud whether the Empire maintained some kind of specialized mole unit, questioning how they always managed to dig so many tunnels. Imperial Hound 6 ground his teeth as he watched the reality unfold. Hundreds of cavalry, over 100 enhanced soldiers, and numerous Imperial knights were being completely crushed. He could not understand how Raoul had gathered such an overwhelming force in such a short time. Raoul's gaze swept across the battlefield, calm and assured, a quiet pride settling in his eyes as he recalled how, over the past 6 months, he had used the developer's analysis to recruit talent with terrifying efficiency. Backed by the system's support, they had crushed gates one after another and trained without pause, pushing their bodies to the brink until every single one of them had climbed into expert-class knight territory. The months of relentless grinding were finally paying off, and the battlefield itself stood as proof. As the slaughter dragged on, Imperial Hound's sixth face contorted with raw desperation. A decade-long scheme was unraveling right in front of him, reduced to ruins in mere moments. Refusing to accept defeat, he drew on everything he had left. A violent torrent of crimson aura exploded from his body, flooding the underground chamber with suffocating heat and murderous intent as he unleashed his full power in the Emperor's name. The sudden surge made Raoul's eyes widen. A brief flicker of recognition crossed his expression as he identified the technique without hesitation. Black sacrifice. As the pressure on the battlefield peaked, Cain settled into his stance, daggers locked firmly in his grip, his entire presence sharpening as he faced Imperial Hound 6 head-on. Raoul watched in silence, measuring every detail. This was no ordinary opponent. An expert-level combatant, branded with activated tattoos, lost deep within a berserk state that amplified his power to terrifying levels. And yet, beneath that madness, Raoul could still sense it. A thin thread of emotion. A flaw. A faint smile curved on Raoul's lips as he asked Cain if he was ready. In response, a greenish glow spread across Cain's body, energy wrapping tightly around his blades. Being entrusted by his master ignited something fierce within him. His resolve hardened as he vowed to repay the fallen with his own hands. Imperial Hound 6 moved first, surging forward in a violent rush fueled by berserk fury. The strike came down with crushing force, but Cain met it head-on. Steel clashed against steel as shockwaves exploded outward, blasting dust and debris through the chamber. Raoul followed the exchange without blinking. Just then, a knight approached and reported that all Imperial knights and demon cavalry stationed below had been completely wiped out. Raoul turned slightly, a brief flicker of relief crossing his face as he acknowledged the report and praised everyone's efforts. The lower battlefield had ended faster than expected. The duel intensified. Watching closely, the White Knight frowned, noting that the berserk opponent still seemed to hold the upper hand, and questioned whether the situation would remain stable. Raoul remained calm, eyes fixed on the clash. Internally, he observed that Cain was holding far better than anticipated. This fight was already nearing its end. The White Knight added that if Cain needed assistance, all he had to do was speak. Cain refused outright, grinding through the mounting pressure as Imperial Hound 6 fury surged once more. The enemy drew back, gathering power for another devastating blow. Then, in a sudden burst of speed, Cain moved. A clean, decisive slash tore across Imperial Hound 6's body. A scream ripped through the chamber as blood sprayed freely. The berserk warrior collapsed to his knees, his dark aura flickering stubbornly as it began to unravel. Cain turned back toward the White Knight, confidence clear in his voice as he stated that he alone was more than enough. Raoul nodded in quiet approval, acknowledging the duel as impressive and recognizing, without doubt, how much Cain had grown. Cain answered with quiet humility, admitting that his performance still fell short. Raoul did not linger on the response. His gaze shifted to the fallen enemy as he calmly activated his radiant skill, reminding him that this was not the end. Golden light flared, and multiple radiant daggers shot forward, piercing Imperial Hound 6's body in rapid succession. The dark, corrupted aura infused with demonic energy shuddered and began to unravel, dissipating slowly into the air. Cain watched in silence, understanding that the strike had cleanly severed the sinister force that had been clinging to the Hound. Raoul ordered the knights to strip away the corrupted power armor and take the man into custody while he was still alive. Once the armor lay abandoned on the ground, Raoul extended his hand. His Ragnator armor responded immediately, drawing in the lingering power. A subtle surge of strength flowed through him, confirming what he had suspected all along. He turned toward Ravel, who was carefully inspecting the remains, and asked for her judgment. She nodded, confirming that Ragnator's next evolution required absorbing power armor tainted by demonic energy, something she had already anticipated. However, she added that the amount absorbed so far was far from enough, and that the true changes would only reveal themselves once the process was complete. Raoul reassured her calmly that there would be no shortage of such opportunities in the days ahead. Turning back to the White Knight and Cain, Raoul instructed them to wrap things up quickly and prepare to return, reminding them that their real work was only beginning. Both responded at once. Raoul then handed Cain Imperial Hound 6 mask, and asked for one final favor despite the trouble it would cause. Cain accepted without hesitation. Placing the mask over his face, his form shifted seamlessly, becoming an exact replica of Imperial Hounds 6. With a hint of pride, he remarked that this kind of work was his specialty. Watching this, Raoul concluded inwardly that it was finally time to cleanse the castle of the vermin hiding within. Meanwhile, inside the castle, nobles and high-ranking figures were hastily summoned, the chamber filling with uneasy whispers. Some dared to wonder if something terrible had happened to the family head, while others quickly shut down such talk, suggesting instead that the intruders within the inner castle had finally been uncovered. At that moment, a Golden Bear Knight stepped forward and demanded everyone's attention. He explained that the gathering was meant to hear their opinions regarding an important magical message received the previous evening. Shock rippled through the hall when it was revealed that the message had come from Viscount Jaden. The knight added that although Jaden had long since left the family to wander foreign lands, he claimed that he had never forgotten his responsibilities. During his long absence, he claimed to have trained knights and soldiers of his own, preparing them for the day the family might need assistance. Now, after learning of the unprecedented gate incident and the critical condition of the family head, he had mobilized those forces and was marching to the county's aid. Baron Jared Ashton, one of the elder council members, exploded in outrage the moment the message was finished. He slammed the idea down as utter nonsense, branding Jaden a traitor who had forfeited any right to return. Baron Isaac, however, responded far more calmly. He remarked that this was hardly the time to dig up old grudges. Jared only grew angrier, shouting that this was not about grudges but about betrayal itself. Isaac countered that while Jaden's past actions had undoubtedly wounded the main family, refusing help during such a crisis made little sense. The Golden Bear Knight stepped in, cutting through the argument. He stated that the decision should rightfully belong to the Count or his representative, but stressed that the situation was urgent. According to the scouts, Viscount Jaden and the allied lords marching with him would reach Confort Castle by the following day. The news sent a ripple of shock through the chamber. Jared erupted once more, demanding to know how such an insolent man could bring troops into the county without permission. Isaac calmly asked whether there had been any reports of armed clashes or looting. The knight replied that there had been none. Isaac pressed further, questioning what the real issue was if Jaden had neither forced his way in nor acted with open hostility. Another noble stepped forward, suggesting that it would be wiser to accept the assistance for now and settle accounts later, once the Count's representative had returned. Rejecting aid in a time like this, he argued, was unbecoming of a noble house. Jared, red-faced and shaking, accused them all of ingratitude, insisting that such thinking trampled on the kindness the Count's family had shown over the years. Isaac slowly shook his head, criticizing that kind of outdated thinking for rotting the family from within and allowing emotion to override reason. Another noble voiced agreement, saying it was time to put an end to those destructive habits. As more voices began to side with Isaac, Jared fell silent, his expression dark. A deep sense of unease crept into his heart as he watched the room turn against him. Convinced that aligning with this path would invite disaster upon the county, and feeling that something truly terrible was about to unfold. The Ashton family was never just another noble house. As a border count, they served as the kingdom's western shield, standing directly against the ever-looming Forbidden Zone. That single duty granted them authority far beyond ordinary nobles. Entire territories paid their taxes straight to the Count rather than the crown, with only a portion forwarded onward. The Count raised and commanded his own army, claimed any land reclaimed near the Forbidden Zone as his own, and even possessed the right to appoint lords at will. With power this vast, the Ashton domain sprawled like a small kingdom in its own right, its territory rivaling the size of the Korean peninsula. Countless vassal families fell under its rule, and where power gathered, conflict was inevitable. Nobles clashed endlessly over rights and interests, splitting into factions shaped by ambition and political leanings. Before leaving the estate, Raoul had warned Philip to keep a close watch on certain relatives, the ones who grew loud whenever authority weakened, the ones who would sell anything for a share of power. Baron Isaac had argued back then that they were still family, that such matters should be settled through discussion rather than suspicion. At that moment, Philip stepped forward and bowed slightly, asking forgiveness for the interruption. He explained that he had just received a transmission from the acting count and was ordered to relay it immediately. The hall fell deathly silent. Philip gestured toward the wall. At his signal, a large screen flickered to life, revealing the image of acting Count Dylan. Facing Confort Castle, Dylan introduced himself formally and apologized for the delay. Despite the tension thick in the air, his voice remained steady as he thanked everyone for maintaining order during the ongoing turmoil. Then his tone hardened. From that moment onward, all gates of Confort Castle were to be sealed. No one would enter or leave under any circumstances. He appointed Chief Knight Weiron as temporary commander of the castle and ordered that every force within obey his authority until the commander-in-chief or his unit returned. As Dylan continued, his words carried unmistakable weight. Any violation, he warned, will be dealt with under wartime law. Isaac clenched his teeth as the declaration echoed through the chamber. With that, the screen faded to black, leaving the nobles staring at one another in heavy silence, fully aware that the rules of the game had just changed. Philip lowered his head and announced that the briefing was over, formally dismissing everyone present. Baron Isaac's face darkened at once. Without offering a single word, he turned sharply and strode out of the hall. Philip watched him go, his expression grim, thinking that if they had been willing to step back quietly, none of this would have ever started. That same night, inside the meeting room of Baron Isaac's mansion, the atmosphere was thick and oppressive. Isaac sat at the head of the long table and asked whether the current troop deployments had been fully confirmed. Devant, commander of the Guard Corps and a chain knight, nodded and reported that the Count's central army was concentrated within the inner castle. The guard forces were stationed along the two outer walls, while the Silver Bear Knights had been assigned to hold the outer gate. Baron Dwine, captain of the guard, spoke after a moment of thought, remarking that focusing the direct forces within the inner castle actually worked in their favor. Isaac's eyes narrowed as he asked who had ordered the Silver Bear Knights to be positioned outside. Devant replied that the request appeared to have come directly from the temporary commander and had been relayed to their knight commander. Isaac then turned his gaze toward another man and calmly asked whether that arrangement would cause any complications. Baron Lamar, vice commander of the Chain Knights, answered without hesitation that if the concern was the Silver Bear Knights, there was nothing to worry about. Several had already been drawn to their side, and dealing with the remaining isolated ones would not be difficult. Isaac leaned back slightly, his thoughts turning inward. The Chain Knights were still officially a probationary order, waiting to be absorbed into the regular forces, yet they already controlled the Guard Corps of Confort Castle and several other critical fortresses. In other words, aside from the elite knight orders, nearly every other force was already moving under their influence. His lips curved faintly as he concluded that the Silver Bear Knights would be left entirely to Baron Lamar and the Chain Knights. One noble voiced a lingering concern, asking whether it was truly safe to ignore the inner castle altogether. Without securing the manor itself, he wondered if everything might become meaningless. Isaac replied with an eerie calm, explaining that they were not seeking to ignite a civil war. Once Baron Jaden entered the castle, legitimacy would naturally follow. Viscount Jaden was bringing several hundred knights of his own, and even if force became necessary, taking the manor would be effortless. Another noble nodded confidently and added that once everything proceeded as planned, they would seize the families of the county's key figures as hostages, ensuring complete control. The silver-haired noble nodded in quiet agreement, remarking that this approach would effectively paralyze the central army and the elite knight orders. Once the balance tipped, the surrounding vassals would have no reason to stand behind Dylan. Isaac's voice hardened as he gave the final order, telling everyone to make their preparations. The true master of the county, Baron Jaden, would be arriving soon. One by one, the nobles filed out of the meeting room. When the door finally closed, a faint, knowing smile surfaced on Baron Lamar's face. In that instant, the illusion held firm, concealing the truth that the man seated there was none other than Cain, perfectly hidden beneath his shape-shifting disguise. The following morning, chaos erupted within Confort Castle. A Silver Bear Knight burst into the operations room, his voice cracking as he shouted that disaster had struck. Weiron, acting commander of the castle, rose at once and demanded an explanation. Trembling, the knight reported that a coup had taken place. During the night, a Silver Bear Knight drenched in blood had staggered to the inner gate, claiming that rebels, aided by traitorous members of the Silver Bear Knights, had seized control of every outer gate. Baron Carlo and Philip were caught completely off guard. Carlo's face twisted with fury at the thought of their order's name being dragged through the mud so brazenly. Philip quickly asked about Captain Dwine's whereabouts. The knight answered bitterly that Baron Dwine had likely sided with the rebels, having left under the excuse of assessing the situation and never returned. Weiron ran a hand through his hair, tension etched across his face as he reminded them that Baron Jaden was expected to arrive around noon. Carlo's rage boiled over. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he declared that he would personally cut down every traitor. If they could break through even a single gate before the rebels consolidated their forces, the siege could still be crushed. Whereon stopped him immediately, stating firmly that their highest priority was protecting the Count's household. A reckless charge would only lead them into another ambush, just like before, and doom everyone inside. Carlo clenched his jaw, barely restraining himself. Philip supported Whereon, adding that if fighting erupted within the castle walls, soldiers and civilians alike would be caught in the bloodshed. Carlo snapped back in frustration, demanding to know what choice they had left. Were they supposed to stand idle and watch Baron Jaden's forces march in uncontested? A calm voice answered from the doorway. They all turned as Raoul stepped into the room. He stated evenly that such a thing would not be allowed to happen. Everyone had already endured more than enough. Shock rippled through the knights as they questioned how Baron Raoul could be there. Raoul walked forward with quiet confidence, a faint smile on his lips, and told them that he had come because he possessed a way to resolve the situation. Sometime later, at the outer walls of Confort Castle, a cluster of Silver Bear knights stood wrapped in heavy robes, their loyalties split down the middle. Some remained faithful to the house, while others had already been swayed by Baron Isaac and Baron Dwine. Before long, Isaac and Dwine themselves arrived at the wall. One of the knights announced that the captain of the guard had come. Dwine stepped forward and asked for a report. Instead of answering directly, the guard handed him a small scope, saying he should see it himself. The moment Dwine looked through it, his body stiffened. There were no soldiers assembling beyond the inner castle. No banners, no movement, not even the usual signs of alarm. The unnatural silence made his stomach churn. Sensing something was wrong, Baron Isaac asked what he was seeing. Dwine muttered that there should have been some kind of response, questioning why everything was so quiet. Isaac replied calmly that they must have already grasped the situation, adding that the temporary commander was probably hesitating, lacking confidence in his own judgment. Dwine nodded, hoping that explanation was enough. Yet unease gnawed at him. Even an incompetent commander should have sent an envoy to test their intentions. For a moment, he wondered if they were trying to provoke direct conflict, but quickly dismissed the thought as absurd. They had hundreds of knights. The opposition could not possibly stand against them. Even if this turned into a political struggle, the outcome was obvious. Whether Dylan was the rightful heir or not, he could never match the seasoned Baron Jaden. Dwine's expression darkened as a bitter thought crossed his mind. If Count Melvin were still alive, none of this would have happened. Before he could dwell on it further, a massive magic circle suddenly flared to life above the outer wall. The guard stumbled back in shock, shouting that something was emerging. Everyone present turned as a projection took shape in the air. Raoul's image appeared above the battlements. He cleared his throat lightly and asked whether everyone could hear him clearly. Dwine's face twisted in disbelief. The memory struck him at once. Earlier, inside the operations room, Raoul had stood calmly before Whereon and declared that he had a way to resolve everything. Whereon had argued that the situation was far too dangerous and that if fighting broke out inside the castle, the damage would be catastrophic. Raoul had answered without hesitation that there would be no battle at all, stating that reality was not nearly as dire as it appeared. Most of the soldiers stationed along the outer walls, he had said, were simply following orders. When Whereon showed clear confusion, Raoul calmly explained that those who had seized the gates were nothing more than a small handful of chain knights and scheming nobles. Most of the guards had been dragged into the situation without even realizing it, following orders they believed were legitimate. All that was needed was to wake them up and remind them of where their true duty lay. Now, in the present, Raoul's voice rolled across the outer walls through the broadcast, firm and unwavering. He declared that Ascension County did not wish to spill meaningless blood. Their duty was to protect their families, their neighbors, and the land they lived on, not to raise swords against their own comrades. He warned them not to be swayed by the poisonous instigation of a few shameless traitors hiding behind borrowed authority. His words continued without pause, repeating the message with unmistakable clarity. Ascension County would not sacrifice its people for the ambitions of a few. The Silver Bear Knights were defenders, not tools, and they should not allow themselves to be manipulated into civil bloodshed. Baron Isaac slammed his fist against the stone wall and cursed loudly, barking orders for the broadcast to be shut down at once. But it was already too late. Soldiers along the wall began stepping back from their positions, some lowering their weapons, others outright refusing commands. Isaac's face twisted as he realized what Raoul was doing. By calling them traitors in front of the troops, Raoul was tearing away their moral ground, and control was slipping through his fingers. Raoul then declared his name, clearly, Raoul Ashton, and gave his word. Any soldier who had been forced or misled into rebellion would not be punished. Accountability would fall only on those who had orchestrated this betrayal. Isaac screamed hoarsely, urging the troops not to be deceived, insisting that the real rebels were the ones occupying the inner castle. His voice echoed uselessly. No one answered him. Instead, many soldiers quietly shifted their formation, turning inward, no longer standing with Isaac's faction. Dwayne felt the confidence drain from his chest. The situation was deteriorating fast, yet he clung to what remained. They still controlled the gates. Time was still on their side. If they could hold out until Baron Jaden arrived, everything would be reversed. These pitiful words and broadcasts would never be enough to retake the castle by force. Raoul simply did not have the strength, or so Dwayne convinced himself. At that moment, movement stirred near the inner gate. Several nobles arrived with their troops, banners raised. A knight challenged them sharply, demanding their affiliation. One noble stepped forward and introduced himself as Tyrannian de Ashton, stating that after hearing the broadcast, he had come to lend his strength to suppress the traitors. Soon after, a red-haired noble named Zenito Talon announced the same intention. Then a blonde knight laughed softly, smirking as he said he had heard that fools were bold enough to rebel and had come simply to see it with his own eyes. Moments later, a guard burst into the operations room and reported to Sir Weyron that more than 2,000 reinforcements had already assembled inside the inner castle. The adjutant had finished deploying them, and the knights were openly demanding permission to punish the traitors holding the outer walls. Weyron let out a slow breath, tension clear on his face, as he realized with unease that everything was unfolding exactly as Lord Raoul had foreseen. At the same time, panic spread among the rebel knights stationed on the outer wall. Nervous whispers rippled through their ranks as they glanced toward the inner castle and saw the sheer scale of the forces gathering against them. Some faltered, muttering that they had never agreed to start a civil war. One by one, weapons clattered to the ground as knights claimed they had only been following orders before turning and fleeing. Their commander roared after them, screaming that this was outright disobedience, but his words carried no weight. Within the inner walls, knights raised their swords high and shouted in unison, calling for the traitors who had dared rebel against the Count's household to be struck down. Their battle cry thundered across the city, shaking the resolve of those who heard it. On the outer wall, Baron Isaac and Baron Dwayne stood frozen, watching the overwhelming force take shape before their eyes. Isaac swallowed hard and asked what they should do, admitting that there was no way they could stop a suppression force of that size, even if Baron Jaden was due to arrive soon. Dwayne remained silent, his gaze drifting to the soldiers behind them, whose morale had already crumbled at the sight of the united inner forces. After a long pause, Dwayne finally gave his order. He commanded the archers to prepare fire arrows and instructed them to gather the most agile men while bringing oil and tinder. Isaac's eyes widened in horror as he grabbed at Dwayne's sleeve, urging him to think clearly. He warned that there were homes beneath the walls and that setting fires now would be catastrophic. Dwayne snapped back sharply, insisting that he was thinking clearly. Now that they had been branded traitors, there was no reason to hold back. In one of the houses below, a small girl tugged at her mother's sleeve and whispered, asking what was happening outside, only for her mother to pull her close and silently motion for her to stay quiet. Dwayne coldly reasoned that if they burned the gates and the streets, they could at least buy time. Either way, defeat meant death. Isaac stood there, visibly shaken, while Dwayne wore an eerie grin. Having gone this far, he declared there was only one option left. They would fight to the bitter end. Baron Isaac faltered, caught between fear and what little reason he had left. He argued that setting the castle ablaze would cost them the support of every neutral noble still watching from the sidelines. Baron Dwayne, already teetering on the edge, dismissed the warning with a harsh scoff. To him, death was already staring them in the face, and consequences no longer held meaning. In the chaos, no one would be able to tell who had lit the fires, and any excuses could be fabricated afterward. The only thing that mattered now was surviving long enough to reunite with Baron Jaden. Isaac fell into silence, slowly grasping the grim logic behind Dwayne's desperation. At last, he turned away and muttered that he would give the order. Dwayne gave a cold nod of approval. Just as Isaac pivoted to leave, Baron Lamar arrived. Though in truth, the man standing there was Cain, hidden beneath a flawless disguise. Isaac's expression brightened instantly. He declared that the timing could not have been better and urged Lamar to command the chain knights to carry oil and set the streets ablaze, using the confusion to force their way through the gates. Before Isaac could finish his sentence, Cain's sword flashed. In one smooth motion, the blade came down and tore into Isaac's arm. Baron Dwayne recoiled in shock as blood splattered across the stone. Isaac collapsed with a cry, clutching his mangled arm as pain and disbelief crashed over him. Cain stared down at them with undisguised revulsion, as though he could no longer tolerate listening to their voices for even a moment. He offered no explanation. Instead, Cain raised his voice and issued a clear, ringing command for all rebels to be seized. Chaos erupted instantly. Knights who had infiltrated the rebel ranks earlier revealed themselves, turning their blades on the traitors without hesitation. Steel clashed violently as panic tore through the ranks. Baron Dwayne reacted on instinct, ripping his sword free and charging straight at Cain. Their blades met with a shriek of metal, sparks exploding between them as Cain deflected the strike effortlessly. Dwayne roared accusations of betrayal, but Cain answered with a mocking smile, casually throwing the accusation back at him. Dwayne's eyes widened as a chill ran down his spine. Something was terribly wrong. Cain's movements were far too fluid, far too deliberate. Realization slammed into him. This was not Lamar. He snarled that he would have recognized a subordinate he had known for years. With a furious swing, Dwayne forced Cain back several steps. Cain only laughed softly. He told Dwayne that he had figured it out far too late. Before Dwayne could react any further, a presence flared behind him. He spun instinctively, raising his sword just in time to block a crushing blow. The impact sent violent tremors ripping through his arms, nearly forcing him to his knees. When he fully turned, his blood ran cold. Jake stood there. His eyes were sharp, devoid of warmth, as he calmly greeted Dwayne and remarked that it had been a long time. Then, with a faint hint of mockery, he asked whether he should still call him senior, or if traitor was the more appropriate title now. A bead of sweat slid down Dwayne's temple as Jake stepped closer, coldly observing how much he had changed since leaving the Golden Bear Knights, doing things he would never have dared even imagine a decade ago. Dwayne stared at him in horror, unable to comprehend when Jake had grown this powerful. At the same time, Cain's body shimmered, the disguise melting away as he returned to his true form. Approaching Jake, he acknowledged that they shared a past, though it was clearly not one built on goodwill. Around them, the remaining rebel knights were quickly subdued and bound. Baron Dwayne let out a hollow, bitter laugh, finally accepting the truth. If Cain was here, then Raoul had already arrived as well. He muttered that he truly had grown old. Cain bristled at the disrespect directed toward his master, but Jake stepped past him, his expression turning chillingly murderous. In a single motion, Jake surged forward and drove his fist straight into Dwayne's face. The blow landed with devastating force. Blood sprayed as Dwayne collapsed unconscious onto the stone floor. Without another glance, Jake opened the guild communication channel and reported that the rebels occupying the outer walls had been completely suppressed. Raoul's calm voice answered immediately, praising the execution and ordering that all captives be locked in the underground prison, with guards dispatched to the estates of every family implicated in the rebellion. Jake acknowledged the orders and closed the channel. Moments later, confirmation arrived that every noble and knight order member involved in the uprising had been arrested. Raoul accepted the report, noting that the evidence was irrefutable and that no one would be able to deny their crimes. Internally, he reflected that the rot festering within the main house had finally been cut out. His gaze sharpened as he observed that only one unwanted guest remained. When he asked about Viscount Jaden's whereabouts, he was informed that the man would arrive within the hour. Raoul straightened, his resolve hardening, and ordered preparations to begin. Baron Carlo, commander of the Silver Bear Knights, stepped forward at once and declared that he would follow Raoul to the end. Raoul studied Carlo in silence, his gaze sharp but measured. He saw the losses the man had suffered, the betrayal that had torn through his ranks, and the resolve with which he was prepared to shoulder the blame rather than shift it onto others. That alone was enough for Raoul to understand the weight Carlo carried. Philip stepped closer and lowered his voice, asking what his lord intended to do next. Raoul paused briefly before answering that they would try to talk first. Viscount Jaden was, at least by blood and title, his elder uncle. There was no reason to discard words before they were spoken. Philip nodded, then asked quietly what would happen if Jaden chose to strike recklessly instead. A faint smile curved across Raoul's lips. If that happened, he said calmly, they would sweep the enemy away without mercy. Far from the castle, Viscount Jaden and his knights advanced along the road toward Confort Castle, their march steady and confident, completely unaware of the storm that was already waiting for them. Viscount Jaden arrived with his army at the outskirts of Confort Castle and reined in his horse, choosing to wait rather than advance. His knights and cavalry remained mounted, lined up in tense silence. eyes fixed on the towering walls as they awaited word from those still inside. Time dragged on. Finally, Jaden turned to Baron Tate and asked why no message had come through. Baron Tate answered calmly that their last stable contact had been roughly 2 hours earlier. He suggested taking it as a good sign. If the fighting inside was truly that fierce, there may not have been a single moment to spare for sending a magic orb. Jaden's son agreed, adding that even the weakest, most poorly organized force could not possibly hold the outer walls for hours unless something far more chaotic was unfolding. Either heavy casualties were mounting, or the castle had descended into desperate internal conflict. Viscount Jaden nodded, accepting their reasoning without suspicion. Then the air shifted. Horses neighed sharply as movement stirred atop the walls. Gates creaked open, and soldiers began emerging in disciplined lines, forming a defensive formation directly before the entrance. Their presence was calm, controlled, and unmistakably organized. A single man stepped forward from their ranks and announced himself as Weyron, the temporary commander of Confort Castle. His voice carried clearly as he declared that from this moment onward, no one would be permitted entry without official authorization. He ordered them to turn back immediately. Viscount Jaden remained seated on his horse, studying the scene before him. He remarked that the soldier's resolve was admirable, but coldly added that Weyron clearly lacked discernment. He stated that he had come only to protect his ailing sibling and safeguard the castle in this time of crisis. His tone sharpened as he demanded to know by what right someone outside the Count's household dared block his path. Weyron answered without hesitation. He stated that his words had been clear. The acting Count had issued a direct order: no entry without authorization. He repeated the demand for them to withdraw at once. Anger flared instantly. Viscount Jaden and several of his men drew their swords in one sharp motion, voices rising as they shouted about the guards' arrogance and audacity. Jaden barked an order for them to stop their nonsense and open the gate immediately. In response, the soldiers at the gate drew their blades as well, steel flashing as they braced for conflict. The moment teetered on the edge of bloodshed. Then, from within the castle, a sharp voice rang out, cutting cleanly through the tension. A single figure stepped forward and calmly blocked Viscount Jaden's path, stating that he would not be permitted to enter the Count's castle. Jaden stared at him in open fury and disbelief. Then the man introduced himself without hesitation, declaring that he was Reuben de Ashton, the third son of the Count and the current acting lord of Confort Castle. Viscount Jaden looked upon Raoul with naked contempt. In his eyes, this was nothing more than foolish timing, a nephew who had chosen the worst possible moment to return. With a sharp sneer, Jaden demanded to know whether Raoul had ever learned from his father how an elder should be treated. Raoul answered without backing down, his voice cold and unyielding. If Viscount Jaden wished to be treated as an elder, then he should not have betrayed the family. Raoul reminded him plainly that his name had long ago been struck from the family register, yet he still had the audacity to stand here and demand entry. Jaden's rage deepened, his eyes burning red as fury twisted his expression. Raoul, unmoved, unfolded a sheet of paper and began to read aloud. Baron Jared, Baron Esteban, Baron Cain, Baron Emos, Baron Juns. Each name echoed heavily through the air. Those who heard their own names felt their blood run cold, their bodies trembling as fear took hold. Raoul then declared that every name he had spoken belonged to nobles who had committed rebellion by mobilizing troops and inviting outside forces without authorization. In the name of acting Count Dylan de Ashton, he ordered the immediate disbandment of their forces. The accused barons hurriedly tried to protest, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. They claimed they were nothing more than an escort for the Count's elder brother, and that they bore no guilt whatsoever. Raoul responded calmly that if they were truly innocent, they were welcome to enter the castle themselves and prove it directly. Otherwise, if they wished to prevent this matter from escalating further, they were to withdraw at once. After hearing this, Viscount Jaden suddenly burst into laughter, the sound sharp and humorless. He said that this entire situation was a bitter insult, and since neither side was willing to yield, it was clear that peace was no longer an option. With a confident tone, he proposed a solution. The matter would be settled through a 5-against-5 nightly duel. He asked whether that sounded acceptable and waited for an answer. Raoul fell silent for a brief moment, his thoughts turning inward. He recalled the nightly tournament system, a method used when law alone could not resolve a dispute. It stood between personal combat and full territorial war, a final measure for conflicts that refused to be settled by words alone. It was an old and traditional method, a way to settle disputes by placing knightly honor on the line and accepting the outcome without further argument. Standing behind Raoul, Weyron stepped forward and shouted in outrage. demanding how someone without honor dare to speak of a nightly duel. Viscount Jaden answered calmly that his proposal carried no risk for them, and if this method was refused, then there would be no alternative but a clash in full battle right here and now. Raoul felt anger surge at Jaden's arrogance and thinly veiled provocation. Beside him, the army commander stepped forward and bluntly suggested that they abandon restraint and simply crush the enemy outright, declaring that he would gladly take the vanguard. Raoul himself felt the temptation rise, but he knew this was not a decision to be made on impulse. Several advisors urged caution, warning that a direct clash would result in catastrophic losses. Others countered immediately, arguing that there was no issue since the knights prepared by their lord outnumbered the enemy by nearly 2-1. Those opposed to battle quickly pointed out the critical flaw in that thinking. They lacked the most decisive factor, while the enemy's knights were equipped with power armor. Raoul acknowledged this silently. The true problem lay with the armor. They had recovered some power armor themselves, but the numbers were insignificant compared to their total forces. If a battle began here, the castle walls would suffer devastating damage from armored knights. Starting a fight under these conditions meant willingly accepting enormous losses. A proper battle was something that had to be chosen carefully when both timing and terrain favored victory. After weighing everything, both aloud and within his own thoughts, Raoul turned his gaze back to Viscount Jaden and asked him plainly what he truly wanted. Jaden replied that if they won the nightly duel, then a few lords, including himself, would be allowed to enter the inner castle and meet the count. If they lost, they would withdraw all troops quietly, without protest. Inside his own mind, Viscount Jaden calculated coldly. They had already come too far to retreat empty-handed. At the very least, they needed to achieve their initial goal of paying respects. Only then could future opportunities be secured. He believed they were being treated as outsiders now. But once Melvin died, everything would change. To aim for the next countship, they needed a justification that others could not deny, and that required careful, deliberate maneuvering rather than reckless force. Raoul gave his answer at last. He would accept the nightly duel. The moment those words left his mouth, Viscount Jaden felt a surge of triumph ripple through his chest. He did not bother hiding it. A low laugh escaped him, growing heavier with every breath as satisfaction settled in. In his mind, the path ahead was already decided. On this very day, on this very ground, he would prove Raoul wrong. He would crush him not with armies, but with honor twisted into spectacle, turning the duel into a public humiliation that no excuse could erase. As Jaden's laughter faded, his eyes burned with certainty. This was the stage he wanted, and once the duel ended, he was convinced that everyone watching would understand who truly deserved to stand above the Ashton name. Viscount Jaden declared that the rules would be negotiated properly. His men quickly informed him that under continental law, a nightly duel followed a best-of-5 format. The side that achieved 3 victories first would be declared the winner. Each match would only end when a knight was rendered incapable of continuing or openly admitted defeat. Raoul listened in silence and accepted the conditions without objection. A devilish smile spread across Viscount Jaden's face as he announced that the duel would take place in 30 minutes, on the plains just outside the castle. Both sides were to use that time to prepare and then gather before the gates. Raoul turned and returned inside the castle to discuss the matter. The atmosphere among the knights was already blazing with enthusiasm. One knight boldly suggested that the vanguard should naturally belong to the Golden Bear Knights. Another shouted with confidence that the Silver Bear Knights were equally ready and would not lose. A third stepped forward without hesitation, insisting that the Chain Knights deserved a chance as well, arguing that this was the perfect opportunity for them to prove their worth and raise the morale of the reserve forces who would one day become the backbone of the county. Raoul felt a genuine sense of relief at the sight. Their confidence was real, not forced. As knights bound by honor, it was only natural that they wished to step forward at such a moment. Jake, one of Raoul's closest subordinates, immediately volunteered, stating bluntly that he would handle everything himself and crush the traitors without leaving a trace. Raoul rejected him without hesitation. He stated clearly that Jake would not be participating. Inwardly, Raoul reasoned that the First Knights, to which Jake belonged, were his direct personal force. This situation, however, was too important to be resolved by outside hands. It had to be settled by the Count's household knights themselves. Only then could the authority and unity of the county be firmly demonstrated. Moreover, Raoul had already declared independence as the Lord of Confort Castle. Interfering directly here would send the wrong message. Yet as those thoughts settled, a new uncertainty crept in. With so many willing and capable knights stepping forward, Choosing who should represent them was no simple matter. Raoul frowned slightly, weighing his options, when suddenly a voice called out to him from behind. At the same time, within Viscount Jaden's camp, a very different discussion was unfolding. Inside the barracks, Baron Tate spoke with thinly veiled satisfaction. Despite the early complications, everything had turned out well enough. More than anything, he found it hard to believe that Raoul had agreed to a nightly duel so easily. He sneered inwardly, mocking them as he watched. No matter how impressive the younger generation tried to appear, they were still nothing more than hot-blooded brats who revealed their immaturity at the first provocation. Viscount Jaden spoke with absolute confidence, declaring that their opponent was nothing more than an order holder from some rural backwater. There was no chance they could stand against the Black Bear Knights, who had trained relentlessly for 15 long years. Turning his head slightly, he asked the commander if he agreed. Luciano, commander of the Black Bear Knights, answered without hesitation. He stated firmly that there was absolutely no reason for them to lose to fools who lazily clung to outdated sword techniques. He scoffed that the enemy's tired sword style was already obvious at a glance. In fact, Luciano was pleased. The opposing side knew nothing about the Black Bear Knights, and that ignorance alone would guarantee victory in the duel. At that moment, another man stepped forward and calmly declared that he wished to participate as well. Viscount Jaden looked at him with mild surprise and said that he would gladly allow it if he truly wished to step in, though it was unusual to see him volunteer. The man replied that he had grown tired of always following others and simply wanted to personally experience the swordsmanship that was praised as the greatest in the Reuben kingdom. He was Graham of the Delamian family, hailing from the Bread-In Republic. Viscount Jaden's son frowned, finding Graham's attitude insolent. After sparring with their men, Graham had suddenly become interested in the ancestral greatsword art. Viscount Jaden, however, merely nodded and agreed, stating that he would leave the fight to him and instructing him to deal with the enemy knights properly. Deep inside, Jaden believed that this would finally put an end to the foolish main household faction. Whoever stepped forward, he would crush them all without exception. Soon after, a clear announcement echoed across the field, declaring that the nightly duel was about to begin and ordering both sides to step forward. Luciano burst into loud laughter when he saw Sir Zion enter the battlefield. He mocked them openly, concluding that the Count's household truly lacked talent if they were sending out a retired old man. Sir Zion responded calmly, his voice cold and sharp, remarking that Luciano seemed no different from how he had been 16 years ago. The word struck a nerve. Luciano's expression twisted with anger as the mockery sank in. The duel began without delay. Luciano immediately charged forward, his sword flashing as a red aura slash tore through the air towards Sir Zion. Yet Sir Zion sidestepped it with effortless ease. He continued to taunt Luciano calmly, asking whether he was truly going easy on an old man. Provoked by the taunt, Luciano surged forward without restraint, his attacks fierce and reckless. Sir Zion met him with a mocking smile, remarking that Luciano's habit of swinging wildly whenever his temper flared had never truly faded. Enraged, Luciano shouted that he would personally shatter and crush the Count household's dull, outdated swordsmanship. A red, thunder-like aura crackled around his body as he poured his strength into the assault. Yet Sir Zion intercepted the blow once more with effortless calm. Sir Zion calmly admitted that Luciano had trained hard, noting that his movements closely mimicked the spear techniques of the Brennan Republic. Luciano was unfazed by the observation, convinced that recognition alone would not alter the result. But Sir Zion sensed something else entirely. In that moment, he felt vividly alive, his spirit stirred, his blood boiling with excitement despite his age. Watching from the sidelines, Raoul could not stop a quiet smile from forming as he took in the fierce and electrifying clash unfolding before him. Sir Zion stood there fully alert, utterly present on the battlefield, as something unfamiliar and indescribable surged through his body. In all his long years, he had never once felt a sensation like this. A broad smile spread naturally across his face, so full it almost seemed carved there by pure energy itself. The ground beneath his feet quivered softly, reacting to the immense power swelling within him. Across from him, Luciano froze in disbelief, unable to grasp what was happening or how the situation had transformed so suddenly and so completely. At the same time, Luciano's thoughts spiraled. He could not understand how the flow of his mana had begun to shift on its own, twisting and changing direction as if responding to a force far beyond his control. No matter how he tried to reason it out, he could not comprehend how a retired knight, an old man long removed from the battlefield, could now radiate such crushing pressure that even the air felt heavy. Sir Zion, driven by unshakable resolve, gave him no time to recover. Without the slightest hesitation, he burst forward with terrifying force. A brilliant yellow flash tore through the air as his strike landed, like lightning erupting out of nothing. In that instant, Sir Zion realized his body felt astonishingly light, almost weightless, as though the weight of decades had simply vanished. It was as if he had been dragged back into the prime of his youth. Deep within, he understood that this sensation was nothing short of a blessing, a gift bestowed by the gods themselves. Only minutes earlier, Sir Zion had quietly approached Raoul and asked for permission to step forward. Raoul had been genuinely taken aback, shocked that Sir Zion would volunteer of his own accord. Sir Zion had calmly explained that the enemy's next representative would almost certainly be someone deeply familiar with the Count family's swordsmanship, a style refined and preserved over 1,000 years. Against such techniques, knights who relied on simple, direct fighting would inevitably be dismantled by precise counters. He made it clear that he held no intention of mocking or diminishing the legendary swordsmanship of the Count family. Yet in a situation this tense and fragile, the presence and judgment of an older, seasoned warrior could become the most vital weapon of all. As Raoul reflected on those words, he was reminded of who Sir Zion truly was. This was a man who had once served as vice-captain of the Golden Bear Knights, a name that had echoed across kingdoms and inspired respect wherever it was spoken. In his prime, he had stood among the very best, a top-tier expert knight whose name appeared again and again in inter-kingdom duels and prestigious tournaments. Whenever situations turned chaotic, when unfamiliar skills surfaced and unseen techniques decided life or death in an instant, his judgment and adaptability were considered unrivaled. After a brief moment of thought, Raoul made his decision without hesitation. Sir Zion would step forward. Jake, despite never doubting Sir Zion's combat instincts, could not shake the unease lingering in his mind. Sir Zion had been retired for years, far removed from real battle and physical confrontation. His mana had thinned with time, and Jake could not help but wonder whether he would truly be fine once blades were crossed again. As Sir Zion steadied his breathing, he lowered his gaze to his sword. At that moment, Raoul called out, asking to speak with him privately. Sir Zion nodded and calmly approached, asking what Raoul wished to say. Instead of answering, Raoul activated his ability. Sir Zion stiffened as a warm, radiant light flowed around his body, enveloping him completely. In an instant, the constant pain that had plagued him for years vanished as though it had never existed. His body felt renewed, and even his thoughts sharpened, clear and focused. He stood there in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how such a miracle was possible. Deep down, he became convinced that the young lord had truly awakened through divine blessing and received the favor of the gods. Raoul, however, knew better. What Sir Zion perceived as holy power was merely Raoul's radiant aura, lightly amplified by the label's buff. Because Sir Zion was not yet a guild member, the effect remained limited, far from its full potential. Now, back in the present, Sir Zion and Luciano were locked in fierce combat. Their blades collided again and again, sharp echoes ringing across the plains. But Luciano could not keep up. In this state, he was completely overwhelmed, forced back and crushed beneath Sir Zion's pressure, unable to reclaim control. Inwardly, Sir Zion scoffed, thinking that this was all the strength Luciano had managed to achieve, and that every ounce of his effort had ultimately amounted to nothing. As those thoughts pressed down on him, disbelief flooded Luciano's mind. Sir Zion's presence urged him silently to place a hand over his heart and reflect. 16 years ago, Luciano had walked away from the Count's household. Sir Zion questioned him in silence, wondering whether Luciano could truly claim that he had lived with the same ferocity in his new life as he once had while training under the Count's banner. Luciano felt an urge to laugh, his confidence unwavering. In his mind, he had lived far better than if he had remained trapped in the countryside, endlessly slaughtering monsters. He believed the path he chose held greater meaning and purpose. Bitter memories surfaced, making his stomach churn. Endless days of brutal training within the Count's household, being sent into forbidden zones without rest, fighting monsters until his body nearly collapsed. No matter how many times he risked his life to defend the land, proper recognition never came. Thinking back on it now, he felt relief. Leaving had been the right choice. His current life, he believed, was unquestionably superior. Then, without warning, violent red energy erupted from Luciano's body. His form twisted, becoming monstrous and unnatural as the power surged outward. Shock rippled through everyone watching. their eyes widening at the sudden transformation. Sir Zion recalled Raoul's warning in that instant and realized he should have been even more cautious. Raoul had said the opponent possessed a hidden trump card, something he would only reveal when driven into a corner. He had also said that when that moment came, an opening would surely appear. Sir Zion immediately understood that this final measure was tied to the Emperor's tattoo. A chill settled in his chest at the realization that the enemy would dare resort to something so extreme. Luciano, sensing his hesitation, sneered inwardly, convinced that a single breath would be enough to end the fight. From afar, Jake grew visibly tense and warned Raoul that Sir Zion was now in grave danger. Raoul, however, remained composed, his expression calm and unshaken. Sir Zion narrowly avoided Luciano's first wave of attacks, but he could feel the fury intensifying with each strike. The power Luciano unleashed felt as though it belonged to an entirely different realm. He was burning both his life force and mana, trading longevity for overwhelming strength, gaining a terrifying advantage in short bursts of combat. Steadying himself, Sir Zion forced his breathing to slow, recalling Raoul's words. He told himself to endure and wait. The chance would come. Raoul had trusted him, and Sir Zion knew he could not allow himself to betray that faith. He pressed on, every fiber of his being resolved to claim victory in that moment and make his return without fail. Luciano had completely lost himself to rage, his entire body engulfed in a deep crimson aura as he attacked Sir Zion, without giving him even a heartbeat to breathe. His strikes were savage and uncontrolled, each swing carrying enough force to pulverize rock and send shattered fragments flying in all directions. Some of the debris even shot toward the castle walls and its guards. But Raoul calmly raised his power and halted the falling stones before they could cause any harm. By then, Raoul knew the fight had gone on long enough. He had fully grasped the rhythm and flow of the battle, and now it was time to test what he had gained from the Janax dungeon. Slowly, he lifted his hand, fingers curling as though gripping something unseen. In that instant, Sir Zion felt an unfamiliar sensation in his back, like a steady wind gently but firmly pushing him forward. Luciano's relentless assaults suddenly became far easier to evade, as if the goddess of victory herself stood behind Zion, shielding him with divine favor. The truth was far simpler. It was Raoul. He had activated his telekinesis enhancement technique. Until now, he had only used it to reinforce his own physical strength. Because the ability relied on spiritual power, projecting it onto someone who possessed a soul had always been considered nearly impossible. But Raoul believed those limits no longer applied to him. With renewed momentum, Sir Zion pressed the attack. Amid the violent exchange, he finally found his opening and delivered a decisive blow that sent Luciano crashing heavily into the ground. That single strike ended the duel. Viscount Jaden stared in stunned silence, while the Golden Bear Knights erupted into cheers, celebrating their first victory as they loudly praised Sir Zion when he returned, standing tall as the winner. Upon his return, Zion formally declared that he had achieved victory in the first duel in accordance with the Viscount's command. Raoul sincerely praised his performance and, representing the Count's household, commended him for his unwavering dedication. Across the field, Viscount Jaden's thoughts churned anxiously as he considered what moves remained and how the remaining duels would play out. A few minutes later, another announcement echoed across the battlefield. The second duel was about to begin. On one side stood Carlo de Ashton, commander of the Silver Bear Knights. Opposite him was Ray, a Black Bear Knight, stepping forward to face him. Carlo's displeasure was obvious. With a cold sneer, he mocked Ray for refusing to reveal his identity properly, claiming that such behavior had no place in a knightly duel conducted with honor and formality. To Carlo, Ray's silence was nothing but insolence, a disgrace directed at the Ashton County family itself. He declared that the duel would soon begin, his tone sharp and dismissive. Watching from afar, Raoul found the exchange mildly amusing. Not long ago, Carlo had been the loudest voice insisting that every duel be conducted fairly and squarely. Raoul's thoughts drifted as he observed Ray. It had been a long time since he had last seen him fight. He wondered when Ray would finally reveal what he was truly capable of. Ray had been present during the incident at the captain's mansion in the past, and even back then, he had been anything but ordinary. Raoul quietly questioned how much Ray had grown since that day. When the duel was declared, Ray and Carlo surged toward each other with explosive force. From a distance, Raoul studied the exchange and concluded that Ray was unquestionably a warrior worthy of notice. More than that, Raoul believed Ray was not someone who could be overwhelmed through skill alone. As steel clashed, Ray spoke calmly, praising Carlo's technique and admitting that he truly deserved his reputation as the kingdom's strongest swordsman. Yet in Ray's mind, the battle was already approaching its end. Red mana began to surge violently around his body as he raged up, power spiraling outward. He believed this time was different. This was not reckless desperation, like Luciano's self-destructive frenzy. This was controlled intent. His dual sword technique sharpened, growing faster, more intricate, and increasingly difficult to follow. Ray was convinced that the moment his opponent exposed even the smallest opening, death would come instantly. That happened. Amid the relentless exchange, Ray spotted an opening. His heart surged with certainty, believing that Baron Carlo would regret this mistake even beyond death. But in that same instant, Carlo read the movement just as clearly. To him, Ray's approach was nothing but a coward's trick, proof that Ray lacked the resolve to face him honorably. Carlo moved without hesitation, his blade flashing as he struck decisively, delivering what he believed to be a fatal blow. Coldly, he declared that Ray's techniques were hollow, flashy movements without substance, dismissing him as nothing more than a fool. And so the duel ended, not with celebration or closure, but with blood staining the ground, pride left wounded, and heavy, unspoken grudges settling over the battlefield like a suffocating fog. Baron Carlo stood as the clear victor, surrounded by men who erupted into thunderous cheers. Relief and pride spread through their ranks as they celebrated, convinced more than ever that a top 10 active knight of the Count's household would never fall so easily. The win restored their confidence and filled them with renewed excitement. Across the field, Viscount Jaden seethed in silence, while Raoul calmly observed, already knowing this was far from the end. Only one more victory was needed. With a single final win, the knightly duels would conclude in their absolute favor. Inside his barracks, Viscount Jaden finally lost all restraint. He hurled objects across the room, his composure completely shattered. Rage and humiliation blended with tears as he shouted in disbelief, unable to accept that both fighters he had sent out to secure advantage had been crushed. This was never how he imagined things would unfold. Two men hurried in, urgently volunteering themselves, insisting that they were well versed in the Count family's swordsmanship and begging for the chance to step forward. Jaden cut them off harshly. Even Luciano had been helpless against that old knight. He snapped. So what right did they have to believe they could do better? No matter what, this next duel had to be won. At that moment, Jaden's son finally spoke. He claimed to have a plan and asked his father to entrust the next match to him. He said he possessed a method capable of overturning the entire situation. He understood better than anyone that one more loss would mean total defeat. Jaden knew it too. The flow had to be forcefully changed, no matter the cost. After a brief pause, he gave his approval, ordering his son to proceed. No matter what method he used, he was to crush the Count's knights completely. His son accepted without hesitation, confidence shining in his eyes. Meanwhile, Raoul was already preparing his own move. He had decided that Enrique, the senior knight, would step out next. Just as he was about to call for him, a knight rushed in, breathless and apologizing for the interruption. He urgently asked Raoul to come outside at once. Sensing something was wrong, Raoul immediately left the tower to see what had caused the sudden disturbance. When Raoul looked down from the tower, he saw Jaden's son standing below. The young man announced himself loudly, declaring his name as Titus de Ashton. He proclaimed that he was the heir of Viscount Jaden and a senior knight of the Black Bear Knights, repeatedly stating that he had words for Raoul de Ashton of Confort Castle. After letting the announcement echo for a while, Raoul finally asked what it was he wished to say. Titus answered that, as a member of House Ashton, he objected to Raoul's unjust actions and insisted that right and wrong should be decided by the sword. Raoul studied him briefly and asked whether he was the third knight representing Jaden's side. Titus immediately clarified that this was a personal matter, a direct knight-to-knight challenge meant only for the two of them. Without hesitation, Raoul refused. He turned away as if the matter were trivial and stated plainly that Titus lacked the qualifications to issue a duel when he did not even hold a proper title. In that instant, Titus's plan collapsed. He stood frozen, staring in disbelief. He had assumed Raoul would be hot-blooded, easily provoked, yet Raoul had dismissed him cleanly and without emotion. Panic crept into Titus's thoughts. The nightly duels were slipping out of their control, and if things continued like this, everything would be lost. In his frustration, he concluded that the only way to overturn the situation was to eliminate Raoul himself, the man guiding every outcome. Raising his voice, Titus suddenly declared that he was the third duel knight and called out to Raoul again. He mocked him loudly, demanding that Raoul step forward and cross swords if he was not a coward. With a sneer, he added that surely the direct heir of the prestigious Ashton Count's family would not fear defeat. This time, Raoul stopped and turned back. Calmly, he replied that if Titus truly was the third contestant, then the situation changed entirely, and in that case, he would accept the duel. Satisfaction flashed across Titus's face. He believed Raoul had finally taken the bait. But Sir Zion's expression darkened, a sense of danger tightening his chest. He stepped forward at once, questioning Raoul and asking whether there was truly any need for him to fight when they already held the advantage and could simply send another knight. Others echoed the concern. They understood Raoul's feelings, yet to them, allowing him to step onto the field now felt far too dangerous. Raoul answered calmly, telling them that everything would be fine and asking them to trust him and leave it in his hands. He reminded them simply that he was the one who had received the divine blessings. The moment the duel officially began, Titus charged straight at Raoul with aggressive force. As Raoul watched him advance, his thoughts remained composed. It was impressive, he admitted to himself, that Titus was not even 30 and had already reached the level of a mid-tier expert. But Raoul also knew that if he activated the power of his tattoo, there would be no one of the same generation who could truly stand against him. He questioned what Titus was thinking, sensing that the young man was driven by unchecked arrogance. Pride, Raoul believed, had its limits. Even he himself had felt pride during his night ceremony. Yet he had acknowledged honestly that he was only a mid-level expert at the time. No matter how talented someone was, true mastery could not be reached so quickly. In Raoul's eyes, Titus was never going to be his match. With complete confidence, Titus activated his tattoo power. Raoul responded instantly. Without hesitation, he unleashed his abilities and formed a sword wall, stopping Titus from closing the distance. Frustration flashed across Titus's face as realization struck him. Raoul had been concealing his true strength all along. He understood then that Raoul had already stepped into the upper expert realm. The gap was overwhelming. He could not even graze Raoul, and even his tattoo-enhanced state was proving utterly useless. In the next instant, Raoul struck decisively. The blow sent Titus flying through the air and crashing away from him. Raoul spoke calmly, stating that the outcome had already been decided. He asked if Titus acknowledged his defeat. With no room left to deny it, Titus admitted his loss. Raoul turned away and began walking back toward the castle, declaring that he would now receive the official acknowledgement of defeat from Viscount Jaden. But behind him, Titus muttered darkly that even though he had lost the duel, this would still be Raoul's end. In the same breath, he lunged forward, launching a sudden attack from behind. Raoul's men shouted warnings as the danger unfolded. Raoul twisted his body instinctively, and in that fleeting instant, the sight of a blade flashing straight toward him filled his vision, leaving the moment hanging on a breathless cliffhanger. Raoul felt the killing intent brush against his back at the final heartbeat before impact. He tilted his head slightly, eyes sliding over his shoulder. There stood Titus, lips curled in a dark smile, already savoring victory. In Titus's mind, Raoul's moment of distraction had sealed his fate. At this distance, even if the mana blade were blocked, the shock alone would rupture organs and shatter bones. Negligence demanded payment, but the world shifted in the next breath. Raoul's gaze hardened. An invisible force erupted outward. The air itself seemed to lock. Titus froze mid-lunge, suspended as though the sky had collapsed onto his shoulders. His grin vanished, replaced by naked panic. Something unseen had wrapped around him, crushing, binding, suffocating. He strained, veins bulging, yet his body refused to respond. No spell chant, no visible chain, just absolute control. Raoul slowly raised his hand. His voice came out steady, cold enough to cut steel. A sacred duel had been defiled, a coward's ambush in a place bound by honor. Such arrogance required correction. With a slight curl of his fingers, the invisible grip tightened, then twisted. A crack split the arena. Titus's scream tore through the silence as his leg bent unnaturally and his body slammed into the stone floor. Agony swallowed his pride. Fear followed. Shaking, he confessed, voice breaking, surrender spilling from his lips without dignity. Raoul did not blink. He drew his sword with deliberate calm. Surrender now held no value. A duel sanctioned by the Count's house had been stained. Blood would answer for it. The blade rose, gleaming above Titus's trembling form. Despair flooded Titus's face as he squeezed his eyes shut. Steel collided. Another sword intercepted the execution at the final inch. Sparks burst between the blades as a new force crashed into Raoul's strike. Viscount Jaden stepped forward, expression blazing with fury. Without pause, he countered, his strength driving Raoul backward across the arena floor despite the guard. Shock rippled through the crowd. The sacred grounds had been breached. Raoul regained his footing and stared at the Viscount with quiet intensity. So restraint had been discarded. So be it. Jaden's voice thundered across the arena, accusing Raoul of overstepping his place. A mere son of the Count's line, not even a rightful heir, yet daring to pass judgment. The domain had fallen into humiliation under such insolence, he declared. He would personally reveal who held the true claim to succession. Around them, steel sang from scabbards. Retainers aligned behind their lords, weapons raised, tension crackling like a drawn bowstring. Raoul remained unmoved. This was acceptable. No need to seek another battlefield. His presence alone anchored the space as he spoke, voice carrying without strain. I am Raoul Ashton, Lord of Confort Castle. His eyes locked onto Jaden. And before all gathered here, I will expose every crime committed by the rebel who dares stand before me. The arena grew suffocatingly still as Raoul's voice rang out, sharp and unyielding. He accused Viscount Jaden of conspiring with other nobles to topple Confort Castle and of plotting to poison Count Melvin, head of the Ashton bloodline. The words struck like hammer blows. Treason. Open rebellion against the lord of the domain. A pale noble tried to object, voice thin and unsteady, denying any talk of poison. Jaden himself erupted in fury, calling the charges madness, slander born from arrogance. Who would believe a mere youth daring to condemn him? Raoul's gaze did not waver. He answered that Jaden remained a fool even at the edge of judgment. Confession was irrelevant. The Count's house required no approval from traitors to deliver its verdict. Jaden barked a harsh laugh and demanded to know by what authority such judgment would fall upon him. A faint curve touched Raoul's lips. He clarified that he would not be the one judging. The arena gates exploded open. Blue mana flooded inward like a breaking tide, swallowing the stone floor in rippling light. An overwhelming presence descended. Jaden felt it before he saw it. His face drained of color as he slowly turned. Count Melvin stepped forward. Raoul's voice cut through the stunned silence, declaring that the true master of the domain had arrived to render judgment. Sweat streamed down Jaden's temple. His defiance cracked. His breathing faltered. Melvin Ashton advanced with measured authority, aura pressing down on every noble present. He introduced himself not as a patient clinging to life, but as Lord of Confort Castle. Calm, absolute. The schemes woven against his land would end here, by his own hand. Time rewound. Before Jaden ever set foot in the arena, Raoul had already walked through the silent halls of the Ashton estate and entered his father's chamber. Nakia stood beside the bed, posture straight, voice composed. She reported that the Count's condition had improved. The external treatments were complete. The mana filaria had been stabilized. The violent mana collisions inside his body had ceased. His life was no longer in immediate danger. Yet something was wrong. His mana remained stagnant, unmoving like sealed water. No secondary complications had surfaced, but neither had recovery progressed beyond that fragile line. Then, without warning, Count Melvin opened his eyes. A faint cough escaped him as he admitted he had heard everything. Raoul, Dylan, they had handled the crisis well. Pride flickered in his tired gaze. Raoul immediately urged him to focus on healing, on breaking through. The domain's matters were already contained. There was no need for him to strain himself. But Melvin shook his head. He spoke of a wall, not an ordinary bottleneck, not a trial of cultivation, an invisible boundary that refused to yield. Every attempt to surpass it felt as though a silent divine voice whispered the same verdict. This is your limit. Frustration hollowed his expression. He had once believed he would be the one to shatter that barrier and carry the family's long-held ambition forward through his own strength. Now, he could not even command the mana within his body. Power slipped from his grasp like sand. If he could not advance, if he could not even stand firmly at the helm, then there was only one path left. He would relinquish his position. The future of the Ashton name would pass to his sons. Raoul did not allow the words to settle. He cut through them. Was he truly planning to surrender? The question struck harder than any blade. Melvin fell quiet, the weight of it pressing into the room. For a moment, the lord of the domain had no answer. Raoul stepped closer, his eyes sharp, unyielding. Was this how the sword master would end? Was this how the ruler of the Count's lands would lower his head? To accept a boundary, simply because it stood in his way? He refused it. That expression, that resignation, did not belong on the face of the Ashton patriarch. Not on the man who had carved order into chaos with steel and will. Not on the father who had stood at the front of every storm. Raoul's voice steadied, not raised, not trembling. Absolute. He believed in his father's strength. not as empty comfort, not as blind loyalty, as certainty. This wall would fall. If it required time, they would seize time. If it required blood, they would endure it. But surrender was not a word written into their lineage. His gaze did not break. Melvin Ashton would shatter that barrier, and he would rise again. Raoul's fist tightened, knuckles paling as the truth settled into place. His father's mana was not stagnant because he had reached his limit. It was being restrained, poisoned, choked at its source. That was the only reason it refused to move. He spoke it plainly. This was not fate, not divine decree, just the work of vermin who thought deception could break a swordsman's spirit. He would not allow his father to sink into despair over a trick laid by cowards. The mana still existed. The power was still there. His father was no hollow shell waiting to be replaced. For a heartbeat, Melvin stared at him in silence. Then he laughed. It was sudden, sharp, alive. Raoul blinked, momentarily caught off guard as the sound filled the chamber. The heaviness that had lingered around the Count fractured under that laughter. Melvin's gaze sharpened. He admitted it. He had shown weakness, a pathetic shadow of himself. That was not the man who had carved his path through endless hardship, not the swordsman who had bled and fought his way to the head of House Ashton. Every step of his life had been forged through relentless struggle. Was this truly the boundary of his destiny? Even if it were the will of a god, he would cut it down. Blue mana erupted from his body. It surged outward in waves, dense and overwhelming, flooding the chamber with pressure that made the air tremble. Raoul felt it strike his senses like a storm. This was the true aura of the domain's lord. Nakia's voice cut through the rising energy, alarmed, urgent. He must not force it. If the mana backflowed, his mana road could rupture completely. Raoul stopped her with a single look. When she demanded an explanation, he answered calmly. Every person possessed something more important than life itself. At this moment, his father was reclaiming that very thing. He turned to her without hesitation. Could she seal the chamber? Completely isolate it from outside interference? She answered firmly that she could, and moved at once, her mana weaving into a barrier that locked the room from the world beyond. Raoul summoned Revel. The forest fairy manifested without delay, light gathering in delicate arcs around her form. He instructed her to stabilize the chaotic mana within the chamber and provide continuous support to his father's body. She obeyed immediately. Soft green magic spread through the room, intertwining with the violent blue currents, tempering them, guiding them, preventing collapse while Nakia reinforced the barrier layer by layer. Then Raoul called upon Karl. The spirit sealed within his Ragnator armor emerged, presence heavy and ancient. After a brief inspection, Karl spoke with grave certainty. Something was suppressing the Count's mana hall. That suppression explained everything. The imbalance between his capacity, his cultivation level, and his physical state. His power had not vanished. It had been shackled. Blue mana swelled again. It did not rise gently. It expanded like a storm forced into a sealed vessel, pressing against the walls of the chamber. Raoul turned sharply to Karl, voice cutting through the pressure. Was there a way to fix it? Karl's answer was heavy. This was not about effort, not about talent, not about willpower. Something external was suppressing the Count's ascent, a force that did not wish for him to advance. The interference carried a signature that rivaled divinity itself. The air trembled. Melvin's body strained visibly as he fought to contain the surging currents inside him. Veins surfaced. His breathing grew harsh. The mana within him roared, clashing against invisible restraints. Nakia's voice trembled with urgency. The first signs of backflow had begun. If it continued, the mana road could collapse entirely. Raoul stepped forward instead of retreating. His eyes locked onto his father's. The wall blocking his path was not destiny. It was a curse, a deliberate shackle, and he refused to believe the Lord of House Ashton would bow before such filth. One day, his father would destroy it with his own strength. But that day could not wait. The world would not grant them peace. The House of Ashton required its pillar now. He would not allow his father to refuse him again. If the wall would not fall on its own, then he would strike it from the outside. He opened the system. Without hesitation, Raoul sent a guild invitation to Count Melvin. Light detonated through the chamber. It burst through the windows in violent brilliance, freezing the air itself. Time stalled. Raoul stood suspended in pale radiance as crimson warning panels exploded into existence before him. Errors. Force scenario alerts. Critical calculations forecasting catastrophic deviation. If he released the binding force, thousands of interconnected quests would collapse. His influence within House Ashton would be drastically reduced. Predicted outcomes spiraled into failure. He did not waver. None of it mattered. He confirmed the invitation. Time snapped back into motion. Melvin accepted. The effect was immediate. His mana erupted like a breached dam, crashing outward in tidal waves. The chamber thundered as if struck by lightning. Carl's voice rang out sharply, ordering everyone to move away. Raoul reacted instantly. He seized Ravel and pulled Nakia back, shielding them as blue currents flooded the room in chaotic torrents. Even Philip outside felt the tremor, stunned by the overwhelming aura radiating from within. Raoul turned to Nakia at once. The barrier. She answered that it was centered on the chamber. It wavered under the strain, but the surge would not spread beyond the mansion's boundaries. Ravel added calmly that she would stabilize the outer barrier herself. The mansion would hold. Inside the sealed chamber, the storm continued to rise. Raoul's fingers curled into a tight fist, knuckles turning pale as the echo of those warning windows replayed inside his mind. Every flashing message, every forced directive, every invisible hand trying to steer his fate burned into his thoughts. Under his breath, low but unshakably firm, he swore this would be the last time he walked a path designed by someone else. Across from him, Count Melvin's mana erupted like a rising storm, waves of power distorting the air as his eyes shone with a fierce, almost blinding light. And with that overwhelming surge surrounding him, he declared with absolute certainty that from this moment forward, every scenario, every twist of fate, every ending, would be written by his own hand. A violent wave of mana exploded outward with a deafening roar, ripping through the room like a cannon blast. Windows burst into shards, furniture splintered into fragments, and cracks tore across the walls as debris rained down and skidded across the floor. In the heart of that chaos, Count Melvin slowly wrestled his power back under control. Radiant blue light stormed around him, flooding the room in brilliance as he remained seated firmly on his bed, posture unmoving, having fully seized command of the energy that had threatened to run wild. Raoul stepped forward at once, concern clear in his eyes as he called out, asking if his father was unharmed. Count Melvin lifted his head. His expression had sharpened into something resolute, his entire presence swallowed by the immense mana still coiling around him. Raoul felt it press against his chest like a mountain. For a moment, he could barely breathe under that overwhelming aura. Then, as the energy gradually calmed and the light dimmed, Count Melvin spoke with relief woven into triumph. He had done it. The wish their family had carried for so long, something he once believed forever out of reach, had finally been realized. He clenched his fists tightly, pride burning in his eyes as he declared that the day had come. He had reached it with his own hands, and he told Raoul plainly that none of it would have been possible without him. Raoul's lips lifted into a steady smile, pride unmistakable as he congratulated his father on ascending to the new realm, acknowledging the relentless years of effort and silent struggle that had led to this moment. Nakia stood frozen, eyes wide, still unable to fully grasp what she had just witnessed. Philip followed with his congratulations, unmistakable in his tone. As the servants gathered closer and the tension in the room eased, Count Melvin's thoughts turned inward. For years, he had believed that breaking through that realm required solitary strength, that relying on anyone else would stain the achievement. Now he saw the truth. That belief had been nothing but stubborn pride. He had never been alone. He had loyal retainers who stood ready to bleed for him, people who relied on his protection, and a family he treasured above all else. Deep in his heart, he admitted he owed Raoul yet another debt. Then, without warning, a red window flared into existence before Raoul's eyes. Bright letters pulsed urgently across the screen. Warning: Main scenario NPC. Count Melvin de Ashton has resisted compulsion. Alert: Target has joined the first guild. Error detected in fourth scenario. Fall of House Ashton. Critical: Karma instability increasing. Notice: Deviation may trigger large-scale quest collapse. The system warned that misfortune could descend at any moment. Failure to comply with established progression protocols could destabilize thousands of interconnected quests. Raoul read each line carefully, his expression unreadable as he processed the implications. For the first time, he truly considered the weight of karma within this world. In his past life, players interfering with mandatory scenarios had been nearly impossible. NPCs followed predetermined paths as if guided by divine decree. Some would aid players temporarily for progression, but never had one cross the boundary and join a player's guild outright. That was precisely why the great guilds had chosen elimination over recruitment when it came to key scenario figures. Which meant one thing: his existence was already a variable, and now that variable had forced the system to falter. Raoul's gaze hardened slightly as he wondered what kind of obstacle this deviation would summon into his path. Count Melvin shifted as if to stand, but before he could fully rise, Nakia stepped in sharply, warning him not to move. He had only just broken into the realm. Forcing his body now would place unbearable strain on his core. Raoul added his voice, still tense from everything he had witnessed, saying there was no need for his father to push himself. He and his brother could resolve whatever remained. Melvin looked at him for a long moment, then reached out and gently patted Raoul's head. A faint smile touched his lips. He apologized for causing him worry and thanked him sincerely, admitting that Raoul had carried himself well through everything. He confessed that his son must have endured much under a father who had appeared powerless and inadequate. Then his tone shifted. He said he wished for Raoul to stand beside him and witness how this would end, and asked for his consent. Raoul paused only briefly. He did not yet understand how this unstable karma would ripple through his fate, nor what price deviation might demand. But he knew one thing clearly. Some paths were worth walking regardless of consequence. He gave his answer without hesitation. He would stand there. The next moment, the arena came back into view. Count Melvin advanced toward Viscount Jaden, mana radiating from him in steady, overwhelming waves. The pressure alone bent the air around his steps. Jaden narrowed his eyes and let out a cold sneer. He remarked that he had heard Melvin's condition had deteriorated to the brink of death. Yet here he stood, perfectly intact. He mockingly wondered whether Melvin had deceived even his own household. Melvin's gaze hardened. He replied that Jaden was as shameless as ever. He mentioned hearing that Jaden had been living comfortably beyond the borders of another nation, and asked what desperation had driven him to return and commit such treachery. Jaden's expression twisted with fury. He bared his teeth and accused Melvin of forgetting the past, that everything Melvin possessed had once been yielded to him. He spat that such generosity had been repaid with suspicion and condemnation, questioning whether Melvin had lost his senses. Melvin did not argue further. His voice cut through the arena with a single command to proceed. Soon, two figures stepped forward alongside Nakia. Bishop Alonso of the Xenon Order stood with solemn authority, and beside him was Carissa, a sixth-circle mage representing the Mage Association. The bishop declared that, according to the joint assessment of both the Xenon Order and the Mage Association, the Count collapse had not been natural. It had been a calculated assassination attempt. Nakia followed, stating that during treatment, they had uncovered clear signs of manifilaria, a parasitic affliction commonly deployed within the Empire for covert elimination. At that, Raoul's voice rang across the arena like thunder. He ordered the servants to be brought forward. They were dragged into the open, trembling violently under the weight of gathered eyes and the crushing force of his authority. Raoul declared that they had secured everything: evidence, witnesses, accomplices, and the true mastermind behind it all. Steel hissed as multiple swords were drawn at once, their blades pointed directly at the culprits. Raoul's gaze turned cold as he demanded they confess, clearly and without deceit, every crime they had committed. One of the servants collapsed to his knees, body shaking uncontrollably as he confessed they had only obeyed instructions. They were told to mix a precise amount of the substance into the Count's meals, nothing more. Raoul's voice sharpened as he demanded the name behind the command. The servant swallowed hard and forced the words out. It had been Count Jaden. A crooked smile spread across Jaden's face, slow and sinister. He claimed he now understood everything. According to him, this had all been Melvin's design, a calculated move to erase the one who posed a threat. He accused Melvin of deceiving everyone, of turning the situation around, and even using him as part of the scheme. His voice trembled with fury as he swore he would never forgive such humiliation. Without warning, Jaden launched himself into the air, blade flashing downward toward Melvin's head. The strike never reached its mark. Melvin raised his arm and blocked it with effortless precision, steel grinding against steel. Jaden's eyes burned as he spat venom, accusing Melvin of always wearing the same cold gaze, the same superior expression, as though everyone else existed beneath him. His aura surged violently as he shouted that decades had passed, yet he had never forgotten. Everything Melvin possessed now, status, influence, recognition, had once been meant for him. Without Melvin's existence, it would all have belonged to him. That was the final thread. Melvin's patience broke. His voice turned ice cold as he declared he would no longer entertain such delusion. From this moment forward, he would not acknowledge Jaden as his elder brother. He formally charged Count Jaden with treason for disrupting and attempting to destabilize the Count's domain. Jaden barked in disbelief, demanding to know by what authority Melvin dared make such a claim. Then his voice choked off. An overwhelming tide of mana descended upon him like a collapsing sky. The sheer pressure forced the air from his lungs, locking his limbs in place, as if invisible chains had bound him. Melvin moved. A devastating surge of blue energy exploded forward, tearing through the space between them. Jaden threw his sword up to block, but his arm trembled violently under the impact. His eyes widened in horror as realization struck. This was not ordinary strength. This was the power of a high master. Melvin's expression darkened further as he rose into the air. The next attack did not come as a simple strike. It erupted as a raging storm. Mana howled outward in violent waves, the ground quaking beneath its force as the entire arena flooded with raw, unrestrained power. The storm of mana slowly faded, and as the dust thinned, the destruction spoke for itself. The ground was carved with deep, jagged scars, each one a silent testament to the force that had just torn through the arena. Viscount Jaden had failed to withstand it. The impact had driven him several feet back, boots gouging helpless lines into the stone before he lost his footing entirely. Blood spilled from his mouth as he coughed violently and dropped to his knees. In that instant, clarity struck him. This was no ordinary advancement. Count Melvin had stepped into the realm of a high master, far beyond expectation, far beyond calculation. Panic tightened around Jaden's chest, but pride would not allow him to fall quietly. He thought of the decades he had endured, the schemes, the humiliation, the silent resentment. With a furious roar, he forced himself upright and slashed his blade forward, crimson mana erupting from the edge in a violent arc aimed straight at Melvin. Melvin did not retreat. He calmly drew mana into his own sword, the blue light condensing along the steel, and cut straight through the crimson wave as if splitting mist. Without pause, he stepped forward and drove his fist toward Jaden. Jaden raised his sword to intercept, but the punch landed squarely against the blade. A sharp crack echoed across the arena. The steel fractured, splintered, and in the next breath shattered completely. Jaden froze, the weight of reality finally settling into his bones. He had underestimated him. Before he could adjust, Melvin's fist struck his face. The force sent him flying backward, body twisting through the air before crashing down. He clutched his face in agony, vision blurring under the sheer impact. Melvin's voice rang out, cold and steady. He admitted that in the past he had been too lenient. His misplaced judgment had allowed this feud to fester, and because of it, too many had suffered. That mistake would not continue. The cursed rivalry ended here. Jaden laughed despite the blood staining his lips. He mocked Melvin's declaration, accusing him of being blinded by his own righteousness, too proud to see the corruption festering beneath his authority. His laughter turned sharp as he claimed Melvin was unfit to rule the castle. He insisted that fear lingered within the walls, that countless eyes watched and waited for a chance to strike. The brighter the light, he warned, the darker the shadow, and one day, those shadows would swallow him whole. He never finished another sentence. Melvin moved in a single, decisive motion. His sword flashed once through the air. Viscount Jaden's head fell cleanly from his shoulders. Silence crashed over the arena. Titus and the remaining knights stood frozen, terror etched across their faces as the reality of what they had witnessed settled in. Melvin lowered his blade calmly. He answered the echo of Jaden's final provocation with unwavering resolve, stating that he would not crumble under hollow threats or imagined shadows. He was Melvin de Ashton, Lord of Confort Castle, and for the rest of his life, he would protect this land with his own strength. The moment that declaration echoed across the battlefield, the Count's knights exploded into thunderous cheers. Steel clashed against shields as they roared their loyalty, celebrating a victory that had once seemed impossible. From afar, Raoul watched in silence, fully aware of what this meant. The future that had once spelled ruin for House Ashton had been shattered. The Civil War was over. Baron Jaden's faction had been crushed. What should have been the family's downfall had turned into its rebirth. But victory did not bring rest. While the Count and his kin were consumed with restoring order after the purge, another storm was already moving inside the castle walls. Dylan did not knock. He drove his boot forward and blasted the castle doors open. The butler stumbled back in shock, crying out at the intrusion. Dylan didn't slow down. His gaze swept the hall like a drawn blade as he demanded to know who held authority in the Lord's absence. The butler hesitated, confused and shaken. Dylan's voice hardened instantly. If the Baron was gone, then whoever commanded in his place would stand before him immediately. His patience was non-existent. The air itself seemed to tighten under his fury. The butler ran. Without wasting another second, Dylan turned to his knights and began issuing orders with ruthless precision. Seal, Every gate. No one enters. No one leaves. All nobles are to remain confined to their estates until further notice. Squads split off at once, securing the lord's residence, locking down the barracks, turning the once proud castle into a fortress under emergency control. The entire domain felt a shift in power within hours. While the Count's family fought their internal war, Dylan rode beyond the territory, carrying the Count's authority. One by one, lands controlled by lords who had backed Viscount Jaden were reclaimed. No negotiations. No second chances. Back within the domain, Raoul handled the rot from the inside. Acting on behalf of his father, he oversaw the systematic removal of every hidden traitor. Knights of the First Guild swept through estates, arresting nobles with cold efficiency. Jake and Philip supervised the operations personally. Jake muttered at the sheer scale of betrayal uncovered, almost unable to believe how deep the corruption ran. Philip answered calmly that years of hesitation under Count Melvin had allowed resentment to ferment unchecked. Jake questioned whether detaining so many high-ranking figures might destabilize the realm, but the response was simple. The final judgment would come from the Count himself. As Raoul reviewed the growing stack of reports, a quiet satisfaction settled over him. Merchant brokers who had siphoned wealth for years. Influential association executives who had manipulated trade routes. Figures his father and the elders once struggled to touch. All captured. All contained. There would never be a better moment for a purge this thorough. Any ember left alive would only ignite another rebellion. With the domain stabilized, Raoul made his decision. House Ashton would now rest in the hands of his father and brother. The path had shifted. The future had been rewritten through calculated action and earned strength. Then, as if acknowledging that truth, a translucent system window materialized before him. Karma quest completed. Barren Union encirclement. Alternate scenario cleared. The traitor's end. And beneath it, glowing faintly like the start of a new era. Hidden scenario unlocked. The new heir of House Ashton. Raoul barely spared the hidden scenario glance. Becoming the new heir meant chains, obligations, politics. Useless. His attention shifted instead to the rewards panel hovering before him. One item stood out immediately. Absolute stat boost pill. S-grade. The description was simple, yet its weight was overwhelming. Permanently increase a chosen stat by 1 point. Additional scaling based on a user's absolute stats. Raoul's eyes sharpened. This was no ordinary enhancement. Normal growth crawled forward, slowed brutally near the limit, and froze at 100 like an invisible wall. But this pill ignored ceilings. It shattered them. It rewrote the rules that bound everyone else. A faint smile formed on his lips. After forcibly breaking through a mandatory scenario, he hadn't expected anything extraordinary. Yet this reward was flawless. Precise. Worthy. It's been a while, he muttered, and summoned his status window. The panel flickered and updated. Name, Raoul. Level, 99, hardcore mode. Class, high-tier knight, sword expert. Intermediate telekinetic ability holder. Affiliations, Ashton County. Royal Baron household. First guild. His stats had climbed evenly across the board, each value pressing closer to thresholds others would never cross. His unique traits lined up beneath. Skill collector. Developer's analysis eye. Telekinesis meister. Noble swordsmanship lineage. And one remaining unknown trait. Before he could close the window, another notification cut across his vision. First player to reach level 99. Special title acquired. Pioneer. For a moment, silence lingered around him. Level 99. Hardcore mode. First. Raoul stood up slowly. The weight of stagnation had disappeared. The next stage was waiting. The scene shifted. Free City Mira. Inside the First Guild's branch, deep within the purple-lit special training hall, the air trembled with pressure. Two figures stood facing each other amid cracked stone flooring. Wang Tianming moved first, his sword carved forward in a sweeping arc, mana surging violently along its edge. Manhwa no bang. The plum blossom roadside. The technique erupted upon release, mana petals bursting outward in a violent explosion that swallowed the training hall in dust and shockwaves. When the smoke thinned, Wang Tianming's expression froze. Kim Ilwu was still standing. Not a scratch, not a stagger. Calmly, almost lazily, Kim Ilwu lifted his dagger. A small smile touched his lips as he looked through the settling haze. The exchange was over. Now it was his turn. Kim Ilwu moved first this time, his figure blurring as he rushed in. Wang Tianming didn't retreat. He planted his feet and swung again, releasing two sharp arcs of mana that tore through the air. Plum blossom butterfly dance. The twin slashes cut forward in perfect symmetry. Kim Il-woo slipped between them as if strolling through falling leaves. Both attacks missed cleanly. He clicked his tongue and asked why Tianming insisted on shouting technique names mid-fight. Announcing a powerful move before using it made no sense. Wang Tianming's gaze turned cold. It was not an announcement. It was a ritual, a warrior's discipline, something ordinary people would never understand. Kim Il-woo exhaled quietly. From the edge of the training hall, Blake watched with crossed arms. Beside him stood Han Seo-hyun, mythical bee summoner, her eyes fixed on the clash. Blake muttered that their skills were sharp, undeniable, but the moment they drew blades, they turned into entirely different individuals. The exchange intensified. Steel rang. Mana collided. Blake shook his head, saying it was hard to tell whether Tianming's behavior was unique character or pure stubbornness. Han Seo-hyun answered without hesitation. If something disrupted combat efficiency, it was stubbornness. Nothing more. At that instant, Kim Il-woo's presence fractured. Multiple identical figures stepped out from him, spreading across the hall in silent formation. Wang Tianming frowned. Using a secret technique already? Cowardly. Kim Il-woo only smiled and reminded him that Tianming had used his own special ability moments ago. There was nothing underhanded about it. Watching the mirrored silhouettes surround Tianming, Blake admitted that everyone had grown since graduating the academy. In the early days, he had questioned what they were even doing back then. The difference now was undeniable. Han Seo-hyun's expression softened slightly. Their growth had one source. Blake glanced at her. Do-hyun. They hadn't seen him in some time. She confirmed it. Word was he had left for his second job advancement. Nearly 2 weeks had passed. No contact. No updates. No one knew where he had gone or what he was facing. The memory shifted. 5 months after the open beta began, the first Guild Academy held its first graduation ceremony. The stage was bright, banners raised high. An announcer declared the ceremony concluded and wished the graduates glory and fortune in the paths ahead. The cadets erupted into cheers. 3 months of relentless training had reshaped them. The nervous recruits who once entered the academy were gone. In their place stood hardened players, sharpened by competition and forged by survival. By the time graduation arrived, the results were undeniable. Every single graduate had forced their way into the top 1,000 rankings. It wasn't luck. It wasn't coincidence. It was proof. Guild scouts swarmed the academy grounds, each trying to secure talent before someone else did. Their futures were already shining. But above all those names, one guild stirred the most noise. The Purple Guild, a newly established player guild led by the current rank 1, Do-hyun. Entry was suffocatingly selective. Only top-tier cadets were even considered, and even among them, only a rare few received direct offers. For most, it was a distant dream. Back then, Dalton had called 4 individuals into his office: Han Seo-hyun, Kim Il-woo, Wang Tianming, and Blake. He didn't waste time. Recruitment offers. From the Purple Guild, Kim Il-woo hesitated first, asking if the offer truly extended to all of them. Dalton smiled, confirming it without pause. An opportunity like this did not appear twice. He asked what they thought. Han Seo-hyun admitted the proposal was generous, almost excessively so, but questioned whether it was right to accept without the guild founder's direct approval. Dalton dismissed the concern immediately. Recruiting them had been Do-hyun's intention from the start. Then Dalton's eyes settled on Kim Il-woo. There was something more. Do-hyun wanted him as vice guildmaster. Silence filled the room. Kim Il-woo questioned whether Dalton was serious. Such a position wasn't symbolic. It carried weight, responsibility, authority. Dalton told him to stop downplaying himself. As the Academy's salutatorian, Kim Il-woo's skill ranked second only to Do-hyun. More importantly, Do-hyun trusted him completely. That trust alone justified the decision. With the Purple Guild's resources and the First Guild's full backing, their growth would accelerate beyond imagination. Dalton's final words were simple. Accept it. The memory dissolved. Back in the Purple Training Hall of Free City Mira, the clash had reached its end. Kim Il-woo's final exchange forced Wang Tianming backward. Tianming stabbed his sword into the ground, halting his slide across the cracked stone. Kim Il-woo stepped forward and extended his hand. If Tianming continued fighting like that, he wouldn't defeat Do-hyun. He wouldn't even defeat him. Wang Tianming grabbed the offer hand and stood. His answer was calm, but unyielding. Once his martial arts were fully perfected, they would see who spoke with confidence then. The tension eased. Han Seo-hyun and Blake approached as the spar concluded. Han Seo-hyun remarked that Il-woo's growth was frightening. The way he summoned and controlled his clones now, it was effortless. Blake added that such strength was fitting for a vice guild master. Then he asked how far Ilwu intended to push himself. The purple hall stood silent again, but the pressure lingering in the air made one truth obvious. They were no longer academy cadets. They were preparing for something far greater. Kim Ilwu answered calmly. Do-Yan once told him not to trap himself inside predefined skill frameworks. Skills weren't cages. They were extensions. The moment he stopped treating them as fixed techniques and began embodying them directly, his growth accelerated beyond expectation. Han Seo-hyun asked if he had heard from Do-Hyun recently. The two of them had always been close. Kim Il-woo shook his head. No news. This advancement was taking longer than usual. Then the air shifted. A system announcement screen expanded before all players. Player Bae Do-Hyun has completed his second job advancement. Due to the emergence of a second job advancement holder, graduation towers have appeared in all free cities. Test courses available for combat and non-combat classes. Upon successful graduation of at least one class holder, free city movement restrictions will be lifted. Access to the main quest will be granted. Failure will incur cooldown penalties. Recommended minimum level 50 after completing second job advancement. Silence followed. Han Seo-hyun stared at the message, openly impressed. He actually did it. Blake nodded, acknowledging the achievement without hesitation. Wang Tian-ming's expression hardened. Without another word, he turned and began walking away. Kim Il-woo called out, asking where he was going. To grind experience. To secure his own job advancement. He refused to fall behind Do-Hyun. Kim Il-woo didn't argue. He immediately chased after him, saying they would go together. The scene shifted. Mirror Square was packed. Players filled the streets, voices blending into a constant hum. One player glanced around and remarked that there wasn't a single corner untouched by the First Guild's influence. His companion responded that most shops were operated under the First Guild's banner anyway. Free City Mira was enormous. Over 100,000 residents and a constant flow of newcomers. Through Raoul's long-term planning and structure development, the city had evolved into a player-centered hub. Facilities catered directly to player needs. Restaurants adjusted menus to in-game stat benefits. Potion shops were optimized for combat efficiency. Byproduct purchasing offices ran with clean logistics. Even clothing stores balanced aesthetics with minor buffs. Yes, the majority of contribution points flowed to the First Guild, yet no resentment surfaced. Welfare benefits surpassed those of other regions. Player satisfaction remained high. Reviews across forums were overwhelmingly favorable. And now, at the heart of it all, stood the newly manifested graduation tower. Its structure pierced the sky at the center of the square, radiating restrained pressure. After some time, a party staggered out from its entrance, bloodied, exhausted, barely standing. A brown-haired player watching from the crowd muttered that several days had already passed, and no one had conquered the tower yet. His companion replied that they had hoped to clear it somewhere else, mentioning that the Hesse Guild had seemed confident at first. Apparently, they had failed. In the end, only one name was left hanging in the air. A player's eyes suddenly brightened as he spoke it out loud. The undisputed number one, Bae Do-Hyun. The very mention of him shifted the mood. Yet there was a problem. Even after completing his second job advancement, there hadn't been a single trace of news about him. No appearance. No statement. Nothing. The brown-haired player let out a low chuckle and leaned back, claiming it was obvious. Do-Hyun was probably waiting on purpose, waiting until everyone else failed, so he could descend at the perfect moment and make himself shine brighter than ever. That kind of dramatic entrance would suit someone at the top. But the blue-haired player's expression darkened immediately. Irritation flashed across his face as he snapped back, insisting that Do-Hyun wasn't that type of person. If he hadn't shown up, then something must have gone wrong. There had to be another reason. Right then, a quiet cough broke through their argument. Both of them turned. A man sat nearby, silent until now. The blue-haired player's companion quickly wrapped an arm around him, steering him away while muttering that they should focus on their own advancements instead of obsessing over someone who wasn't even present. The brown-haired player kept talking as they walked off, unaware. Once the noise faded, the seated man slowly reached up and removed his cloak. Underneath was Raoul, or rather, Raoul wearing the face of Bae Do-Hyun. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he murmured that he hadn't expected even his subtle observation to be noticed. He had seen enough, measured the tension, read the room perfectly, and now, with the stage properly set, he decided it was finally time to step forward, exactly as planned. As the protagonist strode down the street without the slightest hesitation, conversations faltered one after another. Players who caught sight of him slowed to a stop, staring as if they had just seen a ghost step out of legend. One of them rubbed his eyes and muttered whether it could really be him. His companion swallowed hard and answered in disbelief. It was Bei Dohayan. The reaction spread like wildfire. Voices rose. Players began calling out to him, some asking him to look their way just once, others proudly declaring themselves as fans. The street that had been noisy a moment ago turned into a frenzy centered entirely on him. Raoul, wearing Dohayan's face, simply lifted a hand and gave a casual wave. Right then, a soft glow shimmered at his side as Ravel, the forest fairy, appeared. She glanced around at the commotion and commented that it must be nice to be that popular. Raoul tilted his head slightly and asked whether she meant that as praise. Her expression shifted. Popularity was trivial. What concerned her was Calip's territory. She questioned whether it was truly wise to leave it unattended. Even if the main forces had been dealt with, scattered troops could still spark a territorial war at any moment. Raoul's lips curved faintly. There was nothing to worry about, he replied. That land would not become a problem. Ravel studied him and remarked that he seemed unusually relaxed. Raoul answered evenly that it was not carelessness. It was confidence. Everything would unfold exactly as it should. Far away, inside the grand halls of the Reuben royal palace, thunder echoed beneath the vaulted ceiling. Gerald D. Reuben sat upon the throne, fury radiating from him like a storm about to break. His voice boomed as he ordered the knights to bring forth the lords who had mobilized troops toward Calypso. Moments later, several nobles were dragged into the chamber and forced to their knees. Gerald's gaze cut into them as he demanded to know whether they were the ones who had dared attempt a territorial war without royal sanction. One lord hurriedly claimed it was all a misunderstanding, insisting they had been pressured and threatened by Viscount Jaden. The king's jaw tightened. He accused them of fearing a foreign power that had already defected to another nation more than they feared the royal family of Reuben itself. His command was swift and merciless. Imprison them all. The matter would be investigated thoroughly, and punishment would follow without exception. As they were dragged away, their desperate pleas for mercy echoed uselessly across the hall. When silence returned, Gerald addressed the court. Calypso, he declared, was territory he had personally granted to Sir Raoul for his extraordinary contributions. Raoul was not merely a knight. He was a benefactor of the nation and a treasured ally. To strike at him was to turn one's back on the crown itself. Let no one misunderstand the weight of that betrayal. Elsewhere, the towering silhouette of the graduation tower rose into view. Raoul stepped inside alongside Ravel, his footsteps echoing against familiar stone. He remarked that it had been a long time since he last stood within these walls. Ravel recalled that he had once passed through it before. Raoul gave a small nod. At a glance, nothing seemed different. The tower stood just as it always had, silent, watchful, waiting. Ravel's eyes traced the towering structure as she admitted that the graduation tower was a flawless fusion of fantasy magic and spatial magic. The layers overlapped so intricately that even she would struggle to fully unravel its design. Before Raoul could respond, a translucent window materialized in front of him. Welcome to the graduation tower. It informed him that he could now test the abilities he had cultivated in Connect. A scanning light passed over his body, and the system requested a brief moment to measure his status. Another window followed immediately, presenting a recommended test list: close combat, range combat, telekinesis, magic, summoning, reconnaissance, assassination, crafting, and more. The list continued far longer than usual. Ravel blinked in surprise, quietly remarking that it must be because of the absurd number of skills he possessed. Raoul explained that any challenger could attempt up to 3 tests. Without hesitation, he selected telekinesis as his first. Ravel hesitated, then reminded him of the one thing he absolutely had to obtain this time. Raoul's expression shifted slightly. He admitted that he did not like it, but there was no other choice. A short silence settled between them. Then Ravel said he would not need her help for now and told him to summon her later, if necessary. Raoul let out a faint chuckle, told her to rest, and stepped forward. A status window unfolded. Test objective: defeat the graduation tower's telekinesis instructor. Condition: telekinesis skills only. Restriction: both participants fixed at level 50 with intermediate skill proficiency. Rewards: exclusive grade A equipment box. Grade A title. Experience points. 50,000 coins. Exclusive skill enhancement. Raoul's eyes narrowed. The rewards were extraordinary. In his previous life, he had never even come close to claiming such prizes. But this was not his previous life. With a single thought, multiple blades formed in the air, forged purely from his psychokinesis trait. The invisible pressure intensified in an instant. Before the instructor could react, Raoul's telekinetic grip wrapped around his neck, and lifted him cleanly off the ground. The man choked, eyes wide, whispering that it was impossible. Moments later, his body dissolved into light. Before vanishing completely, the instructor congratulated Raoul and offered blessings for the path ahead. The first test was complete. The second challenge began immediately. Close combat. A red-haired sword master stepped forward, representing the tower. His blade flashed as he lunged without hesitation. Raoul shifted sideways effortlessly, the attack slicing through empty air. Steel met steel. Their swords clashed several times in rapid succession, but the difference in control was obvious. Raoul's movements were calm, precise, almost effortless. Within moments, he broke through the defense and struck decisively. The second test ended just as cleanly. A familiar figure appeared, Spirit Carl, clad in Ragnator armor, the very instructor who had once guided Raoul's swordsmanship. Carl's voice carried approval as he remarked that Raoul's technique had sharpened considerably. Raoul inclined his head slightly, crediting his master for the foundation, then calmly asked how he was adjusting to this new environment. Carl answered, evenly, that there was nothing uncomfortable about this place. Raoul's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Ragnator's stealth predation function had proven more useful than even he expected. By absorbing lower-tier power armor and imitating their abilities, it could alter its outward form completely. Through internal consumption and concealment, he had masked Ragnator's presence and successfully taken on Bei Dohain's appearance. Even the tower's instructor had failed to notice anything unusual. Then again, no one here would naturally assume a player was wearing that kind of power armor to begin with. A new system window shimmered into view. Select the course for the third and final test. Raoul chose magic without hesitation and declared that he would face the graduation tower's magic instructor. The moment the word left his mouth, Ravel appeared in a burst of light, practically vibrating with excitement. She announced that it was finally her turn and proudly proclaimed that she would demonstrate the power of Ravelina Elliot Mare Diane, heir of the fairy folk. Raoul raised a hand and stopped her mid-introduction. He spoke calmly of a dream he had carried for a long time. The ambition to become an all-master, someone capable of wielding every discipline without exception. He asked for one chance to attempt it himself. Ravel stared at him, as if he had lost his mind. After a pause, she conjured a staff and placed it in his hands, telling him to try something simple. A basic fire spell would suffice. Raoul focused. Mana gathered awkwardly at the tip of the staff as he attempted to form a fireball. The flame flickered. Then it collapsed before even launching. The staff cracked in half. Raoul looked at the broken fragments and dramatically questioned whether the staff itself had been defective. Ravel's expression hardened immediately. A true craftsman does not blame his tools, she said flatly. It was astonishing that someone who could dominate with swords and telekinesis was utterly hopeless with a staff. Raoul protested that swordsmanship and psychokinesis operated on entirely different principles. Magic required a separate structure of control. Ravel did not soften. He lacked even the slightest affinity for magic, she declared. This reckless fantasy of mastering everything needed to end. Her blunt words struck harder than any blade. Raoul sighed and admitted that he had once sincerely dreamed of becoming an all-master. Under Ravel's unyielding glare, however, even he began to wonder whether it was finally time to abandon that ambition. Before the silence could stretch further, the air shifted. The third test opponent appeared, a mage clad in ceremonial robes. He greeted Raoul politely and asked whether they should begin. Ravel's eyes lit up instantly. She announced that she had waited long enough and refused to remain on the sidelines any longer. Without hesitation, she shot forward toward the mage, ready at last to reveal her power. The mage did not hesitate. He began chanting at once, calling upon the drifting mana of flame to gather and obey. At his command, blazing spears formed in midair and shot forward like streaks of judgment aimed straight at Ravel. She reacted instantly. An elemental shield rose before her in a smooth, flawless motion. The fiery spears struck it head-on, detonating in a deafening explosion that rattled the chamber. Smoke and heat swallowed the space for a moment. When it cleared, Ravel stood untouched. Her barrier had not even cracked. She gave him no time to breathe. Chain lightning burst from her fingertips, a violent surge of crackling energy tearing across the battlefield. The mage's eyes widened as he hastily summoned a towering wall of stone to intercept the strike. The lightning slammed into it, shattering chunks of rock into dust. From a distance, Raoul watched in silent astonishment. Their casting speed was unreal. Spells formed and fired so quickly that even his sharpened perception struggled to track the sequence. The scale of their exchange dwarfed anything he had imagined. Then Ravel's expression shifted. Two spells ignited almost simultaneously, an explosive firebomb and a raging windstorm. She wove them together with seamless precision, compressing their forces into one. The fusion detonated. A roaring firestorm surged forward, devouring everything in its path. The mage braced himself, throwing up layers of defense, but it was meaningless. The torrent of flame crashed into him with overwhelming force, tearing apart his protections and swallowing him whole. When the blaze faded, the outcome was clear. The mage straightened himself despite defeat and bowed with solemn dignity. He admitted that her mastery exceeded every spell he possessed and acknowledged the wielder of the grimoire as a true mage. Ravel accepted the words with a small, satisfied smile. Raoul stepped forward and thanked her sincerely for standing in his place. She brushed it aside as though it were nothing worth mentioning. A system window appeared before him. Congratulations. Graduation exam cleared. Would you like to leave the starting city and face the true world of Connect? Raoul selected yes, without hesitation. A pillar of radiant light shot skyward from the tower. Fireworks erupted in brilliant cascades, and the system broadcast his achievement across the region. Players nearby stopped and stared upward at the spectacle, murmuring in disbelief. Inside the fading glow, Raoul spoke quietly. The real game was only beginning. Another notification followed. Player Beidou Haiyan has become the first to conquer the graduation tower. Those who entered as strangers are now qualified to stand as saviors of the world of Connect. City movement restrictions have been lifted. Access to the entire continent is granted. Outside designated safe zones, protection will no longer apply. The era of shelter was over. The moment the announcement echoed through the system, everything changed. The main quest, appearance of the savior, had officially begun. A continent-wide mission. Every player was ordered to spread out, move across the land, and gather contribution points by aiding its people. No shortcuts, no hidden conditions. Just a quiet command that carried the weight of something far bigger than a game. And then, just like that, the scene shifted. Seoul, South Korea. Inside a heavily secured conference room, the air felt thicker than steel. Most of the seats were occupied by holograms flickering with faint blue light. Only one man sat there in the flesh. Among the projected figures was Suk-Yoon Jong, the sitting prime minister. His voice was steady, but the undertone was unmistakable. Strange phenomena had begun appearing across multiple nations, including their own. It was too early to make a final judgment, too early to call it certainty. But the signs that one particular individual had once warned about were no longer theory. They were surfacing, globally. The only man physically present was Sang Yong-han, chairman of the Daesung Group. He leaned back slightly and spoke with measured calm. Reports suggested that both the United States and China were facing similar irregularities. He asked whether the so-called VIP had made any new statements. A younger official hesitated before questioning whether direct government intervention might be premature. Another attendee exhaled sharply, pointing out that other countries were likely already moving behind the scenes. Waiting too long could mean falling behind. The younger man snapped at him, warning him to choose his words carefully. This was not a casual discussion. The middle-aged official didn't retreat. He stated plainly that reality did not slow down for caution. Before the tension could escalate further, Dae Yeep Kim, the half-bald Minister of Science and Technology, calmly stepped in. His tone cut cleanly through the room. Since Connect's official launch, prior predictions had begun aligning with real-world data. He gestured toward floating charts in the air. Global temperatures were climbing at an exponential rate. Weather systems were destabilizing. Even sunspot sizes had shown measurable anomalies. Climate change had long been acknowledged, but what they were witnessing in the past 6 months exceeded all projected models. Suk-Yoon Jong clarified that this exact possibility was why the meeting had been called. Even if the probability was small, it could not be ignored. For national security, he requested coordinated cooperation from private sectors until formal decisions were finalized. Silence settled over the room. Then Sang Yong-han gave his answer. Money was irrelevant under circumstances like these. If this was real, cost did not matter. But he added that future meetings would need firmer conclusions, not speculation. The Prime Minister expressed his gratitude and stressed the importance of transparent information sharing as events inside Connect continued to unfold. One by one, the holograms dissolved. The room grew still. Only Sang Yong-han remained, sitting alone in the quiet aftermath. His expression hardened. He pressed a call button and summoned someone inside. Moments later, his eldest son, Sian Wu-han, stepped into the room. He had been observing silently, and his first remark cut straight to the core. None of them were transparent. Every single participant had been hiding something. Sang Yong gave a slow nod. They had concealed information as well. No one in that room had come clean. Not completely. Then he asked the only question that mattered. What was our next move? Xian Wu answered without hesitation. Recruit talent. Bring them into Connect. Build influence from the inside. If the predictions were even partially true, Connect would not remain a mere platform. It would become a battlefield of leverage, a strategic high ground, and for Daesung Group, a defining opportunity. Sang Yong studied his son in silence. The proposal carried the recklessness of youth, but also carried vision. After a moment, he admitted it was not without merit. He pressed the intercom. Secretary Li entered promptly. Post recruitment notices. Form a dedicated support division. Acquire as many capsules as possible. Expand further as supply stabilizes. No delay. Li bowed and complied without question. When the door closed, Sang Yong looked at his son again. His voice lowered, sharpened. He hated defeat. Xian Wu met his gaze and said he understood. If the forecast came true, Connect would shape the company's fate. There would be no room for missteps. He was warned not to stain the Daesung name. The scene shifted. Back inside Connect. Within the first guild building, Raoul sat surrounded by the aftermath of his climb. Weapons lay scattered across the floor. Swords, daggers, coins stacked in uneven piles. Armor pieces tossed aside like scrap. Graduation tower rewards, he muttered, were mostly clutter. He went through them one by one. When he reached the final box, he glanced at Ravel. Was this truly the last? She confirmed it. Raoul exhaled and opened it anyway, expecting little. Light exploded outward. Not the faint shimmer of earlier rewards, but a radiant surge that forced his eyes to narrow. From within the glow, something slowly descended. A necklace. He immediately pulled up its information. Song of Three Souls. Unique rarity. S grade. Spirit recovery speed increased by 50%. Special ability. Pre-store 3 telekinetic techniques for later activation. Crafted from fragments of ancient telekinetic souls. Enhanced spiritual regeneration. Allowed stored techniques to activate automatically or under preset conditions. Raoul read the description twice, then a third time. For a telekinetic like him, it was perfect. A safeguard for finishing strikes. A hidden countermeasure for emergencies. A contingency layered beneath contingency. He continued muttering calculations under his breath, imagining combinations, trigger conditions, battle scenarios. Ravel cleared her throat loudly, her expression tightening in visible annoyance. She asked how long he intended to keep staring at it. Raoul blinked, snapped back to reality, and apologized. Fine. They would move on, because the true reward still remained. He opened the system window again. A new notification appeared. Victory over the instructor acknowledged. Additional reward granted. Skill effect enhancement. Multiple selection windows unfolded before him, like silent doors waiting to be opened. Raoul's eyes steadied. He had waited for this moment. For a long time, he had carried a single ambition. And now, at last, the chance to realize it stood directly in front of him. System windows unfolded in front of Raoul one after another, stacking across his vision like layered commands waiting for judgment. The first detailed infinity, sword efficiency growth. The second showed infinity, sword speed growth. The third outlined melee weapon proficiency increase. The fourth presented telekinetic power growth. The fifth displayed magic casting speed growth. He reviewed them without rushing. Each choice directly amplified foundations he had been building for a long time. Telekinesis refined through precision. Close combat hardened through repetition. Magic streamlined through control. Every option strengthened a different pillar of his combat structure. All of them were valuable. But he already knew there was one option Ravel was watching for. As she scrolled through the system panels, her expression shifted. Surprise. Then recognition. Another window surfaced. Magic Item Skill Collection Seal Release. The panel stated that the sealed Magic Item Skill Collection had been partially unsealed and bound to player Beidou Haiyan. Ravel's eyes widened. She announced that she had found it. She reminded him she had said it would appear. Raoul responded calmly, acknowledging her foresight. An internet expert indeed. Without delay, he selected the seal release option. The moment he confirmed it, unfamiliar letters manifested around Ravel, rotating in slow orbit. The air tightened. Mana from the surroundings began converging with unnatural precision, aligning as if responding to a silent command. Streams of energy flowed straight into her. She looked around in confusion as the process continued. Gradually, the letters dissolved. The gathered mana fully merged into her form. When it ended, she let out a satisfied chuckle. A new system window appeared before Raoul. Skill collection grade. Epic. Status, sealed. 3/5 bound. Librarian. Revel. Effect. Skill power enhanced based on type and quantity of recorded skills. Current recorded skills. 1,573. Additional function unlocked. Skill book creation, new. The description continued. Recorded skills could be transformed into skill books. Newly learned skills would automatically be archived. However, special materials were required for book creation. Raoul read the panel once. Then again, skill book creation. That meant every skill he had accumulated could be converted into transferable, physicalized knowledge. A system capable of mass production. A scalable arsenal. The implications were overwhelming. The balance of power tilted silently in his mind. Revel folded her arms with visible pride. He had done well to listen. Raoul asked how she felt, whether anything had changed. She answered that her body shape and wings had become clearer, more defined. The seal had loosened. If it were fully broken, she might partially escape the binding spell. He congratulated her sincerely, and for once, the hope in his voice was not strategic. Deep down, Raoul understood something he did not say aloud. When the final seal shattered, Revel would no longer remain in that half-bound soul state. She would reclaim her true body, and when that happened, the companion who had stood beside him through every climb, every calculation, every risk, would walk her own path. That day would not be a small change. It would be a separation. From that point forward, everything would shift. Connect was no longer a preparation stage. The world itself was beginning in earnest. The major scenario branches would still follow their original framework, but the margins for error had narrowed. One misstep could ripple outward in ways even he could not fully predict. He accepted that. Caution would increase. Hesitation would not. More than anyone, he trusted his own strength. The scene shifted again. Northwestern edge of the continent. Beyond the towering barrier, inside a dungeon carved into cold stone, a squad of knights advanced carefully. Armor scraped softly against rock. Breath misted in the dim air. They did not notice the wolf monster slipping through the shadows behind them, until one man did. Steel flashed. In a single, clean motion, the beast's head fell before it could even growl. The knight who had nearly been attacked exhaled shakily and offered immediate thanks. Lawrence de Ashton, second son of House Ashton, sheathed his blade with quiet composure. He told them to stay alert. The monster density here was far higher than during their last expedition. As they pressed deeper, his thoughts turned heavy. Beyond the barrier lay the Canyon of Despair, which connected to the Corpse Road. From the restricted mountain range past that point, monsters and undead had been pouring in for years. Even after eradication campaigns, the dead simply rose again. An endless cycle of attrition. Headquarters had finally assembled a special expedition force to uncover the root cause. Recently, they had discovered dimensional gates scattered throughout the region. Dungeonization had accelerated rapidly. Monsters multiplied at abnormal rates. Slain creatures revived as undead. A self-sustaining loop of infestation. The only viable solution was to seal every dungeon entrance beyond the barrier. Lawrence stated it plainly. If they failed, the barrier would collapse. One of the knights added that the mages had reported structural changes within the dungeon spaces themselves. Layouts were shifting. Mana flows were unstable. Lawrence confirmed it. Decades of accumulated field data were now unreliable. Among the 5 candidate sites marked for sealing, this was the last one. If operations proceeded without incident, they could finish within 3 days and return. Relief flickered across several faces. So did exhaustion. 2 weeks of continuous engagement had worn them thin. For a brief moment, Lawrence considered sending a letter home once this mission concluded. He had not replied properly in months. His family would be anxious. The thought barely settled before the air changed. In the darkness ahead, pairs of red eyes opened. Bats poured from the ceiling in a black swarm. The dungeon trembled violently, stone grinding against stone as if something vast had begun to stir beneath their feet. Lawrence sprinted ahead and stopped dead. 3 dark gates stood before him. They pulsed like open wounds in space itself. From within, waves of zombies, skeletal soldiers, and twisted demonic creatures spilled out without end. Rotting flesh dragged across stone. Rusted armor clattered. The stench of decay flooded the air. Behind him, the knights faltered. Some trembled outright. Others froze, convinced they were witnessing their final moments. Lawrence's voice cracked through the panic like steel striking steel. Regain formation. Fall back. Retreat to the barrier and report immediately. There was no hesitation in his tone. Then another voice echoed through the cavern. Calm. Amused. It praised his composure. From behind the tide of undead, 2 figures emerged. One held a wand crowned with a human skull. its empty sockets glowing faintly. The other stood at his side, a warrior gripping a long sword, posture rigid and silent. The skull-topped mage tilted his head, clearly entertained. He commended Lawrence for remaining rational in the face of annihilation. Then, with mocking courtesy, he offered him the privilege of serving his majesty as an undead. Lawrence did not even spare him a glance. He repeated his command. Retreat. Now. The knights turned and ran. The mage lifted his wand lazily and spoke a short incantation. No one leaves without permission. The ground ruptured. More undead clawed their way up from beneath the stone, forming a wall of corpses that sealed the escape route. Lawrence moved instantly. He surged forward instead of back. His sword flashed in controlled arcs, each strike precise, efficient, without wasted motion. Undead bodies fell apart under disciplined technique as he carved a path through the obstruction, buying seconds for his men. The mage watched carefully. A slow smile spread across his face. He recognized the sword form. House Ashton. So the second son had arrived in person. Sometime later, at the northern barrier, the knights assigned to gate watch suddenly spotted 3 riders tearing down the road toward them. The horses were foaming, the men nearly falling from their saddles, lungs burning as if they had outrun death itself. Steel shifted, hands tightened around spear shafts. The gate captain stepped forward and demanded an explanation. One of the riders barely managed to stay upright as he shouted that this report could not wait. It concerned Captain Lawrence, and the commander-in-chief had to hear it immediately. The urgency in his voice left no room for doubt. Without wasting another breath, the guards escorted the 3 men straight to the commander's office. Inside, the story poured out, fragmented, tense, heavy with dread. The commander-in-chief listened without interruption, his face unreadable. When the final word was spoken, he moved at once. Ink scratched across parchment in sharp strokes. A formal dispatch was sealed and sent by carrier pigeon to Count Melvin Ashton. The Count received the message in silence. Raoul and Dylan were summoned. The contents were read aloud, each sentence striking harder than the last. Raoul's expression darkened slowly, like a sky before a storm. He said nothing. He simply turned and walked away. The moment the door to his chamber shut, the weight crushed him. His knees gave out, and he fell to the floor, strength abandoning him. Ravel called his name, but Raoul did not answer. His thoughts were spiraling. The restricted area scenario. It was accelerating, faster than he had calculated, faster than he had prepared for. The system's warning echoed in his mind. Forced karmic retribution, interfering in a mandatory scenario. Misfortune would descend without pattern or mercy. He pressed a hand to his head, breathing unevenly as realization settled in. This was it. The backlash had arrived. He understood his part in it. He had altered the flow. He had stepped in where he was not meant to, and he had failed to account for the consequences, especially where Lawrence was concerned. Regret was useless. Ravel, he called at last. The reply came instantly. Raoul steadied himself and evaluated his condition. No time for hesitation. No room for collapse. The decision had already been made long ago. This was only its result. He would rely on his strength and push forward. He ordered Ravel to open the guild chat. Preparations had to begin. He would enter the restricted area himself. Not long after, Raoul stood at the northwestern barrier of the continent, a small detachment of his knights behind him. Waiting there was Julius, commander-in-chief of the Iron Wall Knights. The old warrior greeted him with warmth, remarking that Raoul had arrived sooner than expected and must be exhausted from the journey. Raoul bowed deeply, voice steady as he expressed his honor at standing before a legendary figure like Commander Julius. Behind him, Josh leaned toward Jake and whispered that Julius looked more like a kind village elder than a battle-hardened commander. Jake, a veteran of barrier duty and a sworn member of Raoul's Knight Order, simply remained silent, his gaze fixed forward. Raoul studied Julius in silence and quickly grasped the truth. The man's strength was not loud, not oppressive. It was contained, perfectly restrained. Though he had already stepped in a master realm, not a single trace of aura leaked from him. Absolute control. That was what made him dangerous. Julius looked at Raoul and asked directly whether he had come to request permission to search beyond the barrier. Raoul confirmed without hesitation. He requested clearance to enter the restricted area. The commander's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked whether Raoul understood the situation at Corpse Road. Raoul answered that he was aware. The Empire's undead forces, combined with monsters emerging from the restricted zone, had inflicted heavy casualties. Search operations had nearly collapsed under the pressure. Julius nodded. He admitted he was relieved to see a rising star like Raoul step forward while their forces were tied down. But then his gaze shifted to the knights, standing behind Raoul. The group was small. Too small. He warned that the mission might be excessively dangerous. Josh immediately stepped in, voice firm. They had cleared missions far worse than this. Cain added calmly that undead were drawn to human vitality. Larger formations would only create a brighter beacon. A compact squad would reduce attraction and improve maneuverability. Julius weighed their words for a moment. Then he gave his approval. Raoul and his knights were permitted to cross the barrier. But the warning followed immediately. They were to return as quickly as possible. The surrounding monsters had grown increasingly restless. If conditions worsened, the barrier passages leading into the restricted area would be sealed without exception. Raoul acknowledged the order without resistance. Then Julius offered one final piece of critical information. Throughout the restricted area, barrier stones suppressed magical energy. The Empire was likely hunting for these nodes to open gates with greater efficiency. Until they secured them, Lawrence would likely remain alive, more valuable as a prisoner than as a corpse. It was not comfort, but it was hope. Julius apologized quietly, saying that this was all the guidance he could provide. Raoul bowed again and thanked him. The information alone could change the flow of the mission. Moments later, the massive gate embedded in the barrier began to open. Ancient mechanisms groaned. Seals unlocked one after another. The air shifted. As the squad prepared to move, Josh muttered that it would have been useful to have the alchemist with them. Raoul answered that Nakia had been assigned elsewhere and could not participate. Their objective was clear, the Formica dungeon. That was where Lawrence had last been seen heading. Other allied teams would secure the perimeter and maintain a retreat corridor. Before them stood the magical barrier, shielding the restricted zone. Its surface shimmered like a living wall of energy. Raoul waited. Then the energy parted. A passage formed. From a distance, Julius watched in silence, offering no more words. Only a quiet wish for their survival. Raoul stepped forward. Inside his chest, a single vow hardened. Hold on, Lawrence. I'm coming. Deep within the dungeon, Lawrence carved his way forward through a sea of undead. Steel flashed. Bone shattered. Corpses fell only to rise again. He fought without pause, cutting down wave after wave, but the strain was beginning to show. His breathing grew uneven. His hands trembled. Each swing of his blade demanded more strength than the last. Across the chamber, the Imperial necromancer McClanahan observed the scene with open amusement. A thin laugh escaped him as he mocked the heir of House Ashton, saying he had expected far more from such a name. Then, almost lazily, he lifted his staff and summoned yet another surge of undead into the battlefield. Standing at his side, Ezekiel frowned and urged him to stop playing around. The mission came first. McClanahan clicked his tongue, admitting he had been enjoying the spectacle too much. His attention shifted toward two Imperial mages stationed near a glowing magic circle etched into the stone floor. He asked about their progress. One of the mages reported that the barrier stones were disrupting the gate signals. The left and right gates were primed and could transmit once activated, but the final gate remained unstable. It refused to open. McClanahan nodded slowly. He explained that this situation differed from previous incursions. Those earlier demons had manifested without titles, without rank. This time was different. This was the real piece on the board. Ezekiel asked him what his plan was. The necromancer's smile thinned into something colder. For His Majesty's sake, there was only one solution. They would detonate the entire area. The word struck Lawrence harder than any blade. His body stiffened. In an instant, he saw the chain reaction clearly. If the gates erupted in chaos, the monsters would surge straight toward the barrier. Undead, demons, and dungeon creatures crashing for at once. The defensive forces outside would be swallowed whole. Even through the haze of exhaustion, clarity returned. Lawrence Ashton tightened his grip on his weapon and forced himself upright. His muscles screamed in protest, but his resolve did not waver. Across the battlefield, McClanahan watched him with quiet interest, as though observing an insect refusing to die. Lawrence steadied his stance. Even if it cost him everything, he would stop them. Sometime later, Lawrence was on his knees. His sword was planted into the cracked stone just to keep him upright. Every breath scraped through his lungs. Undead surrounded him in tightening circles, their hollow eyes fixed on the final flicker of life before them. Across the field, McClanahan watched with a crooked smile. He mocked him openly, asking where that earlier confidence had gone. Where was the pride of House Ashton now? He taunted Lawrence for trembling, for gasping, for daring to speak of protecting the barrier when he could not even protect himself. He sneered that even the famed Silver Zero had become nothing more than a toothless dog. House Ashton had been praised across the continent, yet its air knelt in filth reduced to disappointment. Lawrence barely heard the insults. His mind was calculating something far simpler. Days. He had been fighting for days without food. No rest. No pause. Just wave after wave of bone and rot. He had pushed beyond exhaustion, beyond pain, and now there was nothing left to draw from. His fingers weakened. He could not stand. An undead soldier broke formation and rushed him, blade raised to finish what the others had prolonged. Lawrence closed his eyes. In that brief darkness, he said goodbye to his father, to his brothers. He accepted that this was where his road ended. Then something split the air. A sharp whistle. An arrow tore through the battlefield at impossible speed and pierced the charging undead through the neck. The creature shrieked, collapsing in a heap of shattered bone. McClanahan's expression changed instantly. His jaw tightened. His gaze snapped toward the source of the shot. The one who had fired it was not human. It was the leader of the dungeon monsters. The dungeon lord roared in fury, accusing the intruders of defiling his domain. At his command, monster warriors surged forward, not toward Lawrence, but toward the undead. Steel and claw collided with bone and corpse. Lawrence opened his eyes to chaos unfolding in reverse. Monsters were cutting down Imperial undead. The very creatures he had expected to kill him were now tearing into McClanahan's forces. He stared, unable to understand. A short while later, another group entered the battlefield. Raoul arrived with his knights, their armor still carrying the momentum of a forced march. He had used haste buffs to reach the Formica dungeon as quickly as possible, but nothing had prepared him for this sight. Monsters fighting undead. He observed silently for several seconds before speaking. They were not attacking humans. They were targeting the necromancer's army. Cain muttered that such a thing should be impossible. Raoul admitted that even seeing it firsthand, it defied logic. Then Raoul opened his system window. A warning panel flashed before him. A force scenario was active in the area. Main quest: defend the Forbidden Zone. Description: the barrier suppressing the dimensional gate is under threat by intruders. Repel the invaders. Protect the seal. Prevent the gate from opening. Rewards distributed according to achievement level. But beneath that objective, another message pulsed in red. The enemies present in this scenario exceed the recommended combat threshold. Retreat is strongly advised. Raoul read the system window again. Level 99. Peak tier. And the system was still advising retreat. His thoughts sharpened. What kind of enemy required that level of warning? Before he could calculate further, Josh suddenly pointed toward the center of the battlefield. Lawrence. Raoul's eyes locked onto the figure kneeling amid monsters and undead. The tension in his face tightened instantly. There was no more room for analysis. He moved. Support the monsters, he ordered as he advanced. Stopping the gate comes first. Power surged through him as he activated Radiant Aura. Golden light erupted from his body, forming a pair of luminous wings across his back. With a controlled descent, he dropped straight into the chaos below. The moment his boots touched the ground, a brilliant wave of golden energy burst outward in all directions. Undead within range were annihilated instantly, their bodies disintegrating under the radiance. Cain had already vanished from sight. A heartbeat later, he appeared behind one of the Imperial mages and cut him down without hesitation. Josh followed through with a sweeping blade technique, cleaving through two enemies at once, his strikes precise and efficient. Above the battlefield, another knight took position on a cliff edge. His breathing slowed. Target acquired. He activated his sniping skill and released a high-velocity arrow. The projectile streaked forward and shattered one of the mage's active magic circles. The mana array fractured violently, sending shockwaves through the formation and throwing nearby casters into panic. Across the field, McClanahan clenched his teeth, fury flashing across his face as he demanded to know who had dared interfere. Lawrence turned at the disturbance. Through smoke and scattered light, he saw Raoul descending with radiant wings, power vastly different from what he remembered. Raoul landed before him and smiled faintly. "I'm here," his presence seemed to say. Lawrence stared in disbelief at the transformation, the aura, the control, the sheer force radiating from him. For a moment, he hesitated before recognizing that it truly was his brother. Around them, monsters and knights pressed forward, carving into the undead ranks. Raoul quickly asked why the Naga monsters were attacking the Imperial forces. Lawrence explained between breaths that the Empire planned to detonate the entire area. The ward stones scattered throughout the Forbidden Zone would be destroyed, opening the path for the Dimensional Gate. The Naga homeland was rooted in this territory. They were not defending humans. They were defending their own existence. Raoul understood immediately. A temporary alliance. Mutual survival. Lawrence confirmed it. He admitted that he had survived multiple fatal situations only because the Naga warriors had intervened. Then he pointed toward a distant figure. Ezekiel. Lawrence warned that the Imperial commander's mana density placed him at least at master level. Raoul's expression hardened. Now the system's warning made sense. Master-level forces had been deployed deep within the Forbidden Zone. Lawrence's voice was tight as he told Raoul that even without them stepping fully into the battlefield, the situation was already spiraling out of control. He admitted he was grateful Raoul had shown up, but this wasn't the time for pride. He ordered him to fall back, gather reinforcements, and return with real strength. Raoul didn't even hesitate. He shot back that he would never abandon his own brother, no matter what stood in front of them. Lawrence's expression darkened. He reminded Raoul that the enemy wasn't some upper-tier fighter they could overwhelm with numbers. This was a master, an existence on an entirely different plane. Without someone who could actually contend with that level of power, their current forces meant nothing. Raoul remained calm. Then, in a steady voice, he revealed that there was someone capable of facing a master. He had brought someone who understood sword masters better than anyone. Around them, Raoul's knights kept clashing with the monsters, steel and blood mixing in chaos. Lawrence scanned the battlefield anxiously, trying to figure out who Raoul meant. That's when Raoul glanced down at his Ragnator armor, golden light pulsing from its frame. His gaze sharpened. Slowly, he raised his hand as radiant energy poured from his body into the armor. With absolute respect, he called out to his master and asked him to reveal his true power. A few days earlier, inside Confort Castle, right after Baron Jaden's rebellion had been crushed, Raoul stood alone in his mansion. Scattered across the floor before him were several shattered power armors he had seized during the uprising. Their frames were cracked, their cores unstable, yet they still pulsed with a dark, distorted energy. Reuben studied the broken pieces carefully and asked whether scraps in this condition would truly be enough. Raoul answered without hesitation. Even damaged, they would fulfill their role. What mattered wasn't their structure, it was the corruption within them. Those tainted armors were exactly what Ragnator required to evolve. And because Baron Jaden had allied himself with the Empire, obtaining such armors had become far easier than before. Carl stepped forward then, his gaze narrowing as he sensed the aura leaking from the fragments. He remarked that the energy felt filthy, but familiar. It resembled the power of a certain enemy. As Carl began circulating his aura, Ragnator responded. The armor stirred and started absorbing the corrupted pieces one by one, drawing the dark energy into itself. Raoul asked what Carl meant. Carl clarified. Demons, from the demon realm. The Empire's dark magic was not identical to demonic power, but the similarity was undeniable. For years, rumors had whispered about ties between the Empire and demons. If Ragnator continued absorbing this corruption, it might expose something hidden beneath the surface. The final fragment dissolved into Ragnator. Then Carl went silent. In the next instant, the armor shut down on its own. Raoul stiffened. Reuben immediately demanded to know why he had deactivated it. Raoul replied that he hadn't. Ragnator had stopped by itself. A translucent system window flashed into existence before him. Ragnator has awakened. New special ability unlocked. Back in the present, Raoul no longer hesitated. Activate. Golden light erupted outward. A second figure formed in front of him. Fully plated, identical to Ragnator, radiating the same overwhelming presence. The system displayed its explanation. Special ability, Ghost Armor, allows control of Ragnator's doppelganger through an independent ego. Raoul understood instantly. Under normal conditions, the armor's internal ego would command the duplicate. But now, that authority belonged to Master Carl. Raoul's body blazed with golden brilliance as Carl took control. Without wasting a single breath, Carl unleashed the Infinity Sword. His blade traced arcs of flawless precision, and enemies fell one after another, cut down before they even understood what had happened. As steel flashed and bodies dropped, Carl's thoughts drifted. Once, he had been bound to eternal duty, forced to guard a seal without end, longing only for extinction. And now, he stood in a body once more. An undead tried to slip behind him. Carl turned the instant it moved. His blade fell once, clean, absolute. The creature shattered before it could even raise a weapon. A sharp thrill ran through him. This was it. The clash of steel, the split-second judgment, the decisive execution. The sensation he had craved for ages. Not far away, McClanahan and Ezekiel stared in disbelief as undead after undead collapsed under Carl's flawless cuts. The Imperial necromancer clenched his jaw and insisted they had harvested enough corpses to summon an even greater tide. But Ezekiel raised a hand and stopped him. Too much time had already been wasted. The main force's mage commanders would not tolerate further delay. Without another word, Ezekiel stepped off the cliff. He descended like a falling blade and landed before Carl, dark purple aura surging violently from his body. He laughed coldly, mocking Carl as a fool hiding inside discarded armor, vowing to break it apart piece by piece. Carl's tone remained level. He asked whether someone who lurked in shadows even understood real combat. Then he declared he would show him what a master's battle truly looked like. The moment their weapons met, Ezekiel's body flared crimson. The Empire's seal activated, intercepting Carl's strike head-on. Carl recognized it instantly. Calm activation. No hesitation. Ezekiel was not reckless. He was composed. Carl pressed forward again, forcing Ezekiel back with a second, heavier slash. He stated that he would now unveil his true strength, and surged in. From a distance, Raoul watched in silence, awe building in his chest. Even through a doppelganger body, Carl's sword mastery was untouchable. Infinity's sword contained no wasted motion. Each cut flowed into the next, combinations weaving into flawless arcs. The blade lines traced patterns through the air like a grand performance. Beautiful, precise, lethal. But Raoul understood the reality. Ghost armor had limits. He could not allow the battle to drag on. Shifting his focus, Raoul advanced to support. His knights and the Naga monsters clashed relentlessly against the undead, steel and scales carving through bone. Raoul activated his skill. Dozens of floating swords manifested around him. With a single command, they shot forward, streaks of light tearing through the undead ranks and annihilating them instantly. The battlefield began to tilt in their favor. At this rate, the enemy forces would soon collapse. Then the ground behind him split. An undead knight rose from the earth. Raoul felt its presence immediately. Dense, oppressive, far stronger than the others. At the same time, McClanahan's cold voice echoed out, claiming that inferior knights could never wield divine power properly, and that Raoul's strength must have come from nothing more than a fleeting blessing. McClanahan's eyes narrowed. He declared that Raoul himself was the source of the divine power spreading across the field, and that he would remove him with his own hands. He lifted his wand. At once, a violent surge of purple aura spiraled upward, expanding like a storm. Massive mana circles unfolded in layers behind him, each one inscribed with complex runes. Ghostly silhouettes began to emerge within the light, distorted spirits twisting and howling as they gathered around his command. Raoul did not retreat. He turned fully toward the undead knight, rising before him, golden aura tightening around his armor. His stance lowered, steady, unshaken. Then, a translucent system window materialized before his eyes. Player Raoul has reached level 100. For a fraction of a second, the battlefield seemed to hold its breath. Far from there, at the northwestern barrier, the sound of marching steel thundered across the ground. A new force had arrived. Banners bearing the crest of Marquis Fabian de McNeil rose above the dust as his household army advanced in formation. Knights in full armor surged forward with disciplined precision, joining the battlefield at last. Fabian swung down from his horse and approached without arrogance. The moment he saw Julius standing ahead, he offered a formal greeting, addressing him as Supreme Commander. He introduced himself clearly, Fabian de McNeil of House McNeil, and stated that upon receiving word from the barrier, he had mobilized his personal knight order to reinforce the front. Julius' gaze shifted past him, studying the formation behind. His eyes narrowed slightly. They did not quite resemble traditional knights. Fabian answered without hesitation. They were mercenaries he had personally contracted. Though they belonged to a mercenary company, they had been drilled and disciplined like a knightly order. They would follow command structure and would not act independently. Julius gave no visible reaction. He simply turned and began walking toward the interior of the barrier, remarking that the journey must have been long and thanking Fabian for bringing reinforcements. He invited him inside, stating he would explain the barrier's current state in detail. Fabian inclined his head in appreciation, then added that there was one matter he wished to clarify: the ancient seal beneath the barrier. Julius stopped. The air grew heavier. He observed that very few people even knew such a seal existed, and asked where Fabian had learned of it. Fabian replied evenly that he held a personal interest in military structures and historical defenses. He asked whether Julius might roughly indicate the seal's location, suggesting that it would be prudent to preposition troops nearby in case of unforeseen circumstances. Julius' refusal was immediate. Information concerning the barrier seal could not be disclosed freely, even to a marquis. The site was under strict management, and there was no cause for alarm. Fabian released a small, restrained laugh, admitting that he had likely been overly cautious. He expressed understanding and allowed the subject to drop as they continued inward. From the shadows, unseen and unheard, Kin watched Fabian carefully. His presence remained completely concealed. Deep within the dungeon, steel roared again. Ezekiel's crimson aura blade collided with Carl's radiant golden sword, and the impact detonated through the chamber in violent shockwaves. The clash tore at stone and air alike. Ezekiel clenched his teeth, channeling even greater aura into his weapon. With a furious shout, he brought his sword crashing down. Carl stepped back in a single fluid motion. The blade struck the ground. Power erupted outward, fracturing stone and sending destructive waves rippling across the dungeon walls. Carl's voice cut through the dust, cold and sharp. It was like placing a legendary sword in the hands of a child. He stared at Ezekiel and said coldly that the man wasn't wielding the sword at all. The sword was wielding him. A blade like that had already chosen its master, and it certainly wasn't him. If anything, he didn't even deserve to be called one. Those words struck deeper than steel. Ezekiel's face twisted with rage. Without another word, he lunged forward again, dark energy exploding around him like a storm tearing free from its chains. He roared that he would see how long Carl could keep talking like that. His sword came crashing down with terrifying force, the impact driving Carl backward as the ground beneath him shattered. But even while retreating, Carl was thinking, watching, measuring. Ezekiel's swordplay was rough. Powerful, yes, but crude. Every swing carried suffocating waves of dense, dark energy, as if brute force alone had carried him to this level. Carl understood it instantly. This wasn't the refinement of someone who had climbed to mastery step by step. It felt forced, twisted, like a shortcut paid for with something unseen. At the same time, he could feel ghost armor weakening. Minutes. That was all he had. If the power faded before this fight ended, he wouldn't fall. He would disappear, reduced once more to nothing but a drifting remnant of the past. And for a split second, doubt flickered. Then a memory surfaced. He remembered training Raoul. Back then, Raoul had been overthinking every strike, every stance. Carl had told him plainly, stop complicating it. For swordsmen like them, the blade was life itself. In moments where death stood inches away, the only thing between survival and the abyss was the sword in their hands. Focus on that one blade. Live and die by it. Raoul had disagreed. Victory with one sword was possible, Raoul had said, but not always optimal. If he had more blades, why wouldn't he use them all? The memory vanished as Ezekiel charged again, shouting that it was time to turn Carl into scrap metal. His sword howled through the air with murderous intent. Carl leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the strike. In the same motion, he hurled his own sword straight at Ezekiel. The blade slammed into the ground beside him. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then Ezekiel laughed. Was that supposed to kill him? Did Carl just throw away his only weapon? How pitiful. How desperate. His aura surged violently as he declared he would grind Carl into dust. But in that instant, realization struck. He wasn't facing just one sword. Figures appeared around him. Jack, Josh, Cain, emerging from different directions, their presence snapping into place like pieces of a trap long prepared. They had already surrounded him completely. Ezekiel froze for the briefest second, stunned. When had they moved? He had been so absorbed in crushing Carl that he hadn't sensed them closing in. Then a crooked smile spread across his face. Expert-level fighters. That was all they were. And once his dark energy was unleashed, he was certain they would vanish like smoke. Yet in the very next heartbeat, the sword Carl had driven into the earth began to hum. A thin thread of golden light seeped from the blade, then exploded outward. The aura surged violently, flooding the battlefield in radiant brilliance. The golden energy clashed directly against Ezekiel's suffocating darkness, tearing through it like dawn splitting apart a dying night. His dark power trembled, fractured, and scattered before it could fully manifest. Only then did Ezekiel understand. This had all been calculated. Carl had never thrown that sword away. He had planted it. Before Ezekiel could force his energy back under control, it was already too late. From every direction, the protagonist knights moved at once. Jack's blade descended without hesitation. Josh followed, through with ruthless precision. Cain's strike cut from the blind side. Steel flashed. Their combined attack pierced straight through Ezekiel's defenses. A scream tore from his throat, raw, distorted, filled with disbelief. Carl stepped forward, his gaze colder than the grave, and declared that when all of Raoul's swords stood together, Defeat simply did not exist. The words fell like a verdict. Moments later, Ezekiel's body collapsed heavily to the ground. Blood sprayed across the shattered stone as the dark aura around him finally dissipated into nothing. Silence settled. Jack flexed his hand and muttered that his fingertips were still tingling from the impact. Josh stared at the corpse, voice unsteady, saying he had actually helped bring down a master-level opponent. But before the shock could turn into relief, another night sharply reminded them not to lose focus. The gate was still open. Until their master finished sealing it completely, they were to hold their ground, no matter what came through next. Elsewhere, the clash hadn't slowed for even a second. Raoul faced the undead knight alone as the creature lifted its weapon and carved a massive aura slash through the air. The pressure screamed toward him like a blade made of pure force. Raoul reacted instantly, springing upward as the attack tore across the ground beneath him. Midair, he retaliated. His sword swept down, releasing a golden aura slash of his own. The undead knight did not retreat. It simply raised its arm. The strike collided against it and stopped, blocked, effortlessly. For a brief moment, Raoul's eyes narrowed. He felt it immediately. The area buffs, the prolonged activation of ghost armor. They had drained far more divine power than he had calculated. His output had dropped. That was why his attacks were losing their edge. No hesitation. He commanded Ravel to use every magic stone in her inventory. At once, she activated them. Light flared around him as the stored energy poured back into his body. Divine power surged through his veins, brilliant and overwhelming. Raoul's golden aura erupted again, brighter than before, forcing the surrounding undead to recoil. Not far away, the necromancer felt the shift. His expression tightened. Even after all this, Raoul still carried that level of strength. The realization unsettled him. Left with no alternatives, he chose the forbidden path. Raising his wand, he began chanting in a low, distorted voice. He called upon the knights bound to death itself, ordering them to rise and obey. The earth responded. Cracked ground split open as skeletal hands clawed upward. One by one, undead soldiers dragged themselves free, hollow eyes burning as they encircled Raoul. Ravel's voice wavered as she warned that there was a limit to how long they could withstand such numbers, especially against a master-level necromancer. Raoul answered calmly. Necromancy had only one true weakness: kill the caster. Before he could move, the undead knight slammed its sword into the ground. A violent wave rippled outward. The earth ruptured as jagged, shark bone-like spikes burst upward in a widening ring, surging toward Raoul from every direction. He swung his ore-infused blade in a clean arc. The spikes shattered before they could reach him. Now, he ordered. Ravel activated her skill, Rage Wind. A fierce vortex spiraled into existence, tearing through the encroaching undead. Limbs and armor fragments scattered as the wind ripped several soldiers apart in an instant. The undead knight reacted with terrifying speed. A spear materialized in its grip. It hurled the weapon straight at Ravel. Raoul moved without thought. He stepped between them and raised his sword. The spear collided with explosive force. He deflected it, but the impact rattled through his arm, his hand trembling from the sheer weight behind the throw. And in that split second, he understood something critical. None of the earlier enemies had targeted Ravel directly. This one had. Its instincts were sharp, calculating, far beyond ordinary undead. Without taking his eyes off the knight, Raoul ordered Ravel to shift entirely to defense. From this point on, survival depended on precision. Ravel froze for a second and asked if that meant she could no longer unleash proper area attacks. Raoul didn't hesitate. The undead knight was far more dangerous than he had first judged. It hadn't attacked randomly. It had waited, watched, then aimed straight at her while she was mid-cast. At the exact moment her guard was thinnest. That wasn't instinct alone. That was calculation. And it would do it again the instant she appeared exposed. They could not afford that opening. Ravel bit back her frustration, but nodded. She would shift to defensive support. Still, she pointed out the obvious. If they kept fighting like this, they would never break through to the Imperial Necromancer. What was his plan? Raoul's expression didn't change. No need to worry. Someone else had already prepared the answer, and was already moving. As if summoned by those words, a figure materialized behind the necromancer. Lawrence. His blade cut down in a sudden ambush, aimed cleanly for the spine. The necromancer sensed it at the last instant and twisted away, the strike barely missing as dark robes fluttered. The undead knight reacted immediately, turning to rush back to its master's side. But Raoul's eyes flashed. Psychokinesis activated. Multiple swords manifested in midair, floating like silent executioners. They shot forward and formed a barrier in the knight's path. Raoul's voice dropped, cold and absolute. He would not allow it to interfere. On the other side, McClanahan sneered at Lawrence. Just moments ago, the man could barely stand, yet now he dared to launch a surprise attack? Foolish. He extended his wand and unleashed a concentrated spell. Ghostly figures poured into existence, shrieking as they lunged toward Lawrence. Lawrence didn't retreat. His blade moved once, clean, precise. The specters were cut apart, as if they were mist. He shot back calmly that the necromancer seemed nervous. After all, the undead army meant to shield him was currently being restrained. That struck deeper than expected. Rage twisted across McClanahan's face. He slammed his staff into the ground with violent force and declared that if it had come to this, none of them would leave alive. Dark mana erupted. Skull-shaped specters formed around him, circling faster and faster as the air itself began to distort. He screamed, whether from pain or resolve. No one could tell. As the transformation began, power detonated outward in a massive shockwave. Raoul stared, stunned. The energy was wrong, twisted beyond ordinary necromancy. Lawrence braced himself under the crushing aura, teeth clenched, demanding to know what kind of power this was. The answer came in a low, grim voice. Lichification. The necromancer was sacrificing his own soul, severing himself from humanity to become undead. No senses, no emotion, in exchange for near-immortal vitality and forbidden dark magic. Once complete, he would no longer be merely a caster. He would be a vessel, and the only way to stop such a being was to destroy the object anchoring his soul to this world. Something hidden, something only Raoul's analysis ability could identify before it was too late. Raoul understood instantly. There was no more time to drag this out. If Lawrence was facing a necromancer on the verge of lichification alone, even seconds could decide everything. He cut down another undead soldier in a single decisive strike, golden aura tearing through rotting armor. And then the world froze. A translucent system window materialized before his eyes. He frowned at it, irritation rising as the message displayed in cold clarity. Player Raoul has reached level 100. Qualification to challenge the realm granted. Of all moments, he snarled under his breath, disbelief flashing across his face. Now, it had to happen now. Before he could even process it, another window layered itself over the first, entering the room of enlightenment. No, the word barely left his lips. His vision blurred violently. The battlefield twisted and dimmed as if someone had drained the color from the world. The sound of clashing steel and roaring undead faded into a distant echo. His strength vanished in an instant. Raoul's body went limp and collapsed onto the shattered ground. Ravel's breath caught. For a split second, she couldn't move, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Then panic surged through her. She rushed to his side, dropping to her knees as she grabbed him, her voice shaking as she called his name again and again. But Raoul did not respond. He lay motionless on the battlefield, unconscious, while the war around them had not stopped. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.